Welcome Rabbit Cultivation channel, like and hype this video for more updates. Chapter 1. Sug. Lu Feng, are you still doing push UPS? While watching Lu Feng's body moving up and down intently, Su Yuking said in surprise. This figure is so perfect. The sharp muscles on her upper body made her drool. However, Lu Feng is too lazy to reply to her now. 997, 998, 999, done. Finally. After completing the day's goal, Lu Feng lay down directly on the ground, turned to Su Yuking and asked, "You just finished, is there anything you want?" "No, I just feel like there are not many boys as disciplined as you." Su Yuking stared at Lu Feng's abdominal muscles and said with a bad smile, "Are you working so hard to make your ex-girlfriend look like she can't reach her?" Lu Feng stood up and rolled his eyes at her. "If you mention her again in the future, I won't let you share a room with me." "No, no, no." Amelia Su was frightened when she said that she would not be allowed to rent in a shared apartment. Of course she didn't want to share a room with a boy before. But on the day of the house inspection, when she saw Lu Feng and his perfect figure, she began to hate that she had never seen the world. Such a handsome guy is sharing a house with him? This is a good thing that I have never dreamed of. Well, it would be even better if we could have some relationship again. At that moment, Su Yuking also quickly changed the subject. "By the way, at 0 o'clock tonight, the public beta of the Extraordinary World will be held. Aren't you very good at playing games? Are you going?" "Go, of course." Lu Feng affirmed. What Su Yuking doesn't know is that he has been training just to enter the Extraordinary World. Moreover, the reason why Lu Feng and the rich ex-girlfriend Shen Menjiao broke up at that time was also because of games. He traveled back in time 5 years later. 5 years ago, Lu Feng relied on his strong gaming talent to become a game anchor with an annual income of tens of millions. Pity. This small achievement is not worth mentioning in front of a rich woman like Shen Menjiao. At that time, he fell in love with me just because Lu Feng was as handsome as the reader. When their relationship was discovered by her father, Shen Guanjiao, chairman of Guanjiao Group in Dongshan province with a market value of hundreds of billions, has also been putting pressure on Lu Feng. He ordered his daughter to break up with him. Have no choice. The two persisted for less than a year, and finally separated. Certainly. Shen Menjiao's persistence was just to get Lu Feng to join Shen's family and work for them. However, what that old antique Shen Guanjiao didn't expect was, less than 3 months later, an epoch-making online game that claims to be 100% holographic virtual, Extraordinary World was born. Then, less than 3 days after the public beta of Transcendent World, a large number of players discovered that the properties of this game can actually be translated into reality. Since then, the global economy has been severely impacted. Countless wealthy people and financial groups have stepped in. Even the atrium forces of major countries have participated in it. Since then, less than a year later, the entire Blue Star economic system began to completely collapse. The Guanjiao Group was also on the verge of collapse. And that year, after Lu Feng entered the Extraordinary World, in just 5 years, he became the top 10 demigod-level players in the world. But, what no one expected was this. 5 years later, the Extraordinary World is connected with the laws of Blue Star. The two worlds were forcibly integrated under the power of the majestic and supreme law. Then, the gods and demons from the Extraordinary World also filed in towards Blue Star. Since then, Lu Feng, who survived for 2 years, was also lucky enough to get a glimpse of the terrifying power above the mythical level. Follow your words. Destroy the world. With a few moves, thousands of acres of land were instantly reduced to ashes. Pity. After that, Lu Feng was finally killed by an undead god with one blow. And then, it's back to the present. A year ago, when Lu Feng learned that he was reborn, he vowed to kill Ko Fan. So, of course Liu Feng wants to enter this game. Moreover, it is precisely because of the emergence of the extraordinary world. Only then did Shen Guanjiao, those pedantic old people, really realize a problem. The so-called game. Not a game. In the later stages of the extraordinary world, if you just take out a piece of rare equipment, you can buy countless of their companies at will. However, by the time they truly realized this, it was already too late. During this year, Liu Feng exercised like crazy just to have stronger natural attributes when entering the game. Because the natural attributes of the extraordinary world are related to the physical quality of reality. It seems that you have already had ideas about this game. Seeing Liu Feng's confident look, Su Yuqing was a little obsessed. Liu Feng smiled lightly, as a man, you must have a plan for your future. Besides, this game is actually quite fun. I suggest you join in. Hey? Can I team up with you? You take me flying. Su Yuqing blinked her eyes and joked. Well, if you come over and take a shower with me now, then I'll team up with you. Liu Feng pointed to the bathroom next to him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hey, I don't want it. BD. Su Yuqing couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. But her little heart was beating fast due to the teasing. Hiss. It would be so exciting if I could take a bath with Liu Feng with 8-pack ABS. Okay, I'm going to eat. Can I bring you rice when I come back later? Whatever. Liu Feng shrugged and went directly to take a shower. Time, 23:59. I lay on the bed again, closed my eyes and rested. After 3 hours of rest, the time finally approached the early hours of the morning. The Crimson Extraordinary World login card was already at hand. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Extraordinary. Activate. This moment. Liu Feng's thoughts are directly connected to the game world of Transcendent World. Welcome to the Extraordinary World. Now, please enter your game name. With a flash of white light, Liu Feng arrived at an extremely solemn hall. Shuo Feng. Without even thinking about it, Liu Feng directly used the game ID from his previous life. Ding, the game name is available, please choose your original profession. A system prompt came. 5 extremely huge sculptures also appeared directly in front of Liu Feng's eyes. Warrior, Mage, Ranger, Assassin, Priest. Mage. Liu Feng in his previous life was the Dharma King's representative for 5 years. In this life, naturally I will choose the mage I am most familiar with. Moreover, every profession in the extraordinary world has a natural talent. Spell Torrent. Category, Origin Mage Talent. Effect, a mage who coexists with calmness and coolness, has always only pursued extremely stable damage. After switching to a mage, you will receive a natural 50% additional damage bonus, but your own critical hit rate attribute can only inherit 10%. Effect. Liu Feng still likes the characteristics of the mage profession very much. Although the critical hit rate can only be effective at 10%, it has a natural 50% final damage bonus. This talent is already quite powerful in the early stage, and even more so in the later stage. Ding, the original career selection is completed, please draw your personal talents. Chapter 2. The highlight is finally here. In the extraordinary world, talent can be said to be the most important thing for players. A powerful talent can even make a color pen player skyrocket. But in his previous life, Liu Feng, even if he only received a hero-level talent, still became the top 10 demigod-level players. So, what he relies on more is his extraordinary and powerful skills that are like a saint. Start extracting. With Liu Feng's confirmation, the huge talent wheel also started spinning. A few seconds later, the talent wheel stops spinning. Ding, you have obtained the highest level, the Supreme European Emperor. Supreme European Emperor. Rank, to advanced level. Category, personal talent. Effect, as the Supreme European Emperor, you can ignore all odds of effects, just go ahead and do it. Anything that involves probability, you will succeed. To high level? What level is this? There are 3 major sequences of ranks in the extraordinary world, and 12 major ranks. Mortal sequence, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold. Extraordinary sequence, hero, epic, legend, sanctuary. Mythical sequence, demigod, subgod, myth, supergod. As for the advanced level, Liu Feng has never seen it before. Perhaps, this is a level more powerful than the super god level. Just judging from the effect of this talent, it doesn't look like a garbage talent at all. Etc. With all odds, I can definitely succeed. If this is the case, then what is my talent as a mage? Liu Feng suddenly thought of the mage's own talent, Spell Torrent. As a mage, he only has 10% of the inherited attribute of Spell Critical Strike. In other words, if you get 10% of the Magic Explosion attribute, it will only be effective for the mage by 1%. But now that I have this Supreme European Emperor talent, doesn't it mean I have 100% critical hit? Liu Feng couldn't wait to enter the game and wanted to verify it. You have been transported to the extraordinary world, Novice Village number 888 Rog Village. Number 888 Novice Village Rog Town. It's still this familiar village. With a sigh, Liu Feng glanced around. Same as the previous life. Although I am one of the first people to enter the game. But at this time, Novice Village was already overcrowded. I am a bronze-level warrior with defensive talents, capable of resisting and fighting. Come with a violent output with attack talents, let's form a team to kill monsters together. Silver-level healing talented priest, please form a team. I'll go. I actually have the talent for silver healing. Boss, wait for me, please help. Niobe, you are so lucky to be able to draw a silver-level talent. Haha. I have a silver-level attack talent, am I proud? Holy shit. That big guy with the silver attack talent, wait for me. Big guy, beg me to take him away. I'm so envious. Even if it's silver level, I still have an attack talent. Yet. This is so cool. The emergence of talent. There is a huge gap between all players from the beginning. But Liu Feng has the highest level of talent. Much better than their talents. Liu Feng clicked on his basic attributes panel and took a look. Name, Shuo Feng. Grade 1. Status, Life, 240, Magic, 250. Attack, 50. Defense, 15. Movement speed, 17. Range, 25. Attributes, Strength 18, Intelligence 25, Constitution 15, Agility 17. Skill, Elemental Missile. Normal level Elemental Missile, LV1. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, after gathering energy for 1 second, an elemental missile is condensed, causing attack power x 100%, points of damage to an enemy target. Source Stone, 1. Success rate, 10%. Thanks to my extreme training this year. Now Liu Feng's natural attributes can be said to be quite powerful. The normal attributes of ordinary people are basically 10 points. Liu Feng now. All attributes are approaching 20 points. Even the intelligence attribute has soared to 25 points. Perhaps, this outstanding intellectual attribute is the powerful spiritual power that comes with my return from rebirth. To know. Even those with the most powerful brains only have 15 or 6 points of intelligence. The gap between Liu Feng and Liu Feng is now nearly double. To know. It has been a year since he was reborn, and he hasn't practiced his mental power on any deliberate level. If it weren't for rebirth, Liu Feng really didn't know that there were other things that could make his intelligence really exaggerated. Keep looking down. Although the damage of the elemental missiles is not high, there is still 1 second to gather energy, or the chanting time. But fortunately, this skill has no cooldown or magic consumption. It can also be regarded as a welfare skill for a novice. After reading the attribute panel, Liu Feng was going to find an NPC to get the mission first. Now the server of Super World has just been launched. Every minute and every second is precious. Don't waste it. Although Liu Feng now wants to rush to the wild and try his 100% critical hit effect on those monsters. But the most important thing now is to find a mission first. After all, if there are tasks, you can level up faster. However, when Liu Feng came to the village chief Silena, he was already surrounded by players. Tisk! Why are there so many people? Liu Feng frowned. If we line up here to receive the mission, it won't be until next year? Never mind. Let's look for other NPCs. Rebirth. He has almost all the information that allowed the big bosses in previous lives to rise. Wai Wei thought. He immediately thought of a hidden mission. He immediately searched for it in Novice Village. Soon, Liu Feng saw a dilapidated beggar NPC sitting on a dead tree, whining and sighing continuously. You are the one. Liu Feng didn't even think about it and walked directly towards the beggar. Uncle, are you so worried? What's the trouble? When he came to the beggar, he started a conversation directly. This scene. After several passing players saw it, they subconsciously tried to dissuade Liu Feng. Hey, that one named Chuo Feng, don't waste your time with this old beggar. That's right, this poor guy doesn't have any mission at first glance. Even if he does, there won't be any good rewards. Haha, you are going crazy thinking about the mission. After hearing the dissuasion from these passerby players, Liu Feng ignored it. At this time, hear what Liu Feng said. The old beggar also looked up at him and said, Young warrior, I do have some trouble here. It's just, can you, a poor mage with a weak body, really be able to complete my mission? This moment, the players were immediately dumbfounded. This old beggar really has a special mission, right? Chapter 3. Liu Feng was too lazy to answer them and patted his chest confidently towards the old beggar. Uncle, don't worry. I'm in great shape. This. The old beggar man thought for a few seconds. In that case, then go kill a violent wild boar king and show me your strength. Ding, you triggered the chain type and the only hidden mission, Beggar's Sorrow. Ding, mission requirement, the head of the raging wild boar king 0/1. Current status, not accepted. Ding, do you accept the mission? Accept. Liu Feng took it directly without thinking. Uncle, don't worry, I'll be back soon. This hidden mission was discovered by Thunder, the first passerby player in village number 888 to reach level 10. Rely on this mission. Not only did Jinglei take the lead in reaching level 10 when others were only at level 7 or 8, he entered the novice village. He also received the generous reward of the current top 10 level in novice village. It makes other people envious to death. But this time, this mission is mine. This moment, the corner of Liu Feng's mouth was harder to suppress than an AK-47. At this time, seeing him accepting the mission so happily, there was a glimmer of hope in the gloomy eyes of the old beggar man. Adventurer, I didn't expect you to be so brave. In this case, I will give you this bronze-level treasure chest that I have treasured for many years in advance. I hope you will succeed immediately on your way to slaying the raging wild boar king. Ding, you have gained plus 10 favorability from the old beggar man, and you have received a special reward, bronze-level weapon reward treasure box. There are actually early rewards. Liu Feng's eyes lit up. Did not expect. Not only is this hidden mission rich in rewards, it also has early rewards. This is very comfortable. However, before Liu Feng could react, another system prompt appears directly. Ding! Region system prompts. Player Shuo Feng accidentally obtained a hidden mission and received a reward, bronze level weapon reward treasure box. This moment, the players in Novice Village number 888 suddenly became excited. Let me strangle you, who is this Shuo Feng? Yeah, it's so cool to get a bronze level weapon treasure chest so quickly. I'm just wondering, sir, someone has obtained a bronze level weapon before the labor and management even leave the city to fight monsters. Boss, what are the attributes of bronze level weapons? Can you send them out and see? Brother, what kind of professional weapon have you obtained? I'll offer you 10,000 yuan, are you willing to sell it to me? Brother, I am the president of the Tianlan Guild, and my strength is among the top 100 gaming guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you are willing to give us bronze level weapons, we can consider letting you join our Tianlan Guild. Little brother, I am a 16-year-old cute Lolita. Can I take care of my younger sister? All players immediately went crazy. The server has only been launched for a minute or two now. This is the first bronze level weapon in the entire server. It's not just them. Those players who had just mocked Liu Feng and told him not to pay attention to this old beggar man were also stunned. Damn it! This guy is so lucky. Not only did he receive a hidden mission, but he also got a bronze level weapon treasure chest. Boss Shuo Feng, you are the master. What does the bronze weapon look like? Can you send it out for us to observe? Boss Shuo Feng, take me with you. I'll bid you 100 yuan an hour, no, 500 yuan. Please. Boss Shuo Feng, sell me the bronze level weapon. I'll offer you 10,000 dragon coins. You brother Shuo Feng, please beg me to form a team and take care of my little sister. I can send you private photos. Liu Feng smiled coldly. Hee. Now you know how to kneel and lick? But, I still like your unruly look just now. Too lazy to pay attention to them. Liu Feng looked directly at the bronze level weapon reward treasure chest. Bronze level weapon reward treasure chest. Category, Special Props. Rank, Bronze. Effect, after opening, there is a 100% chance of getting a normal level weapon, and a 10% chance of getting a bronze level weapon. Hiss, it's still here. What a damn chance. There is only a 10% chance of firing a bronze level weapon. Seeing the effect of this treasure box, Liu Feng couldn't help but sigh. He was a super African emirate in his previous life. Being able to grow into the top 10 demigod players step by step can be said to be all due to his own skills. Therefore, when he saw things like probabilities, he couldn't help but have a headache. But in the extraordinary world, things related to probability are almost everywhere. If not for these damn odds. Don't call me a demigod. It is very likely that Liu Feng will directly grow into the only mythical or even super god level player in the world. Now, in the face of this 10% chance, I don't know what kind of effect my seemingly heaven-defying Supreme European Emperor talent can have. The next second, Liu Feng opened it directly. Ding! When you opened the bronze level weapon reward treasure box, you triggered the Supreme European Emperor talent, and you received the reward, Mage, ordinary level wooden staff. Mage, bronze level blackwood staff. Actually, all the rewards were given out. Seeing this prompt, Liu Feng was stunned. The moment he opened the treasure chest, he thought about many possibilities. For example, there must be a blank slate, that is, an ordinary level weapon. Or maybe with the blessing of Supreme European Emperor's talent, his luck will explode and he can directly fire a bronze level weapon. But I didn't expect it. The talent of this supreme European emperor is so outrageous. All 2 rewards were given out at once. Ordinary level wooden staff, LV1. Occupation, mage. Attack, 5. Bronze level black wood staff, LV1. Occupation, mage. Attack, 16. Intelligence, 4. At a glance, the attributes of these 2 staff weapons are hugely different. The basic attack attribute increase of bronze level weapons is not only 3 to 4 times that of whiteboard weapons, but also has an additional attribute entry of intelligence. The attribute entries are also the real difference between bronze and ordinary level equipment. Further up, silver level equipment even has 3 attribute entries. Gold level will grow to 4. It will not stop increasing until it reaches the dark gold level and grows to the 5 extreme attribute items. Don't think too much. Liu Feng directly wore the bronze-grade blackwood staff on himself. At this moment, the attack power suddenly increased. Chapter 4. Name, Shuo Feng. Grade 1. Status, HP, 240, Magic, 290. Attack, 74. Defense, 15. Movement speed, 17. Range, 25. Attributes, Strength 18, Intelligence 29, Constitution 15, Agility 17. Just after replacing a bronze level staff, Liu Feng's attack power suddenly increased to 74 points now. Even the upper limit of magic points has been increased to 290 points. Now, all that's left is this blank slate staff, waiting to be dealt with. Well, if you can increase the attack by 5 points, then just hang it at the extraordinary trading house for 500 yuan, which is 5 silver coins. Liu Feng didn't know much about prices in the extraordinary world. Don't even think about it. He directly opened the trading house that comes with Super World. At this time, Super World has just launched its server. The entire trading house is still empty. After setting the price of 500 yuan, Liu Feng hung up the whiteboard staff directly. Then, within a second of hanging it up, it was bought directly. Ding! You successfully sold the ordinary level staff and you got 4 silver and 95 copper coins. The exchange ratio in the extraordinary world is very formal. The ratio of gold, silver, and copper coins is 1:100. That is, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. It is worth mentioning that the currency of this otherworldly world and the dragon coin have almost the same exchange rate. The value of 1 copper coin is almost the same as 1 dragon coin. In addition, trading houses also have a 1% tax rate. Despite this, Liu Feng still received 495 yuan. It seems that we still underestimated the early purchasing power of those wealthy players. Liu Feng laughed at himself. The average price of a blank slate weapon in the previous life was only 100 or 200. I doubled my price and listed it with a trading house, but I was still beaten instantly. But for a few hundred yuan, Liu Feng didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Leave Novice Village. He is also ready to go directly to find the Wild Boar King. After all, the reward of the mission is the real king. At this time, seeing Liu Feng leave, the players who had been watching around him swarmed towards the beggar NPC. Grandpa, I am strong and strong. Are there any hidden tasks for me to serve? Grandpa. My dear Grandpa. I am your long-lost grandson. Give me some hidden tasks. Mimi Mami Ku. The hidden mission will appear quickly. No other reason. These players also want to imitate Liu Feng. Let's see if we can continue to dig out some hidden tasks from this old beggar man. However, the old beggar man said with a serious face. Adventurers. Sorry. You must abide by integrity as a human being. I have given the task to the mage adventurer. I can't trust you with too much. The old beggar refused everyone without even thinking. FK. I really have no more missions. Nah, you damn old man, you're wasting my feelings. FKU. You will regret it, old man. I have a silver level attack talent. Seeing that there was really no hidden mission, the onlookers became angry. A lot of trash talk was left behind, and everyone turned to look for the village chief without stopping. In the crowd, a slender and beautiful player fell into deep thought. Shuo Feng? You are really awesome. You can actually find hidden tasks in such an inconspicuous place. Look at Liu Feng's long gone back. This beautiful player immediately became very interested in Liu Feng and directly followed Liu Feng's footsteps to the wild wilderness and the outskirts of Rog village. As soon as Liu Feng arrived here, he saw the goal of his trip, giant horned pig. Normal level horned pig, LV1. Lives, 135. Attack, 15. Defense, 21. Movement speed, 8. Skill, Giant Horn Crash. Description: with a huge horn that is more than 1 meter long, the giant horned pig has extremely destructive collision force. Looking at the giant horned pig that was over 1 meter tall in front of him, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth curled up slightly. The detailed attributes of monsters are naturally invisible to ordinary players. At most, you can only see a health bar. Skills, attack, defense, I can't see a single thing at all. However, Liu Feng, who has been on an extraordinary journey for 5 years, already knows these monsters well. That's when. The moment the giant horned pig discovered Liu Feng, it directly launched Horn Crash and rushed straight towards him. At this time, move. Liu Feng dodged and easily dodged the attack. Subsequently, taking advantage of the giant horned pig's huge backswing when releasing Horn Crash, Liu Feng instantly raised his staff, aimed at the back of the giant horned pig and released his skill directly. Elemental Missile. This moment, a ball of elemental light emitting dazzling white light gathered at the top of Liu Feng's Aoki staff and flew directly towards the giant horned pig. Boom! -202. Spell crit. A missile hits. When the terrifying magic explosion damage of more than 200 points exploded from the body of the giant horned pig, the little pig didn't even realize what happened and died suddenly on the spot. For Liu Feng, it's so easy to avoid small skills like Horn Crash. Don't say it's him. Any top 10,000 top player in the previous life would be able to use such a movement skill with ease. But at this stage, the top 10,000 players have just entered the extraordinary world. If you want to be able to operate this kind of body technique, you have to go through at least a month of training. Ding! You killed LV1 giant horned pig, and you gained 10 experience points. Hiss! That's outrageous! With this Supreme European Emperor talent, it is really possible to trigger spell critical strikes 100% of the time. Liu Feng was a little excited when he saw the damage he had just dealt. His basic damage is 74 points. Coupled with the 50% damage increase of Spell Torrent, and triggering the 1% spell critical strike chance of the mage, it is 3 times the terrifying damage, and the giant horned pig cannot handle it at all. In that case, it will be much easier to lure out the Wild Boar King. With experience in his previous life, Liu Feng clearly knew the conditions for finding the raging Wild Boar King. As long as 100 horned pigs are killed within an hour, a special state will be triggered, Wild Boar's Wrath. Not only will the attributes of all giant horned pigs within 100 meters around you increase by 10%, but they will also attract the bronze level boss, the Raging Boar King. Liu Feng couldn't figure out how that player in his previous life did this. After all, this is too difficult for ordinary players. Not to mention the giant horned pig's more than 130 health points. With just over 20 points of defense, it would be difficult for a level 1 player to defeat him. Therefore, we can only find other level 0 monsters such as pheasants and hares to bully. But for Liu Feng, this is quite simple. However, just when Liu Feng wanted to continue hunting these giant horned pigs, he discovered something was wrong. Unexpectedly, a piece of equipment exploded. Chapter 5. At this time, when he saw the light white ball next to the giant horned pig's body, Liu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he stepped forward to pick it up and put it into his backpack. Ordinary level linen robe, LV1. Occupation, Mage. Life, 15. Description: the strands are intertwined, the fabric is thick and durable, and its defense is slightly better than ordinary cloth. Almost forgot. Isn't the explosion rate of this monster also one of the probability attributes? In this case, under the influence of the Supreme European Emperor, doesn't it mean that when I fight monsters in the future, I will have a 100% explosion rate? Isn't this great? Seeing this piece of equipment, Liu Feng was ecstatic. To know the explosion rate of ordinary level monsters like this giant horned pig is quite low. Having past life experience, Liu Feng knew very well that even if ordinary people killed hundreds of horned pigs, they might not be able to produce a blank piece of equipment. Don't say anything else. Just look at the extraordinary trading house which is still empty 10 minutes after the server was opened, and you will know the situation. And now, Liu Feng was just the first monster, and he immediately exploded with a piece of equipment. Even though it's just a blank slate piece of equipment. But it's better than nothing. Not much to say. After Liu Feng put it on, he continued to hunt these giant horned pigs crazily. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Boom boom boom. -202. Spell crit. -202. Spell crit. -202. Spell crit. As the terrifying magic explosion damage figures appeared one after another, the giant horned pigs fell to the ground one after another before they even had time to rush to Liu Feng's side. Ding! You killed LV1 giant horned pig, and you gained 10 experience points. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 2. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. Tisk tisk, this hurts. It's so fun to spawn monsters. Seeing this giant horned pig lying in front of him, Liu Feng felt extremely comfortable. If I had such talent at the beginning of my previous life, I would have reached the super god level long ago. But live a new life. Liu Feng in this life will only be more powerful than in the previous life. All free attributes, plus intelligence. A thought. The 5 points of free attributes he had just upgraded were poured into intelligence by Liu Feng. This moment, Liu Feng's attack power surged again. Name, Shuo Feng. Level, 2. Status, HP, 255, Magic, 350. Attack, 86. Defense, 16. Movement speed, 17.1. Range, 25. Attributes, Strength 19, Intelligence 35, Constitution 16, Agility 18. The 4-dimensional attribute points in the extraordinary world are perfect for increasing basic attributes. 1 point of intelligence, add 5 points of magic and 1 point of magic power. 1 point of strength, increase 5 points of life and 1 point of physical attack. 1 point of constitution, increase 10 points of life and 1 point of defense. 1 point of agility, increase movement speed by 0.1 point and attack speed by 0.01 point. The other attributes are clear at a glance. In terms of movement speed, it's actually easy to understand. Increasing the movement speed by 1 point means increasing the movement range by 1 meter per second. Simply put, Liu Feng's current movement speed is 17.1, which is the fastest he can move 17.1 meters per second. In addition, the main attribute of the profession has a double increase. For example, intelligence is the main attribute of the mage. Therefore, if the mage adds 1 point of intelligence attribute, he can directly increase the attack by 2 points and the upper limit of magic value by 10 points. Moreover, there is a certain hidden increase in these four-dimensional attributes. For example, for every 10 points of intelligence added, the natural recovery rate of mana can be increased by 1 point per second. For every 10 points of constitution added, the natural recovery rate of life can be increased by 1 point per second. Even, for every 100 points of intelligence added, the casting distance of the mage and priest can be increased by 1 meter. Each additional 500 points of strength can increase the range of the ranger by 1 meter. No way. Also a remote occupation. The ranger has a powerful movement speed attribute, which can be used as a means of pulling or saving lives. The mage is simply the ultimate damage. Not only is the body brittle, but the movement speed is also slow. In other words, I am standing here, either you die or I die. And now, just a level improvement. Lu Feng's attack power increased sharply from 74 points to 86 points. Even the magic value has been increased to 350 points. It can be seen that in the early stage of the extraordinary world, the attributes brought by the upgrade are so powerful. Even after reaching level 10, you can also start the advanced road mission in the main city. Once you complete the advanced tasks, you can also obtain more powerful high-end attribute templates. The attributes that can be obtained at each level will become more abnormal. After closing the properties panel, Lu Feng took a look at his backpack. After fully 10 wild boars were slaughtered by him. Under the effect of the heaven-defying talent of Supreme European Emperor, he directly exploded with 10 pieces of equipment. Just glanced at it. Lu Feng then took out a linen wristband that a mage could use, and a linen crown. Ordinary level linen wristbands, LV1. Occupation, mage. Attack, 2. Description, the twisted wires are intertwined, the fabric is thick and durable, and its defense is slightly better than ordinary wrist guards. Ordinary level fax crown, LV1. Occupation, mage. Defense, 3. Description, the strands are intertwined, the fabric is thick and durable, and its defensive power is slightly better than that of ordinary crowns. All right. This attribute is better than nothing. Shaked his head. After putting them all on, Lu Feng set a price of 800 for the other 8 pieces of equipment that were not from the mage profession and put them in the trading house. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. This time, it took almost a minute for all 8 pieces of equipment to be wiped out one after another. It seems that even if the server has just been launched, the price that those stupid rich people with a lot of money can accept for these whiteboard equipment is only 500 or 600. Lu Feng knew that those wealthy people were hesitating in that minute. After all, a piece of equipment can only increase the attributes by 3 or 2 points. Spending hundreds of dollars to buy such a piece of equipment is really a bit of a loss. Besides, the level is only level 1. There are still 90 giant horned pigs left, keep killing. Too lazy to think so much. Lu Feng started hunting those giant horned pigs again. Ding, you killed LV1 giant horned pig, and you gained 5 experience points. Ding comma. Ding comma. This time, when Lu Feng upgraded, the experience gained from killing the giant horned pig was directly cut in half. But he had expected it too. The higher the level is than the monster, the experience will naturally be reduced. However, Lu Feng was doing a mission. So I'm too lazy to think about it so much. Less than 5 minutes. Lu Feng hunted more than 30 giant horned pigs. 10 minutes later. Ding, the area system prompts, the player Shuo Feng went crazy hunting giant horned pigs, triggering the wild boar's anger. In 1 minute, the bronze boss, the violent wild boar king, will come here. Ding comma. Ding, comma. This area system prompts that it has been refreshed 3 times in a row in Novice Village number 888. This moment, all the players suddenly became energetic. What the hell? What the hell? It's only been less than half an hour since the server was launched, and a bronze level boss spawned. Palatizing. This is not a joke. Nima, this Shuo Feng is too fierce. What on earth did he do to the giant horned pig? He actually made people anxious. I'm laughing so hard. I'm afraid the pig has an AL fissure. Chapter 6. All players couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this system announcement. It's only been less than half an hour since the server was launched, and someone actually lured out a bronze level boss? God! How to fight this? I can't even defeat the level 1 horned pig, so I'm going to fight the boss? The female player who was curious about Lu Feng before had just arrived in the wild at this time. I was stunned when I saw this system prompt. Bronze level boss. Is it Shuo Feng again? Her ID is Night Whispering Rose. Originally, when she saw that Lu Feng was able to find the hidden mission, she was just a little curious about this Shuo Feng. But how long has it been? This guy actually let out another boss? This Shuo Feng is a bit powerful. If possible, try to invite him to the Night Whispering Guild. Night Whispering Rose silently planned in her heart. Now the extraordinary world has just opened its server. This is the time to vigorously recruit talents. If you can bring such a great god to your side, the Night Whisper Guild will definitely be able to grow quickly. Boom! At this time, not far away, a giant wild boar that was 3 to 4 times larger than the giant horned pig and covered in black and brown appeared in front of everyone. Finally come! When this violent wild boar king arrived, Lu Feng was very alert. Now, the server has just started. Even if he is himself, he is not very strong. But since he decided to lure this wild boar out, he naturally already had a way to defeat it. This moment, Lu Feng also set his sights on the violent wild boar king. Bronze level boss Raging Wild Boar King. Level 3. Life 11,200. Attack 132. Defense 45. Movement speed 15. Skill Violent Assault. Violent Trampling. Fury Calls. Description: the leader of the giant horned pig clan. The Raging Boar King is huge and has rough fur, and is not afraid of any enemy. At a glance. Let's not talk about the life value of more than 10,000 points. Just those more than 100 points of attack can instantly kill all the players at this stage. The most outrageous thing is that this guy even has 45 points of defense. To know. Nowadays, those first level players, even those with good natural attributes, are considered quite powerful if they can deal 20 or 30 points of damage. 45 defense points. It means that almost no one can break through the defense of the violent wild boar king. Attributes are secondary. The most outrageous thing is its skills. Violent Assault, for every 20% health loss, charge forward 30 meters, causing damage equal to 200% of attack power, and knocking you back for 1 second. Violent Trample, causes 150% damage within 20 meters, stuns all hit targets for 10 seconds, and cools down for 30 seconds. Furious Summoning, when the health reaches 50%, summon 10 elite horned pigs. Don't say anything else. Just the Violent Trample with the lowest damage is not something that all players can bear at this stage. Once hit, dizziness is still a minor thing. The damage alone can kill everyone instantly. But although Lu Feng knew these attributes very well, other players couldn't see them at all. I guess it's really a bronze level boss. Brothers, I read the information on the official website, and the explosion rate of mobs is very low. But if you can defeat the bronze level boss, you will not only be able to get bronze level equipment, but you can even get bronze level skill books. So cool! Who will attack this boss with me? I am a silver level attack talented ranger. I have a bronze level speed talent. My nanny with silver level healing talent, add me. I'm going, the boss is right in front of me, who wants to form a team? Just go up. Ha ha ha, you guys should form a team. I'll go first. All players were excited to see this wild boar king. What is the most important thing about playing games? Fight monsters. Upgrade. Push boss. Explosive equipment. The appearance of the wild boar king directly takes up all the excitement points of the players. Although the death penalty in the extraordinary world is extremely serious. Once dead, not only will your level be reduced by 1, but all your equipment and even your backpack will be exposed. But, they are only level 1 now. Even if you die, it will just clear your experience. Also, do they have any equipment on them? No. Is there anything in the backpack? No. Then there is nothing to be afraid of. For a moment, all the players seemed to be going crazy. We don't even have a team anymore. They all rushed to the side of the wild boar king and started attacking crazily. Ryuya. Chop. Elemental missile. Thrust. This moment, countless swords rained down, and flowing arrows and missiles instantly flooded towards the violent wild boar king. However, -1. Forced damage. -1. Forced damage. -7. Crit. -1. Forced damage. -8. Crit. Hundreds of players surrounded and killed. A series of injuries continued to appear all around the body of the violent wild boar king. But, almost no one breaks the defense. Occasionally, there are naturally strong players who can only deal sporadic single-digit damage even if they cause critical hits. And if it's not a critical hit, even if he is naturally strong, he still cannot break his defense. The most outrageous thing is, just when they finally polished off a trace of the blood of the wild boar king, the natural recovery number that popped up every second made them even more desperate. Yes. Even if the boss monster is in combat, it has a natural blood recovery mechanism. Recover 1% of maximum life every second. If you don't take damage for 5 seconds and enter the out-of-combat state, the boss's natural blood regeneration per second can even increase to 10%. So, their pitiful forced damage is not even enough for the crazy wild boar king to naturally recover his health. FK. This damn thing can't be beaten at all. A strong warrior is in despair. His initial attack is as high as 26 points. I thought I was strong enough. Unexpectedly, he couldn't break the boss's defense at all. Even if it is a critical hit, it can only deal 52 points of damage. After deducting the defense, there is only a measly 7 points of critical damage. It doesn't help at all. However, just when he was filled with despair and wanted to quit the battle, this moment, the violent wild boar king suddenly jumped into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Violent trampling. Boom. -188. -172. -185. -190. -181. In an instant, those players who were besieging the violent wild boar king suddenly saw a terrifying damage figure above their heads. Before they could react, a large number of players lay directly on the ground. I go. Is this boss so powerful? Damn it, let's hit it without breaking its defense, and it will hit it instantly. How can we fight like this? Are you kidding me? I'll give you my money back. No fight. Damn it, this boss is too powerful. This violent trampling down made all the players scared. There's no way to fight. This raging wild boar king is so perverted. Hundreds of players are besieging you, and even if you fight for a long time, you won't be able to recover as much blood as you can naturally. When someone backhands a skill, it instantly kills a large area in seconds. How can anyone play with this? This boss is too scary. Night Whispering Rose was also frightened by the intensity of the boss in this extraordinary world. Subconsciously, she shifted her gaze to Shuo Feng not far away. This boss was brought out by him. Could it be that he had a way to deal with it? But, such a powerful boss, Night Whispering Rose really can't think of any way to defeat it. That's when. In the eyes of Night Whispering Rose, Lu Feng slowly raised his staff and took action directly. Elemental Missile. This moment, a ball of elemental magic emitting faint white light gathered at the top of Lu Feng's staff. It hit the violent wild boar king directly. Boom. -249. Dharma Explosion. With just one missile, the wild boar king lost about 2% of its health. At this time, when I saw this horrific injury, those players who were still around and wanted to take a chance on the raging wild boar king were immediately shocked. Chapter 7. Oh my god, who the hell is this? The damage is so high. One elemental missile can actually do nearly 250 points of damage? Are we playing the same game? I'm so impressed. He's also a mage. I can't even deal 20 points of damage now, and the damage this person does is 10 times more than mine. Wow, so strong. So handsome. Brother, take care of me. Night Whispering Rose was also shocked. What the hell is this Shuo Feng doing to him? One critical hit directly dealt more than 200 points of damage? This is too exaggerated. He is also a mage. But the natural attack power is only 16 points. Even with the talent blessing of Spell Torrent, it is only 24 points of damage. The same is true without breaking the defense. And Shuo Feng's damage was 10 times more than his own. Wait a minute, the boss naturally recovers 112 points of blood per second, and his damage per second is as high as 250 points. In this case, can this boss really be beaten by him? A little analysis. Yao Qianggui's eyes suddenly lit up. However, less than 2 seconds after she was happy, she looked lonely again. Wrong. Just high damage is of no use. This skill of violent trampling is too powerful. No one can bear it. Calm down and think about it, this boss is not that easy to defeat. Violent trample can't handle it at all. Once hit. Even if Shuo Feng can withstand the damage. But a full 10 seconds of dizziness must be endured. To know. If you don't take damage for 5 seconds, the boss will enter an out-of-combat state and directly recover 10% of its blood volume every second. 5 seconds. Even if Shuo Feng can beat it to half health, it will be restored to full health by the boss's out-of-combat recovery. No. Theoretically, this boss is impossible to defeat. But when she looked at Lu Feng again, she didn't see a trace of panic on his face at all. Could he really be able to handle this violent trampling? Yao Qianggui was confused. 30 seconds later. Frenzy trample. The cooldown time is over. The violent wild boar king has a huge body and leaps into the sky again. Coming. Violent trampling. Night Whispering Rose's scalp felt numb for a while, and she even blocked her eyes with her hands, not daring to watch the next scene. But the woman's curiosity still drove her slender fingers to slightly open a small slit, and she gritted her teeth and looked. I saw. At the moment when the violent boar king released violent trample, Lu Feng had already retreated to a distance of 25 meters from the boss. When violent trample landed, the terrifying damage wave stopped right in front of Lu Feng. The most outrageous thing is, even though they were so far away, Lu Feng was still sending output. Isn't it? How can this guy's casting distance be so far? Night Whispering Rose was completely shocked. To know. The natural casting distance is the same as the natural intelligence attribute. Night Whispering Rose has always been a game fan. Before entering the extraordinary world, I understood it long ago. Even those with the strongest brains have only 15 or 6 points of natural intelligence. That is to say, the natural casting range is about 15 or 6 meters. And Zhuo Feng, you can actually stand 20 meters away and attack the boss? How outrageous! At this moment, Night Whispering Rose was completely convinced. But regardless of why Zhuo Feng has the intelligence to break through 20 points, if he had such strong attributes, he could still get by. After all, it's not very technical. But the next moment, here comes what makes Night Whispering Rose even more shocked. At this time, when the violent Boar King's health dropped to 80%, its eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Violent attack. Boom. Other players, even Night Whispering Rose, had not yet realized what happened. The violent Wild Boar King has already rushed in front of Liu Feng. However, just when Liu Feng was about to be attacked. Move. A roll. Liu riskily and narrowly avoided this attack. Immediately afterwards, taking advantage of the backswing of violent assault, Liu Feng raised his staff and continued to attack the violent Boar King's buttocks crazily. Isn't it? He made a violent attack and was dodged by him. Is this the reaction speed that humans can achieve? This time, Night Whispering Rose is completely convinced. The move violent assault just now was nothing special at all. The only thing is that it's too fast. Before she could react, the boss had already pounced on Liu Feng's face. But, even in such a dangerous situation, this guy can actually avoid it. What is the reaction speed? Too strong. If avoiding violent trampling is just a matter of attribute suppression, then this violent attack is just a matter of personal reaction speed. I have to say, this Zhuo Feng is so powerful. His ultimate reaction speed is at least about 0.1 seconds. Normal human reaction speed is generally 0.3 seconds. After training, or some professional game players, it may be possible to reach about 0.2 seconds. 0.1 seconds. This is a reaction that can only be achieved in the extreme state. And violent assault including the forward swing and the attack time, the total is less than 1 second. Even if ordinary people can react, they can't dodge it at all. Only by approaching the limit of human reaction, or making predictions in advance, can we avoid it dangerously. And Zhuo Feng just did it. He made a prejudgment to avoid it. But it's also very strong. If I didn't know every move of the boss like the back of my hand, I wouldn't be able to perform such movements at all. I really wonder if this guy is a beta player in the extraordinary world. This is too awesome. Shocking. Worship. Night Whispering Rose is also a game fan. She asked herself that her gaming skills were not bad. But if she were allowed to do such a level of body movement operation, she wouldn't be able to do it at all. Without any exaggeration. She even wants to worship Zhuo Feng as her master now. But since these two skills can solve it, this raging wild boar king might really be able to be manipulated by Zhuo Feng. Soon, the furious wild boar king was knocked out by Liu Feng Sheng and nearly 50% of his health was lost. In less than 2 minutes, it was like a feast of body skills. It's not just Night Whispering Rose. Other players were also fascinated to watch it. So perfect. Forget about Frenzy Trample and Frenzy Assault. Even the boss's basic attacks can be easily avoided by Liu Feng. But if he couldn't avoid it, Liu Feng would probably be out of control by now. To know. The basic attack of the Raging Wild Boar King is as high as over 130 points. How many lives does Liu Feng have? Even if it has been upgraded to level 3 now, it is only 270 points. Even if it has 17 or 18 points of defense, it can only resist 3 attacks at most. But anyway, Compared to those two skills, the difficulty of avoiding the boss's basic attacks is relatively easy. Because the attack speed of the Wild Boar King is only 0.5/s. That's once every 2 seconds. Don't talk about Liu Feng. A slightly stronger player can dodge it. But, if you really can't avoid it. In less than 2 minutes, Liu Feng had died dozens of times. At this time, the violent Boar King's health finally dropped below 50%. Humph! Violent call. The violent Wild Boar King was covered in wounds, and he screamed miserably toward the sky. This moment, on the ground around its body, 5 dark magic circles suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, in those magic circles, several elite horned pigs covered with long black and brown hair appeared directly in front of everyone. The basic attributes of elite horned pigs and ordinary horned pigs are the same. It's just an extra elite aura that can increase all attributes by 50%. Even so, for average players, this is difficult enough. After all, they couldn't even fight an ordinary horned pig. Not to mention the elite horned pig. However, just after they were summoned from the magic circle, they instantly charged towards Liu Feng. See this! Liu Feng directly raised his staff and changed his target to these elite horned pigs. Chapter 8. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Boom boom boom. -282. Dharma Explosion. -282. Dharma Explosion. -282. Dharma Explosion. With that series of terrifying magic explosion damage, it exploded from the bodies of those elite horned pigs. Before they even had time to rush in front of Liu Feng, they were all killed in an instant. Ding! You killed the LV3 elite horned pig, and you gained 60 experience points. Ding comma. Ding comma. Although they are all summons. But after killing, you can also get experience rewards. There is even a chance of some equipment being revealed. Liu Feng has no time to care about the equipment that exploded. Anyway, those reward light groups are protected within 10 minutes. It can only be picked up by the person who killed it. Moreover, in the state of kill protection, other players cannot even see this bonus light group at all. After 10 minutes, it will become able to be picked up at will. After 1 hour, the reward light group will disappear directly. Keep waving the staff. After less than 4 minutes of intense fighting, the 3-meter-tall bronze-level boss, the Wild Boar King, finally fell in front of Liu Feng. Ding! You killed the bronze-level boss, LV3 Raging Wild Boar King, and you gained 13,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has been improved. Current level, level 4. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. Ding! You have completed the Beggar's Sorrow mission. Just killed such a bronze-level boss. The massive experience rewards instantly increased Liu Feng from 43% at level 3 to 9% at level 4. And I also received 5 points of free attribute rewards. However, Liu Feng didn't have time to collect the rewards exploded by the Wild Boar King. A system prompt appeared in front of Liu Feng again. Ding! You have killed the bronze-level boss, LV3 Raging Wild Boar King. The bronze-level boss first kill announcement will be made across the server soon. Hide game name? Warm reminder, if you do not hide the game name, you will be able to obtain the achievement reward of logging into the full server announcement, otherwise, you will not be able to obtain it. Don't hide. Seeing this familiar reminder, Liu Feng's lips curled up slightly. It's just a first kill tip, there's nothing to hide. And this achievement reward is quite explosive. Since Liu Feng wanted to rise, how could he miss this reward? The next second. Ding! Server-wide announcement, number 888 novice village player Shuo Feng successfully killed the bronze boss, LV3 Raging Wild Boar King, completing the first bronze boss kill achievement. Obtain achievement rewards, free attribute points plus 10, gold coins plus 10. All Novice Village players in Novice Village number 888 can select this server-wide announcement and worship the player Shuo Feng to receive a worship reward of 1 free attribute point. Ding comma. Ding comma. The eye-catching server-wide announcement was refreshed 5 times. At this time, even a blind man was distracted by the dazzling light of this server-wide announcement. For a moment, all players on the server were immediately excited. Damn it! The first kill of the bronze level boss? Did I read that right? Worship! It's so awesome! I'm still killing this pheasant and hare to level up, and someone actually got the bronze level first kill? Worship! Maid, you cheated! You must have cheated! Worship! That's right, it's simply perverted! Worship! I can't understand! Why would someone be so strong? Worship! Wait a minute, am I the only one who discovered that the only name in the server-wide announcement for the first kill of the bronze boss is Shuo Feng? It's true. Could it be that he single-handedly killed the bronze level boss? Worship! I'm so funny, I almost forgot to pay homage to the boss. Worship! No way! My special meow can't kill the giant horned pig alone now, but this guy can actually kill the bronze boss alone? Worship! It's so strong! Worship! At this moment, all players were shocked by this server-wide announcement. It's only been half an hour since the service started. Most players are not even at level 2, but they have already seen fierce men who can defeat bronze level bosses. How could this not be shocking? Not just these ordinary players. After seeing the server-wide announcement, the major guilds were also attracted and wanted to invite Liu Feng to join their guilds. Brother, I am the manager of the Eternal Guild, which has just started. Are you interested in joining our Eternal Guild? The benefits must be top-notch. Good brother. I am the manager of the Tianlan Guild, one of the top 100 in the Dragon Kingdom, with an annual salary of tens of millions. Are you interested in discussing it? I am the manager of Yunying Guild. I am. The management of countless large guilds seemed to be going crazy at this moment, frantically sending invitations to Liu Feng. But faced with all this, Liu Feng didn't feel any emotion at all. Joke. Although the otherworldly world will invade reality 5 years later. But after level 10, the moment when the game attributes are turned on to transform reality, the real-world economy will be greatly affected. It won't take a year. Even if money will not be reduced to waste paper, no one cares about how much you earn or how little you earn. Therefore, Liu Feng has no interest at all in those with an annual salary of tens of millions. It's better to collect the rewards that the furious Wild Boar King gave him. The information on the official website of Transcendent World indeed shows a bronze level boss, so bronze level equipment and skills will definitely be revealed. But there is also the word wife on the wife cake. But, do you really have a wife? The information on the official website actually says, as long as you can explode, it will definitely be bronze level equipment and skills. But you have to be able to explode first. Liu Feng didn't know how many times he was teased about this weird word game. I have long been accustomed to it. But now, under the influence of the Supreme European Emperor talent, when the Wild Boar King fell to the ground, several bonus light groups emitting bronze light exploded. Warrior equipment, bronze level iron long sword. Assassin equipment, bronze level refined gauntlets. Mage equipment, bronze level green cloth boots. Priest skill, bronze level water therapy technique. Mage skill, bronze level starfire pendant. Hiss! This reward is too explosive. Just one boss, just gave me 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skills. Seeing this series of prompts, Liu Feng even felt a little dizzy with excitement. Pinch the horse. He is worthy of being the supreme European emperor. This explosion rate is really high. If you are an ordinary person, not to mention skills, I would be crazy happy to be able to break out a piece of bronze level equipment. Take a serious look. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, there is actually one piece of equipment for the mage, bronze level shoes. Bronze level green cloth boots, LV3. Occupation, mage. Defense, 12. Movement speed, 6. After taking a look at the properties of this equipment, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction and put it on directly. There are a total of 5 regular equipment locations in the extraordinary world: weapons, crowns, armor, gauntlets, and shoes. As for rings and necklaces, they are rare equipment. If there is a set of equipment, regular equipment sets and rare equipment sets do not belong to the same series. The last one is special equipment, mask. It is worth mentioning that it is very difficult to obtain rare equipment. And once it appears, it will most likely be in the suit category. So, even if Lu Feng reached the demigod level in his previous life, he only used rare hero level equipment. No way. It's so hard to get. Put on blue cloth boots. Lu Feng's movement speed was directly increased to 23.2. The defense power soared to 29 points. Without any exaggeration, Lu Feng's current defense is just that. At this stage, the vast majority of players simply cannot break his defense. Then, he continued to look at another reward, Bronze Level Skill Starfire Pendant. Chapter 9. Bronze Level Starfire Pendant, LV3. Occupation, Mage. Star Rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, consumes 50 points of magic to summon a flaming meteorite to fall from the sky, causing huge damage. Attack power. Burning, causes, attack power x 10%, points of damage per second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Source Stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. Hey, the wait is finally here. Mage Group Attack Skills. Seeing this Spark Pendant skill, Lu Feng couldn't be too happy. Lu Feng has always used the single target skill Elemental Missile to kill monsters. But the Mage has always been a standard equipment, but it can suppress damage in a large area. Now, he finally got his first group attack skill. Starfire Pendant. This skill is pretty good. In the early stages, the skill of Spark Pendant can be said to be quite powerful. Although the damage is not very high, the victory is within a radius of 10 meters, which is quite impressive. After getting this skill book, Lu Feng started learning it without even thinking about it. At last, Lu Feng then looked at the raging wild boar boss and revealed the last harvest to him. Skill Source Stone, 8. Category, Power Up Props. Effect, after using a certain number of skill source stones, there is a chance to increase the star level of the skills you have learned. Hiss. Finally, it's here. Seeing this thing, Lu Feng couldn't help but take a breath. The thing he least wanted to see in his previous life finally came. You can tell just by looking at the effects. This skill source stone is used to upgrade skills. To know, the success rate of skill star upgrade is only 10% at the beginning. And every time after rising to a star, the success rate will plummet tenfold. 1 star, 10% success rate. 2 stars, 1% success rate. 3 stars, 0.1% success rate. Going further, that's 1/10,000th, 100,000th. Generally speaking, no matter how awesome a wealthy person is, raising his ordinary skills to 3 or 4 stars is the limit. Unless it's those very powerful skills and incredible luck, someone will achieve an effect of 5 stars or above. Don't tell anyone else. Anyway, the highest star skill Lu Feng possessed in his previous life was just a 7-star skill. But Lu Feng seems to have heard of other people who were lucky enough to directly hit the full star level with basic elements such as elemental missiles. After reaching the full star level, the skills will directly undergo terrifying transformations. But, whether it is a fact or a rumor is unknown. Because, the person who so-called upgraded basic skills to full stars, didn't directly publicize the actual results. But, the less they know about the effect, the more everyone, including Lu Feng, wants to give the skill a higher star rating and want to find out the secret of the full star skill. But now, things that were unknown in the previous life. Now that we have the Supreme European Emperor in this life, it seems that we finally have the opportunity to find out. Now, let me see how powerful this Supreme European Emperor is. Take a deep breath. Lu Feng took out the 8 skill source stones that had just been exploded from the boss in his backpack. Then, the skill panel of Elemental Missile was opened. Normal level Elemental Missile, LV1. Star rating. Source Stone, 1. Success rate, 10%. A 1-star bronze level spark pendant requires 10 skill source stones to activate the star upgrade. As for ordinary elemental missiles, you only need 1 to start. The success rate of star promotion is exactly the same, starting from 10%. Whether it's for testing or for the cost-effectiveness of rising stars. Elemental missiles with no cooldown and no magic consumption are the best choice. Don't say much. Start rising stars. Ding! Upgrading elemental missile requires consuming skill source stone X1, and the success rate is 10%. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Lu Feng thought about it and confirmed the star promotion. The next second. Ding! You consumed 1 skill source stone and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 2-star elemental missile. Normal level elemental missile, LV1. Star rating. Category, active skills. Effect, after gathering energy for 1 second, an elemental missile is condensed, causing, attack power x 110%, points of damage to an enemy target. Source Stone, 2. Success rate, 1%. 10% success rate, immediate success. It's really comfortable. Seeing the effect of this 2-star elemental missile, Lu Feng felt extremely happy. To know. In his previous life, he had upgraded his star for the first time. He had upgraded it more than 20 times in a row before finally raising the elemental missile to 2 stars. Moreover, the market price of a skill source stone, even after the price stabilizes, is still the price of a gold coin. That's 10,000 dragon coins. This is equivalent to Lu Feng spending more than 200,000 yuan in his previous life to upgrade the elemental missile to 2 stars. And now, success immediately. Continue. The 2-star success rate is 1%. But for me now. Lu Feng couldn't wait to take out 2 skill source stones again, and started his 2nd star upgrade. Then, ding! You consumed 2 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 3-star elemental missile. Sure enough, it worked again. This moment, Lu Feng didn't even know what words to use to describe his mood at this time. Hard to imagine. How cool would it be for a super great African chief to transform into a supreme European queen? But now, Lu Feng really feels it. 10% success rate, first time success. 1% success rate, still a success. If this were an ordinary person. If you don't upgrade 180 times, and don't spend 1 or 2 million real money, how can you see the prompt that the star upgrade is successful? Continue. Take a few deep breaths. Lu Feng calmed down his mood at this time. Not only has the success rate of 3-star elemental missiles dropped to 0.1%, but the cost of each star upgrade has also increased to 5. But Lu Feng now has exactly 5 skill source stones left. Just in time to be promoted again. Rising star, elemental missile. With the thought, Lu Feng started to rise again. Next moment. Ding! You have consumed 5 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 4-star elemental missile. Normal level elemental missile, LV1. Star rating. Category, active skills. Effect, after gathering energy for 1 second, an elemental missile is condensed, causing, attack power x 130%, points of damage to an enemy target. Source stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 0.01%. Cool. Lu Feng couldn't help shouting excitedly. In just 1 minute, he directly obtained a 4-star skill? Isn't this a dream? Think about past lives. When I upgraded the elemental missile to 4 stars, it must have been at least more than 2 months later. Now, the server has only been open for half an hour, and I already have it. Chapter 10. Next, these are the things. Get rid of things you can use. Lu Feng's eyes fell on the 2 remaining pieces of equipment in his backpack, as well as a book of skills. But just when Lu Feng wanted to hang it directly at the trading house, a slim and beautiful player suddenly came to him. Great God Shuo Feng, hello. Subconsciously, Lu Feng looked behind him. The president of the top 100 guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, the Night Whispering Guild, Night Whispering Rose. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the girl in front of him. Previous life. He entered the game a few days late. These well-known bosses have already gone to the main city. Therefore, I didn't have many interactions with these top players in the early stage. That is to say, we only worked together when we were fighting boss in the mid to late stage, or during difficult missions. Only. This girl, why is she looking for me now? Are you, something wrong? Lu Feng frowned slightly and said doubtfully. Master Shuo Feng, I have a little problem. Yao Qianggui smiled shyly. I just want to ask, Master Shuo Feng just pushed a bronze level boss. Did he reveal any equipment that I can't use? I want to buy it. I see. Lu Feng understood. This girl really keeps up with business opportunities. I just defeated a boss, now I'm here to buy equipment. To know. The few pieces of bronze equipment I have in my hand are the only bronze level equipment in the entire server. That's okay. Lu Feng casually took out the warrior weapon from his backpack, displayed its properties in front of Night Whispering Rose, and said, Look, what price can I offer? Lu Feng naturally knows a lot about prices. The price of bronze level equipment, even if prices stabilize, is still around 10,000 dragon coins. That is the price of 1 gold coin. Weapons are even more expensive. At least 15,000. If her bid is low, then she will just leave the trading house. If the bid is high, then sell it to her yourself and you will be happy to make more money. Seeing the properties of that warrior weapon, Night Whispering Rose's eyes suddenly lit up. Without even thinking about it, she said directly, 10,000 dragon coins. How about it? If Master Shuo Feng is willing, let's trade directly now. What a deal! Lu Feng complained, with your price, I might as well set up a trading house. Said. He is about to open the trading shop and put equipment on the shelves. No, no, no. 20,000. Isn't this a good price? Night Whispering Rose said with a flattering smile. Lu Feng was completely indifferent. However, the price is still acceptable. However, the server has just been launched now. It's far from the ultimate value. See him and say nothing. Yao Qianggui bit her lower lip gently, then, 30,000? Master Shuo Feng, we really can't go any further. Although it is the only bronze level equipment in the entire server, you also know that this equipment is too low level. It's too much, it's just excessive at most. Okay. Double the stable market price is already Lu Feng's expectation. He said, however, I only accept gold coin transactions. Ah! Night Whispering Rose was stunned. Master, the server has just been launched, where can I get you so many gold coins? How about I increase the price by 10% for you? How about we transfer the money directly? No. Lu Feng shook his head. If you don't have gold coins, you can go to the trading house to collect them. Individuals, goldsmithing studios, etc. will list gold coins at the trading house. I can wait for you for an hour. Say it. He was about to turn around and leave. But after taking 2 steps, Lu Feng stopped and reminded again, by the way, you just said you would add another 10% to the price, right? That's 3.3 gold coins. Puff. Night Whispering Rose vomited blood. What I just said was a cash transaction, so I added 10% to the price. However, there is nothing she can do. Who told Lu Feng that only Lu Feng has bronze level equipment now? Anyway, I am a pastor myself. This warrior weapon was not originally bought for herself, but to his sisters. You can wait until later and sell it to the little sisters in the guild, and you can get a good return of blood. Think of this. Night Whispering Rose also responded, okay, I know. I'll give you an extra 10%, straight man. Whatever you say. Lu Feng looked indifferent and left directly. Staring at Lu Feng's back, Yao Qiangui was almost furious. However, she still opened the extraordinary trading house honestly and took a look at the gold coin trading. Sure enough, it was the same as what Chuo Feng said. There are really many people selling gold coins now. But, the extraordinary world has just opened its server now. The price of gold coins is about to expand infinitely. The price of a copper coin has even reached 1.8 dragon coins. Woohoo! If you trade with gold coins, wouldn't you lose money again? Seeing the sky-high price of gold coins, Night Whispering Rose felt like crying. Novice Village. Lu Feng came directly to the beggar aboriginal and said, Uncle, this is the head of the Wild Boar King. I have completed the mission. See the head as big as a wash basin. The beggar's gloomy face suddenly lit up with a glimmer of light. Warrior, I didn't expect you to really do it. I admire your courage so much. Next moment. Ding, you have completed the beggar's sorrow mission, and you have received rewards, 20,000 experience points, 10 skill source stones, and a bronze level green cloth robe. Ding, your level has been improved, currently, level 5. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. The rewards for completing tasks are still high. Lu Feng said with satisfaction when he saw that it was just a reward for a mission and he was once again promoted to a higher level. Not only that, he also received a bronze level mage robe and equipment, as well as 10 skill source stones. Bronze level green cloth robe, LV5. Occupation, mage. Life, 120. Magic, 150. Good. After taking a look at the attributes of this bronze level equipment, Lu Feng murmured with satisfaction. Subsequently, just wear it. Next moment, Lu Feng's life was directly increased to 375 points, and his mana was also increased to 560 points. Then, there are those 10 skill source stones. Wai Wei thought. Lu Feng decided to upgrade the Starfire Pendant. After all, it is a group attack skill. This should be my most important method in the future. At the very least, we should also look at the star-raising effect of this skill. Ding! Upgrading Starfire Pendant requires 10 skill source stones, and the success rate is 10%, do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. With the thought in his mind, Lu Feng confirmed directly. The next second. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Starfire Pendant, to 2-star Starfire Pendant. Bronze level Starfire Pendant, LV3. Star rating. Category: Active skills. Effect: consume 50 points of magic to summon a flaming meteorite to fall from the sky, causing huge damage. Attack power. Burning: causes attack power x 10%, points of damage per second. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Source stone: 20 pieces. Success rate: 1%. Chapter 11. Tisk. It has to be a bronze level skill. The radius has been increased by 1 meter. Even the damage has been increased by 10%. Sure enough, it is much stronger than the improvement effect of elemental missiles. Liu Feng was very pleased. At last, he did not hesitate and directly added all the 5 points of free attributes he had just gained from the upgrade to his intelligence attribute. Attack: 122, plus 12. As a mage, that is to pursue the ultimate damage. What defense? What resistance? It's all fake. Attack is the best defense. Seeing the surge in his attack power, Liu Feng was also very satisfied. That's when the beggar NPC took a deep breath and continued to say to Liu Feng, "Warrior, you have passed my test and proved to me your great strength. Next, my task will be more difficult. Do you want to accept it?" "Uncle, just say it." "Good." The beggar said directly, "A few days ago, my comrade Olemo and I entered the Coyote Cave together. Unfortunately, we encountered a powerful werewolf monster there. In order to save me, Olemo was also killed by that monster. The werewolf monster kidnapped us. Can you help me rescue Olemo from the Coyote Cave? And kill that damn werewolf monster by the way." Ding! You triggered the chain type and the only hidden mission, rescue Olemo. Ding! Mission requirement, the head of the bloodthirsty werewolf boss 0/1. Olemo 0/1, current status, not accepted. Ding! Do you accept the mission? Seeing this mission, Liu Feng couldn't help but want to complain. In order to save you, Olemo himself was captured by the boss. Are you so cute that you still have time to test me here? Can. You tested it very well, I suggest you don't test it next time. He shook his head speechlessly. Liu Feng didn't bother to worry about so much and accepted the task directly. At this time, the beggar NPC, or the current wandering warrior bars, said again, "Warrior, that werewolf monster is very dangerous. I suggest you go as a team. This is a bottle of potion that I treasure. It can be of great help when you form a team. Are there any early rewards?" Just after Liu Feng received Bao's reward, a system prompt appeared directly. Ding! You have gained the favorability of Wandering Warrior Bao's plus 10, and you have received a special reward, Concentric Potion. Concentric Medicine. Category: Buff Potion. Effect: after using this potion, if you are in a team, the experience gain will not be shared equally between you and your team members. All members will enjoy 100% experience effect for 24 hours. And for every additional player in the team, experience gain plus 20%, attack power plus 10 points, up to 5 levels. No. I'm going to do it alone, why do I need this concentric potion? Made a complaint. Although Liu Feng was a little disappointed, he still tried it himself. No, starting a team by yourself without other members can actually generate a level of income. This is a bit comfortable. Liu Feng is in a much better mood. 10 points of attack is not much. It can be regarded as the increase that can be brought by improving the attribute rewards by 1 level. The additional 20% experience gain is not bad. When you can defeat monsters, you can level up faster. I just don't know if it can have any effect on the rewards of the mission. If you can, you will make a lot of money. It's a free reward anyway. Liu Feng didn't care so much and was going to leave Novice Village and head to Coyote Cave. After taking only 2 steps, a voice suddenly stopped him. "Master Shuo Feng, Wait a minute. Lu Feng looked back. It's actually Night Whispering Rose? You received the gold coins so soon? Lu Feng said unexpectedly. Of course. Yao Qiangwei raised her lips and said arrogantly, our family is very rich, this little money is nothing to me. And I also received a lot of extra gold coins. Lu Feng still believed this. With memories from his previous life, Lu Feng knew that Night Whispering Rose was actually the daughter of a super conglomerate, with a net worth of tens of billions. All right. In that case, then give me a price for these things. If the price is right, let's trade directly. Lu Feng doesn't have any ink marks either. He directly displayed all the equipment and skills of other professions in his backpack in front of Night Whispering Rose. Hiss, you actually revealed so many things. When she saw the 2 pieces of equipment and even a priest skill, Night Whispering Rose was shocked. Of course. The boss has a very high explosion rate. Lu Feng smiled slightly and said teasingly. I'm so jealous. Master Shuo Feng, please lead me to fight the boss from now on, okay? He said jokingly. Night Whispering Rose also slightly estimated the price of all the things Lu Feng took out based on the price of the warrior weapon. Well, warrior weapons cost 3.3 gold, and assassin weapons cost 3.5 gold. That priest skill, 10 gold. What do you think? Not so good. Lu Feng shook his head, the priest's skill is at least 20 gold, otherwise there is no need to discuss it. Joke. And lowering the price with Lu Feng, who has 5 years of extraordinary experience. Then you, girl, have found the wrong person. Well, it can't be cheaper. I've bought so many things from you. Yao Qiangwei pouted her little mouth and said aggrievedly. No. Lu Feng was extremely calm and was not moved by beauty at all. All right. Then 20 gold. A total of 26.8 gold. Night Whispering Rose rolled her eyes and added, however, I have a condition. If you agree, I can give you 30 gold directly. What conditions? Lu Feng asked curiously. In the future, if you explode any equipment again, you must give priority to selling it to me. Night Whispering Rose spoke directly. You are so beautiful. Lu Feng chuckled, but, if your bid is high, then you will definitely be given priority. You. Night Whispering Rose felt herself dizzy with anger. Shuo Feng's skills are so great, why is he such a straight man? Pity. Just be straight. Lu Feng said with a nonchalant expression, then do you still want to trade? I want it. How could Yao Qiangwei be willing to give up and directly initiate a deal with Lu Feng? That's pretty much it. The corners of Lu Feng's lips curled up slightly, and after a little manipulation, he completed the transaction. Ding! Your private transaction with Night Whispering Rose is completed, and you have received 26 gold and 80 silver coins. Good. It's still more comfortable to do private transactions, and there's no tax. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Only. This time there are 3 or 4 gold coins missing, which is a pity. But, do you want Lu Feng to sell her equipment at a low price? Feel sorry. Don't even think about it. This life. Lu Feng is going to become a god. All beauty is just a red and pink skull. It cannot be an obstacle at all on his way to becoming a god. At this time, when the transaction was completed, Night Whispering Rose said again, Master Shuo Feng, I have another request, I don't know if it is possible. What request? Lu Feng said. Night Whispering Rose did not dare to hesitate and said directly, that is to say, can I form a team with you? I want to learn techniques from you. If you want, I can pay you 10,000 yuan an hour. No. Wait. Midway through speaking, Lu Feng suddenly paused. Chapter 12. Originally, Lu Feng wanted to refuse directly. After all, although Night Whispering Rose's movement skills are also very strong, but it only became stronger after several years of training. Now, this girl's current skills are completely different from Liu Feng, who has 5 years of super experience in this life. Team up with her? Don't say 10,000. 100,000 people are too lazy to form a group. But Liu Feng suddenly thought of the reward he had just received, concentric potion. If she just follows and doesn't cause any trouble for me, it shouldn't be a problem. Think about it. Liu Feng thought it was pretty good. After all, the demand for gold coins in the extraordinary world is huge. Can't tell now. You can actually see it now. Don't say anything else. Even Liu Feng couldn't bear the consumption of the skill source stone alone. It's impossible not to make money. Can? Liu Feng nodded, I can promise you, but you'd better not make trouble for me during the battle. No, no. Yao Qiangwei shook her head like the girl next door, I'm very good, I just want to learn skills from you. Liu Feng's skills are too strong. Night Whispering Rose herself is a game fanatic and a top player. If she were to team up with those dishes, she would be PD off to death. Only by following a top master like Liu Feng can she inspire her fighting spirit. Good. If that's the case, then you can join the team. Liu Feng directly sent her a team invitation. Ding, the player Night Whispering Rose has joined your team. Ding, the concentricity status level has been increased, currently, 2 levels. Night Whispering Rose also saw this gain. Wow! Master Shuo Feng, your team actually has this benefit. Not only will the experience not be divided, but there will also be an additional 20% benefit. There will even be a 10-point, no, 20-point attack increase. This is so cool. Night Whispering Rose was shocked. This is simply a god-level buff. It's good to know how powerful it is. Liu Feng replied casually. Correct. Master Shuo Feng, if this is the case, this team gain cannot be wasted. Should I bring some of my sisters in to get 5 layers of full buffs? Night Whispering Rose suddenly thought of something and suggested. Are your sisters obedient? If you don't obey me, then stop pulling. Liu Feng doesn't care about these gains. The high experience gain and dozens of attack points are really good. But even without these things, Liu Feng can still do it alone. It's just the speed of time. Yao Qiangwei also nodded repeatedly, be obedient, you must be obedient. When they come, I will ask them to pay you too, how about it? You're pretty good at it. Liu Feng smiled slightly, acquiescing to this matter. But if her sisters dared to cause trouble for her, Liu Feng would kick them all out without hesitation. Okay. Yao Qiangwei responded with all her heart, and then while following Liu Feng to the Coyote Cave, she sent a dynamic positioning message to her sisters. Sisters, come quickly. I have joined the team of Great God Shuo Feng, and he will lead us to upgrade. It only costs 20,000 an hour. Night Whispering Rose pulled several sisters into the temporary group and said directly. This moment. When her sisters heard the name Shuo Feng, they immediately became excited. What? Shuo Feng? Is he the Shuo Feng who got the first kill on the bronze level boss? Wow, I saw his video on the Extraordinary Forum. He is so handsome. Yes, he's really handsome. Wow, oh, I wish I had such an awesome boyfriend. Xiaoyu, isn't this opportunity right here? As long as you join the team of Great God Shuo Feng, won't you be able to get close to the water? Hiss. Rose, wait for me. I'll be there now. Yes. Liu Feng doesn't know yet. When he was single-handedly killing the bronze level boss, he was recorded in a video and posted to the official forum of Extraordinary World. It only took less than half an hour. The video of more than 3 minutes has already reached over 10 million views. The ferocious popularity even overwhelmed all the posts on the extraordinary forum. But Liu Feng never cared much about these things. The extraordinary forum does not allow him to make money, nor does it allow him to improve his strength. That is to say, when I was looking for some information in my previous life, I logged in to take a look. But now, Liu Feng, who had returned from rebirth with 5 years of extraordinary memories, already had those information in his mind. That's when the Sisters of Night Whispering Rose also rushed over quickly. Didn't think much about it. Liu Feng also pulled them all into the team. Ding! The player Yao Lengzin has joined your team. Ding! The player Yao Wenruan has joined your team. Ding! The player Yao Strawberry has joined your team. Ding! The concentric state layer has reached max, current state, all members additional experience gain plus 100%, attack power plus 50 points. Wow! I actually met the real Shuo Feng god. Wow, wow, so handsome. Brother Shuo Feng, do you have a girlfriend? The moment he saw Liu Feng, the Sisters of Night Whispering Rose, as if they were nymphomaniacs, kept exclaiming. Okay, please be quiet. Liu Feng said sternly, come to my team. There are a few requirements. If you can't comply, you will leave the team directly or be kicked out. Liu Feng's eyes shifted to Night Whispering Rose, tell them about it. Okay. In front of Liu Feng, Night Whispering Rose is as cute as a little sister. He also relayed all Liu Feng's requests to his sisters. Yet, Great God Shuo Feng, don't worry. We won't cause trouble. Yes. We are very good, hee hee. Hearing Night Whispering Rose's request, her sisters also nodded obediently. Okay, in that case. Then give me the money. Liu Feng said in a deep voice. At this time, Night Whispering Rose also said, they have already given me the money, I just need to trade the gold coins to you directly, Great God Shuo Feng. Okay. Liu Feng responded. Then he directly sent another transaction application to Night Whispering Rose. Ding! Your private transaction with Night Whispering Rose is completed, and you received 5 gold coins. Not bad. Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction. This can be considered as making some extra money. But, if you make money from these things, it will be too slow. 1 hour is not enough to buy a skill source stone. Liu Feng sneered in his heart. In the previous life, after the price of the skill source stone stabilized, it cost 10,000 yuan, which was the price of 1 gold coin. If you put it now, the price is at least 2 gold coins, or even more. However, he was too lazy to think so much. That's when Liu Feng also led his team to his destination, Coyote Cave. Ouch! The terrain of Coyote Mountain Cave is wide and extremely long and narrow. It is a gap between 2 high mountains, with a valley only 10 meters wide in the middle. Far away, Liu Feng could hear the howling of wolves coming from far away in the cave. Chapter 13. Didn't go far. Liu Feng saw several coyotes walking towards him in various corners of the valley. Normal level coyote, LV5. HP, 300. Attack, 40. Defense, 15. Movement speed, 10. Skills, bite, swiftness. Description: coyotes have extremely high movement speeds. The moment I saw these brown coyotes approaching, those girls were so frightened that they backed away and hid behind Liu Feng. No way. They are only at the 2nd level now, and they have no equipment at all. Facing this level 5 coyote monster, it is impossible to defeat it. But at this moment, Night Whispering Rose quietly came to Liu Feng's side. Master Shuo Feng, are you okay with these monsters? Do you need me to help you fight against them? Her sisters were immediately dumbfounded. Sisters are connected heart to heart with you, but you are playing tricks with your sisters. We all ran far away, and you actually ran over to get close to the great god Feng? No. This is absolutely not okay. You, the cold-hearted person who wanted Feng to be her friend before, hurriedly ran to Feng. Brother Feng, let me fight the monsters. I'm a warrior, I can definitely resist better than Sister Qianggui. The other two girls are not to be outdone. Let me do it. I can do it too. I'm a ranger. I don't have to resist, but I move fast and can evade monsters. Hearing this, Feng was speechless. Although these girls have good intentions, Feng doesn't need them to resist monsters. You just need to stay in the back. You don't need to fight against monsters. After coldly saying a word, Feng rushed over. The moment those coyotes came within his casting range, Feng directly raised his staff. Starfire falls. Buzz. A heat wave suddenly hit us. It's so hot. Ah, why is it so hot? What's going on? I'm so hot. Wait, look, it's in the sky. Feel the heat. Those girls were complaining endlessly. However, after hearing Yeyu's soft cry, everyone subconsciously looked up in the air. I saw. In that mid-air, a flaming meteorite the size of a human head, with a long tail of flames, roared over in an instant. Boom. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. With a huge roar sounded. On those coyotes, a large amount of magic explosion damage figures as high as more than 400 points exploded instantly. Just for a moment. Before these coyotes could rush in front of them, they were cleared away by this flaming meteorite. One move. All instantly. Ding, you killed the LV5 coyote, and you got a reward, 50 experience points. Plus 100%. Ding comma. Ding comma. This moment. Those girls just reacted. Oh my god, that flaming meteorite just now was summoned by the great god Feng. Oh my god. Brother Feng, is he so powerful? Wow, wow, this is too strong. It's amazing, killed all the coyotes in one move. Are we playing the same game? So handsome. So handsome. I can't stand it. I saw the series of kill prompts. Those girls were stunned for several seconds before they couldn't help but exclaimed. One move in 1 second. This is too awesome. It's so exciting to be able to level up with such a master, okay? It's not just them. Even Night Whispering Rose, who has always been calm, was a little shocked. Watching Feng challenge the boss before, it was just a visual impact. Now, only after experiencing this wave of clearing the field and the explosive rewards brought about by herself did she fully understand how strong Feng was. God! If you have such strength, wouldn't the upgrade speed be the same as riding a rocket? Moreover, there is a double experience increase. At this time, don't call Yeyu cold-hearted, even she feels a little like Feng. After all, how could that woman not like such a powerful man? But at this time, Feng didn't seem satisfied. The damage is good, and the range is okay. It's just, the number of monsters is a bit too small. Feng sighed. The radius of this spark pendant is as high as 11 meters. That is a huge area of nearly 380 square meters. In such a large area, 7 or 8 coyotes were killed. Of course Feng was not satisfied. Hey? That's right. Anyway, these girls have nothing to do. It's better to let them pull monsters. Feng's eyes lit up when he thought of this. There are many caves in this Coyote Mountain cave. Inside each cave, there are several to a dozen coyote monsters. And maybe the werewolf boss is in a certain cave. Let these girls pull monsters. On the one hand, it can increase the speed of killing monsters, and on the other hand, it can also increase the speed of finding the werewolf boss. After all, at first glance, there is a cave every 10 meters. If Liu Feng had to look for it by himself, he wouldn't be able to find the werewolf boss until the year of the monkey. Just do it. Liu Feng directly expressed this idea to Yu Qiangui. Okay. Night Whispering Rose agreed wholeheartedly. She originally learned skills from Liu Feng. Well, I haven't learned the technology yet. But she couldn't take any time off, and just wanted to find some monsters to practice with. But her sisters seemed a little reluctant. Sister Qiangui, are you kidding me? Are you asking us to pull monsters? That's right, that coyote's attack is so high, we'd be dead after just 2 bites. Let me go, Sister Qiangui. No. Night Whispering Rose looked serious. It would be great to be able to kill monsters with a master. Others have never had this opportunity. Moreover, if we go to kill monsters together, we will level up very quickly. Don't you want to upgrade? This. Several sisters were said to be a little moved. But thinking about the terrifying coyote, I was still a little timid. At this time, Liu Feng also noticed the situation here. Think about it. He said directly, it is indeed a bit dangerous for you to pull monsters in this situation. But I just happened to break out a few pairs of shoes and equipment. If you put them on, it will probably be safer. I just killed 7 or 8 coyotes. Liu Feng also revealed a few boots. These girls include assassins, priests, rangers, and warriors. Don't worry about not having anything they can wear. And after hearing this, Yu Lengzhen also blinked his eyes and said, Master Shuo Feng, is he going to give these shoes to us? No. Liu Feng shook his head directly. The internal team price, 1 piece, is about 500 yuan. Woohoo! I heard Sister Qiangui say before that great god Shuo Feng is stingy. I didn't expect it to be true. Okay, it would be great if Master Shuo Feng can sell us equipment. Now other players, let alone shoes, are almost all made of bare boards. Sigh, I was just talking casually. Yu complained coldly in a low voice. The price of 500 apiece is not expensive. Soon, Liu Feng completed the transaction with several people and got 15 silver coins directly. Well, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Liu Feng will not give up on these. After getting the equipment, those girls took a deep breath. As their murderous weapons came and went, the girls rushed out as if they were ready to die. Chapter 14. Not long after, Yu Strawberry, who was a ranger, was the first to run into a cave. Little wolves! Come out! After aiming at the coyote closest to the hole, Strawberry shot an arrow directly at it. Call out! The arrow passed through the cave, with a hint of piercing sound, and hit the coyote without any bias. -1. Forced damage. Ouch! Despite Strawberry's weak damage, the arrow did not break through the coyote's defense. But it still pd it off. A wolf howls. The coyote led his clan members directly towards the Strawberry. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? No. Strawberry was startled when she saw the coyotes with red eyes and gaping mouths. Without thinking, he took them and ran directly towards Liu Feng. Great God Shuo Feng! Hurry up! At this time, when she heard Strawberry's cry for help, there were more than a dozen coyotes chasing after her. Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then, Starfire falls. Boom! When the flaming meteorite exploded in the middle of the group of coyotes, the damage figures of blockbusters also popped up crazily. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. Immediately afterwards, The series of kill prompts were also flashed out in front of everyone. Ding! You killed the LV5 coyote, and you got a reward, 50 experience points. Plus 100%. Ding comma. Ding comma. Now it's right. Liu Feng finally felt comfortable when he saw that his experience bar had skyrocketed. Subsequently, less than 10 seconds, Yayu Wenruan also appeared in front of Liu Feng with a dozen coyotes. Great God Shuo Feng! I am coming. Liu Feng nodded lightly. Then without hesitation, he released the spark pendant that had just cooled down. Boom boom boom. Minus 449. Dharma explosion. Minus 449. Dharma explosion. Minus 449. Dharma explosion. A wave of heat invaded Wenrou's back. Those coyotes were all killed instantly. Ding! You killed the LV5 coyote. Ding comma. Ding comma. Immediately afterwards, Night Whispering Rose also dragged 8 or 9 coyotes behind her and came to Liu Feng. No hesitation. I saw that the Starfire pendant hadn't finished cooling down yet. Liu Feng still raised his staff and started shooting at the coyotes crazily with elemental missiles. Minus 707. Dharma explosion. Minus 707. Dharma explosion. Minus 707. Dharma explosion. Ding! You killed the LV5 coyote. Ding comma. Ding comma. At this time, rays of golden light fell on the bodies of several girls. Upgraded. After just a few waves of mobs, they all reached level 3. This reward is so cool. Although it's a little tiring, it's a lot of experience. Just a few waves of mobs have already upgraded. Seeing that she had been promoted to a level in less than a minute, Qiang Gui's feeling of fear just now was immediately replaced by excitement. So cool! Can you level up in 1 minute? Let me ask, who else in the entire extraordinary world can level up faster than them? If there is a level ranking list, we must be the highest level, right? Strawberry couldn't help but say. When you reach level 10, after entering the main city, the 3 major rankings will be opened. Liu Feng was in a pretty good mood and started chatting with them. Really? In this case, we have to upgrade quickly. Wenruan looked excited and full of energy. But at this moment, Qiang Gui suddenly frowned and said, "Did you forget something?" "Ah? Forgot something?" Strawberry said subconsciously. "That, where did Lang Xin go?" Qiang Gui glanced around and said doubtfully. "What they don't know is..." At this time, Yayu Lengzhen was competing with those coyotes. Not far away. The entrance to a certain cave. Boom! After discovering a cave, Lang Xin carefully threw a pebble into it. "Hello! Little wolves! Come out!" Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Lang Xin threw a bigger stone inside with more force. Boom! A few seconds later. Still no movement? Isn't it strange? Lang Xin was stunned. This can't let her come in vain. Subconsciously, Lang Xin walked towards the cave unexpectedly. However, less than 10 seconds. Ouch! Ah! Help help help! Accompanied by bursts of heart-rending yells and the roar of coyotes. A long-legged lowly girl ran out of the cave like crazy with more than 20 coyotes. Ugh! Great God Shuo Feng, save me! Lang Xin unleashed all his speed and ran in front of Liu Feng. Wow! Seeing this scene from a distance, several girls subconsciously praised it. The cold heart is so awesome. Yet, we actually attracted so many coyotes at once. I'm so impressed. It's twice as many as me. Go to hell. Lang Xin couldn't help but complain. How could she want such luck? I am almost scared to death now. Just then, Lu Feng also took action directly. Starfire falls. Boom boom boom. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. -449. Dharma explosion. This moment, when a large amount of magic explosion damage figures exploded from the bodies of those coyotes. More than 20 coyotes were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The next second, a series of kill prompts directly max out everyone's system channel. Ding, you killed the LV5 coyote. Ding comma. Ding comma. Tisk, tisk, cold heart, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. That's right, more than 20 at a time. Cold-hearted is great. Several other girls gathered around Lang Xin and kept bragging. Unknown. I thought Lang Xin was some kind of boss. But... snort. You all know how to make sarcastic remarks about me. You almost scared me to death just now. Those coyotes were just one step away from biting me. While talking, Lang Xin also made a small gesture with his slender fingers. But... Strawberry, soft but not caring at all, snickering to itself. All right. Didn't you just say that you are a warrior and that you are the most resistant? Why are you scared now? I'm not afraid. Lang Xin suddenly raised his big weapon and said coquettishly. All right. Since there's nothing wrong, let's continue pulling monsters. At this time, Qiang Gui reminded. With this experience, she knew that her sisters would definitely become more skilled at pulling monsters. Except for being cold-hearted. Chapter 15. Ding, you killed the coyote. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding, your level has been improved. Current, level 6. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. Same as Qiang Gui. After their first experience, these girls have become quite skilled at pulling monsters. Less than half an hour. Lu Feng has upgraded again. Casually pouring all 5 free attributes into intelligence, Lu Feng's attack power increased again. Attack, 134, +12. Comfortable. Now Lu Feng's attack power is almost reaching the 200 mark if you include the 50-point increase from concentric potion. That's when Ruan suddenly ran towards him. Surprisingly, she didn't pull any monsters? Ruan, what happened? Lu Feng didn't ask her why she didn't pull the monster, but instead expressed concern. Been in contact for a while. Lu Feng also roughly understood their characters. Compared to others. As an assassin, Yayu is gentle and has always been calm. She would definitely not be lazy for no reason. Without any exaggeration. The power of Wenruan to upgrade is even higher than that of Rose. At this time, Wenruan also said, Master Shuo Feng, I just found a werewolf monster in the cave over there. It seems to be a boss monster. Found it so quickly. Lu Feng was a little surprised and asked subconsciously, where is the boss? Right over there. Ruan pointed to the cave not far away, are we going to fight? Certainly. Lu Feng said confidently, go and get your other sisters to gather together. I'll go directly to the cave where the boss is. Good. After that, Ruan left directly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, rushed towards the hole Ruan pointed at just now. Soon, Lu Feng discovered traces of the werewolf boss from a narrow cave that was less than 2 meters tall. But to say that the cave is narrow is only in comparison with this werewolf boss. Nearly 3 meters tall, it could only move half-bent in this cave. It looks very uncomfortable. Bronze level boss bloodthirsty werewolf. Level 7. Life 28,800. Attack 320. Defense 85. Movement speed, 30. Skill, bloodthirsty attack. Shock hammer. The werewolf roars. Description, the leader of the Coyote clan. Its ferocious and murderous character makes it often harass the surrounding villages. Seeing the attributes of this bloodthirsty werewolf, Lu Feng's lips curled up slightly. With nearly 30,000 health points and an attack of more than 300 points, it is really scary for ordinary players. Even its movement speed is more than 6 points higher than that of Land Wind. However, as long as this guy is blocked in the cave and prevented from getting out, then its 30-point movement speed advantage will not be used. Despite this, Lu Feng still analyzed it a little bit. This werewolf's attack speed is 0.8 per second, which means it attacks 0.8 times per second. It's quite easy for me to avoid its basic attacks. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that every time you lose 5% of your health, the concussive hammer will be triggered. The 10-meter range is not large in normal times, but it is more difficult to hide in this cave. However, as long as you pay attention to the casting forward of this skill, it's not difficult. It can be said that Lu Feng knows all about these boss information. Wai Wei thought. He immediately thought of a way to defeat this boss. Except for the concussive hammer. That bloodthirsty attack is just a high-injury melee skill, and its cooldown is very long, a full minute. Just take advantage of the mage's long-range advantage. Lu Feng is completely capable of making him unable to even use his skills. As for the werewolf roar, that is purely a status skill that increases damage and movement speed. But if this werewolf can't hit him, even if it increases its attack by 10,000 times, it will be useless. Start the fight. Think no more. Lu Feng directly threw out a spark pendant. This moment, the coyote mobs around the bloodthirsty werewolf were all killed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he started to operate crazily. Boom boom boom. -687. Dharma explosion. -687. Dharma explosion. -687. Dharma explosion. Elemental missiles continuously condensed on the top of Lu Feng's staff, and then bombarded the werewolf's body in an instant. The damage figures from the explosion continued to appear all over the bloodthirsty werewolf's body. And faced with the slow attack of the giant hammer in the werewolf's hand, Lu Feng relied on his incredible body movements to easily dodge them all. The most outrageous thing is, because this cave is too narrow for the huge size of the werewolf. As a result, every time it wanted to attack, it was always hindered. Simply don't feel too uncomfortable. Originally, he still had an attack speed of 0.8 per second. Because of the limitations of this narrow cave, he couldn't even hit 0.5. This makes it easier for Lu Feng to avoid its basic attacks. Soon, the bloodthirsty werewolf's health dropped to 95%. This moment, the werewolf boss directly raised the giant hammer in his hand above his head. It's now. Retreat. The next second, Lu Feng used his movement speed to instantly retreat to a distance of more than 10 meters. Boom! There was a dull hammering sound. The giant hammer in the werewolf's hand also fell heavily on the ground at this moment. In an instant, countless smoke and dust burst out. Only Lu Feng was not harmed at all. It seems that it is still very simple. As the misty smoke slowly falls, the corners of Lu Feng's mouth raised slightly, and then he continued to attack crazily. Solved this skill. Then this boss poses no threat to me. That's when several girls also rushed here. When they saw the battle between Lu Feng and the werewolf boss, they were also shocked. Move. Roll. Gap attack. Just a few seconds. The terrifying giant hammer in the werewolf's hand could not even touch an inch of great god Lu Feng. What a show! This positioning and counter-attack timing are simply perfect. Wen Ruan couldn't help but sigh. Yes. The movements performed by Great Master Shuo Feng are simply unparalleled. Ooh, so handsome. The other two girls were also shocked. No way. Although they have seen countless extreme operations performed by masters of PC games, can a 100% virtual game like Transcendent World be the same in difficulty as those PC games? Without any exaggeration. In these few seconds, Master Shuo Feng seemed to have the skills. But in fact, in the extraordinary world, every movement affects the muscles and nerves of the whole body. In contrast, compared with the extraordinary world, those PC games can only be regarded as children's games at best. Really outrageous. Master Shuo Feng, where did you get such a powerful technology? Night Whispering Rose was also mesmerized by the sight. No way. Liu Feng's every move was almost perfect. There is absolutely no intention of being sloppy. Even though he is a mage. But he seems to be countless times more flexible than those rangers and assassins who are already known for their flexibility and speed. Soon. Less than a minute later. Ding! You killed the bronze boss, LV7 Bloodthirsty Werewolf, and you gained 21,000 experience points, plus 100%. Is this the end of the fight? After seeing this kill prompt, several girls were stunned. They haven't seen enough yet. The great god Shuo Feng actually killed him so easily. Is this too strong? But Liu Feng is too lazy to worry about so much. When the kill prompt is brushed out in your own system channel, he turned around and started to check his harvest. Ding! The progress of your current mission of rescuing Olemo has been improved. Currently, the head of the bloodthirsty werewolf boss is 1/1. Olemo 0/1. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently level 7. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. Assassin equipment, bronze level refined boots. Priest equipment, bronze level. Chapter 16. Priest equipment, bronze level light silk crown. Warrior equipment, bronze level iron heavy armor. Ranger skill, bronze level accurate eye. Warrior skills, bronze level breaking heavy attack. Puff. No, these 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skills are nothing that a mage can use. Seeing what exploded from this werewolf, Liu Feng wanted to vomit blood. This face is too dark. Sure enough, the rebirth brought not only memories, but also the medical records of the non-chiefs. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. It can be sold anyway. Liu Feng sighed. Fortunately, each of the 5 people in my current team has a different profession. Don't worry about not being able to sell it. Subsequently, Liu Feng brought all the equipment and skills to these girls. I just revealed a few pieces of equipment and skills. See if you want them. If you want them, just make an offer. Wow, what a warrior skill! And there's also a warrior's armor and equipment. I want it, I want it. The cold-hearted girl is the first to speak. If you can buy the warrior's bronze equipment and the bronze level warrior skill book in the hands of Master Shuo Feng, your strength will skyrocket. Okay, you can make a price. Liu Feng said directly. The armor is 2 gold, and the skill book is 15 gold. How's it going? Are you satisfied, little brother Shuo Feng? After thinking about it, Lang Xin said. It's okay. Warrior skill books are not very valuable in the early stage, especially attack skills. In the early days, warriors were basically used by the current platoon. If there were skills like damage avoidance and defense, they would definitely be more expensive. So, the price is quite right. Ding! Your private transaction with Yao Lengzhen is completed, and you received 17 gold coins. What about you? If you don't use it, I will just throw it away. After the transaction, Liu Feng turned to the other girls and said. I want this priest equipment. Is it okay for 1.8 gold? Master Shuo Feng, sell me those assassin shoes for 2.3 gold. I want the ranger skill. This skill can increase a lot of damage. I like it so much. I still have 18.2 gold. I'll give it all to you, master. Soon, these equipment skills were all divided among several girls. Have to say, now they don't have any equipment or skills. These things that Lu Feng broke out are quite popular. After a minute or two. Transaction complete. Lu Feng also won 22.3 golds again. Added up, a total of 37.3 gold coins were earned. Convert it. That's more than 300,000 dragon coins. Gold coins, 82 gold, 56 silver, 18 copper coins. Tisk tisk, within an hour of opening the server, I made nearly 1 million. It has to be an extraordinary world. In his previous life, Lu Feng spent 2 or 3 years as a game anchor before he could reach the level of earning tens of millions per year. Now, in just over an hour after entering the extraordinary world, I already made more than 800,000 yuan. This shows how exciting this extraordinary world is. Although most of the money is due to the excessive premium caused by the server just being launched. But even if prices are stable, Lu Feng can still earn at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. That is to say, with the money Lu Feng earns in this hour, he can easily buy a Mercedes and BMW and drive away. This is just the beginning. Although I am very happy. But Lu Feng calmed down quickly. He knew that this was just the beginning. The money you can make in the future will only be more. Now, although gold coins are very fragrant, but you must also transform it into your own strength so that you can achieve better development in the future. Skill Source Stones, 8. This werewolf boss can't explode the mage's equipment. Are all skill source stones so stingy? After taking a look at the number of skill source stones in his backpack, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. The elemental missile has now been upgraded to 4 stars. If you want to continue upgrading, you need 10 skill source stones. But just when Lu Feng opened the trading shop and saw the current price of skill source stones, he instantly gave up the idea of temporarily replenishing to mud. A skill source stone, and now someone actually gives it 5 gold coins? Are you crazy about money? If you include the current price of gold coins, you will need at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins to buy a skill source stone. Forget it, let's go find Olemo first. When you turn in the mission later, I will probably reward you with some skill source stones. Throw the thought out of your mind. Lu Feng asked the girl to wait for him at the entrance of the cave, while he walked directly into the depths of the cave. Wow! Entering the cave, Lu Feng raised his staff and condensed an elemental missile. This moment, the originally dark cave was suddenly illuminated by the faint light of the elemental missiles. Well! Help! Someone help me! Just a few minutes. Lu Feng heard waves of feeble calls for help. Soon. Lu Feng immediately quickened his pace. Really? At the end of the cave, Lu Feng saw a helpless and bearded uncle, his whole body covered with rags, leaning against the stone wall of the cave. Uncle, are you Olemo? Lu Feng walked forward and asked. Hearing this, the bearded man raised his eyelids and looked at Lu Feng. Young man, how do you know my name? Bars asked me to rescue you. Lu Feng took out a few bottles of potions and handed them to Olemo. Uncle, use these potions first. I have killed the werewolf monster at the entrance of the cave. Now we can go back to Novice Village together. Warrior, thank you. Olemo wanted to bow to Lu Feng and thank him. However, his weak body could not support his movements at all. Helpless, Olemo could only take medicine first. It took a few minutes. As his physical strength recovered a little, he stood up vigorously and bowed deeply to Lu Feng. Warrior, I solemnly thank you again. Okay, Don't talk so much. Let's go directly. Liu Feng glanced at his embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but frown, but, can you do it by yourself? Do you need me to carry you? No need. I can do it myself. Olemo quickly refused. As a soldier, being rescued is already very unbearable. Even if I crawl, I will crawl back. You are a great warrior. Liu Feng chuckled. The natives of these extraordinary worlds are all stubborn. If it were me, I would definitely let him go back. Master Liu Feng, if you want to carry someone on your back so much, then carry me on your back. The cold-hearted girl said jokingly. Go on your own. Liu Feng refused directly. I'm afraid that if he dies, I won't be able to complete the mission. Even if you die, won't you be resurrected later? Woohoo! Master Shuo Feng, you are so cruel. Made a few jokes. Several people left the cave together and walked towards Novice Village. On the way, Liu Feng, who had been looking at the trading house, suddenly his eyes lit up. Damn it, there are too few spare parts. Don't dare to hesitate. Liu Feng immediately spent 4 silver coins to get rid of the zero-priced skill source stone instantly. Hey, I made a profit this time. Sure enough, there are always idiots like this. Fortunately, I have good eyesight and quick hands. Seeing the skill source stone fall into his bag, Liu Feng was secretly happy in his heart. Chapter 17. Although it's just a little cheaper. But it would be nice to have some fun like this from time to time. Master Shuo Feng, what did you say just now that there is a shortage of spare parts? Yaowen was bored and asked Liu Feng. Nothing. I just found a skill source stone that Xiaoling put on the shelves. Liu Feng replied casually. What about skill source stones? I also have 2 here. Hearing this, Wen Ruan said directly, the young lady who was in the grocery store before encountered a hidden mission. She killed a few riot spiders and gave them to me as a reward. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Giving it to me for free. Liu Feng was a little surprised. Of course. Wen Ruan chuckled, it's quite hard for Master Shuo Feng to lead us to upgrade. I'm very satisfied to be in your team. Okay. Liu Feng nodded, but still said, however, I don't want you for nothing, just think of it as your team fee. Hehe, thank you, God Shuo Feng. Wen Ruan's face is slightly red. Need not. Liu Feng opened the elemental missile skill panel and said, in addition, when you are fighting, you are too aggressive in attack. There is no problem in fighting mobs, but if you fight boss, you will be easily defeated. Please pay more attention in the future. Nothing to do. Liu Feng also gave some casual teachings. Hey? When Master Liu Feng said this, it feels really true. I'll try to change it next time I get a chance. Taught by Master Shuo Feng himself. Wen Ruan's heart skipped a few beats. It's like a girlfriend who has discovered a little secret, so cute. Subsequently, Liu Feng also directly took out 10 skill source stones and started to upgrade the elemental missiles. Ding! You consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 5-star elemental missile. Normal level elemental missile, LV1. Star rating. Effect, condensate an elemental missile, causing, attack power x 140%, points of damage to an enemy target. Source stone, 20 pieces. Success rate, 0.001%. This moment. When the star is successfully raised, the damage of elemental missiles will be increased by 10% attack bonus again. Good. With the Supreme European Emperor's 100% success rate, it's so exciting to upgrade your skills. So quickly, I already have 5-star skills. Although, it's just a 5-star elemental missile. But, it won't take long before this skill can even reach full star level. Liu Feng couldn't help but look forward to it when he thought that he would soon have full stars, that is, 10-star skills. As for the 0.001% of the 5-star elemental missile, or the success rate of rising to a star of 1 in 100,000, he simply ignored it. With the Supreme European Emperor, what else is the success rate looking at? Just rush in and you're done. How about it? Master Shuo Feng, has the star ascended successfully? At this time, Wen Ruan couldn't help but ask. Successful. Lu Feng smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for your skill source stone." Hehe, you're welcome. There's no use in keeping it anyway. Wen Ruan smiled awkwardly. Actually, her mission rewarded a total of 5 skill source stones. The previous 3 times, when she upgraded thrust, because there was only a 10% chance, she failed in all of them. It's on the trading floor, but it can't be sold. It's better to give it to Shuo Feng as a favor. That's when. Just as Lu Feng and the others arrived at the entrance of the valley, several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. "Guys, the boss of our guild is fighting the boss in front, please give way." A warrior with the ID name Tianyao Minghui stood in front of Lu Feng and the others and blocked them. "I'm not interested in your boss. I just want to go back to Novice Village." Lu Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense to him and said directly. "Haha, who cares whether you are interested or not? Our boss is fighting the boss and cannot be interfered with in any way." Tianyao Minghui rolled his eyelids and looked like he wanted to be beaten. This moment, before Lu Feng could say anything, Yau Lengzhen became anxious. "Hey! Don't you know who he is? He is Shuo Feng. How brave are you? You actually dare to block our little brother Shuo Feng's way. Are you looking for death?" Shuo Feng. Hearing this name, Tianyao Minghui was stunned for a moment, that Shuo Feng, who won the first kill of the bronze level boss and ranked first in the popularity tag of the Extraordinary Forum. Nonsense. This. Tianyao Minghui was scared. "However, my duty is to stay here. If you let him give way, you will still be reprimanded by the boss later." So, he didn't dare to make any arbitrary decisions. "Like this, Boss Shuo Feng. Wait a moment and I'll inform our boss." After thinking about it, Tianyao Minghui said. "Hurry up." Yau urged coldly. "Okay, let him report." Lu Feng was not in a hurry. Hear this. Tianyao Minghui also directly sent a message to his boss, "Boss, that Shuo Feng passed by here. He said he is not interested in our boss. Do you want to let him pass?" The other side. The Tianyao Holy Dragon, who has formed a team of 100 people, is fighting with a spider boss that sprays black venom all the time. But now, the original team of 100 people was now beaten by this spider boss and only had less than 20 people left. In fact, even Tianyao Shenglong himself was about to feel cold. Seeing the message from the boy, Tianyao Shenglong suddenly seemed to grasp a life-saving straw. "Don't even think about it!" he shouted directly at Tianyao Minghui. "Mater, the team is about to be wiped out now. Just ask him if he wants to fight this boss. All rewards will be distributed according to combat contribution." Hearing this, Tianyao Minghui was stunned. The group is about to be destroyed? Impossible. That team of 100 people is the strongest player in their Tianyao guild. It's only been less than 10 minutes, why was the group wiped out? But now I don't care about so much anymore. It's better to send the message quickly. "That, Mr. Shuo Feng. Our boss said, I want to ask you if you are interested in fighting the level 5 bronze boss Mist Spider with him. Rewards are distributed according to combat contribution." Mist Spider. When Lu Feng heard this name, a huge spider about 1 meter in length and covered in pitch black appeared in Lu Feng's mind. This boss is not difficult to defeat. It is the poisonous mist that is constantly sprayed within a 20-meter range, which will extremely affect the player's vision. In addition to this skill, the others are control skills such as spinning silk. It doesn't hurt much, it's just a little disgusting. It's just that players at this stage can't fight at all if they can't see clearly. But Liu Feng was different. He could easily defeat this boss just by closing his eyes and relying solely on hearing the sound to identify its position. Can. Liu Feng nodded. Then he passed the little brother and walked directly towards the battle not far away. Boss, Shuo Feng is gone. Tianyao Minghui replied directly. Okay. Ding, the player Tianyao Shenglong invites you to join his team. Tianyao Holy Dragon. The president of Tianyao Guild. Seeing this name, Liu Feng hesitated. Isn't this guild sponsored by a gaming company under Shen Guanzhao's Guanzhao Group? Chapter 18. It is worth mentioning that this Tianyao Guild even developed into one of the top 100 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom in the middle and late stages of the extraordinary world. But when he thought of Shen Guanzhao, Liu Feng suddenly didn't want to help. But just when Liu Feng was about to refuse, his eyes suddenly rolled, and he said silently proudly in his heart, "Wait a minute. Since it is the wealth that is delivered to your door, how can you not want it?" Agree. Liu Feng directly agreed to the invitation to form a team. Subsequently, he took one step forward and entered the mist. "Brother Shuo Feng, are you here?" Seeing the prompt that Liu Feng had entered the team, Tianyao Shenglong asked tentatively. "Stop talking so much and fight the boss." Liu Feng didn't want to talk nonsense. "The moment you enter the fog, you start to operate like crazy. Starfire falls. Elemental missile. Elemental missile. Boom boom boom. -480. Dharma explosion. -35. Burning. -35. Burning. -757. Dharma explosion. -757. Dharma explosion. -757. Dharma explosion. Along with that series of horrific injuries, the mist spider boss appeared crazily from all over the body. Less than 3 minutes. The fog spider was directly killed by Liu Feng. Ding, you killed the bronze level boss, LV5 mist spider, and you gained 18,000 experience points, plus 100%. This moment, when the kill prompt appeared, a large reward was exploded from the mist spider boss. Afterwards, Liu Feng took a look at the contribution rankings. Mist Spider Combat Contribution Ranking. First place, Shuo Feng, 95.65%. Second place, Tianyao Shenglong, 4.68%. Third place. After reading the contribution list, Liu Feng took away all the equipment and skill rewards without thinking. Then, after throwing 2 gold coins on the ground, he left directly. This boss still has 3 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 skill books. A total harvest of almost 30 or 40 gold coins. This is still relying on Liu Feng's Supreme European Emperor talent with a 100% explosion rate. If they fight on their own, it would be great if they can explode a piece of equipment. Moreover, Liu Feng's own contribution reached more than 95%, so giving them 2 gold coins is not bad. However, when Liu Feng left leisurely with a few girls, Tianyao Shenglong was dumbfounded. "No. I spent a long time fighting the boss. In the end, it was divided equally and we got more than 100 yuan. This little money is not even enough to buy a bottle of blood-restoring medicine. It's like losing money to grandma's house. Furthermore, people like myself also contributed more than 20% of the mist spider's health, so how could they only contribute less than 5%? Is there something wrong with this scoring system?" Unfortunately, he didn't know. The boss's combat contribution is not just based on the health bar, nor is it simply based on the damage output. A series of factors such as injury resistance, treatment, damage, control, gain, debuff, etc. can all affect combat contribution. Although, on the surface, it looks like they have 20% health after beating the boss, but in fact it is just the first stage of the mist spider. The further back you go, the thicker the fog released by the boss will be, and the difficulty will be higher. A 5% combat contribution is pretty good. Boss, isn't this Shuo Feng too crazy? He took all the equipment and skills by himself without any consultation with us. At this time, a younger brother who couldn't stand it ran to Tianyao Shenglong and complained. What do you want to say? Hearing that there was something in his little brother's words, Tianyao Shenglong asked directly. I want to say, let's snatch Shuo Feng away. The younger brother said with a stern look on his face. Forget it, it doesn't have to be like this. Tianyao Shenglong frowned, although I am not convinced. After all, the system said that he contributed 95%, and there is nothing we can do about it. Besides, that Shuo Feng is a fierce man who can challenge a bronze-level boss. Are you sure we can beat him? He had seen Shuo Feng's video on the forum. It was precisely because he singled out the bronze-level boss that he was eager to attack the boss. Did not expect. The difficulty is so exaggerated. He had hundreds of people, and they were almost going to be wiped out in less than 10 minutes. However, the younger brother snorted coldly, Boss, we can't defeat him head-on, but we can attack him secretly. A mage does high damage, but his body is very fragile. He will die after just 2 touches. Moreover, this guy killed the Wild Boar King alone before and won the bronze first kill. Now he has snatched almost all the rewards from our boss. If he blows it up, won't we give it to him? Once the extraordinary world dies, the punishment is quite severe. Not only will all the equipment be exploded, but all props in the backpack, including gold coins, will be exploded directly. I heard what my little brother said. Tianyao Shenglong was also moved. What you said seems to make sense. According to what you say, we can fight. Sure it can. The younger brother looked confident. What kind of resistance can he have as a broken mage? Who among us can't deal hundreds of damage? Just one person will kill him even if he is a pure tank warrior. Okay. Then do it. Tianyao Shenglong felt cruel in his heart and directly ordered, Yunfen, then go organize it and find an opportunity for us to ambush him. Okay. The little brother named Tianyao Yunfen suddenly went crazy with joy. At the same time, while walking towards Novice Village, Lu Feng took out all the things that had just been exploded from the boss. Mage equipment, bronze level green cloth wrist guards. Ranger equipment, bronze level swift longbow. Assassin equipment, bronze level refined light armor. Priest skills, bronze level holy light impact. Mage skill, bronze level ice shield technique. Well, Lu Feng is much more satisfied with this harvest. 3 pieces of equipment, 2 skills. Not only does it have a mage's equipment, but there is even a mage's bronze level skills. Ordinary level green cloth wristband, LV5. Occupation, mage. Attack, 15. Intelligence, 5. Nice properties. Lu Feng put it on directly. The next second, the attack power instantly increased to 159 points. Coupled with the concentricity effect, Lu Feng's attack has even exceeded the 200-point mark. Subsequently, Lu Feng looked directly at the skill book. Bronze level ice shield technique, LV5. Occupation, mage. Star rating. Category, active skills. Effect, consumes 100 points of magic to summon a layer of ice crystal shield with a shield value of, attack power x 200%, to cover itself. While the ice shield is in effect, you will gain 50 points of damage blocking effect. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Source stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. Good. The shield value of 200% attack bonus is now more than 400 points. It's a pity, the shield value cannot trigger a critical hit. Otherwise, this shield can directly reach more than 1200 points. That'll be great. Although it cannot trigger a critical hit, the 50-point blocking effect is still very good. Blocking properties and defense are different. If there is no damage reduction attribute, there is no difference between the two. At best, there is just one more effect that can offset the forced damage. But if you have the injury-free attribute, the gap will be huge. Once hurt, defense is the first attribute calculated, followed by damage resistance. Finally, there is the blocking effect. In short, in the middle and late stages, this blocking attribute is very important, and it is also a very abnormal attribute. Uncle Bars, I brought your friend back safely. The other side. Liu Feng also came to Bal's. Chapter 19. Olemo, you are really not dead. Bars, I miss you too. As soon as they met, the two uncles were so excited that they hugged each other and cried. For a long time, the mood of the two men eased slightly. Warrior, thank you for saving my friend from danger. This is my opinion, please accept it. Ding, you have completed the Rescue Olemo mission, and you have received rewards, 50,000 experience points, plus 20%, Skill Source Stone X20, plus 20%, Bronze Level Green Cloth Crown. Ding, your level has been improved, currently, Level 8. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute plus 1, free attribute plus 5. This reward is good. The moment he received the mission reward, Liu Feng's level was directly upgraded to level 8. As for the plus 20% mark, it is because I have a 20-point favorability reward with this Wandering Warrior Bells. Yes, if the favorability between the player and the NPC can exceed 10 points. Then every time you complete this NPC's task, the reward will have an additional increase. And this favorability mechanism is the reason why players are most afraid of death punishment. Because once you die, you will face minor punishments such as not only losing levels, but also being exposed to equipment, props, and the like. The most serious. But the favorability of all NPCs will be cleared. To know if there is a wave of deaths in the later stage, the goodwill accumulated between the players and the NPC over the years will be wiped out, and the mentality will explode in an instant. Let's imagine. All the wealth that he had accumulated over several years of hard work disappeared in one day. How desperate would that feeling be? Bronze Level Green Cloth Crown, LV8. Occupation, Mage. Defense, 12. Constitution, 3. Nice attributes. Liu Feng put it on directly. That's when a special reminder suddenly appeared in front of Liu Feng's eyes. Ding, you have successfully collected the Bronze Level Green Cloth Suit, and you have obtained its Green Cloth Suit attribute bonus, attack plus 30 points, defense plus 20 points, casting distance plus 10 points. I finally got the attributes of this suit. Seeing the attribute rewards in this prompt, Liu Feng said happily. After pouring all the 5 points of free attributes that were just upgraded into intelligence, his attribute panel also underwent a drastic change at this moment. Name, Liu Feng. Level, 8. Status, HP, 465, Magic, 850. Attack, 201, plus 50. Defense, 67. Movement speed, 23.6. Range, 35. Attributes, Strength 24, Intelligence 70, Constitution 24, Agility 23. Equipment, Blackwood Staff, Green Cloth Robe, Green Cloth Crown, Green Cloth Gauntlets, Green Cloth Boots. Skills, Elemental Missile, Spark Drop, Ice Shield Technique. This attack has been greatly improved. Moreover, the current defense is considered very powerful. With 67 points of defense, coupled with the 50 points of damage block provided by the Ice Shield technique, at this stage, even T1 players can hardly break through my defense, and they can't even deal forced damage. Seeing his current attributes, Lu Feng finally felt comfortable. Mage has poor resistance and slow movement speed? Feel sorry. Now Lu Feng, even if he is besieged by hundreds of players, they may not be able to hurt him at all. Then, it's the skill source stone. Wai Wei thought. Lu Feng chose to upgrade the star level of the spark pendant. I have been upgrading elemental missiles before, and the reason is very simple. It's not that the spark plunge can't rise, it's that the elemental missile is more cost-effective. Not only does the elemental missile require a small amount of source stones to upgrade at the beginning, but this skill also has no consumption or cooldown. But now, since they all require 20 skill source stones, Lu Feng will definitely choose to upgrade the spark pendant. Ding! Upgrading Starfire Pendant requires 20 skill source stones, and the success rate is 1%, do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Without even thinking about it, Lu Feng confirmed directly. What? The success rate is only 1%? Feel sorry. In front of me, just rush in and that's it. Immediately afterwards. Ding! You have consumed 20 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Starfire Pendant to 3-star Starfire Pendant. The damage range has been increased to 12 meters. The attack bonus has also been increased to 100%. Not bad. After taking a look at the current skill effect of Spark Pendant, Lu Feng was very satisfied. That's when. After getting together for a while, Olemo suddenly thought of something and said seriously, Bars, I suddenly thought of something. What's wrong? That's it. Although I was trapped in Coyote Cave for a few days, I also sensed an extremely abnormal aura in it. That's the breath of the undead monster. Olemo frowned. What? Could it be that the undead monster that was sealed in the Coyote Cave by the village chief of Silena is about to break through the seal now? Bowles looked horrified, as if he had heard something big. That must be it. But, we'd better go find the village chief of Silena and ask him what's going on. If it is really those undead monsters that want to break through the seal, the village chief's power alone is no longer enough to seal him again. We must find a stronger warrior. As Olemo spoke, his eyes also fell on Lu Feng next to him. Warrior, are you willing to go with me to see the old village chief and report this matter? Ding! You triggered the chain type, the only hidden mission, the mystery of Coyote Cave meeting the village chief of Silena. Current status, not accepted. Ding! Do you accept the mission? Accept. Lu Feng nodded solemnly, Uncle, take me with you to meet him. Good. A smile appeared on Olemo's face, Warrior, I knew you wouldn't let me down. After saying that, Olemo walked forward directly. Qiang Gui, let me go on a mission. If you guys have anything to do, go ahead and get busy. Turned. Lu Feng said to the girls who were still following him. It's okay, Lord Chuo Feng, please do your business first. We'll wait for you right here. Before Qiang Gui could speak, several other girls started talking. Okay. Lu Feng nodded, and then followed Olemo to the front of the old village chief. Village Chief Silena, I'm back. Olemo said excitedly as soon as he arrived in front of the village chief. Haha. I knew your life wouldn't be so short. The Supreme God will always bless us. Seeing Olemo, the old village chief of Silena also looked at him carefully with joy. A little bit. Olemo did not dare to hesitate and said directly, Village Chief, I came to you this time because I have something important to report to you. Say it. The old village chief said seriously. That's right, I sensed a breath of death in Coyote Cave. Do you think these are the undead monsters you sealed decades ago and are about to break through the seal? Hiss, are they those damn undead monsters again? A few decades ago, these guys caused a lot of harm to dozens of villages around us. Hear this. Silena said melancholy, unfortunately, I am old now. If these immortal undead monsters come to cause trouble again, I will not be able to continue to suppress them. Village chief, don't worry. I met a very powerful warrior, said. Olemo took a step back, revealing Lu Feng's figure. Chapter 20. You mean, him? Seeing the frail body of the mage Lu Feng, the old village chief said with doubts. Yes. Olemo nodded and said directly, I was saved because of the help of this warrior named Chuo Feng. Okay. The old village chief frowned and said half confidently, in that case, Chuo Feng warrior, then go and investigate and see if the seal of the underground magic palace in Coyote Mountain Cave is really about to be broken. Ding, you completed the task of meeting the old village chief, and you received a reward, experience plus 10,000. Ding, you triggered the serial and only hidden mission, the mystery of Coyote Cave. Do you accept the task? Accept. After hearing what the old village chief said, Lu Feng said seriously, okay, then I'll go now. Can. Silena groaned, in that case, bring this compass with you. It can help you find the location of the underground magic palace. Also, if you really find that the seal is loose, just kill all the undead monsters. Ding, mission requirements, find the underground magic palace, kill 0/100 of the undead warriors, and kill 0/1 of the bronze level undead generals. See system prompts. Lu Feng no longer hesitated and walked directly to the entrance of Novice Village. The other side. After Tianyao Shenglong decided to launch a sneak attack on Lu Feng, he asked his younger brother Tianyao Yunfen to gather hundreds of guild elite players and start looking for traces of Lu Feng in Novice Village. Boss, look! Aren't those the girls who were with Shuo Feng? At this time, Tianyao Yunfen suddenly discovered the figures of Yao Qianggui and others. It really is. But, it's useless to find them. Tianyao Shenglong frowned. However. But Tianyao Yunfen smiled evilly and said, hey, boss. That Shuo Feng has been taking them with him, which shows that the relationship must be very good. Let's trap a few of them, and then find that Shuo Feng. Wouldn't it be much easier? Tianyao Shenglong was stunned for a moment. Yunfen, aren't we going to sneak attack Shuo Feng? How can you sneak attack when you are blocking this girl? Boss. We now have more than 100 people. And they are all elite players in our guild. What kind of sneak attack is this? One person can drown Shuo Feng with just a drop of spit. Tianyao Yunfen said indifferently. I mean, we can't do such a dirty thing, right? Tianyao Shenglong resisted subconsciously. After all, the extraordinary world has just begun, and human nature is not yet so dark. The conscience in Tianyao Shenglong's heart told him. A sneak attack on Shuo Feng is already shameless. Still blocking other girls? This is no longer shameless, this is bad work. However, Yao Yunfen didn't care at all that day. Boss, have you forgotten how shameless Shuo Feng was when he snatched our equipment? He didn't leave anything for us. This. Tianyao Shenglong hesitated. Boss. Don't hesitate. This is just a broken game. Even if we kill these girls, they can still be resurrected. What's there to care about? Tianyao Yunfen felt a little aggrieved and couldn't help but urge him. Okay, you can take your brothers and do it. The same goes for Tianyao Shenglong when he thinks about it. This is just a game, he is just trying to get some equipment money. It doesn't matter at all. Then, he gave the order directly. Okay. Tianyao Yunfen patted his chest and said with a proud look on his face, Boss, just watch how I kill that Shuo Feng. Said. He took hundreds of elite players behind him and directly surrounded Yairos and several people not far away. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Yao Qiangwei frowned. Hey, sister, I'm sorry. Shuo Feng stole our equipment. Now I'll give you a chance. Either call Shuo Feng, or you'll die. Tianyao Yunfen curled his lips and said cruelly. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Yao Qiangwei stood directly in front of her little sisters and scolded them harshly. Hey! This character is quite fierce. Tianyao Yunfen chuckled, brothers, let them see how powerful our Tianyao elite members are. The words just fell. Hundreds of Tianyao elite members rushed directly towards those girls. Next moment, the two waves of people were fighting together in an instant. But Tianyao Yunfen originally thought that in front of hundreds of Tianyao elite members, these girls could figure it out in a matter of minutes. But I didn't expect that their skills were unexpectedly strong. With several graceful and agile figures jumping and dancing, the siege of hundreds of people was really overcome in a short time. No way! During this period, Liu Feng was influenced by Liu Feng. These girls, who were originally very skilled, are now even more powerful. Especially Yayu, who is an assassin, is gentle and gentle. After Liu Feng's personal guidance, her body skills have now become stronger. In the first wave of hundreds of attacks, she dodged most of them. It's not just her. The girls Qiangwei, Lengzin, and Strawberry also avoided most of the attacks. And although a few sporadic attacks fell on them, with the powerful attributes of the bronze-level equipment on their bodies, they were able to withstand it. Hey, it's quite difficult. Tianyao Yunfen frowned. But he wasn't worried at all. Their skills are so good, can they withstand the siege of hundreds of elite players? If it really happened, he would stick his head in the toilet. However, just then, Tianyao Yufeng suddenly noticed a heat wave approaching. What's going on? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? It's not just him. Those girls also felt this familiar heat wave at this time. This moment, several girls suddenly became excited. Immediately afterwards, in mid-air, a flaming meteorite trailing flames roared towards Tianyao Yunfen and others in an instant. Starfire falls. Boom. 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 -753. Dharma explosion. -753. Dharma explosion. -753. Dharma explosion. In an instant, along with that large piece of terrifying damage figures, it exploded from the heads of Tianyao Yunfen and others. Hundreds of elite members didn't even know what was happening, and they were all instantly killed by the flame meteorite at this moment. Ding! You killed the player Tianyao Yunfen, and you gained 10 sin points. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding comma. Countless kill prompts appeared in front of Liu Feng. This moment, hundreds of pieces of equipment, countless shiny gold coins, splattered all over the floor in an instant. Chapter 21. One move in seconds. Master Shuo Feng, you are too powerful. Seeing the corpses of those Tianyao guild players, Yayu Lengzin couldn't help but cheer. But Liu Feng was able to discover them because Night Whispering Rose sent him information and location at the beginning of the battle. Have to say, at the critical moment, Night Whispering Rose is the calmest. At this moment, Tianyao Yunfen, who had transformed into a soul state, was floating in midair and stared at Liu Feng fiercely. Shuo Feng, if you step on the horse, you are finished. Labor and management will definitely kill you. Just finished. Tianyao Yunfen and his hundreds of Tianyao elites were directly resurrected by force. At this time, Yayu coldly came to Liu Feng and said directly, Master Shuo Feng, those people from Tianyao Guild are simply too abominable. They were originally looking for you, but they couldn't find you in the end, and they actually took it out on us. It's so annoying. Tianyao Guild. Hearing this, Liu Feng frowned. These guys, themselves are a little biased against them. But Lu Feng originally felt that the conflict between him and Shen Guanjiao was just a personal conflict, and nothing unpleasant happened to the Tianyao guild itself. So I don't want to involve too much with such an unrelated guild. Even if I got a little more reward for defeating their boss last time, I still deserve it. Who gave them the job and only got less than 5% of the contribution? But I didn't expect it. Now, he was hit on the head for no apparent reason? It seems that Tianyao guild, you want to die on your own. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. In the future, if I can make you hold your heads up, it will be my lack of care for you. Lu Feng was heartbroken. But now, I don't have time to pay attention to them. The extraordinary world has just opened its server. At this stage, even if you keep squatting on them to guard their corpses, it will just keep them at level 1. They can't be allowed to cause much damage at all. In the end, if someone buys a few pieces of bronze level equipment with better attributes, they will still be able to develop normally. Not only that, staying stationary to guard the corpse will waste a lot of precious development time in the early stage. It's simply worth the loss. But, as one of the top 100 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life, Lu Feng simply didn't know much about their various opportunities in the future. It can be said that it is easy to kill them. Therefore, Lu Feng is not in a hurry now. Since you have to do it, then do it in a unique way. Let their entire Tianyao guild never stand up again. Alright. Now that they have all been killed, don't think so much. After Lu Feng said a few words of comfort, he took the girls and continued to the Coyote Valley. They didn't say much. After all those who provoked them have been killed by Lu Feng. The little anger in their hearts had long since dissipated. But in Lu Feng's heart, Tianyao Guild has been blacklisted. Number 888 Novice Village Resurrection Array. Tianyao Yunfen and his hundreds of Tianyao elites were resurrected here one after another. That's when Tianyao Shenglong, who had already had a clear view of everything, also came to them with a sigh. Brother, we are at a huge loss this time. I saw my boss coming. Tianyao Yunfen was furious. All the equipment and even the gold coins of the hundreds of elite members of our guild have been blown away by Shuo Feng. Oh, I've seen it all. Tianyao Shenglong sighed deeply. I knew we couldn't defeat Shuo Feng, but anyway, it's just a bunch of worthless whiteboard equipment. If it explodes, just explode it. Just buy more. Hearing this, Tianyao Yunfen immediately became dissatisfied. Boss, there are still those gold coins worth millions. Are we just going to swallow this resentment? What else? Tianyao Shenglong spread his hands and asked. Don't even think about it. Tianyao Yunfen looked surprised. Of course I will kill him back. You still want to kill? Tianyao Shenglong was stunned. Of course. Tianyao Yunfen gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his face twitched. Boss, this time we were sneak attacked by that boy Shuo Feng. Next time we won't mess with his women, but directly sneak attack him. I don't believe it. Don't kill him. As long as we blow him up once, we will get back all our losses. Are you crazy? We have already died once. We finally reached the second level, and now we have all fallen back. So you don't want to think about how to survive and grow, but you still want to lead your brothers to death. Tianyao Shenglong had a gloomy look on his face. You kid, you are so full of heart, why don't you become the president of this guild? As soon as Tianyao Yunfen's words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Seeing Tianyao Shenglong's cowardly face, he felt extremely angry. He wants revenge. There was no way he could swallow this breath alive so easily. But since you said you don't want to be the president, then don't blame me. Tianyao Yunfen has already thought about it. Waited 2 days. I secretly impeached this cowardly and useless Tianyao Shenglong to the boss of Guanzhou Game Company, my eldest brother. After. Can this position of guild president still allow him to continue to work steadily? Of course it's impossible. To put it bluntly, my eldest brother made him the president just because he had some experience. But now, since you are so cowardly, then just give up your position as president. But, now, Tianyao Shenglong is still the president after all. On the surface, you still have to respect it. If you continue to argue. Before he could attack Shuo Feng, his own guild was already in chaos. If that's the case, that wouldn't be good. Okay, boss, I know I was wrong. I will take my brothers to kill monsters now. Tianyao Yunfen said perfunctorily, not bothering to talk nonsense to him anymore. This guy, looks like he's 5 to 6 people. To put it bluntly, he is just a dog promoted by his elder brother. The position of president of Tianyao Guild. Sooner or later, I will take it back. Coyote Valley entrance. Liu Feng looked at his backpack while leading the girls forward. This wave wiped out all the elite players of Tianyao Guild, which really allowed me to capture a lot of things. Chapter 22. Well, even though the 500 or 600 pieces are all blank equipment, if you sell them all, you will get at least a dozen gold coins. Besides, these people have a lot of money. Totaling it all up, there are more than 280 gold coins. Liu Feng said with satisfaction after seeing what he had revealed in this wave of battle. Subsequently, after setting a unit price of 200 yuan for all the equipment, he threw them all into the trading house. Ding! You successfully sold the ordinary level long sword, and you got 1 silver and 98 copper coins. Ding comma. Ding comma. Soon, these equipments began to be bought one after another. In less than 2 minutes, Liu Feng earned more than a dozen gold coins. That's hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Not only that. Also, when I first came to Coyote Cave, the whiteboard equipment that exploded from those coyote monsters had already been sold out. Although the money is not a lot, there are still a few gold coins. Gold coins, 375 gold, 23 silver, 55 copper coins. Ah! It's faster to steal money than to make money. After this wave, I directly earned nearly 300 gold coins. But, these are not enough. A few hundred gold coins will only be enough to buy hundreds of skill source stones later. Liu Feng is not impetuous because he now has several hundred gold coins. With a lifetime of experience, he knows very well how expensive this extraordinary world is. Even if $1 trillion consortium is sold in reality, it will not be enough to burn in the extraordinary world. At this time, Liu Feng suddenly thought of something and subconsciously asked Night Whisper Qiang Gui beside him, "Qiang Gui, don't you still have a guild? You just keep following me, and the guild doesn't want you anymore." "It's fine. My brother is here in the guild, don't worry." Yao Qiang Gui shook her head. "Besides, my brother is usually in charge, and I am just the president in name only." "I see." Liu Feng murmured thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had heard that the president of the Night Language Guild had a conflict with the president of a branch of the Eternal Guild in the second year of the Transcendent World. Then he was killed. But then, until the law was penetrated and the two worlds merged, he still saw Yao Qiang Gui alive and well. I was still wondering at that time. Could it be that this girl transformed into some resurrection item in the game and came back from the dead? But even Liu Feng, who was the top 10 demigod players in his previous life, had never heard of this kind of thing. If you say so. It should have been her brother who died that year. Thinking of this, Liu Feng suddenly wanted to remind Night Whispering Rose to keep her brother away from those bastards from the Eternal Guild. But, after thinking about it carefully, I still feel like forget it. First of all, this is none of my business after all. Secondly, right now, the Yayu Guild and the Eternal Guild don't know each other. If out of nowhere, he told Night Whispering Rose something like asking them to be careful about the Eternal Guild, and this girl didn't take it seriously, it would be because he has a good character. Never mind. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. After all, after he was reborn, some things might have changed. It is very likely that in the end, the Night Whisper Guild will develop stronger than the Eternal Guild. But Liu Feng just thought about this last thought and threw it out of his mind. Is it more developed than the Eternal Guild? This is almost impossible to know. The president of the Eternal Guild, Eternal World, is the son of a rare hidden family in the Dragon Kingdom. The assets behind it are more than trillions. Without any exaggeration. Not to mention the entire hidden family behind him. Just relying on the assets that Eternal World controls in reality, it can easily crush the two groups of Dragon Kingdom. Such a terrifying size. How could a small Yayu Guild be able to shake it? Buzz. That's when the compass in Liu Feng's hand suddenly vibrated violently, and a dark aura of death rushed towards his face instantly. Is the entrance to the underground demon palace nearby? Think of this. Liu Feng said to the girls around him, look around and see if there is any special entrance. Once you find it, message me privately. He didn't have this mission in his previous life, so he didn't know where the entrance to the underground devil's palace was. I can only look for it temporarily now. Good. Yayu Qiangwei and others responded, and then immediately dispersed. Really? Just a few minutes. Yayu Wenruan sent Liu Feng a private message, Master Shuo Feng, I have a hidden entrance here that is always exposed to dark purple poisonous miasma. Do you want to come and take a look? /locate location. Just wait, I'll be there right away. After seeing the positioning message, Liu Feng rushed over immediately. Ding, you found the entrance to the hidden dungeon, the entrance to the underground magic palace. That's right. Right here. Not long after Liu Feng arrived, several other girls also arrived. Master Shuo Feng, where is this place? Seeing the dark purple miasma emerging from the entrance, Yayu Lengzhen asked timidly. The underground demon palace, or the entrance to a copy. Liu Feng explained, and then said, it's quite scary in here. They are all skeletons and undead monsters. If any of you are scared, you can wait outside first. No. Master Shuo Feng, I want to follow you. I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing Liu Feng's words, Yayu coldly shook her head. The undead skeletons are certainly scary. But it would be even more terrifying if she was left alone in this coyote cave. Are you okay? Liu Feng turned to the other people and asked. Well, it's okay. Several girls replied at the same time. Okay, let's go in then. Liu Feng was the first to enter the weird dark purple entrance without any trace of ink. Subsequently, several other girls followed suit. Yayu Lengzhen ranked last. When she saw that she was the only one left outside, she trembled and whispered to Yayu Wenruan in front of her, Sister Wenruan, if a skeleton hits me later, can you protect me? Yayu Wenruan was stunned for a moment. If you are afraid, you can wait here. Well, don't. Yayu Lengzhen shook her head and said, there are coyotes everywhere here, and there are also werewolf bosses. I'd better stay with you. If team members are not in the same area, even if they kill monsters, other members will not receive rewards. Therefore, these girls want to enter this entrance with Liu Feng. Well, there's really nothing we can do about you. Remember to follow me closely. Wen Ruan shook her head helplessly, took Lang Xian's delicate little hand, and entered the entrance together. After a feeling of dizziness passed. Open your eyes again. Only then did Liu Feng realize that he had arrived in a dilapidated palace filled with a strange dark purple miasma, broken walls, and countless broken bones and corpses. Look around. On the walls surrounding this dilapidated circular palace, there are dozens of dark and deep passages and corridors. Well, that's scary. As soon as he arrived here, Lang Xin subconsciously stuck to Wen Ruan's side and held on to the corner of her clothes. Fine. Wen Ruan gently touched her hair and whispered comfort. Creak, creak. Woo, woo. At this time, along with the heart-breaking sound of bones rubbing against each other, the low whimpering sound rang in everyone's ears. Several skeleton monsters with only skeletons all over their bodies slowly appeared in front of them from the surrounding passages and corridors. Undead Warrior. Level 8. Life 550. Attack 80. Defense 40. Movement speed 12. Skill Undead Heavy Strike. Description: the undead warrior controlled by the necromancer will launch endless attacks on all enemies. Old rules. Stay back and don't interfere with me killing monsters. Seeing these undead warriors, Lu Feng directly gave instructions to those girls. Night Whispering Rose didn't dare to hesitate and hid back with the other 3 women. Immediately afterwards, Lu Feng directly raised his staff and waved it repeatedly. Starfire falls. Boom. -713. Dharma explosion. -713. Dharma explosion. -713. Dharma explosion. Along with that mid-air, the flaming meteorite crashed down. Large amounts of damage suddenly erupted from the heads of these undead warriors. These skeleton monsters were instantly killed before they could even reach Lu Feng. Ding! You killed LV8 undead warrior, and you gained 80 points, plus 100% experience. Ding comma. Ding comma. Master Shuo Feng is so powerful. Seeing the reward prompt that appeared, Yayu Lengzhen screamed with excitement. But I don't know if it was because of her scream, or because of the roar caused by the explosion of the starfire pendant just now. At this moment, more undead warriors emerged from the passage corridor. The target was extremely clear, and he headed straight towards Lu Feng. Chapter 23. Intruder. Kill the intruder. Accompanied by bursts of cooing sounds. Those seemingly slow-moving undead warriors were about to arrive in front of Lu Feng in the blink of an eye. Is this okay? Can loudness attract monsters? Seeing those undead warriors, Lu Feng not only did not panic, but actually murmured with interest. Only. Now is not the time to think about this. When this wave of dozens of undead warriors just stepped into his casting distance, Lu Feng took action directly. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. Bang bang bang. -1014. Dharma Explosion. -1014. Dharma Explosion. -1014. Dharma Explosion. This moment, while Lu Feng attacked, he used his movement speed, which was twice as high as that of the undead warrior, to retreat crazily. As the elemental missiles shot out from the top of the staff, they bombarded the undead warriors. A large amount of damage exceeding 1,000 points suddenly erupted. Less than a minute. Dozens of undead warriors all fell in front of Lu Feng. Ding! You killed LV8 undead warrior, and you gained 80 points, plus 100% experience. Ding comma. Ding comma. Moving too slow. These little monsters can't even touch me. Looking at the corpses of these undead warriors, Lu Feng sneered. His current movement speed attribute is as high as 23 points, and these undead warriors only have 12 movement speed points. Want to touch Lu Feng? That is simply impossible. Mission progress, Undead Warrior, 37/100. Have you killed 37 undead warriors? Lu Feng checked the progress of the mission and then glanced around. After realizing that no undead warrior had come out for a long time, he rolled his eyes and came directly to Yayu Lengzhen. At this time, Yu Lengzhen was already frightened by the scene just now. She thought it was because of her scream just now that she attracted so many undead warriors. This moment, even if he saw Liu Feng killing several times the number of undead warriors again, Yu Lengzhen did not dare to say a word. However, Lang Xin, do you want to stop screaming? How about we bring over some more undead warriors? Ah! Hearing Liu Feng's words, Yu was stunned. Master, are you serious? Of course. The corner of Liu Feng's lips curled up slightly. If you don't scream twice, we have to look for those undead warriors in the corridors one by one. It's darker and scarier there. While talking, Liu Feng also threatened with a very scary expression. Woohoo, I know, I'm calling, I'm just calling. Yu Lengzhen was also confused. She didn't expect that. Could my own cry have such an effect? At that moment, she opened her mouth tentatively. Ah! No, it's not strong enough. Make it louder. Ah! It still doesn't work. Liu Feng shook his head. Ah! This moment, Lang Xin used all his strength and roared on the spot. Really? Just as Liu Feng thought. This girl just finished calling. Among the dozens of corridors, a wave of monsters appeared again. This time, the quantity is at least double that before. Seeing this, the girls from Yaihokyangui were all dumbfounded. No. Lang Xin, does she have such a hidden function? This is too weird. To be honest, Liu Feng didn't expect it either. However, after the first wave of undead warriors were lured out just now, he thought of two possibilities. Either, it's because of the explosion of the starfire pendant. Either, it's because this girl screams too loudly. The results are obvious. It's the second choice. Starfire falls. Liu Feng didn't think too much, he took out his staff and released his skills. Boom! Next moment, when the flaming meteorite exploded again among the undead warriors. In the blink of an eye, dozens of undead warriors were once again attacked by Liu Feng in one wave. Ding! You killed LV8 undead warrior, and you gained 80 points, plus 100%, experience. Ding comma. Ding comma. Mission progress, undead warrior, 65/100. Keep barking. Liu Feng smiled evilly and encouraged Lang Xin, if you do it one last time, our mission is almost completed. Me. After another heart-rending roar. Less than 10 seconds. A BG sound came from a passage corridor not far away. Hear this sound. Liu Feng couldn't help but frown. This voice, isn't it an undead warrior? Really? A few seconds later, what appeared in front of Liu Feng's eyes turned into an undead general wearing armor and over 2 meters tall. Bronze level boss undead general. Level 9. Life 35,000. Attack 230. Defense 210. Movement speed 35. Skill Undead Heavy Strike. Death Charge. Summon the Dead. Description: the general of the undead clan. Ignore any danger, and once you take action, you will fight the enemy to the death. The attributes of this undead general are quite strong. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood volume of more than 35,000 points is an exaggeration. And there are nearly 200 defense points. Just ask. At this stage, in the entire novice village, who else can win? Moreover, he has the experience of conquering in his previous life. Liu Feng knew that its skills were the most abnormal. Let's not mention the heavy attack of the undead for now, it's just a single melee attack. With Liu Feng's body skills, he could easily avoid it. Summoning the dead is a summoning skill. Every time 20% of the blood is lost, a wave of undead warriors will be summoned, with a total of 10 in one wave. Not surprising either. And death charge is a pervert. Instantly rush in front of the enemy, directly causing huge damage with 200% attack bonus. Moreover, the cooldown of this skill is only 10 seconds. No. This death charge is too fast. There's no way to hide. Liu Feng frowned. However, the reason why he couldn't hide was not because he was not skilled enough. It's because the basic attributes are not enough. His movement speed is only 23 points now, which is still too slow. Liu Feng, who had seen the video of defeating this boss in his previous life, knew that the charging speed of this death charge was at least 10 times its own movement speed. That's a full 350 points of movement speed. This special meow is simply faster than the speed of sound. With Liu Feng's current movement speed of over 20 points, there was no way he could avoid it. Forget it, we still have to fight. We have no choice but to resist. Liu Feng took a deep breath, turned his head and asked Yao Qiangwei, a priest, Qiangwei, how much blood can you add at a time now? Hear this. Night Whispering Rose took a look at her attributes and immediately replied, Master Shuo Feng, the highest is 65 points. So few. Liu Feng felt a little disgusted. But what he didn't know was, this 65 points of healing amount, if it were other players at this stage, it would be more than half of the health volume in one wave. If those crispy players like mages, rangers, etc., can even get full back in one wave, the amount of healing she can do now is quite outrageous. Nowadays, ordinary priests only have 10 or 20 points at most. The hydrotherapy spell cools down for 2 seconds. 10 seconds is 325 points of health. The Undead General has 230 attack points plus death charges 200% attack bonus, which is 460 points of damage. But I still have 50 blocking attributes and 67 defense points. If this is the case, if I take some life potion randomly, it seems that I can also fight. Less than a second. Liu Feng calculated the results directly. No way. His actual intelligence is too high. It is simply not something that ordinary people can compare with. Without any exaggeration. With Liu Feng's current intelligence, if he studied for a year and a half, it would be easy to get into Qingbei or Harvard. But the extraordinary world will arrive in 5 years. These things are useless now. Don't think too much. After completing the analysis, Liu Feng gave instructions to Night Whispering Rose and then rushed directly to the vicinity of the Undead General. Chapter 24. Boom. For a moment, Liu Feng and the Undead General were fighting together. When the first elemental missile bombarded the Undead General, it instantly became angry. Death charge. The Undead General also released his skills mercilessly. The next second. As soon as Liu Feng reacted, the Undead General's long knife struck him directly on the shoulder. Poof! A blood arrow shot out instantly. The terrifying damage figures exploded directly on his shoulders. -343. This moment, Liu Feng's health volume suddenly dropped to 26%. Rose. Liu Feng called out to Night Whispering Rose directly. Clear. Night Whispering Rose nodded slightly and immediately released her skills. Hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapy. +65. +10. +10. +65. Just as Night Whispering Rose was using hydrotherapy on herself, Liu Feng himself instantly used a bottle of life potion. 10 seconds to restore 100 points of blood. Coupled with Night Whispering Rose's hydrotherapy, his blood volume can be fully restored within the 10-second cooldown of death charge. It can even overflow a little. However, I can't care about so many details now. As long as this guy's death charge doesn't hit critically, it'll be fine. It would be embarrassing if it got a critical hit. Liu Feng silently hoped in his heart. If it's really a critical hit, That's more than 900 points of damage in an instant. Such a terrifying injury, one knife can kill him instantly. But fortunately, I don't know if it was the special effect of the Supreme European Emperor, or the undead general himself had a dark face. This guy really didn't get a critical hit once. Soon, the undead general's health dropped below 80%. Damn it! Intruder, you must pay the price. Dead soul summons. With a dull roar from the undead general. Next moment, it directly thrust the giant sword in its hand into the ground. Then around its body, countless dark summoning arrays appeared at the same time. Immediately afterwards, undead warriors slowly emerged from the dark magic circle one by one. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Feng kept the spark pendant for a long time just to wait for the undead general's summoning skill. Starfire falls. Boom. In an instant, those undead warriors who had just emerged from the summoning circle. Before he could even react to what was happening, he was hit head-on by a flaming meteorite. Ding! You killed the undead warrior, and you gained 80 points, plus 100% experience. Ding comma. Ding comma. Mission progress, undead warrior, 75/100. Yes, 10 more monsters have been added to the mission progress. Sure enough, the undead warriors summoned by this guy can also complete the mission. See this scene. Lu Feng was still a little worried just now, but now he feels at ease. Then, he no longer had any scruples and started operating like crazy. Less than 3 minutes. When the undead general's last trace of health was finally cleared by Lu Feng's elemental missile, a kill prompt also appeared directly in front of everyone. Ding! You killed the bronze boss, LV9 undead general, and you gained 32,000 experience points, plus 100%. Ding! You have completed the Mystery of Coyote Cave mission. Phew, finally dead. Lu Feng breathed a long sigh of relief and looked directly at his reward. Mage equipment, bronze level crystal wood staff. Priest equipment, bronze level Yuanling magic ball. Priest equipment, bronze level light silk boots. Warrior skills, bronze level sword and shield defense. Assassin skill, bronze level cross backstab. Skill source stone, 10. Lu Feng glanced at it and found that except for a bronze level staff, there was nothing he could use. However, the properties of that crystal wood staff are quite good. Bronze level crystal wood staff, LV8. Occupation, mage. Attack, 35. Intelligence, 12. After all, these level 9 bronze weapons are incomparable to level 1 weapons. My previous level 1 black wood staff only increased its attack by 16 points and its intelligence by 4 points. And now, the attack power has more than doubled. The intelligence attribute has tripled. Not much to say, just put it on. Magic, 850, plus 40. Attack, 236, plus 35. Intelligence, 78, plus 8. Good. A staff directly adds more than 30 attack points. This is kind of comfortable. Subsequently, Lu Feng sold the remaining pieces of harvest to a few girls at high prices. 2 pieces of priest equipment, total price 7 gold coins, sold to Qiangwei. Warrior skills, sold to Lengzhen for 22 gold. Assassin skills, sold to Wenruan for 25 gold. In total, I earned more than 50 gold coins. Very comfortable. It's just, the level is rising slower and slower. Lu Feng took a look at his current experience bar. After killing hundreds of undead warriors and a bronze level boss, the undead general, my experience increased from 7% at level 8 to 46%. You know, at the beginning, if you kill any boss, you can directly level up. Think no more. Lu Feng set his sights on the remaining 10 skill source stones. Nothing to think about. Now the only thing that can be upgraded with only 10 origin stones is Ice Shield technique. Ding! Upgrading Ice Shield technique requires 10 skill source stones, and the success rate is 10%. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. With a thought in his mind, Lu Feng confirmed. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Ice Shield technique to 2-star Ice Shield technique. Bronze level Ice Shield technique, LV5. Star rating. Category, active skills. Effect, consume 100 points of magic to instantly summon a layer of ice crystal shield with attack power. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Source stone, 20 pieces. Success rate, 1%. Good. Not only does it increase the shield value by 50%, but it also adds 10 points of blocking effect. Seeing the effect of this 2-star ice shield, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Alright. Go back to the city and hand in the mission. The other side. Coyote Valley entrance. After being reprimanded by Tianyao Holy Dragon, Tianyao Yunfen became more and more angry as he thought about it. After finding out that Shuo Feng came to Coyote Cave again. Without thinking, he gathered 50 or 60 elites here. Brother Yunfen. Look, Shuo Feng is indeed here. At this time, a younger brother's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. Maid, the emperor has paid off. Finally let me wait for you. When he comes over, let's use our skills together to kill him instantly. Seeing Shuo Feng, Tianyao Yunfen suddenly became furious. At that time, I was accidentally attacked by Shuo Feng and was suddenly attacked in full seconds. If he were to attack him secretly, wouldn't Shuo Feng surely die? Not to mention hundreds of elites, even a few dozen of them would be enough to kill Shuo Feng 10 times. Soon. When Lu Feng arrived 10 meters away from them, Tianyao Yunfen waved his arm. It's now. Do it. Chapter 25. Swish, swish, swish. Elemental missile. Precise shooting. Fatal thrust. Heavy attack and chop. In an instant, countless stray missiles surged toward the landing wind. Then. Ding ding ding. Puff puff. Waves of crisp sounds sounded like bombardment on steel, and a series of strange damage figures appeared from all over Lu Feng's body. -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. This moment, Tianyao Yunfen and the countless Tianyao elite members were all dumbfounded. 0 damage. What the hell is going on? Doesn't it mean that even if the defense is not broken, there is still 1 point of forced damage? But they had no idea that Lu Feng had damage blocking properties. In other words, if their attack cannot break through ordinary defense, it will naturally deal 1 point of forced damage. But if you can't break the block, then you can't even deal 1 point of forced damage. It's you again. At this time, after discovering the source of those attacks, Lu Feng's cold voice came slowly. Seeing Lu Feng's cold eyes, Tianyao Yunfen was stunned immediately. What to do? If someone hits you, it will take 1 move in seconds. You go to attack someone by yourself, but you can't even deal 1 point of forced damage? Are these playing the same game? Shuo Feng, we have something to discuss. I am the younger brother of the general manager of Guanzhou Game Company in Dongshan Province. I can, poof. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Feng directly threw a flaming meteorite from a distance. The next second, when the meteorite trailing the flames fell from the sky again, Tianyao Yunfen didn't even have time to escape before he and his elite members all died. Ding, you killed Tianyao Yunfen, and you reduced your sin value by 1 point. Ding comma. Ding comma. This is still good. Killing these dozens of people counterattacked and cleared up dozens of sin points for me. Lu Feng smiled. Why are there so many people rushing to die? But, this time, after they were instantly killed by Lu Feng again, nothing could happen. This made Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. Otherwise, even if you could casually earn some gold coins, Lu Feng wouldn't complain about it. Let's go. Just a bunch of clowns. He spat softly. Lu Feng didn't bother to take another look at these souls. Hehe, Master Shuo Feng is so powerful. It's just, with little brother Shuo Feng by my side, I feel so safe. I love you so much, little brother Shuo Feng. Luan Luo, you losers can't beat us to death, can you? While those girls were cheering happily behind Lu Feng, they also mocked Tianyao Yunfen and others who were still floating in the sky. 1 minute later. Number 888 Novice Village Resurrection Array. Tianyao Yunfen and the dozens of elite members he gathered were resurrected here one after another. Just less than half an hour. They died in 2 waves in a row. Brother Yunfen. We really can't afford to offend this guy Shuo Feng. He's too fierce. That's right. If someone hits us for a second, let's just hit him without breaking his defense. We won't even do any forced damage. This strength is too abnormal. Brother Yunfen, we really can't play like this anymore. If Boss Shenglong finds out, we will have to go around in pain. At this time, after the resurrection of the dozens of elites, they were all sluggish and a little frightened by that Shuo Feng. No way. That guy is too evil. If you can't deal forced damage, how can you play this? But after Tianyao Yunfen calmed down, he had no intention of giving up. That guy Shuo Feng must have suddenly used some evil prop. Otherwise, forget it if you don't break your defense. How is it possible that he can't even deal forced damage? But 2 waves died in succession. Moreover, after wasting almost 2 hours of precious development time in the early stage, Tianyao Yunfen also calmed down. After all, this time, he really saw the gap between himself and Shuo Feng. That guy Shuo Feng is too far ahead of them now. Even a wave of attacks cannot take away dozens of people. Is this a slap in the face? He patted the shoulder of an elite brother next to him and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, brothers, after you log out, I will ask my eldest brother to compensate you 100,000 yuan tomorrow. After we get the money, we will develop a lot. When we grow up in the future, we will find a good opportunity to beat this boy Shuo Feng hard." This moment, after I heard that there was money to be taken, and it was a full 100,000 yuan. Those elites who were still looking decadent suddenly became excited. To know. Now they just think that the extraordinary world is an ordinary game. If you die, you will die. At best, it's just a waste of early development opportunities. Isn't it nice to get a reward of 100,000 yuan for nothing for no reason? It's worth at least 3 months' salary. Brother Yunfen, don't worry. If you point eastward from now on, we will never take a step westward. Yes, Brother Yunfen, we will follow you from now on. Dozens of elites cheered with excitement. See this scene. Tianyao Yunfen also nodded with satisfaction. I have now won over people's hearts. Sooner or later, doesn't the position of president belong to you? But there really is no rush now. That guy Shuo Feng is so weird. I have to wait until I have a chance in the future before I can regroup and try to trick him again. Now, I can only wait and develop for a while. The other side. What a formidable young man. Warrior, I never thought you could really suppress that damn undead general. No. Not suppression. But real killing. Seeing the spirit of the undead general that Lu Feng handed over to him, the old village chief Silena was overjoyed and said, "Warrior, this is a small tribute from me to you. Please accept it." Ding, you have completed the Mystery of Coyote Cave mission, and you have received rewards, 120,000 experience points, 50 skill source stones, and a bronze level rare skill treasure chest. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 9. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +5. Hiss! Finally upgraded. Sure enough, you can get promoted faster by doing tasks. Lu Feng was a little excited when he saw that he had reached 3% of level 9 experience in less than 2 hours. Subsequently, after adding the 5 points of free attributes and routines to intelligence, Lu Feng looked directly at the reward of this mission. Bronze level rare skill treasure box. Category: Special props. Rank: Bronze. Effect: after opening, there is a 100% chance of getting a bronze level common skill, a 10% chance of getting a bronze level rare skill. No, this thing still has a chance. After seeing the information about this treasure box, Lu Feng subconsciously complained. But this is really a bit annoying for average players. But for Lu Feng, on the contrary, this is a good thing. Immediately afterwards, Lu Feng opened the treasure box directly. Ding! When you opened the bronze level rare skill treasure box, you triggered the Supreme European Emperor talent, and you received the reward, bronze level Frost Thorn, bronze level Glory Light. Brilliant Light! What a rare skill! Seeing the rare skill reward, Lu Feng immediately exclaimed. No other reason. This skill is simply too powerful for me, or for me now. Chapter 26. Bronze level Glory Light, LV9. Occupation: Mage. Star rating. Category: Active skills. Effect: consumes 100 points of magic, instantly flashes to any location, intelligence x 10%, meters away from itself, and increases its own attack by 100 points, lasting 5 seconds. Special effect: after each flash, there is a 1% chance to refresh the cooldown of this skill. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Source Stone: 10 pieces. Success rate: 10%. Not to mention anything else. There is only a 1% chance of refreshing the cooldown effect after each flash. Now that it is placed on Lu Feng, it is already perverted enough to know his Supreme European Emperor talent can turn all odds into absolute success. That is to say, this skill is for Lu Feng. That's 100% refresh cooldown. As long as the magic is enough, I can blink infinitely and move infinitely. I can even increase my damage infinitely. It's simply a magical skill in the early stage. No. Even in the later stage, it still has a big effect. It's just that in the later stages, the effect of increasing attack power is slightly lower. Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down his emotions. Have to say, the emergence of this skill directly caused an earth-shaking change in Lu Feng's strength. If only I could have had this skill when I was attacking the undead general. Then its death charge can be easily avoided by yourself. What? Your charge with 350 movement speed is very fast? Even comparable to the speed of sound? Feel sorry. I instantly flashed. Immediately change shape offensively and defensively. Comfortable. Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Even after learning it, I couldn't help but want to try it out. Just do it if you think of it. With the thought in his mind, Lu Feng activated Glory Light directly. Buzz. 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 In a moment, Lu Feng flashed 8 or 9 times in a row, and his figure instantly appeared 70 or 80 meters away. Moreover, there is a powerful buff of attack power plus 100 points for 5 seconds on his status bar. The nearby players were stunned. No, what happened just now? It suddenly rushed past me. I know, I saw it too. Nah. Is this game still haunted? Hiss. This meow is in a safe zone. Can a monster come here? I'm so evil. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard from those players. Then, He looked at his status bar and thought for a few seconds. Unfortunately, the effect of this amplified attack cannot be superimposed. If it can be superimposed, then I will be invincible now. Liu Feng thought a little greedily. But if the number of attack layers can really be superimposed, this skill may not be a bronze level skill. In the later stage, there are easily millions of magic points. With this skill, Liu Feng can even easily stack up millions of attacks. Although, for ordinary people, there is still a limit to the success rate. But the extraordinary world system, which claims to have absolutely no possibility of bugs, would not commit such stupidity. My current intelligence is 84 points. That means I can dodge up to 8.4 meters at a time. Anyway, it's very strong. It just so happens that dozens of skill source stones have been rewarded now. Let's take a look at the effect of rising stars first. Think of this. Liu Feng directly took out 10 skill source stones and started to raise stars. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Glory Light to 2-star Glory Light. The flashing distance has been increased from 10% of intelligence to 12%. The attack power increase has also been increased to 110 points. It's not much, but it's not bad. Liu Feng is quite satisfied with this star-raising effect. Then, he looked at his remaining 40 skill source stones and fell into deep thought. If you upgrade the Brilliant Light, you can only choose one of the elemental missiles and spark pendants to upgrade. But next, there must be a more important part of this hidden mission. Is it to increase one's functionality or to increase combat effectiveness? Liu Feng is only at level 9 now. That player in his previous life made it all the way to level 10 by relying on this mission. So, there will definitely be more missions in this chain now. Increase your combat power. Even the current effect of the Radiant Light is enough for use. If you upgrade again, the biggest effect is to increase the attack power by 10 points, but the effect is not obvious anymore. After thinking about it, Liu Feng gave up on the Radiant Light for the time being. Just take these 40 skill source stones and go straight to upgrade Elemental Missile and Starfire Pendant. Ding! You have consumed 20 skill source stones. Ding, comma. After 2 prompts in a row, the Elemental Missile has been upgraded to 6 stars. The attack bonus has been increased from 140% to 150%. Starfire Pendant has also been upgraded to 4 stars. The damage range has been increased from 12 meters to 13 meters, and the attack bonus has been increased to 110%. So far, Liu Feng only had the skill source stone that Wen Ruan gave him before. Not bad. Only by truly transforming it into your own combat power can you develop better. Liu Feng didn't feel distressed at all. If an ordinary player got so many skill source stones, he would definitely sell them now. But Liu Feng doesn't. If you don't transform it into your own fighting power, the road ahead will only become more difficult. Anyway, for the average player, with the perverted star upgrading success rate limitations, maybe selling it would be a better choice? After all, if the current 6-star elemental missile wants to be promoted again, it will have to face a success rate of 0.0001%, which is 1 in a million. Generally speaking, no one dares to challenge such terrifying odds at this stage. Even Liu Feng in his previous life wouldn't dare. So, ordinary players might as well buy it. Liu Feng opened the trading house and took a look. Sure enough, the price of skill source stones has started to plummet. At this time, the price of skill source stones dropped from 5 or 6 gold coins to as low as 80 or 90 silver coins. Just as Liu Feng thought. At first, players thought that this skill source stone could increase skill stars, so they would definitely buy it in large quantities on a whim. Especially those wealthy players who are stupid and have a lot of money. However, when they discovered the incredible success rate of skill star upgrades, they quickly began to give up. As a result, the price of skill source stones began to plummet. Even when entering the main city for the first time, the players in large groups reach level 12. The source stone of this skill can even drop to 30 or 40 silver coins. Don't be too outrageous. But soon, they discovered that without this thing to upgrade skills, the monsters after entering the main city, they didn't even have to think about it. Totally unbeatable. However, Lu Feng would not think other players were stupid because of these things. After all, he is also a reborn person. I had experienced these things step by step back then, and that was why I had such the ability to foresight. Only Lu Feng in his previous life had missed this business opportunity long ago. Now, if it drops to 50 silver coins, then I'll start hoarding. If I remember correctly, the time it took for the skill source stone to drop from 50 silver coins to 30 silver coins, and then skyrocket to a maximum of 3 or 4 gold coins, was only 3 or 4 hours. We must make more money quickly. After making this small plan in his mind, Lu Feng continued to look at the remaining things. Finally, it's this frost thorn. Bronze level frost thorn, LV5. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, consume 50 points of magic to instantly summon a frost spike, causing attack power x 30%, points of damage to an enemy unit, and causing a freezing effect for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Source stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. Good. Although the damage is not high, the control is extremely strong. It's just that boss's control adaptability is too strong. It can freeze for 5 seconds the first time, but only 0.5 seconds the second time. If it's used to interrupt skills, it's pretty good. The priority of freezing control is very high. More powerful than the priority of some stun skills. Moreover, the general ice skills, or simply called water skills, are almost all low damage and high control effect. There are also some special mage water skills and some healing methods. However, mage healing skills are quite rare. And the effect is very poor. It's the kind that even dogs can't learn. It's just, if I learn this skill, my 5 skill slots will be full. But it's okay. As long as you arrive in the main city, you can obtain the skill crystal essence and expand up to 10 additional skill slots. Now, there is no other better skill for me to choose. Lu Feng didn't bother to think too much and just learned it. Chapter 27. This is often the case with pioneers. Although he is at the top, he cannot choose resources. Even so, Lu Feng's current skills are powerful enough. Controlled, Frost Thorn. There is a group attack, Spark Drop. There is an explosion, 6-star elemental missiles. There is also life-saving, Ice Shield technique. There is even a skill that is both offensive and defensive, Brilliant Light. Not to mention other skills. Just a 6-star elemental missile would make anyone salivate if they saw it. At this moment, the old village chief suddenly exclaimed, "This doesn't seem right. What's wrong?" Lu Feng flashed and appeared directly next to Silena. "Warrior, look here." As he spoke, Silena presented the undead spirit in front of Lu Feng. This undead spirit doesn't seem to dissipate with time. What's the meaning? Lu Feng was confused. Isn't this thing within the scope of your knowledge? He doesn't understand this. It's easy. Silena placed the undead spirit the size of a fingertip under the blazing sunlight. If it were a normal undead spirit, it would not be able to last for a quarter of an hour under the sun, and it would all dissipate. But now, almost 2/4 of an hour has passed. This undead spirit has only dissipated a layer of the surface. You mean, this thing is fake? Lu Feng frowned. Warrior, you are right. This undead spirit is indeed a fake. Silena said with a serious expression. In other words, the monster that dropped this undead spirit is just a puppet created by the real undead general. What should we do now? Liu Feng asked immediately. As expected. When this puppet is killed or destroyed, the real undead general will notice it. Silena sighed, and his expression suddenly showed despair, so, at this time, the real undead general may have begun to mobilize all the undead soldiers to prepare to counterattack our village. Coyote Valley. The undead and the underground demon palace. Just like Silena thought. At the moment when Liu Feng had just killed the undead general, no, it should be said to be the undead puppet. In a huge underground chamber, the real undead general slowly opened his eyes. The scent of humanity. Humans, are you going to stop me again? Then this time, let me start the war. My compatriots, it's time to wake up. A deep voice came out. The undead general, who was nearly 5 meters tall, slowly sat up from the floor covered with greasy moss. That's when the entire demonic palace suddenly experienced a violent tremor. Countless undead warriors appeared from every corner of this devil's palace, following the undead general out of the devil's palace step by step. And at this time, players who were spawning monsters in Coyote Valley were stunned when they saw this 5-meter monster suddenly appeared. FK. What the hell is that? Undead? Boss? No. What does he want to do? Hey! Take your grandfather's arrow, shit, you didn't break the defense. Oi! 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 Stop! Do you hear me? Hey, is this guy unconscious? FK, invincible whirlwind legs. Looking for death. Labor is a gold level attack talent. Brothers, charge me. Push this boss. Charge the duck. This moment. Countless players went crazy after seeing this undead general boss that was 3 or 4 times taller than them. Fight the boss. Who can't be excited? But, the next second. Laugh. Feeling the long-lost itching touch on his body, the undead general slashed his sword and killed more than a dozen players. Oh! A different human scent. If you are willing to surrender. Gru, I am willing to go on an expedition with you. After casually killing the players who attacked him, the undead general not only did not get angry, but said with interest. Subsequently, what no one expected was, just as it finished speaking, a strange system prompt suddenly appeared in front of all the players. Ding! Special reminder, the undead camp and the undead general have issued a war mission to you. Mission requirements: join the undead camp and take revenge on the human territory, Novice Village, with the undead general Gru. War countdown, 59:59 58 57. Mission reward, massive war contribution points. War contribution points can be used to redeem special equipment, precious skills, rare props, and other rare rewards. Whether to accept? This moment, all players were dumbfounded. Join the undead camp? Counterattack Novice Village. Damn it! Can this game still be played like this? This is too cheesy. That's when Silena, who was in Novice Village, suddenly trembled. Warriors, we may be too late. The undead general has already started taking action. Can you lead all the adventurers to stop the undead general now? Ding! You triggered the chain type and the only hidden mission, final stage undead rampage. Do you accept the task? Ding! Mission requirement, kill the undead general. Accept. Without thinking, Liu Feng accepted it directly. That's when the same special announcement appears again in front of all players. Ding! Special reminder, the human camp Silena has issued a war mission to you. Mission requirements: join the human camp, and together with Archmage Silena, guard your village, suppress the undead generals, and kill all monsters belonging to the undead camp. War countdown, 59:59 58 57. Mission reward, massive war contribution points. Whether to accept? Many players were stunned when they saw 2 waves of system prompts in a row. Mist grass. Monster siege. This must be a monster siege, right? It's so cool. This monster attacking the city is so new. It can actually counterattack the novice village. This is the first time I've seen it. Brothers, I have long been dissatisfied with those NPCs. No more talking, I am going to follow the undead general to attack your novice village, he he he. You must have experience in killing monsters, but you don't necessarily have experience in killing NPCs, right? I think it's better to follow that Xylena. This is not necessarily the case. Since it is a battlefield mission, killing NPCs and monsters must be the same. It makes sense, then I must join the undead camp this time. Follow the general to conquer novice village. Me too, I really want to see what will happen after the novice village is destroyed. You are such traitors. The NPCs have given us so many benefits, yet you still want to kill them? I will join the human camp now and kill you. Come on, come on. I have chosen the undead camp. Chapter 28. While the players were discussing, they had already chosen their own camp. However, many people originally thought that few people would help the undead general to counterattack novice village. But in fact, many players are tricked by NPCs to death, often unable to get even a hidden mission with better rewards after paying a high price. Therefore, players with a bad mentality have long been disgusted with NPCs. So, the war started. At least nearly 70% of the players have all defected to the undead general camp. If I recall it correctly. In the last life, Tianyao Guild was the chosen undead camp. Thinking of this, Lu Feng smiled slightly. He didn't know if Tianyao Guild would choose the undead camp in this life because of his influence. But once they really surrender to the dead, this time, Lu Feng can kill them several more times. Want to gain war contributions and rise in this monster siege? Feel sorry. Don't even think about it. The death penalty in war is the same as ordinary punishment. In other words, once killed, even the war contribution will be eliminated. But compared to these, Lu Feng had another more important matter that needed to be resolved urgently. And this is the key to victory in this undead rampage battle. Have you heard? What camp is Lu Feng in? The other side. Tianyao Yunfen, who was busy recruiting powerful external players, never expected that his opportunity would come so quickly. The undead are on the run. Monsters siege the city. He can defeat Shuo Feng, but he doesn't believe that the undead general can't defeat him. Anyone who is killed. As long as he can blow up Shuo Feng once, he will not only be able to get back all his money, but he may even make a lot of profits. Brother Yunfen, I've already heard about it. That Shuo Feng has joined the human camp. A Tianyao elite came to his side and whispered. Very good, have you tested the things I asked you to test? Tianyao Yunfen smiled slightly and continued to ask. Already tested. The elite nodded. Some of our brothers have already joined the undead camp and found that as long as all PK modes are turned on, they can attack players in the same camp. It's just. Just what? It's just, after killing the same camp, the crime value will increase 10 times, the elite said directly. That doesn't matter. The corner of Tianyao Yunfen's lips curled up. As long as Shuo Feng can be defeated this time, the evil will be worth it and the monsters will be dealt with. Brother Yunfen, do we really want to do this? The risk is too great. The elite seemed a little scared. He hasn't received the 100,000 yuan yet, and now he wants to engage in Shuo Feng? Don't worry, no matter whether it is successful or not, this time will definitely be the last time. Besides, as long as you follow my plan, it will be absolutely foolproof. When the monster siege started, Tianyao Yunfen already had a complete plan. Immediately, he also looked confident and ordered directly, okay, don't say so much, let those people I arranged before go directly to choose the human camp. Okay. The elite responded. After seeing his eldest brother choose the human camp, he immediately followed suit. Then, Tianyao Yunfan's order was immediately issued. The other side. Liu Feng didn't know yet that Tianyao Yunfan had changed his mind in his previous life and chose the human camp. But, if Liu Feng knew, maybe even more excited. Because, if that guy chooses the undead camp, the best he can do is kill him a few more times to vent his anger when the camp is hostile. But if it's the human camp, tisk tisk, that would be fun. Master Shuo Feng, should we choose the human camp? Night Whispering Rose also saw the two system prompts and asked. Right. Liu Feng nodded, by the way, I'm going to go on a mission. You guys go about your business first. I'll be back later. Okay, Master, please get busy. The girls didn't think too much. Subsequently, Liu Feng came to Silena and told him something. After hearing Liu Feng's words, Silena was immediately horrified. Warrior, can you really find a way to wake up my daughter Doria? Yes. Liu Feng said solemnly. Dolia is what Liu Feng mentioned before as the key to the war. Having past life experience, Liu Feng knew Dolia's true identity. She was actually the daughter of light. Born with an enviable body of light. Among them, it possesses extremely powerful power of light. Only, now she is trapped in a chaotic nightmare. If you can wake it up, you can get a very powerful buff. Within 2 hours, the damage caused to dark creatures will be plus 100%, and the damage immunity to dark creatures will be plus 90%. The dark system doesn't just include the undead. There are even ghosts, evil spirits, zombies, nightmares, liches, skeletons, and a series of monsters. And the power of light. It has strong restraint against these dark monsters. Not only that, there is also an extremely powerful item, Darius Tears, a skill that specifically seals a dark monster boss. If you can get these two rewards, when facing this undead rampage and attacking the real undead general, I will get twice the result with half the effort. Good. Warrior, come with me. Silena excitedly led Liu Feng, my daughter is now sealed in a different space by me. Ding, you triggered the special mission, the sleeping girl. Ding, mission requirement, wake up the sleeping girl Doria 0/1, current status, not accepted. Ding, do you accept the mission? Accept. Liu Feng accepted it immediately. It is worth mentioning that in my previous life, I discovered this hidden mission by myself. Liu Feng entered the game relatively late at that time, so he kept doing tasks step by step for Silena, the village chief. Because after accidentally picking up a dream flower that can wake up a sleeping person, Silena was touched. However, this dream flower not only failed to wake up Dolia, but also dragged herself into Dolia's dream. It was only by accident that Liu Feng discovered and completed this mission. So, he is quite familiar with the process. Subsequently, when the two came to a deserted place, Silena waved the staff in his hand repeatedly, summoning a circular alien space entrance of about 1 meter. Chapter 29. Warrior, this is the alien space where my daughter is. If you're really sure it's okay, then let's go in together. Silena still couldn't believe it. It has been a year or two since his daughter fell into a deep sleep. He could not find the reason. He tried many methods but could not wake her up. This warrior, does he really have a way? Liu Feng didn't hesitate at all. In that case, let's go now, said. Liu Feng took the first step and directly entered the entrance to the different space. See this scene. Silena's heart tightened, and she also walked in. After a while, the scene in front of me became distorted. The two of them came directly to a deep and dark alien space. At a glance, in the center of a different space, Lu Feng also saw the girl who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, with skin as smooth as jade and wearing only a light blue nightgown, lying on the bed. Village Chief Silena, you should have skills such as dream connection, right? Arriving next to Dolia, Lu Feng asked directly. Silena nodded, with some surprise on her face. Warrior, do you mean that my daughter fell into a dream? Lu Feng said directly, to be specific, it should be chaos nightmare. So, I must use hypnosis-type skills to transport me to Doria's dream. After killing these chaotic nightmares, Doria can wake up. If we can't kill these chaotic nightmares, Doria will never wake up for the rest of her life. What? Silena was frightened. The warrior, let's start right away. I will use the dream connection for you and my daughter now. Good. Lu Feng nodded. Taking a deep breath, he lay down next to Doria. Silena also immediately began to wave the staff and cast the dream connection spell. A few seconds later, as a burst of girl's unique fragrance enters the heart and lungs. Less than a few seconds, Lu Feng's consciousness began to blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in an area filled with thick grey-white fog. Just got here. Several transparent ghost monsters about 1 meter in size appeared floating in front of Lu Feng. These guys have no bodies and no faces. If you look closely, it looks like a thin plastic bag with only a humanoid head. But the fist-sized head didn't even have any facial features except for a small, pure round mouth that resembled a mouth. Chaos Nightmare, 473 Life. There is no hierarchy. There is no rank. This floating object doesn't even have any other attributes, it only has a little health value. Just a light touch can kill it. But this guy is like a virus. As long as it continues to exist in Dolia's dream, it will continue to devour her soul power. Wait until the soul power is exhausted. Those chaotic nightmares will just leave. Same. Doria will also sleep forever and never wake up. Ding, you destroyed a chaos nightmare, and you collected 473 Doria's soul fragments. Current soul integrity, 1043/10,000. Sure enough, if this mission had been discovered 1 month later in the previous life, Doria would have been completely doomed. Lu Feng sighed softly. Without thinking too much, he began to look for traces of the nightmare of chaos in Dolia's endless illusory dream. Ding, you destroyed a chaos nightmare. Ding comma. Ding comma. A series of system prompts appear. Dolia's soul integrity quickly reached over 3,000 points. One thing to say. This task is not difficult, even a first-level player can easily complete it. Because the Chaos Nightmare has no attack and no defense. The only means of attack. After passing through your own body, it will randomly steal some of your own attribute values. When all of his attributes are stolen, he will remain silent in Doria's dream forever. The only way to break the situation is to wait for the next person to enter here to save him. So, for Lu Feng, the only difficulty with this task is time. It took 8 minutes to collect more than 3,000 souls. But the Chaos Nightmare behind it will become increasingly difficult to find. The undead will start going berserk in an hour, we must speed up. Lu Feng took a deep breath and increased the speed of his feet. But there is no way. There is no shortcut to this task, so I can only go on looking for it without any clues. 15 minutes later. Doria's soul progress reaches 5,000 points. At this time, the old village chief Silena, who was in a different space, suddenly saw his daughter's eyebrows frowning slightly. Oh my god! Daughter, are you going to wake up? Seeing this scene, Silena was so excited that she didn't even dare to touch it. It was as if he had seen a fragile crystal and was afraid that he would break it if he just moved it slightly. To know. During the past 2 years when her daughter was comatose, Silena could still see her daughter turning over or crying a few times at first. Gradually, Her body didn't move, her fingers didn't move, and even her eyebrows and eyelids were completely motionless. What scares Silena the most is, in the past 2 or 3 months, Darius' breathing became gradually weaker. This really scared Silena. But, there is no way. But now, when he saw that his daughter not only gradually regained her steady breathing in just a few minutes, but even her eyelids and eyebrows began to move, Silena suddenly became hopeful. O Shuo Feng! O warrior! You are Darius' savior, and you are also my Silena's savior. Silena didn't dare to say anything. But he roared crazily in his heart. 30 minutes later, Darius' soul progress exceeded 8,000 points. At the same time, in a different space, Darius' fingers also moved, and she even clenched her little pink fist. Come on! Come on! Doria! Shuo Feng warrior! The Supreme God will bless us, right? It must be. He will definitely bless us. Silena was anxious and happy. But he was unable to do anything to help at this time and could only keep praying. But at this time, Lu Feng's progress in searching for Chaos Nightmare had dropped significantly. No way. There were a lot of Chaos Nightmares at the beginning, and Lu Feng would definitely be easy to find. The further back you go, the smaller the number. The speed will definitely get slower and slower. After 50 minutes, Darius' soul progress has reached 9,236 points. There should be at most 3 or 4 Chaos Nightmares left. Lu Feng frowned and kept searching. Ding! You destroyed a Chaos Nightmare, and you collected 256 Darius soul fragments. Current soul integrity, 9492/10,000. 500 more. Continue. Lu Feng didn't dare to stop. Because now there is less than 10 minutes left before the official siege time of the undead rampage. At the same time, seeing Dolia's painful expression in the different space, and even trying to open her eyes desperately, Silena, an old mage who was already over 100 years old, was so excited that she almost jumped up. It's quick, it's quick! Silena cheered excitedly. That's when. 56th minute. Ding, you destroyed. The current soul progress is 9886/10,000. The last one. Where is it? Lu Feng was also anxious, constantly looking for traces of Chaos Nightmare everywhere. That's when. The floating object that made him scratch his head finally appeared in front of him. Chapter 30. Finally found you. Seeing the last Chaos Nightmare, Lu Feng didn't even want to shoot an elemental missile at it. The next second. Ding! You destroyed a Chaos Nightmare, and you collected 114 Darius soul fragments. Current soul integrity, 10,000/10,000. Ding! You have completed the Sleeping Girl mission. Finally finished. Lu Feng closed his eyes and was mentally prepared to leave. At this time, with a huge tremor in this illusory dreamland, he opened his eyes directly in the different space. At the same time, Doria, who had been struggling for a long time, sat up on the bed instantly. Subsequently, as if she had experienced something extremely terrifying, the girl subconsciously threw herself into the arms of Lu Feng beside her. Ah ha ha! It's so scary, so scary! I don't want to go back, save me, save me! This moment, as if grasping a life-saving straw, Doria grabbed the clothes on Lu Feng's chest, twisting and deforming them. At this time, Lu Feng also gave Silena a hint. Silena nodded understandingly. Then, he directly dispersed this alien space. For a long time, Darius' mood finally calmed down. Adventurer, thank you for saving me. The goddess of light will be with me and shine on you forever. Said. A system prompt appeared directly in front of Lu Feng. Ding, you saved Dolia's soul, and you received a special reward, the blessing of the power of light. The blessing of the power of light. Category: gain status. Effect: after possessing this state, your damage to all dark monsters is increased by 100%, lasts for 1 hour. Adventurer. Thank you for saving my life. Doria can't repay you, this is a little thought. I hope that if you encounter darkness in the future, you will remember Doria by your side. As she spoke, Doria held a drop of crystal water in her hands and placed it in Lu Feng's hand. Ding! You got Doria's gift, Doria's tears. Dora's tears. Category: disposable props. Effect: after using it on any dark monster, you can directly specify a skill to eliminate that monster. Comfortable. After receiving these 2 rewards, Lu Feng was finally satisfied. Although he also completed this task in his previous life, he missed the best opportunity to use it. By the time he completed the task, the undead rampage war had ended long ago. But now, these rewards have come just in time. He glanced at the time. There are exactly about 3 minutes left in the undead rampage mission. Shuo Feng warrior. Thank you for saving Doria's life. This is a small tribute from me. Please don't refuse. Ding! You have completed the special mission, Awakening the Sleeping Girl, and you have received rewards, 10,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins, X30 skill source stones, and a bronze level rare skill treasure chest. Another rare skill. In the last life, wasn't it a common skill? Hiss. I don't have any skill slots anymore, what should I do? Lu Feng originally thought it was just a common skill, so he simply didn't leave a skill slot. Could it be? If the completion timeline is different, then the rewards are also different? Lu Feng was not in the mood to think about this anymore. That's when he seemed to notice that Lu Feng got the reward, but he had an unhappy expression on his face. Silena asked, Shuo Feng warrior, is it because my reward is not good and you are not satisfied? No. Lu Feng shook his head, the rewards are very good, and of course I like the rare skills, but I don't have any extra skill slots. Haha, this is easy to handle. It just so happens that I have a skill crystal essence here that can help you expand a skill slot. I'll give it to you directly. Saying that, Silena directly took out a skill crystal essence and placed it in Lu Feng's hand. Ding! You have received a gift from Silena, skill crystal essence X1. Can this still happen? Lu Feng was stunned. However, since there is such a reward, it is much more comfortable. Present. Lu Feng took out the skill crystal essence directly. Ding! You are about to expand an additional skill slot, which requires 1 skill crystal and 10 gold coins. The success rate is 100%. Do you confirm the expansion? Confirm. With a thought in Lu Feng's mind, the first additional skill slot was opened directly. Subsequently, he directly opened the bronze level rare skill treasure chest. Ding! You opened the bronze level rare skill treasure box and triggered the Supreme European Emperor talent at the same time. You received rewards, bronze level thunderstorm, bronze level deadly eye. Nima. Seeing this rare skill, Lu Feng instantly vomited blood. Deadly eye. A skill that can increase spell critical hit chance by 10%. For ordinary mages, this is indeed a very good skill. After all, although the magic explosion probability attribute of the mage can only inherit 10% of the effect, the fatal eye can only trigger a 1% magic explosion rate in the end. But this is quite rare for ordinary players. But Lu Feng doesn't need it. Compared to that deadly eye, this thunderstorm suits me better. Bronze level thunderstorm, LV9. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, consume 50 points of magic to instantly summon a thunderstorm, causing, attack power x 200%, points of damage to an enemy unit. If a spell critical strike is triggered, this skill will directly refund 50% of the magic cost. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Source Stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. Simple. Purely destructive single target burst skills. Even, not only the cooling time is extreme. For Lu Feng, even the magic value is negligible. I now have more than 80 points of intelligence, and an average of 8 points of magic recovery per second. More than 40 points are directly restored in 5 seconds. In other words, I can just ignore the consumption of this thunderstorm. Seeing this skill, Lu Feng really didn't like it too much. The star must rise, the star must rise. Not to mention that Lu Feng just received a reward of 30 rough skill stones. The moment you get this skill, even if Lu Feng doesn't have a single skill source stone on his body, he now wants to directly buy dozens of skill source stones to upgrade his star level. Ding comma. Ding comma. 2 system prompts indicating successful star promotion appeared, and Lu Feng directly opened Thunderstorm skill panel. Bronze level Thunderstorm, LV9. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, consume 50 points of magic to instantly summon a thunderstorm, causing, attack power x 260%, points of damage to an enemy unit. If a spell critical strike is triggered, this skill will directly refund 50% of the magic cost. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Source Stone, 50 pieces. Success rate, 0.1%. Can 1 star directly increases the attack bonus by 30%. After seeing the effect of this 3-star thunderstorm skill, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. That's when. Boom! A dull explosion suddenly exploded not far from Lu Feng. Not good. The undead general is already here. At this moment, the players guarding the gate of Novice Village number 888 suddenly screamed. Chapter 31. At this time, Lu Feng also received a private message. Night Whispering Rose, Master Shuo Feng, many undead monsters are about to rush over. There are 4 gates in Novice Village, which one should we go to? North Gate. However, the North Gate has the most monsters. If you can't stand it, you can also go to the East and West Gates. Lu Feng replied directly. Coyote Mountain Cave is located to the north of Novice Village. Once the charge is launched, the North Gate will naturally be the most violent place to be hit. Lu Feng is naturally not afraid, and his first target must be the North Gate. Other girls are different. Their strength is not as strong as Lu Feng is now. But Night Whispering Rose is not afraid at all. It's okay. Since Shuo Feng is going to the North Gate, we will go too. Fine. Just in time, I'll be there soon. Lu Feng closed the private chat interface and rushed directly to the North Gate. When he comes here, immediately, he saw the dark undead monsters that could not be seen at a glance, and they were already surrounding the Novice Village. And at this time, as the 2 guard captains of Novice Village number 888, Bars and Olemo have also rushed to the North Gate with thousands of Aboriginal warriors from Rog Town. For a while, the air suddenly became quiet. Thousands of Aboriginal warriors, as well as more than half of the players in Novice Village number 888 who chose the North Gate, were also waiting silently for this battle to begin. Warriors! Those undead monsters are going to invade our villages and towns now. To protect our home. This is the time for us to shed our blood. Bals, who was standing on the wall of the village and town, raised the giant sword in his hand and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to fight." This moment, when the words fell, hundreds of Aboriginal mages raised their staffs and started chanting spells. More than 200 Aboriginal archers, with their bows and arrows drawn, are ready to go. All the Aboriginal warriors clenched the swords in their hands and were ready to fight to the death with those undead monsters. At the North Gate, the 7 or 8,000 players also looked nervous. In the army of the undead, there are not only undead monsters or undead generals. There are even players as cunning as them. Monsters have no intelligence. He just rushes towards the city gate without thinking. But players are different. They will try their best to get into the novice village. Destroy their formations, destroy their defenses, and even assassinate their aboriginal warriors. The scariest thing is, there are 6 to 70,000 such cunning players. 3 or 4 times as many as them. The war has not officially started yet, and some players are already trembling with fear. There are too many of them, can we win? Yes, not only the undead army, but also tens of thousands of players who have joined the undead camp. Mater. Those players who rebelled really deserve to die. Oh no. Those damn legs, can you please stop shaking when you step on the horse? No way. Don't blame them for being afraid. The reality of this extraordinary world is too strong. There were tremblings and shouts of killing. All of them made their hair stand on end. That's when the undead army was only 100 or 200 meters away from Novice Village. Bears's eyes widened, and his roar exploded directly in everyone's ears. Rush! Boom! This moment, hundreds of Aboriginal warriors took the lead and rushed into the undead army without fear of death. Mage prepares. Release the spell. Archers, prepare. Fire arrows. We must not let those undead monsters rush into our village. Olemo was injured and unable to participate in the battlefield. But nevertheless, he also stood on the city wall, orderly commanding the remote professions among the Aborigines in the villages and towns, constantly blocking the attacks of the undead army. Whoosh whoosh! Boom boom boom! At this moment, countless arrows, spears, fire rain, and missiles poured overwhelmingly towards the undead army. At the same time, it was as if he was infected by the aura of these Aboriginal people. Players who were originally a little scared suddenly became excited. At this time, a player named Emperor Baaotian took one step forward and walked out of the city gate resolutely. Brothers, the Aboriginal warriors are not afraid of death, what should we players be afraid of? As a warrior, I take the first step. Clang! The long sword is unsheathed. Emperor Baaotian seemed to be ready to die and rushed into the battlefield without looking back. FK. Brother Deba, you really? I'll cry to death. Stop talking, I'm going to. Add me one. We are all players, there is nothing to be afraid of. You can still be resurrected if you die. That's right. Women are not inferior to men, and today I will let you see the strength of our female players. Come on. This moment, under the invisible leadership of Emperor Baaotian, more than 2,000 warrior players stepped out of the city gate and rushed forward fearlessly. Even those assassins with fragile bodies joined the battlefield one after another. Not only that, around the city wall, countless mages and rangers also launched an attack at this moment. With these people joining, those originally menacing undead monsters were suddenly blocked by countless players and Aboriginal warriors. The city gate of Rogtown is not big at all. With this large number of indigenous warriors, as well as those warriors and assassin players joining the battle, no matter how large the number of the undead army is, they were all stopped dozens of meters away from the city gate. But as the undead monsters rushed over, more and more people came. The north gate of Rogtown can no longer accommodate all the undead. It didn't take long. The east and west gates, and even the south gate at the back were attacked by undead monsters one after another. But the 3 major city gates also have a large number of Aboriginal warriors and many players guarding them. A full quarter of an hour later, the war broke out. Not even an undead monster can break into Rogtown. But, if we can't kill the undead general, sooner or later the players will be unable to bear it. Standing on the city wall, Liu Feng looked at the overall situation. And after receiving the blessing of battlefield status, the attributes of the undead monsters directly doubled compared to those of the undead warriors Liu Feng had encountered in the underground demon palace before. For Liu Feng, the strength of those undead warriors is not strong. But for ordinary players, it is completely unbearable. Gone. Groan softly. Liu Feng jumped directly off the city wall. Master, let's go too. Seeing Liu Feng participating in the battlefield, Yao Qianggui immediately rushed in with a few girls. But in battlefield conditions, although you can still gain experience points by killing monsters, you will not gain battlefield contribution points together. Therefore, Liu Feng did not wait for them. Instead, he rushed into the undead army alone. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng's staff moved slightly, and his figure also flashed. Brilliant light. Plus 100. Attack power. The next second, a flaming meteorite trailing flames roared towards the most crowded place of the undead army at this moment. Chapter 32. Starfire Falls. Boom. Minus 2300. Dharma Explosion. Minus 2300. Dharma Explosion. Minus 2300. Dharma Explosion. As the terrifying damage numbers exploded, even the undead warriors who already had plus 100% all attributes status at this time were killed in large numbers in an instant. It is worth mentioning that the blessing of the power of light state that Doria gave him was simply too powerful. This directly doubled Liu Feng's damage. If it weren't for this blessing of the power of light, if Liu Feng wanted to kill these undead warriors in an instant, he really couldn't do it. He could only hit them with one wave until their health was reduced. If so, it is very likely that other players will replenish the tail blade and take away the contribution points. Ding! You killed the undead warrior, you gained 90, plus 100%, experience points and 1 battlefield contribution point. Ding comma. Ding comma. After a while, following the explosion of this flaming meteorite, hundreds of undead warriors were instantly blasted into ashes. And that area also formed a blank area in this short period of time. Although this blank area was buried in the blink of an eye by the undead warriors that followed. But those hundreds of battlefield contributions couldn't erase Liu Feng's achievements just now. Undead Rampage battlefield contribution points, 415 points. It's so cool. I have worked hard to improve during this period, and now it finally pays off. Liu Feng felt extremely happy after seeing him kill hundreds of undead warriors with just one shot of spark pendant. After waiting for so long, he was just here for this moment. Now, seeing that all your efforts have been fully rewarded, what could be more comfortable than now? Previous life. Liu Feng was inexplicably forced to fight a chaotic war with those undead monsters. At that time, I had just entered Novice Village not long ago. The strength has just begun. I was still a little confused at the time. Is the rhythm of this game so weird? Are you going to fight as soon as you come in? After that, he also went out of his way to learn about the background story of this undead general, trying to figure out the ins and outs of these things. However, the backstory of the undead general is simple. I passed by here many years ago because I was on a mission for the Lich Mage. Then Silena and other village chiefs regarded him as a monster who wanted to kill them. In fact, many villagers did die because of this, such as Olemo. What happened next can be imagined. The undead general was forcibly sealed in the underground demon palace by Silena and other village chiefs. However, the reason for this war still baffled Liu Feng at the time. Now, he finally understands. Turn out to be. It's because the player who took on this soul mission in his previous life pried open the key link of the undead puppet. After that, it will be just like myself. Because of Silena's miscalculation, he awakened the undead general. And then, this war broke out. What Liu Feng may not know is, back then, I had the same mentality as those previous players who inexplicably bumped into the undead general in Coyote Cave. Now, Liu Feng already knew all the reasons. Not only did my mood suddenly become brighter, even the strength has far exceeded before. Ding! You killed the undead warrior. Ding comma. Ding comma. After the spark pendant went into cooling, Liu Feng still didn't stop his movements. Elemental missiles were fired one after another. Undead monsters also fell in front of him one after another. No need for help from others. Liu Feng alone seemed to have formed an impenetrable wall here. And every time after the spark pendant cools down, in front of Liu Feng, a blank area of several hundred square meters will be blown up again in an instant. Immediately afterwards. That's hundreds of battlefield contributions recorded. It's simply not that exciting. Even under Liu Feng's abnormal attributes at this time. Even those undead warriors with doubled attributes cannot break through his current defense. It's the same that even 1 point of forced damage can't be dealt at all. At this point, Liu Feng no longer had any worries. He even rushed directly to the area where the undead monsters were densest. See this scene. The aboriginal warriors, including Bao's, were all frightened. Warrior Shuo Feng. What are you doing? You are just a mage, why did you rush into the undead army alone? Warrior Shuo Feng, come back quickly. It's over. Those undead armies can devour all the Shuo Feng warriors in just a moment. Shuo Feng warrior, you. At this time, before they could finish their words, they saw a strange scene. Although from the moment Liu Feng rushed into the undead army, countless undead monsters also gathered around him and attacked crazily. But -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. With countless weird 0 points of damage appearing one after another. Liu Feng's blood volume was completely motionless. Terrible. The aboriginal warriors and Bao's suddenly fell into horror. What kind of monster is this Shuo Feng warrior? Facing dozens of undead monsters around him, he was not affected at all. The most outrageous thing is that every time he summons a flaming meteorite and slams it hard at the undead monsters, he can kill a large area in an instant. This scene. It made bears and the aboriginal warriors look dumbfounded. Oh my god! Is this the strength of Shuo Feng warriors? My god! This is too strong. Faced with the attacks of countless undead monsters, the Shuo Feng warriors were able to remain motionless. This is like a miracle. The savior, could it be that the Shuo Feng warrior is our savior? Suddenly, all the aboriginal warriors went crazy. Moreover, inspired by Liu Feng's unnatural behavior, the morale of the indigenous warriors who were originally fearless of death increased countless times. Those originally powerful undead monsters now seemed to have turned into cats and dogs in their eyes. Not just the aborigines. The players were also scared. Wuko, is that Shuo Feng? This is too fierce. Nah. This is too perverted. One person is carrying dozens of undead monsters, and nothing will happen to him. This is incredible. Isn't he a mage? How can he resist better than a warrior like me? Woo. He's also a mage. I'm so jealous of Shuo Feng's strength. Yes. Shuo Feng is not only able to resist. He can also kill a large number of undead instantly with one strike. It's so cool. It was originally a war mission, but he suddenly completed the lawn mowing mission. This is so incredible. After seeing this scene, all players were shocked. Shuo Feng's move was simply something that no player would even dare to think about. However, he actually dared to do this. But, at the same time as Liu Feng was slaughtering like crazy. On the other side, something unexpected suddenly happened. Hey, hey, hey! That Yahoo Strawberry, why are you robbing my monster? At this time, next to Yaya's Strawberry, a mage girl named Nightingale suddenly screamed. Strawberry was stunned. No. What's going on with this woman? Is it your fault that I robbed you? I can kill monsters in 3 to 5 times. I need to steal your monsters? However, Nightingale didn't care about it at all, and still said reluctantly, haha, I understand, you just rely on your own strength, and then bully us civilian players, right? Chapter 33. Nightingale also started the internal live broadcast of Transcendent World. He turned around and started the live broadcast room, shouting coquettishly to the fans, look, everyone, the BCH of the Night Whisper Guild is bullying people. Nightingale is a streamer with good traffic, with hundreds of thousands of fans. Seeing their favorite anchor being wronged, those fans couldn't sit still. Come on, are everyone in the Nightingale Guild so shameless? Just because they have some strength, they bully us Nightingale. It's just, this is too cheap. Don't be afraid, little baby Nightingale. Whichever city gate you are at, I will protect you right now. I'll go too. I'll teach that Yahoo Strawberry a lesson for you. Haha. Do you really think there are no people in our Nightingale fan group? Now let me show you our strength. This moment, Yahoo Strawberry was completely dumbfounded. She was just killing monsters by herself. And after receiving so much bronze equipment and bronze skills from Master Lu Feng, now I can kill a monster with just a few arrows. Don't take it too easy. And then again. In the situation at that time, not only did I not grab the Nightingale's monster, but when I finally reached half health, the Nightingale suddenly came over and threw an elemental missile. See this? Yahoo Strawberry was also worried that his monster would be robbed, so he shot several arrows in succession to kill the undead with residual blood. To the end. Instead, he became the one who stole her monster? This is too strange. How come everyone is there? But at this time, cross backstab. Minus 586. Crit. As a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Nightingale, a terrifying critical hit damage number was sprayed out from Nightingale's neck in an instant. One knife. Instant kill. Strawberry, don't waste your time with these people. Just kill him. Yahoo Wenruan held a short thorn in his hand, glanced at the body of the Nightingale expressionlessly, and said thoughtfully. Sister Wenruan. Seeing Yayu's gentle voice, Strawberry's heart suddenly became happy. If I could still talk nonsense to that Nightingale, my gentle sister was not someone who liked to talk too much. And among the strengths of several girls. As an assassin, Yayu is gentle, and her single target burst damage is the most exaggerated. Thank you, Sister Wenruan. Strawberry coquettishly pressed herself to Wenro's side and said gratefully. However, when Nightingale was instantly killed, she was stunned. Are these people's methods so cruel? Do you take action at the slightest disagreement? Not only that. After she saw herself die, not only was all his equipment exposed, but even the few battlefield contributions he had finally obtained were directly eliminated. This moment, Nightingale's mentality suddenly collapsed and she cried directly into the live broadcast room. Wow, oh, you all saw it. Those B from the Night Whisper Guild are not only shameless, they even bully others. Not only was all my equipment destroyed, but all my battlefield contributions were wiped out. She is simply the most poisonous woman, and she can bully others at will if she has the strength to do so. I'm at the North Gate now. Is there any good brother who can help me? Woo. I saw the Nightingale crying with tears streaming down her face. Those fans immediately became obsessed. I'm going to ride the horse. I can't control that much anymore. Is it the North Gate? Brothers, I'll charge first. Nima, wait for me, I want to go too. Little Nightingale, just wait, my brother will protect you now. Maid, those people from the Night Whispering Guild are so shameless. Don't worry, little baby nightingale. I'm also the president of a guild. This time I will not only help you kill that Night Whispering Strawberry, but also the entire Ya Whispering Guild. Kill the people from the U Guild. Boss, take me with you. I want to go too. This moment, countless fans who couldn't stand it immediately mobilized and rushed over from the other 3 city gates. Immediately afterwards, Yaya Strawberry, Yaya Wenruan, and even Qiang Gui, Lengzhen and other Yaya Guild players were attacked by a large number of players like crazy. What on earth are you doing? Strawberry, Rose, Lang Xin, Wenruan, and other girls were confused. Too many people. Although under Gu Feng's guidance, their current body skills have improved very quickly. But it can't stop the attack of so many people. It's not just these girls. The president of Yaya Guild, Qiang Gui's younger brother, Yaya Wushan, was also dumbfounded. No. Why is it so inexplicable that so many people have started attacking players in their own guild? Don't let people kill monsters anymore. All of a sudden, there are 200 to 300 members of the entire Night Whispering Guild, not to mention the increased contribution from killing monsters. Those Nightingale fans were completely confused. But soon, Yayu silently figured out the reason for the matter from Yayu Qianggui. Mad. That Nightingale BCH, how dare you bully my sister's friend? Brothers, launch a counterattack directly on me. Yaya Wushan was also angry. Just bully him. You can't bear to bully your sister. Immediately, Yayu silently led the entire guild's 200 to 300 members to directly launch a counterattack. This is not the most outrageous. When someone knew that Liu Feng often formed a team with Qiang Gui and Strawberry, fans of Nightingale even risked their lives to trouble Liu Feng. However, those Nightingale fans never expected that Chuo Feng's strength was so incredible. Not only did he not break his defense when he hit him by himself, but he was even defeated by a group attack skill, which directly connected him with a full wave of attacks. It's simply not too miserable. Liu Feng was also stunned when he finally noticed that among the prompts for killing monsters, there were even some prompts for killing people. To know. In the battlefield, if you are not actively attacked, the counterattack condition will not be triggered and the same camp will be accidentally injured. Unless someone hits you first, will directly trigger a counterattack. Treat those players as enemy units and kill them all instantly. Only. There are so many tips for taking damage yourself. And all of them are 0-point prompts. After searching for a long time, Liu Feng finally found the names of the players who attacked him. But, unexpectedly, they are all level 5 and 6 T1 players. These people are considered T1 players, right? If they don't kill monsters and earn contributions, why are they bothering me when they are so idle? Although Liu Feng was a little confused. But even these T1 players cannot break through their own defenses. So he didn't bother to think too much. The most important thing now is to eliminate the undead monsters first and maximize the war contribution points. As for these people who are causing trouble for him, it's not too late to settle the score after this war. Anyway, it's all displayed on the system prompts. No one can escape. At the same time, the other side. After seeing those girls and Chuo Feng from a distance, they were already in a mess. Not far away, Tianyao Yunfan's lips twitched fiercely. Chapter 34. Chuo Feng. And those women, are you feeling uncomfortable? But this time, it's hard for you not to die. Yes. Most of the players who came to trouble Yaya Guild were actually hired by Tianyao Yunfan. Not only that. Those level 5 and 6 T1 players were hired by him at a high price to specifically hunt Chuo Feng. Tianyao Yunfan smiled when he saw Chuo Feng and the girls getting into a mess. If I can't kill him this time, I'll stick my head in the toilet. But what Tianyao Yunfan never expected was the top players he found couldn't even break through Liu Feng's defense. Lu Feng is in chaos? Feel sorry. Those who came to trouble him, Lu Feng didn't even see what they looked like, and he was killed by his group attack skills. At this time, Yao Qiangwei suddenly received a private message from her younger brother. Yao said silently, I found out, sister, that Nightingale is actually the agent of Tianyao Yunfen. Yao Qiangwei's eyebrows trembled slightly, how do you know? Hey. I had Nightingale killed several times, and she confessed herself. Yao smiled silently, besides, I also asked a few friends in Tianyao Guild and they do have this plan. Wasn't it, that Yao Yunfen was just looking for trouble for us that day? Yao Qiangwei couldn't believe it. Of course not. Yao said directly and silently, the main purpose of Yao Yunfen that day was actually brother Shuo Feng. As for you, well, they just want to use you to muddy the waters so as to deceive others. This guy is so hateful. Night Whispering Rose gritted her teeth in anger. This Tianyao Yunfen is no longer causing trouble for them and great god Shuo Feng again and again. Although every time, it was easily resolved by the great god Shuo Feng. But I didn't expect it. Now they are actually taking advantage of the war mission to rob someone. No, this matter must be told to Master Shuo Feng now. Night Whispering Rose didn't dare to hesitate. Tianyao Yunfen clearly came prepared this time. Don't let those guys interfere with Shuo Feng. Night Whispering Rose, Master Shuo Feng, what happened to you here? Did anyone interfere with you killing monsters or something? How did you know? Lu Feng himself was still a little confused. Who would have thought that Night Whispering Rose would know about this first? Night Whispering Rose did not dare to hesitate and directly told the whole story. I see. Is it Tianyao Yunfen's fault again? I didn't expect that this guy still has some brains. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh after hearing Yao Qiangwei's explanation. Originally, he was thinking that if that guy went to the undead camp, he would be able to kill him a few more times. Unexpectedly, he would actually go to the human camp to die? However, that guy thinks he is in the same camp as himself, so there is nothing he can do against him? No. If they were in the same camp, it would be easier for Lu Feng to torture him. Master Shuo Feng, what should we do now? If you can't get out, I can ask my brother's guild to block it for a while. And he has already started sending people to intercept those who want to interfere with us. And those members of Tianyao Guild. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't reply for a long time, Yao Qiangwei said anxiously. Don't bother me, it's okay with me. Lu Feng's mind moved slightly and he replied directly, as for Tianyao Yunfen, just report this matter to Silena first. Just say that I asked you to come. Ah. Yao Qiangwei was stunned for a moment, here. Great God Shuo Feng, just mention your name? Is that all right? Lu Feng chuckled, you'll know when you go there. Okay, let me try. Although Night Whispering Rose is a little skeptical. But he still came to Silena and informed the old village chief of Tianyao Yunfen's vicious behavior, and solemnly mentioned Shuo Feng's name. This moment. When she learned that Shuo Feng had been killed, Silena was immediately angry. What? You said that the Shuo Feng warriors are being persecuted by the adventurer named Tianyao Yunfen. Yes. Yao Qiangwei looked aggrieved and nodded vigorously. Damn it! This war is already difficult to fight. I didn't expect that there would be such a vicious traitor among us. Silena didn't even think about it and had someone call Olemo over. Olemo, you don't have to command the archers and mages anymore. I have another important task, you go now. Olemo was stunned for a moment, village chief, what happened? It's the Shuo Feng warrior. Silena's face twitched in anger, he is currently being assassinated by an adventurer named Tianyao Yunfen. I order you, now. Immediately. Immediately. Chase him down for me. Shuo Feng warrior. He was killed. Hearing this, Olemo also exploded. Shuo Feng was his savior. If it hadn't been for him, he might have been eaten by that coyote right now. Don't talk about this. Just now in this war period, Na Shuo Feng's brave performance has impressed countless aboriginal warriors. One person can stand up to 1,000 troops. Kill thousands of undead instantly. Now, someone dares to assassinate such a warrior? Olemo was the first to not agree. Village chief, don't worry. I will take people to arrest that Tianyao Yunfen right now. At this time, Tianyao Yunfen still doesn't know that danger is coming. He is still seeing the helpless look of those girls from a distance. Unfortunately, Shuo Feng is too far away. I can't see what's going on with him now. It would be even more fun if you could appreciate the way that Shuo Feng was also tortured. At this time, a wounded aboriginal warrior with a full beard suddenly appeared in front of him. Tianyao Yunfen, right? Yep. I am Tianyao Yunfen, why are you looking for me? Seeing this bearded warrior, Tianyao Yunfen was stunned for a moment. However, after getting a response, the bearded warrior didn't talk nonsense at all, and slashed him with the long knife in his hand. Tianyao Yunfen was immediately dumbfounded. Not only that, several Tianyao elite members around him were also frightened. Don't even think about hurting our big brother. In an instant, several Tianyao elites came directly to stop the aboriginal warrior. Oh! Tianyao Heiying, Tianyao Fiyu. It seems that you are all in the same group, right? In that case, let's die together. Seeing these adventurers around me, the bearded warrior, Olemo, sneered. Next moment, he directly ordered, soldiers, catch all those who belong to the Tianyao organization. At this time, it was not just Olemo. The few aboriginal warriors around him also attacked the people of Tianyao Guild in an instant. Puff puff. A few cuts. Tianyao Yunfen and his elite members were all killed on the spot. Command down. Everyone related to Tianyao will be killed on the spot. They're all in the same group. We must not let such people invade our bravest Shuo Feng adventurer. Yes. The dozen or so aborigines responded in unison, and then began to take action immediately. Resurrection Circle. Tianyao Yunfen was dumbfounded. No. What's going on? I was killing monsters well, why did those stupid NPCs suddenly attack me? However, before he could figure out the reason, the moment he walked out of the resurrection circle, several shining sword lights came to his head again. Chapter 35. Swish, swish, swish. After a few blows, Tianyao Yunfen was so dead that he could no longer die. Ding, you have been killed by the extraordinary world NPC Diro. I'm CIO. Tianyao Yunfen, who was killed again just after being resurrected, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on with this horse riding? However, just after he was killed, he received a lot of private messages from the elite members of the guild one after another. Brother Yunfen, we are being chased by those NPCs. What should we do? Brother Yunfen, it's over. After we were killed, although our levels and equipment were not lost, our experience was wiped out, and even the few battlefield contributions we just earned were wiped out. Brother Yunfen, they are still chasing me. Saw this series of private chats. Tianyao Yunfen was completely dumbfounded. No. We must ask those NPCs. Nima, even if you want to kill me, you have to let me die, right? In the resurrection circle, there is 1 minute of invincibility protection. Taking advantage of this short moment, Tianyao Yunfen also tried his best to calm down and mustered up the courage to go out again. Then, plop. After Tianyao Yunfen saw the aboriginal warrior, he gritted his teeth and knelt down with a pop. Uncle! Spare your life! The aboriginal soldier was stunned for a moment. What? Are you afraid? It's too late. The skill of speaking. He was about to raise the long knife in his hand and strike down again. No, no, no. I really know I was wrong. Uncle, even if you want to kill me, you can't let me die in such an unclear way, right? Tianyao Yunfen didn't have time to think so much, he knelt on the ground and begged frantically for mercy. If he dies like this again, it will really be over. Even if you are killed by an NPC, you won't lose levels and your equipment will explode. But there is an even more outrageous buff, sin punishment. After being killed by an NPC, you cannot get any rewards within 10 minutes. Including but not limited to experience, money, contributions, points and other rewards. The most outrageous thing is, if you are killed once, this state will be superimposed. He has now accumulated 3 levels. Good. The Aboriginal warrior was also kind. Nodding, he raised his long sword and explained, the reason why you were executed is very simple. 1. You are a member of the Tianyao organization, and 2. You are the mastermind behind the assassination of the Shuo Feng warriors. Say it. The Aboriginal warrior didn't even hesitate and dropped the knife in his hand again. In the resurrection circle, Tianyao Yunfen was completely confused. Because he assassinated Shuo Feng, so these things want to hunt him down? And not just yourself, but also the entire Tianyao guild. This is so FG evil. How did they know they were plotting against Shuo Feng? And why would these guys massacre their entire Tianyao guild for one Shuo Feng? But, now is not the time to think about this. How to solve the current dilemma is what he needs to solve urgently. Just 1 minute. Tianyao Yunfen's head was thinking frantically for a solution. Correct. The resurrection circle has 1 minute of protection. As long as I take advantage of this protective time to rush out and rebel to the undead camp, wouldn't it be comfortable? Besides, maybe we can kill a wave of these NPCs. Take revenge for this arrow. Thinking of this, Tianyao Yunfen was overjoyed. Afterwards, he immediately informed his other members of this idea, and he rushed out first. Soon, when the feeling of death from that knife spread through his body again, Tianyao Yunfen was directly resurrected. Then, taking advantage of the invincible time, he rushed out. But something happened that made him dumbfounded. He had just left the human camp and wanted to join the undead, when a system prompt appeared directly. Ding! The undead camp will not accept traitors. You were killed by the undead warrior. What? You're riding a horse, but you still don't accept traitors? Then these people who rebelled from Novice Village, aren't they all traitors? Tianyao Yunfen was so angry that he yelled. However, no more scolding will help now. Now that he has rebelled against the human camp, the undead camp still refuses to accept the traitors. This time, I became completely different from a human being. If you continue like this, you will be doomed. Not just myself. The entire guild will be brought down by him. And just now, Tianyao Shenglong was chatting with him privately like crazy, wanting to ask Tianyao Yunfen what stupid thing he had done. Because the diligent Tianyao Holy Dragon also suffered disaster inexplicably. Ordinary members would definitely not be able to make such a big fuss. The only possibility is Tianyao Yunfen. However, Tianyao Yunfen didn't dare to reply at all. He knew he was in big trouble now. In this wave, not only himself was killed inexplicably. It also caused a catastrophe for all the members of his entire guild. Where can I have the face to look directly at Tianyao Holy Dragon? More importantly, the game progress of myself, and even the entire guild, has been completely ruined by myself. If we don't develop a little bit more, Tianyao guild and himself will be doomed. Present. The only chance is this monster siege. Next, if he keeps making troubles, the guild elites will miss this war again. Not to mention attacking the top 100 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, he himself is not even a T1 player. Endure. Endure, endure, endure. This time, You must endure it. Tianyao Yunfen gritted his teeth and transformed into an invincible ninja. I have been persuading myself that I must endure the humiliation and bear the burden no matter what. For a long time. He brought several of his guild elites to Silena, who was responsible for guarding the city's heart crystal. Then, with a pop, he took several of his elites and knelt in front of Silena again. Chief Silena. Captain Olemo Guard. I was wrong. We will never dare again. Spare us. We must do our best to defend our homeland and resist the undead monsters. Even if we are broken into pieces, we will do whatever it takes. Tianyao Yunfen Balabala said a lot. But Silena never changed her expression. He didn't want to forgive such a treacherous villain. The same is true for Olemo next to him. He hated traitors the most, especially when this guy threatened his savior. But Shuo Feng had previously explained, if Tianyao Yunfen and others want to apologize, then let them stay first and settle the accounts later. Although they also don't know what Shuo Feng warrior means. But since it was him who made the confession, I temporarily forgiven him. But Silena and Olemo both knew it. Shuo Feng warriors can't really forgive this guy. Yes. Lu Feng indeed did not forgive them. Because the way Lu Feng tortured them was not just to kill them several times. The real means, it's not time yet. Until this war is over. This is the moment when their Tianyao guild faces the real disaster. However, Silena and Silena still don't know what he is thinking. Tianyao Yunfen. You have committed an unforgivable crime. But since it is your first offense and you have a good attitude, I will forgive you this time. Remember. If you do it again, we will hunt you to the ends of the earth. We will never tolerate you. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely change my ways. After saying that, Tianyao Yunfen immediately took his people out. Brother Yunfen, why do I feel something is wrong? Then those people in Olemo looked at us as if they had killed his own father. Now, it's so simple to forgive us. At this time, a younger brother couldn't help but said to Tianyao Yunfen. Chapter 36. Tianyao Yunfen also felt strange. But now there is no time to think so much. Forget it, let's kill monsters quickly and accumulate battlefield contribution points. Otherwise, it will be too late. The other side. North Gate Battlefield. Just as Lu Feng thought. As time goes by, both Aboriginal warriors and players can no longer stand it. No way. There are too many undead monsters. Moreover, they all have a 100% increase in all attributes. Not to mention that it is difficult for Aboriginal warriors to fight, it is even more difficult for ordinary players to fight. Lu Feng took a look at his experience bar. Level 10, 102%. The experience is almost over. Seeing his experience bar, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. It is worth mentioning that the first level 10 player achievement does not mean that it can be triggered directly after reaching level 10. It will only be triggered after you have more than 100% experience at level 10 and officially enter the main city. The first condition for entering the main city. That means you have reached level 10 and have 100% experience or more. Now, Lu Feng finally has enough experience points. Even after killing the undead general boss and completing the mission, you can still be rewarded with a lot of experience. But Lu Feng doesn't know how much reward he can get. Therefore, I had better gain enough experience with these monsters before taking the next step. Battlefield contribution points, 426,358 points. An hour and a half of hunting. Lu Feng's battlefield contribution points soared to more than 400,000. It's still not enough. Lu Feng shook his head. Although compared with ordinary players, Lu Feng's current contribution is at least hundreds of times greater than theirs. But he is still not satisfied. The rewards that can be exchanged for battlefield contribution points are so generous. Once you miss it, it won't be easy to wait for the next time. Moreover, if time is delayed further, players and aborigines may not be able to withstand it. When the time comes to let those undead armies rush into the novice village, the gains outweigh the losses. In that case, let's get started. Liu Feng looked far away, towards the undead general boss at the center of the undead army. Just kill it. The 100% increase in all attributes of the undead warrior will disappear directly. By then, the pressure on others facing the undead army will be much less. Subsequently, Liu Feng stepped out, facing the countless undead monsters, approaching the undead general step by step. Ding! You killed the undead warrior, you gained 90, plus 100%, experience points and 1 battlefield contribution point. Ding comma! Ding comma! Along with countless kill prompts, appeared in front of him. Liu Feng walked for nearly half an hour before he came to the undead general. Bronze level boss undead general. Level 10. Life 100,000, plus 100%. Attack 850, plus 100%. Defense 660, plus 100%. Movement speed 50, plus 100%. Skills, Mastery, Soul Shatter Explosive Slash. Undead Charge. The Call of the Dead. Death Impact. The Will to Fight. Description: the undead general who rules countless undead warriors. It has unimaginable terrifying strength. At a glance, the terrifying attributes of this boss almost make people despair. Not only that, those 5 skills are even more incredible. Call of the Dead is a summoning skill. It doesn't matter. The Will of War, that is, the passive that increases the attributes of the entire undead army by 100%, can it be ignored? This soul-shattering explosion slash is more dangerous, with a 500% attack bonus and splash damage within a 5-meter range. It's hard to dodge. Liu Feng frowned. The forward movement of soul-shattering explosion slash is only 0.1 seconds. This is so fast. The most outrageous thing is that the cooldown of this skill is also very short, only 3 seconds. Liu Feng must always remain vigilant. High frequency and high injury. Super short forward swing. This skill alone is very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I now have a reaction speed that exceeds that of ordinary people, and I have glory light to protect my life. Basically, there is no problem. As for the lock skill of Death Charge, it only has a 200% attack bonus, and it has a 30-second cooldown. I can definitely resist it. After analyzing it, Liu Feng looked at the last skill. Death Shock Wave, passive skill, summons 10 death shock waves every second, causing attack power. 50-meter range, random strikes. If I remember correctly, the forward swing of this skill is 0.3 seconds. Liu Feng was very confident in his body skills. With a 0.3 second forward movement, you can easily dodge it. Besides, I have another simpler way to deal with this skill. Master, we are here. At this time, Liu Feng also heard the calls of Qiang Gui and Leng Xin. A few minutes ago, the two of them rushed over after hearing Liu Feng's call. Okay, let's get into the state and start fighting the boss. He took command without hesitation. Good. The two women nodded, and after glancing at the boss in front of them, they immediately applied 2 levels of skill buffs to Liu Feng. Sword and Shield Barrier. Defense plus 100 points. 30 seconds. Damage Avoidance plus 5%. 30 seconds. Bing Zhen Shu. Life Limit plus 200. 60 seconds. Life Recovery plus 10 points per second. 60 seconds. As soon as the 2 status skills were activated, Liu Feng's sense of security immediately increased by several levels. Without these layers of buffs, I really wouldn't be able to defeat this boss. No way. Just say soul-shattering explosive slash. If you hit it accidentally. Even with 90% damage reduction provided by Blessing of the Power of Light, the final damage would be more than 700 points. It's enough to kill yourself instantly. After all, Lu Feng's current health value is only over 500 points. And now, with these layers of buffs, the defense has been increased to 168 points, the upper limit of life has been increased to 710 points, and there is also an additional 5% damage-free attribute. With these states, Lu Feng can at least withstand the damage of soul-shattering exploding slash once now. As long as I can handle it once. Relying on Lu Feng's movement skills, plus Sister Qiang Gui's treatment and his own life potion, he can come back. The rest is a matter of the two girls' mana. Subsequently, Lu Feng directly took out the Dora's tears. Chapter 37. At this time, a light and sweet singing sound suddenly sounded. Goddess of Light, please send me your grace and purify the filth and darkness in front of you. The next second, a reminder appeared in front of Lu Feng. Ding, you used Dora's tears on the undead general, please choose the skill you want to clear it out. Note, talents, auras, and passive skills cannot be cleared. Purge, Death Blast. Soul-shattering explosive slash, it is the undead general's innate skill and cannot be cleared. Will of War, the aura skill cannot be cleared. Choose one of three. Lu Feng directly cleared the death impact without thinking. Compared with the inescapable skill of Death Charge is actually more threatening. The most critical point. The cooldown of Death Charge is 30 seconds. And the death impact is once every second. This is indeed a random strike skill. But whoever is special can't guarantee whether it will randomly come to him continuously. If it was really so unlucky, Lu Feng wouldn't be able to handle it. He needs to save his skills to deal with the boss's soul-shattering slash. Although the radiant light did not cool Lu Feng, it was too burning blue. Even if the blue medicine keeps coming, it may not be enough. Afterwards, he didn't think much about it. Directly facing the undead general, he released his skills. Brilliant Light. Plus 110. Attack. Ice Shield Technique. Thunderstorm. Starfire Falls. Elemental Missile. Elemental Missile. This moment. Light Blue Lightning. A meteorite trailing flames. There were also silver-white elemental light groups that instantly bombarded various parts of the undead general's body. Boom boom boom. Minus 3702. Dharma Explosion. Minus 612. Dharma Explosion. Minus 1578. Dharma Explosion. Minus 1578. Dharma Explosion. I can tell you, this defense is truly incredible. They all have a 100% damage bonus, but they only managed so little damage. Lu Feng was a little shocked to know. If you max out your damage, the elemental missiles alone will do at least almost 3000 points of damage. But now, the damage was directly cut in half. No wonder this boss rushed into the novice village in his previous life, and Silena was forced to die with him. With such heaven-defying attributes, without that light state, even I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lu Feng did some calculations. If you don't have the blessing of the power of light, then the damage of your own elemental missiles may only be over 100 points. On the other hand, the undead general has 200,000 health points, and these more than 100 points of damage are only 10% of his automatic blood recovery. The call is not as fast as the return call. How can you play this? But, even now, my actual damage per second is just over 900 points. If you include movement and drag, it may not even be 600 points. Bucket. It's clear that this is a small protracted war. Liu Feng had already been mentally prepared. Having said that, this undead general is just a relatively simple boss in the extraordinary world. Not to mention the later stage. Even after entering the main city, the difficulty of the dark gold level, and even silver level boss in the early stage is far beyond the difficulty of this undead general. In addition, if you shrink back now, what he lost was a million-level battlefield contribution. Just for this reason, Liu Feng couldn't take a step back. At this time, as Liu Feng's attacks landed on the undead general, the boss was directly angered by him. Tiny human! Are you actually trying to challenge the power of the undead? When a low roar came out, the undead general's giant sword, which was more than 3 meters long, suddenly swung. Shattered soul explosive slash. Coming! Liu Feng was shocked. Brilliant light! The moment he noticed that the giant sword had fallen, Liu Feng directly released the radiant light, and his figure instantly appeared behind the boss. Boom! The giant sword falls. A terrifying shock wave suddenly affected all areas 5 meters away. Even a large number of undead warriors were directly knocked away. Pity! Liu Feng had already retreated from this range and was not harmed at all. Seeing that his strongest attack was dodged by the human in front of him, the undead general became furious. He immediately swung the 3-meter-long giant sword and slashed at Liu Feng. Pity! This boss's 0.3-second normal attack swing is probably difficult for ordinary people to avoid, but they can't touch Liu Feng even once. While rolling and jumping, Liu Feng easily dodged the undead general's basic attacks again and again. Too strong! Is the reaction speed of Great Master Shuo Feng really human? At such a fast speed, you can actually dodge. Yao Qianggui's scalp felt numb for a while. If it were before, Liu Feng might have only shown 10% to 20% of his strength when facing ordinary bosses such as the crazy wild boar king, the bloodthirsty werewolf, and the mist spider. Now, you have to show at least about 50% of your strength. No way! The current properties are so bad. He had to tighten his nerves to deal with every skill of this bronze-level undead general. Fortunately, there is a shining light. Otherwise, even a soul-shattering slash wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, the two girls were so mesmerized watching it. Fortunately, I can still react to basic attacks. It's just, for 0.3 seconds, you still need to concentrate and can't slack off. Liu Feng rolled over and stood up directly from the ground. Liu Feng easily dodged another basic attack from the undead general. After just sighing for a moment, the crazy operation started again. This boss skill mechanism is not complicated. It's just that my current attributes are too poor. If the movement speed attribute could be faster, he wouldn't have to fight so hard. Fortunately, if you can handle it, it doesn't matter. Just then. Snort! A flexible bug. The undead general snorted contemptuously. Immediately afterwards, it held the giant sword tightly in its hand and stared at its target, Liu Feng. The next second, the figure of the undead general disappeared immediately. Appearing again, he had already arrived in front of Liu Feng. Dead soul charge. Poof. -613. Crit. FK. It even got a critical hit. Liu Feng frowned when he saw his health instantly drop to less than 100 points. Although the radiant light has not cooled down, so he has to save it to deal with the soul-shattering slash. Fortunately, even if this undead charge was a critical hit, Liu Feng could withstand it, so it didn't matter. At this time, Night Whispering Rose didn't dare to hesitate at all and unleashed her skills crazily. Life Healing Technique. Hydrotherapy. Plus 150. Plus 80. Plus 150. Plus 80. Seeing this series of recoveries pop up in front of my eyes, Liu Feng subconsciously shifted his gaze to Night Whispering Rose. Why did this girl's recovery amount suddenly increase so much? Chapter 38. This life healing technique is a skill that my brother's guild unleashed from a level 2 bronze boss. After he bought it with the guild contribution, he gave it to me directly. Seeing Lu Feng's eyes, Yao Qiangwei understood and said something on the team channel. I see. Lu Feng nodded. With this amount of recovery, it will be very comfortable. Seeing that his blood volume quickly returned to full, Lu Feng felt relieved. Before, she only had one hydrotherapy technique, and the amount of treatment was not enough. She had to take blood medicine to regain her full health. Now words. Lu Feng no longer needs to take medicine distractedly. You can put more of this attention on the boss and produce more output. Soon. The boss's blood volume has been reduced to 90%. Damn humans! Meet the punishment of my undead soldiers. Call of the Dead. At this moment, the giant sword in the hands of the undead general was raised high. With a roar, countless dark magic circles appeared around his body. Immediately afterwards, the silhouettes of undead warriors also slowly emerged from the centers of countless dark magic circles on the ground. At this time, Starfire falls. Boom. -1852. Dharma explosion. -1852. Dharma explosion. -1852. Dharma explosion. Before those undead warriors could launch an attack on Lu Feng, a flaming meteorite roared in at this moment, killing all the undead warriors instantly. If the number of people is useful to me, then my role as a mage will be in vain. Lu Feng's lips curled up slightly. For a mage, what I am not afraid of the most is the large number of people. One skill can take you through a huge area in seconds. Not to mention a dozen monsters. Even if there are 10 times more, it will still be a full second. More than 3 minutes later, when the undead general's blood volume finally dropped to 30%, a very strong momentum suddenly burst out from his body. The second phase is coming. Attack speed and movement speed are increased by 100%. Cooling time is also reduced by 50%. Seeing the black smoke rising from the undead general's body, Lu Feng's eyes tightened and he murmured. The increase in movement speed is not bad. In this battlefield full of undead warriors, even if he has plus 1000% movement speed, he can't use it at all. But attack speed plus 100% is outrageous. This indicates that the forward swing of soul-shattering explosive slash will be shortened by half. In other words, the forward movement was originally only 0.1 seconds, but now it has been shortened to 0.05 seconds. Fortunately, I have intelligence attributes that break through the limits. The fastest reaction time can reach 0.04 seconds. Yet, I can barely handle it. The ultimate reaction speed of ordinary humans is 0.1 seconds. But because of the extremely strong soul power brought by Lu Feng's rebirth, his natural intelligence attribute directly soared to 25 points. That's 15 points higher than the average person. Converted, that is the ultimate reaction of 0.04 seconds. But even so, it's very difficult. It is precisely because of this boss's second stage. Only then did Lu Feng realize that even if he had the blessing of the power of light status, he only had a 70% to 80% chance of winning. The boss is faster again. At least, twice as fast. At this time, the two Qiangwei girls also became nervous. If the speed of the undead general before could still be reflected to some extent. Now, these two girls can't even see its attack speed. Too fast. What they can see now is the afterimages of Shuo Feng and the undead general, constantly intertwined. If they were very focused, they might just be able to see the afterimage of Shuo Feng, still dodging the attacks of the undead general. This scene is simply an inhuman operation. Too exaggerated. Is this game really new? Why do I feel that great god Shuo Feng is so strong? Seeing the battle between Liu Feng and the boss, Night Whispering Rose was shocked. She even suspected that Shuo Feng was a beta player of this game. But Extraordinary World did not conduct any internal testing and directly launched the server. This is something everyone knows. Just then, Shattered Soul Explosive Slash. Hui, FK, there's no mana left. Seeing the 3-meter-long sword approaching, Liu Feng's heart sank. The radiant light is too blue. When the cooldown time of the boss was reduced by 50%, Liu Feng used it several times in succession. Burn the blue directly. I can only bear it hard. Liu Feng gritted his teeth. The next second. Poof. -597. A burst of nearly 600 points of damage was sprayed out. His blood volume also dropped to about 100 in an instant. Get back to your status quickly. Liu Feng said urgently in his heart. The cooldown time for Necromancer charge is less than 2 seconds left. If you can't get your blood back, the undead general's next attack will kill him instantly. And now he not only has no health, he even has no mana. Ordinary life potion. Ordinary magic potion. Life plus 10. 10 seconds. Magic plus 20. 10 seconds. Liu Feng took 2 bottles of medicine at the same time. At the same time, Night Whispering Rose also released her skills immediately. Life Healing Technique. Plus 150. The next second. Before Night Whispering Rose can use the Hydrotherapy technique, the boss's next skill will follow. Dead Soul Charge. Poof. With one stab of the knife, Liu Feng lost a lot of blood. Fine. As long as there is no critical hit, the damage is not very high. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while sucking the girl's milk, he continued to work crazily with the boss. Finally, 10 minutes later, Liu Feng fired an elemental missile and emptied the last trace of the boss's health bar. Ding! You killed the bronze boss, LV10 Undead General, and you received a reward, 1 million, plus 100%, experience points. Ding! In the battle with the Undead General, you obtained 99.99% of the combat contribution, you obtained 999,900 combat contributions. Ding! Your current experience value is full, and the excess experience value has been stored in the experience bar. The current experience bar, 378%, the current experience bar capacity limit, 1000%. Ding! You have completed the chain type and only hidden mission, final stage the Undead Rampage mission. Ding! Battlefield announcement, the Undead General has been killed by the team led by the player Shuo Feng. The special boost of the Undead Warrior is directly cleared. Seeing the last system prompt, everyone was shocked. The 100% attribute increase of the Undead Warrior is gone. This moment, those players who were on the verge of despair immediately rose up to counterattack. Soon, the undead monsters that were about to approach the novice village began to be pushed back wildly by the players and aboriginal warriors. Not long after, the number of undead monsters suddenly dropped by 1/10. But, some people are happy, and some are worried. The moment they saw the battlefield announcement, the players from the originally aggressive undead camp were stunned. Chapter 39. The Undead General is actually dead. I'm curious, this is impossible. Is it possible that such a heaven-defying boss can be killed? This Shuo Feng is too perverted. It's so unbelievable. I've seen the attributes of the Undead General before. There are 200,000 of them. 10 times as many as those little bronze boss. It's over. Once the Undead General dies, we will also explode. Oh no! Those players from the human camp are already coming. Run! After seeing this battlefield announcement, the players in the undead camp were all dumbfounded. At that time, when they saw the attributes of the Undead General, they could almost conclude that this was 100% a plot kill. The undead general is a boss that no player can beat at this stage. Yes. Without the blessing of the power of light, even Liu Feng would have almost no chance of winning against the undead general. It can easily cause tens of thousands of points of damage. Liu Feng's 10 lives would not be enough to kill him with one strike. Even with the blessing of the power of light, Liu Feng had to take many risks to kill him. Without any exaggeration. Calling the Monster War Undead Rampage a plot kill is actually not an exaggeration at all. The development trend in the previous life is considered the normal trend. Pity. When a bug-level player like Liu Feng appeared who was not considered a bug. He really killed the undead general. Good guy, the speed of grabbing monsters is too fast. The other side. After seeing the human players frantically grabbing monsters, Liu Feng became anxious. Keep running to the place where the undead army is the densest, frantically harvesting the remaining battlefield contributions. Half an hour later, the undead army collapsed. The originally endless undead warriors were now very few left. Less than an hour. The last undead warrior was hacked to death by Emperor Baotian and several people led by him. Ding! Human camp battlefield announcement, the undead army has been completely wiped out. Congratulations on your victory in this undead rampage war. All players in the human camp will receive 1000 battlefield contribution points as a reward. Ding! In 1 minute, the battlefield contribution store will be opened. All human camp players can go to the battlefield store to redeem rewards. Ding comma. Ding comma. A striking announcement of victory in the war was refreshed 3 times in succession in front of everyone's eyes. After finally seeing the victory of this war, all the players in the human camp began to cheer involuntarily. Especially the 1000 battlefield contribution point reward. It makes all players ecstatic. Subconsciously, everyone opened the battlefield contribution store, wanting to see what they could redeem for it. Ha ha ha, that's so cool. This free 1000 battlefield contribution points can just be used to buy a piece of bronze level equipment. Wow, wow, I'm rich. I have more than 2000 battlefield contribution points, which can be exchanged for a bronze weapon. This is so cool. Long live the great god Shuo Feng. If you hadn't killed the undead general, our human camp might not have been able to win this war. Yes. Great god Shuo Feng is too strong. Master Shuo Feng, I will be your fan from now on. Master Shuo Feng, do you still need a girlfriend? I am a 17-year-old innocent young girl, I am both salty and sweet. Brother Shuo Feng, I really want to be your girlfriend, or maybe your sister. Shuo Feng. I'm your lifelong fan. This moment. After seeing the incredible rewards from the battlefield contribution store, all the players went crazy. Never expected it. Although I didn't get many contribution points originally, the 1000 battlefield contribution points I got for free in the end could just be exchanged for a piece of bronze level equipment. This is so cool to know. Nowadays, most players don't even have all the whiteboard equipment. The arrival of a piece of bronze level equipment directly greatly increased their strength. Unexpectedly, after stopping the undead general, the final battlefield contribution point reward was actually increased to 1000 points. Liu Feng smiled lightly when he saw the reward after victory on the battlefield. Only. Compared with his own rewards, they were still weak. Ding! Human camp battlefield announcement. As the core figure who killed the undead general, you have received a special battlefield victory reward, plus 10 points for all attributes, plus 100 free attribute points, and plus 10,000 gold coins. Battlefield contribution plus 100,000 points. Ranger equipment, bronze level swift leather armor. Assassin equipment, bronze level refined gauntlets. Mage equipment, bronze level green cloth robe. Ranger skill, bronze level continuous arrows. Assassin skill, bronze level spirit clearing technique. All attributes plus 10. Free attributes plus 100. Gold coins plus 10,000. Even the battlefield contribution reached 100,000 points. 100 times more than ordinary players. Moreover, Lu Feng still has a undead rampage mission that he has not yet delivered to Silena. By the time, the rewards are definitely not bad either. Not only that, Lu Feng also revealed 10 pieces of bronze level equipment and 5 bronze level skills from the undead general's body. After replacing 2 of the level 10 mage equipments on his body, Lu Feng's attributes also increased slightly at this time. As for those 5 bronze level skills, Lu Feng took a look. Except for a useless wind blade. The others are 2 books of ranger skills, 1 book of warrior skills, and a book of spiritual purification skills for priests. Think about it. I don't plan to learn Windblade Lu Feng anymore. First, it doesn't mean much, the damage is not as good as your own thunderstorm. Secondly, I don't have any skill slots anymore. If you force yourself to learn it, you can only put it in the skill bar and eat dust, which is basically useless. When you get to the main city, you can start to conquer the silver tier things. Bronze level skills will gradually be retired. Therefore, Lu Feng chose to sell it immediately. Battlefield contribution, 1,637,064 points. At this time, Lu Feng took a look at his current contribution points. A total of 1.637 million. In this case, it will be considered relatively abundant. Nodding with satisfaction. However, just when he was about to open the battlefield store and prepare to redeem a wave of rewards, a lemo suddenly came to him. Shuo Feng warriors. Village Chief Silena asked me to ask you, how should we deal with Tianyao Yunfen and the Tianyao organization? The village chief specifically told you that no matter what the conditions are, he will agree to it. Arriving next to Lu Feng, Olemo spoke directly. Hear this. The corner of Lu Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said the method he had prepared long ago, it's very simple, just drive them out of our jurisdiction in Rog Town. Oh haha. Not bad, this is, indeed a good idea. Olemo was stunned for a second, and then he laughed heartily after realizing it. If you are expelled from Rog Town, those people from the Tianyao organization are really in trouble. Immediately, Olemo did not hesitate and reported directly to the old village chief. That's when. Lu Feng also smiled slightly when he thought of Tianyao Yunfen and the tragic situation of the entire Tianyao guild. Now words. You can finally redeem yourself for battlefield rewards. Chapter 40. Lu Feng opened the battlefield store. At a glance, the rewards are dazzling. If Lu Feng hadn't been mentally prepared, he might have been blinded. Undead Rampage Battlefield Contribution Store. Ordinary Equipment, 100 points. Bronze Equipment, 1000 points. Ordinary Jewelry, 10,000. Bronze Jewelry, 100,000. Ordinary Mask, 50,000. Bronze Mask, 500,000. Bronze Skills, 100,000. Rare Skills, 200,000. Not only that, there are also instant health potions and instant magic potions priced at only 10 contribution points. Sunlight Elixir that temporarily increases a large number of attacks, 1000 points. Moon Potion that increases movement speed, 500 points. Morning Star Potion that increases defense, 200. There are even many special types of potions that temporarily increase life, magical blood, suppress demons, etc. And even just 500 contribution points can be exchanged for a skill source stone. As long as you contribute 5,000 points, you can exchange it for a skill crystal essence to expand your skill slots. As for the redemption target this time, Lu Feng had already had his own ideas. First of all, I directly spent 500,000 contributions to exchange for a bronze level special equipment, a mask. I spent another 200,000 yuan to exchange for 2 bronze-level rare equipment, a ring and a necklace. There are also 3 bronze-level rare skills, which directly cost 600,000 contributions. Lu Feng's idea was to take a gamble among these 3 rare skills to see if there would be a passive skill. If there is, that's a lot of money. Because passive skills have their own unique 5 basic skill slots, like active skill slots, they can also be expanded, and up to 10 additional slots can be expanded. Even if you can't gamble. If you can obtain 3 rare bronze level skills, your strength will also experience a surge, which is not a loss either. After all, among Lu Feng's current 5 skill slots, Thunderstorm, Spark Plunge, and Frost Thorn are all common skills. It would be even better if it could be replaced with rare attack skills. It will be much easier when you face the silver level boss in the future. Then, Lu Feng directly spent another 300,000 contribution to exchange for 600 skill source stones. This leaves the final contribution of more than 37,000 points. Lu Feng directly bought 10 bottles of Ziri, Huiyu, and Morning Star potions each. Another 999 bottles of instant recovery magic potions and 999 bottles of instant recovery potions were redeemed. As for the skill crystal spirit that can expand the skill slot, it was not within the scope of Lu Feng's consideration. When this thing reaches the boss behind the main city, it can explode at will. The most important thing about skill expansion is actually gold coins and terrifying chances. The skill crystal essence is a secondary thing. So far, Lu Feng's contribution points were only 64 points left. After casually exchanging experience for experience at a ratio of 1:100, Lu Feng began to look at the rewards he had just redeemed. Have to say, this time, Lu Feng has ushered in a great harvest. Sunlight Potion, X10 after use, your attack will be instantly increased by, level X10, points within 1 hour. Glory Moon Potion, X10. Increase the movement speed by, level X10, points. Morning Star Potion, X10. Increase, level X10, points of defense. Lu Feng bought 10 bottles of the 3 major potions at one time to prepare for emergencies. In addition, there is the Instant Magic Potion. Crazy Blood Potion, X999 after use, instantly restore one's own blood volume, level X100. Demon Suppression Potion, X999, restore, level X100, points of mana. Have to say, the effects of this crazy blood and demon suppressing potion are self-evident. Whether it's a boss fight or a protracted battle, it wouldn't be too difficult without this thing. To know. When he was fighting the undead general just now, Lu Feng was short of magic points countless times. Otherwise, that battle would have ended in about 6 minutes. Why did it take 10 minutes? Moreover, if it weren't for the magic suppressing potion that could only hold 999 bottles in the backpack at the same time, Lu Feng would even want to buy more. Just now, this bottle of magic suppressing potion can instantly restore 1000 points of magic to him. To know. Lu Feng's current maximum magic value is only 1200 points. A bottle of magic suppressing potion can be filled up directly. This is simply too cool. Ding! When you opened the bronze level rare equipment treasure box, you received the reward, bronze level dark moon ring. Ding! Rewarded, bronze level dark moon chain. This moment, 2 jewelry treasure boxes were opened directly by Lu Feng. Bronze level dark moon ring, LV10. Category, rare general equipment. Intelligence, 25, plus 100%. Strength, 10, plus 100%. Constitution, 20, plus 100%. Agility, 15, plus 100%. Special effect, increase one's own demon-eating effect by 5%, effective, 2 halves. Set, all equipment attributes and special effects attributes plus 100% effect. Effective, 2 halves. Bronze level Dark Moon Ring, LV10. Category, Rare General Equipment. Intelligence, 25, plus 100%. Strength, 10, plus 100%. Constitution, 20, plus 100%. Agility, 15, plus 100%. Special effects. Effective, 2 halves. Set. Effective, 2 halves. Hiss, it is indeed a set level jewelry. This attribute is really powerful. After wearing this pair of Dark Moon jewelry, Liu Feng's attributes skyrocketed again. To know. With the blessing of special effects of the suit. This set of Dark Moon jewelry alone directly increased Liu Feng's intelligence by 100 points, his constitution by 80 points, his agility by 70 points, and his strength by 40 points. And after wearing both pieces of equipment at the same time, it also triggered a set effect that can increase the spell Devour by 5%. That is to say, if the attack causes 100 points of damage, Liu Feng can directly swallow 5 points of magic value of the enemy target. Yet, not much, though. But it can also save me a lot of blue medicine. Liu Feng continued to look at his other harvest. Ding! When you opened the bronze level special equipment treasure box, you received the reward, Bronze level Soul Searching Magic Eye. Bronze level Soul Searching Magic Eye, LV10. Category, Special General Equipment. Spell Attack, plus 10%. Special Soul Search, your eyes have the ability to see through everything hidden in the shadows, ignoring all invisibility effects at bronze level and below. Description, searching for souls, wails are heard, evil eyes are like lightning, piercing through the netherworld. Comfortable. Increase attack by 10%. This kind of percentage increase attribute is so rare. Except for masks, special equipment with extremely low output rates. Only rare passive skills can appear with probability. Generally speaking, even for passive skills, most of them increase by a fixed value. Entries with percentage increases rarely appear. Because of this attribute, let alone the early stage, even in the later stage, it still has a powerful effect. So, this mask equipment will be defined as special equipment. Bronze level mask has only one attribute entry. Silver level, there are 2. When you reach the dark gold level, it will increase to 4. It's a pity that even though I reached the demigod level in my previous life, I still wore a hero level mask. I wonder when I will be able to break through in this life. Above the dark gold level is the hero level. Just that. It's enough to show how rare this mask equipment is. Finally, these are the 3 rare skill treasure chests. Take a deep breath. Liu Feng looked at the reward he was most looking forward to this time. Chapter 41. Breathe, breathe. Take a deep breath. Liu Feng officially took out the 3 rare skill treasure boxes and prepared to open them. The thought in his mind is, as long as he can develop a passive skill, then the 600,000 contribution will be well spent. If he can also develop a percentage increase in damage, even if it can only increase 2% or 3%, it will be completely worth the blood. Earn. Ding, ding, ding. 3 consecutive system prompts appear. Those 3 rare skill books also appeared in front of Liu Feng. Rare, Bronze level skill Wrath of the Stars. Rare, Bronze level skill Sunlight. Rare, Green level skill Destructive Impact. FK. Sunlight. You actually have a passive skill that increases attack. This wave is so profitable. Liu Feng couldn't wait to look at the skill. Bronze level Sunlight, LV10. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Passive skills, Rare. Effect, after entering combat status, increase own basic attack by 5%. Source Stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. It's not about increasing damage, but increasing attack. Haha, this is even more exciting. Without thinking, Liu Feng directly learned this skill. To know. Increasing the effect of attack is more powerful than increasing damage. Almost most of the attack amplification effects can be superimposed. However, the damage increase can only take the highest value, covering low-level effects. Don't look at the fact that these 5% attacks are not many. Just based on Liu Feng's current attributes, he can directly increase his attack by 37 points. Higher than a level 10 bronze weapon. Coupled with the 10% increase in the soul-searching magic eye just now, that is a 15% increase. It can directly increase Liu Feng's attack points, which originally only had 742 points, to 853 points in an instant. Moreover, this skill now only has a 1-star effect. After subsequent star upgrades, it will only become stronger. Only. Liu Feng didn't care about raising the star of sunlight now, but looked at the other two skills. Also as a rare skill. Although Wrath of the Stars and Destructive Impact are active skills, their effects are not inferior to Light of the Sun at all. First, Liu Feng first looked at the Wrath of the Stars. Bronze level Wrath of the Stars, LV10. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active skills, Rare. Effect, consume 200 points of magic to detonate the power of stars. Instantly causes, attack power. Paralysis, unable to move, unable to use skills, and ignores control adaptability. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Source Stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. A single target burst skill with a basic 150% attack bonus. There is even a 3-second control effect. The most important is, the paralysis effect can even ignore the control adaptability. That is to say, even if Liu Feng uses this skill to fight a boss below the same level, it can directly cause paralysis for 3 seconds. It's simply not that exciting. It has to be said that although the damage of the Wrath of the Stars is similar to that of a thunderstorm, but it also comes with a control effect. If compared to Frost Thorns, not to mention it, damage, control, are not on the same level at all. It's just, the consumption of magic points is a bit outrageous. Thunderstorm and Frostthorn both only cost 50 magic points and this Star Fury costs 200 points. But, you still get what you pay for. Liu Feng has determined his target. After entering the main city, just use the Forgotten Origin Stone to replace the Frostthorn with the Wrath of the Stars. Bronze level Destructive Impact, LV10. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active skills, Rare. Effect, release a bright beam of destruction, continuously impacting all enemies in front, causing, attack power x 100%, damage every second. Note, this skill can be turned on or off at will when casting, and if you move while casting, your movement speed will be reduced by 10%. Magic, 20 points per second. Source Stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 10%. It is indeed a rare skill. This destructive impact is simply stronger. Liu Feng said excitedly. Movable continuous casting skills. And you only need to spend 20 points of magic per second to cause extremely strong damage. It's a typical skill of eating grass and spitting out milk. The key is, destructive impact is also a small group attack skill. The so-called front range is your own casting range. In other words, with the 38-meter casting distance I now have, I can directly penetrate and bombard all enemies 38 meters in front. Although there is only one passive skill, the other two skills did not disappoint me. The most comfortable thing is that it also has a passive skill that can increase attack. This is so cool. Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction. As for other skills, they are quite useful. Therefore, This destructive impact can only be learned after arriving in the main city and opening the skill slot. Now, let's raise the sun's light and see the effect of the rising star first. Liu Feng opened the skill panel of sunlight while walking towards Novice Village. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Sunlight's Light to 2-star Sunlight's Light. Bronze level Sunlight, LV10. Star rating. Category, Passive Skills, Rare. Effect, after entering combat status, increase own basic attack by 6%. Source Stone, 20 pieces. Success rate, 1%. Hiss, 1-star level can directly increase the attack by 1%. Seeing this star-raising effect, Liu Feng was moved. This is simply a magical skill. If it were upgraded to level 10, Liu Feng would be able to gain the 15% attack bonus for free permanently. But there is no rush now. Liu Feng has never seen the star-raising effects of the other 2 skills. Wait until you get to the main city, learn those 2 skills, and then decide which skill to upgrade to a star. But anyway, the priority of this solar light must be the highest. After all, it is also a passive skill. Raising a star once is a permanent gain. Thinking in mind, Liu Feng also walked towards the old village chief. A few minutes ago, Olemo also came to Silena and told Silena exactly what Liu Feng was thinking. Oh! Does the Shuo Feng warrior want to expel those people from Tianyao's organization from our Rog town? Not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being a warrior of Shuo Feng. This is an excellent method. Once kicked out of the novice village, not only will they not be able to redeem battlefield rewards, they will even be severely punished by exiles for a full 24 hours. Thinking of this, Silena smiled happily. Then he waved his staff repeatedly to call up the entire list of adventurers in Rog Town. Tianyao Yunfen, Tianyao Black Shadow, Tianyao Fiyu, Tianyao. Now, expel everyone from Rog Town. A little wand. The Tianyao Guild and others who originally belonged to Novice Village number 888 Rog Town were directly removed from the list by Silena. At the same time, Tianyao Yunfen's side. When the Undead Rampage War just ended, Tianyao Yunfen and others also took a deep breath and squatted on the ground. No way! They are so miserable. Forget it, they were hunted down by the indigenous warriors of Olemo first. Even after he and others participated in the battlefield, the aboriginal warriors were still staring at their backs and killing monsters all the time. It's like using a slave. Fortunately, the war is finally over. It was finally time for him to take stock of his gains. Good. Although I am a little tired, I have gained more than 3,000 battlefield contributions by myself. Not only can it be directly exchanged for a bronze-level weapon, but it can even be exchanged for 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment. A wave has taken off. Tianyao Yunfen felt happy, as if he was about to see Shuo Feng being stepped on by him again. With a slight thought, he immediately began to redeem his reward. However, ding! Exchange failed. Your battlefield contribution is insufficient. What's the situation? Chapter 42. Tianyao Yunfen was stunned. This moment, he suddenly discovered that his battlefield contribution was 0. What the hell? What's going on? You've been killing monsters for a long time, and your contribution has been cleared for me? You don't want me to redeem the rewards? Tianyao Yunfen was confused. At this time, Tianyao's guild channel also exploded. Boss! What's going on? Why have my battlefield contributions disappeared? Brother Yunfen, my battlefield contribution is gone. How is yours? Nima, what's wrong with this meow? After killing monsters for a long time, you can't redeem any rewards at the end? Are you still kidding me? Bug. There must be a bug in the extraordinary world. Otherwise, how could it be possible that none of us can redeem it? Damn! Isn't this extraordinary world said to have absolutely no possibility of bugs? How to explain it now? Every day I pinch my horse, my money will be refunded. Seeing the complaints from those members in the guild channel, Tianyao Yunfen was stunned. Could it be that there is really a bug in the extraordinary world? This is impossible. However, just when everyone was unaware of the situation, a system prompt, like a bolt from the blue, appeared directly in front of everyone. Ding! You have been expelled from the jurisdiction of number 888 Novice Village Rog Town, and you are now in exile. Ding! In the next 24 hours, you will be subject to the following penalties, including but not limited to, being unable to migrate to other novice villages, all experience rewards will be reduced by 50%, the explosion rate will be reduced by 50%, all accepted tasks will be forcibly cleared, and unable to continue to receive new tasks. The favorability of all NPCs in Novice Village number 888 has been cleared. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Being expelled from the jurisdiction of Novice Village number 888 became a 24-hour exile. What the hell is going on? But, when they actually saw the terrifying punishment effect of the exiled man, they were completely frightened. Damn it, how could this happen? The experience has been reduced by 50%, and the explosion rate has been reduced by 50%. Even, not only can't you find NPCs to receive tasks, but you can't even move to other novice villages. How can anyone play with this? Tianyao Yunfen was confused and couldn't figure out the situation at all. He just knows. When this exiled man's state appeared in the status bar, he was immediately teleported out of Novice Village number 888. Then, he was randomly transferred to the wild area. The most outrageous thing is, he can't return to Novice Village. No. What is going on? Who can tell me? In the end, what happened? At this time, an elite sent a private message, "Boss, it's over. Tianyao Yufeng was killed by a monster after being forcibly sent to the wild just now." Ah? Well, what happens next? Tianyao Yunfen was in a state of brain failure. He himself was also teleported inexplicably, but fortunately he was only teleported to the entrance of the village. Because there are no monsters nearby, I am still alive and well. Then, after Tianyao Yufeng chose to be resurrected, he was randomly resurrected into the wild again. That is to say, we can't be resurrected in the resurrection circle. The elite said in horror. It's not just him. Several other elites also sent messages. Brother Yunfen. Then Novice Village number 888 doesn't want us. We can't go back, and we can't take on the mission. Yes. The second brother was killed just now. Brother Yunfen, as long as we are killed now, we will be resurrected randomly in the wild. There is no way to go back. Yes, yes. Moreover, our experience rewards for killing monsters, explosion rate, etc., have also been cut in half. Brother Yunfen, what should we do now? Our Tianyao guild is finished. The Tianyao elites are all scared. Tianyao Yunfen is also dumbfounded now. Can't go back, can't go back. That is to say, in these 24 hours, I can only kill monsters in the wild. After death, can you only resurrect in wild areas? In other words, it is very possible that he was just killed and then resurrected on the face of other monsters. This is too evil. Anyway, not only was it a severe punishment for those in exile, Tianyao Guild itself suffered heavy losses due to Olemo's massacre. The guild that originally had more than 2,000 people dropped to more than 800 people. Wait. I understand. Suddenly, Tianyao Yunfen suddenly realized. It's Silena. It's Olemo. It must be their fault. It's because of that Feng. Suddenly, Tianyao Yunfen's scalp felt numb. He suddenly remembered the time when he led people to kneel down and beg for mercy from Silena. The two NPCs who originally hated me, inexplicably forgave me. At that time, his younger brother also reminded him that something was wrong. It's just that I was in a hurry to grow at that time, so I didn't think so much. Did not expect. The big hole is here. Mad. If you do this, you will be really doomed. The thought of investing tens of millions of dollars to deal with Shuo Feng. To the end. Not only did he not kill Shuo Feng, but he was also casually needed by others. The most outrageous thing is that this wave, even brought down the guild. Ruined. This time, it's really over. After losing so much money, my brother will never forgive me. Will he go to jail or be sentenced? If this happens, my life will be over. This moment, Tianyao Yunfen was completely panicked. That's when Liu Feng, who was about to hand in the Undead Rampage mission, happened to return to the entrance of the village. Saw Liu Feng's figure. At this moment, Tianyao Yunfen's eyes suddenly burst into tears, and he roared at Liu Feng, Shuo Feng. Tell me. Are you doing all these things? Are you causing trouble behind the scenes and causing all of our Tianyao guild to be expelled? Out of Novice Village. Hear sounds. Liu Feng paused. When he saw Tianyao Yunfen, he suddenly smiled. Immediately, the corner of Liu Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he joked, "Oh, you're talking about this? Yes, I asked the village chief to expel you, what? Isn't it great?" Hearing this, Tianyao Yunfen exploded, "Sure enough, it's you. Shuo Feng. I'm going to kill you," said. He was about to charge towards Liu Feng. However, before he could rush to Liu Feng's side, several aboriginal warriors suddenly arrived and instantly pinned his head to the ground. Damn it! Your Tianyao organization is so evil. Now that things have happened, you still dare to murder the Shuo Feng warrior? I think you don't want to live anymore. At this time, Tianyao Yunfen couldn't hear the aboriginal's words at all. After raising his head with all his strength, he grinned at Liu Feng and yelled, "Kill you! Shuo Feng, I'm going to kill you!" Chapter 43. Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh. He took a few steps slowly and came to Tianyao Yunfen. Squatting down gently and wantonly pinching his dirt-filled face until it deformed, Liu Feng said softly, "Okay, I'll wait for you to kill me, but, you lie down on the ground now, how are you going to kill me?" "Hey! You! What are you?" Liu Feng sneered and said, "If you hadn't made trouble for me again and again, would I have done this to you? But, don't tell me, your current human-like expression is quite cute. Keep working hard next time, I will wait for you in the main city. Say it." Liu Feng was about to get up and leave. At this time, suddenly thinking of something, he stopped again and added, "Oh, by the way, forget that you are an exile now and you can't level up, right? In that case, let me help you, okay?" said. Liu Feng raised his staff and threw out an elemental missile. Boom! -3623. Dharma explosion. Ding! You killed the exile Tianyao Yunfen. Sorry. Looking at Tianyao Yunfen who had turned into a soul, Liu Feng shrugged and apologized, "I really wanted to help you kill monsters just now, but I accidentally hit the wrong place. You won't blame me, right?" What the hell?" Tianyao Yunfen completely collapsed. He rolled his eyes, and before he could revive, he was so angry that he passed out. Not good. Brother Yunfen was forced offline. Quickly log off and take a look. Several Tianyao elites exclaimed and quickly went offline. That's it. I just said a few naughty words, and then I was so angry that I passed out. Liu Feng suddenly wanted to laugh. Too lazy to waste time with him, he turned around and walked directly into the novice village. But, from here on out, Tianyao Yunfan, and even the entire Tianyao guild, were completely finished. Not to mention that the gap between them and other ordinary players was directly widened by at least one piece of bronze-level equipment in the Battle of Undead Rampage. Just the severe punishment of the exiled people for 24 hours is enough for them to drink a pot. Wait until 24 hours later. Even T2 players are probably about to enter the main city. Even ordinary players can reach level 7 or 8. And they, with all rewards cut by 90%, I guess I'm still struggling at level 3 or 5, right? Subsequently, Lu Feng came to Silena. Village chief, I'm back. Ha ha ha, Shuo Feng warrior, you are finally back. Seeing Lu Feng, Silena looked happy. This is my little reward for you. Please don't refuse. Ding, you have completed the Undead Rampage mission, and you have received rewards, 300,000 experience points, skill source stones x100, gold coins plus 1,000, Silena's inheritance. Silena's inheritance. What is this? Seeing this reward, Lu Feng subconsciously used it. Then, a system prompt appears. Ding, you used Silena's inheritance, and you got a reward, Silena's recommendation letter, 100 points of free attributes, bronze level badge Heart of the King. Bronze level Heart of the King, LV10. Category, badge. Effect, after wearing it, the damage caused to monsters increases by plus 10%. Hiss, this reward is quite good. Lu Feng said with satisfaction after seeing what was developed in Silena's inheritance. As for that letter of recommendation from Silena, after arriving in the main city, he would find the city lord to trigger this recommendation letter. Perhaps, we can also go to the city lord to trigger a hidden mission. Lu Feng thought to himself. But what he likes most is the badge. In his previous life, Lu Feng had never encountered such a thing. Ding, you are wearing bronze level Heart of the King badge. Your damage to monsters is increased by 10%. Good. Immediately afterwards, after he added the 100 points of free attributes directly to intelligence, he opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name, Shuo Feng. Level, 10. Status, HP, 1755, Magic, 4340. Attack, 892 plus 50, plus 16%. Defense, 169. Movement speed, 34.9. Range, 39. Attributes, Strength 77, Intelligence 406, Constitution 117, Agility 96. After countless reward improvements, Lu Feng's attribute panel has undergone an unprecedented change. Not to mention anything else. The attack power alone has skyrocketed from the original 272 points to nearly 900 points now. If you include the 50-point increase from Concentric Elixir, there is also a 16% increase from Sunlight and Soul Searching Eye. It can reach 1092 points in an instant. It has more than quadrupled from before. Next, there are only two things left. Waiting time. Wait until the price of the skill source stone drops below 50 silver coins, then do a sweep. Enter the main city, unlock the first level 10 achievement, unlock the law. Integrate game attributes and enter reality. Thinking of the last point, Lu Feng felt a little excited. I can finally improve my real-life attributes. To know. At that time, I was conquering the undead general. Lu Feng's lack of realistic attributes caused him to be unable to react to avoid the soul-shattering explosion many times during the second stage of the undead general. If only my reaction speed at that time could reach 40 points of spirit, intelligence. The second stage of the soul-shattering can be easily avoided by yourself. And now, the opportunity has come. As long as you go to the main city and trigger the first level 10 player achievement, you will be able to obtain a large number of lore rewards. And these lore rewards are the key medium to transform game attributes into reality. But now, there is also a bright business opportunity in front of Lu Feng. Skill Source Stone. At this time, the price of Skill Source Stones is still falling, and has dropped to just over 50 silver coins. According to Lu Feng's idea, in less than an hour, it will drop below 50 silver coins. If only I had more patience. In less than 3 hours, these Skill Source Stones will even drop to around 30 silver coins. And after that, it took less than 12 hours. When a large number of T1 players enter the main city, the price of these Skill Source Stones will skyrocket to around 4 or even 5 gold per unit. More than 10 times the profit. Guaranteed profit without loss. Wait. Lu Feng took a deep breath, but still didn't want to give up this business opportunity that was clearly in front of him. That's when several girls who had just redeemed their rewards also came to Lu Feng's side. After the increase after the Undead Rampage War, they also greatly improved their strength. Not only did he have a full set of bronze level equipment all at once, but his levels had all reached level 10 or above. Great God Shuo Feng! We are now at level 10. Should we go directly to the main city? Sister Yairose Rose asked subconsciously. Have you reached 100% experience? Lu Feng had nothing to do and asked curiously. No, I have the most experience, now it's 52%. Although I have less cold heart, I still have more than 40% experience. What's wrong? Night Whispering Rose asked curiously. With less than 100% experience, you cannot enter the main city. Lu Feng explained. Ah, there is something else like this. A few girls were full of motivation just now. Hearing this, he became dejected again. By the way, if that's the case, how about each of us pay 100,000 yuan and let Master Shuo Feng directly bring us to 100% experience? At least 1 million. Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Ah! 1 million is too much. Yes, Master Shuo Feng, it's just to gain some experience. If it's 1 million, it's a bit expensive to have 100 million. 200,000, okay. Several girls gathered around Lu Feng and begged. No, not a penny less. Lu Feng refused mercilessly. How about you go and do it yourself? Anyway, you can finish about half of the experience in 4 or 5 hours. It seems like that too. Okay, in that case, let's do it ourselves. The girls thought about it and realized that 1 million is indeed a bit expensive. After all, it's just to gain some experience. Unexpectedly, Shuo Feng is still as dark as ever. But Lu Feng said 1 million, not because he was evil, but because he didn't even think about taking it. Chapter 44. Joke. If we bring them to level 10 now and rush directly into the main city, wouldn't we be blind as the first level 10 player? Although Lu Feng likes to make money, he is not stupid enough to cheat himself. He can still tell the difference between what is light and what is serious. Moreover, it is also for their own good to let them exercise on their own. From the very beginning, these girls have been following their own techniques to slay monsters. Now, it's time to test their true fighting power. The Undead Rampage War had been going on before, and Lu Feng didn't have time to observe. Now Lu Feng is busy and has plenty of time. Just in time, while waiting for the price of Skill Source Stones to drop, I can also take a look at the operations of these girls and see how they are practicing now. By the way, I just happen to have a few skill books and equipment here. See if you want them. On the way to find the bronze level boss with a few girls, Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and said directly. Hey! What kind of skills do you have as a ranger? Hearing this, Strawberry asked subconsciously. Yes, and there are 2 copies. Lu Feng glanced at his backpack and said, "A book on continuous arrows and a book on scattered archery. Wow! These two books are the core skills of the ranger. I want. Master Shuo Feng, can I pack it for 50 gold coins?" Yayu Strawberry said impatiently. "Don't worry, I remember the ranger still has equipment. A pair of swift bracers, and a pair of swift leather boots." Lu Feng added. Great God Shuo Feng, I love you so much. I want it all. I'll give you a total of 60 gold coins. Just make it up." Yayu Strawberry was so happy to hear that he had so much equipment this time. "Okay." Lu Feng nodded, and then received the transaction application from Yayu Strawberry. Soon, the deal between the two is completed. Ding! Your private transaction with Yayu Strawberry is completed, and you received 60 gold coins. Good. Seeing that another 60 gold coins were credited to his account, Lu Feng said with satisfaction. "Wait until the price of skill source stones drops. With these 60 gold coins, you can directly buy more than 200 skill source stones. Wait for a few hours to change hands and sell. You can earn at least 900 gold coins. According to the current price of gold coins, if converted into dragon coins, 900 gold coins would be at least more than 12 million dragon coins. However, it's not over yet. Lang Xin, you also have one of your warrior skills, thorn wounds, and 3 pieces of equipment. Qiang Gui, you also have a piece of light magic and a piece of priest equipment. By the way, Wen Ruin, there's also one of your gauntlets." While walking, Lu Feng displayed all the remaining things in front of the eyes of several girls. "Oh my god, so many things came out this time. Master Shuo Feng is so awesome. Wow, there's actually counter damage. I love this warrior skill so much. Master Shuo Feng, can you pack 30 gold coins with your equipment? This gauntlet is not bad. 3 gold coins. Can this priest skill purify negative states? Just 15 gold coins. Soon, this wave of skills and a few pieces of equipment were all bought by a few girls. Ding! Your private transaction with Night Whispering Rose is completed, and you received 18 gold coins. Ding comma. Ding comma. In just a short time, another 51 gold coins were credited to the account. Add up before and after. In less than a minute, Lu Feng earned more than 110 gold coins again. Gold coins, 12,582 gold, 33 silver, 46 copper coins. These girls are really a cash cow. Lu Feng felt comfortable when he saw that there were more than 12,000 gold coins in his backpack. This money will soon increase more than 10 times. He took another look at the skill source stone in the trading house. Less than 20 minutes. The price has dropped from the previous lowest price of 53 silver coins to 49 silver coins now. Hold on. This life, it seems to be falling faster. Maybe I can break through the lower limit of my previous life. Lu Feng was a little excited. The harder it falls, the higher it will rebound when the time comes. As long as this thing falls below 10,000 yuan, you will definitely make a profit no matter how you invest. Now, just be patient and wait. Great God Shuo Feng. There seems to be a bronze level boss over there. At this time, Yayu Wenruan suddenly saw a giant bull boss not far ahead and said subconsciously. Let's go. You guys watch carefully this time, I will only teach you once. If you can't learn it, don't blame me. Lu Feng took the girl directly to the giant bull boss. It is worth mentioning that after arriving in the main city, there will be a team intimacy mechanism. The higher the intimacy, the higher the benefits that team members will enjoy. Experience reward increases. Explosion rate increases. There is even an increase in basic attributes. From the lowest team intimacy level 1 to the highest level 10. Certainly. This team level not only requires intimacy to reach the standard, but also requires spending money to upgrade in the future. These girls are very good at handling and are also quite obedient. The most important is still willing to buy your own stuff at a high price. Although Liu Feng doesn't know the reason. But anyway, it's hard to find such a good tool man. It would also be great if it could stay by your side and add some attributes to yourself. Soon, several people came to the vicinity of the 5th level bronze level boss, the red-eyed giant bull. Is it a level 5 boss? The strength is just right. Furthermore, the boss's experience reward and punishment mechanism will not be affected by level, only by rank. Liu Feng thought for a moment. The experience reward and punishment mechanism of boss is quite special. For mobs, those who are one level below you will lose half of their experience. But for boss, as long as the level is not lower than your own, even a level 100 Super God level player can still gain normal experience by fighting a level 1 Super God level boss. But if you fight the same level 100 demigod boss, your experience will be greatly reduced. Don't think too much. After taking a look at the attributes of this boss, he only had more than 70,000 HP. Liu Feng immediately took off part of his equipment and started operating it directly in front of the girl. If you want to hone your skills, don't be afraid. As long as you find an opportunity, just let it go. If you look forward and backward, technology will not improve in your lifetime. While operating, Liu Feng explained. Soon, when the blood volume of the red-eyed giant bull boss dropped to 90%, Liu Feng retreated directly. Go ahead. It's your turn now. Liu Feng groaned, then lay down on a relatively flat boulder nearby and started watching the battle. A flurry of arrows. Holy light impact. Breaking blow. Cross backstab. This moment, when several girls rushed to the boss, they began to unleash their skills crazily. Have to say, after buying Liu Feng's large quantities of bronze-level equipment, the damage done by these girls can be considered quite good. At least it is nearly twice as high as the current T1 players. Especially their skills. Almost all of them are bronze-level skills. It's countless times better than the resources of those T1 players. Only. No, Qiangwei, you are a priest, don't hit the boss randomly to attract hatred. Your duty is to increase blood and status. Strawberry. Can you please pay attention to your position? The cow's hooves are stuck in your face. When Ruan is good. Stay calm. The most important thing for an assassin is to seize the opportunity. Cold-hearted. Pay attention to your defense. Use your sword and shield to defend before attacking. If you charge without thinking, you are seeking death. Compared to the average player, these girls are really good at what they do. But compared to the top 10,000 level Dragon Kingdom players, this operation is not enough. Up to the sky. Maybe it's the level of T1 players. After more than 10 minutes, the girls were sweating profusely from the fight, and finally managed to get rid of the boss without any danger. Not bad. No one died, so it's considered qualified. Let's go. Yayawushan has already found the next one for you. Liu Feng smiled lightly and comforted him a little. But just when he was about to take the girls away, a figure appeared in front of him. Tianyao Holy Dragon. Chapter 45. Great God Shuo Feng, you have allowed me to find you. Finally running to Liu Feng's side, Tianyao Shenglong panted. Why did you come to me? Is it possible that you feel that you haven't tortured me badly enough? Liu Feng looked at him warily and said in a deep voice. Because of the existence of Tianyao Yunfen, Liu Feng is still quite hostile to their Tianyao guild. Hear what Liu Feng said. Tianyao Shenglong also shook his head repeatedly and said, No, no, no. Master Shuo Feng, you misunderstood. I am, specially here to apologize to you. Hee hee. Liu Feng smiled, do you think apologizing can solve all problems? Of course not. Tianyao Shenglong sighed, he also had his own difficulties. What Liu Feng didn't know was, Tianyao Guild has always been divided into two factions. One faction is affiliated with Tianyao Shenglong, the official president, and has been following him to level up diligently, defeating monsters and completing tasks honestly. There is another faction, they are subordinate to Tianyao Yunfen. These people just want to take shortcuts. Follow the vine of Tianyao Yunfen, get in touch with the boss of Guanzhou Game Company behind Tianyao Guild, and skyrocket. Present. Tianyao Shenglong also explained his internal chaotic relationship to Liu Feng. Oh, your guild is in chaos, what does that have to do with me? Liu Feng said indifferently. That's why I came here to apologize to you. Tianyao Shenglong said helplessly, actually, after you took away the reward from the Mist Spider boss, I didn't intend to harm you. It was that boy Yunfen who kept stirring up trouble that led me astray. But, except for the first time, I don't know anything about the rest. It's all controlled by that old boy Tianyao Yunfen. Tianyao Shenglong did not lie. With his previous life experience, Liu Feng knew to some extent that Tianyao Shenglong was a relatively honest person. Apart from being a businessman who follows the rules and uses a little information gap to make money, there is nothing wrong with the rest. The only thing. It was through opportunism that he climbed into the Eternal Guild. Then he soared to the sky and became one of the top 100 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. But despite becoming a subordinate guild of the Eternal Guild, Tianyao Shenglong has always done what he should do in a down-to-earth manner, and he has not done anything excessive. Fine. Liu Feng nodded, so, you just came here to apologize to me? Of course not. Tianyao Shenglong hesitated for a moment, I came here this time to ask you to communicate with the Silena village chief. See if we can let some of our Tianyao Guild people return to 888 Novice Village. Then, remove the exiled person's status. Sorry, you're really late. The state of the exile is fixed. Not to mention me, not even Silena can withdraw. Liu Feng shrugged and said a little helplessly. He really wasn't lying. Those players who joined the undead camp and ultimately failed in the war were all expelled from the novice village and given the status of exiles. Again, cannot be cleared. That's okay. This moment, Tianyao Shenglong was discouraged, his head drooped and he said with some disappointment. Is there anything else? If nothing else, I'm going to get busy. Liu Feng said directly. No. Actually, there's one more thing. Seeing that he was about to leave, Tianyao Shenglong said hurriedly. Explain. Well, Master Shuo Feng, actually the main purpose of my visit this time is to become an affiliated guild under your name. Look, is that okay? Tianyao Shenglong said directly. Sorry, hey. Just when Liu Feng was about to refuse, he suddenly paused. The so-called player-affiliated guilds. To put it bluntly, other than in name only, this guild has nothing to do with Liu Feng. It's just to pull the flag and use it as a tiger's skin, in order to scare others. But outsiders can't see it. After joining the Tianyao Guild, if you see Shuo Feng among them, you don't know how much traffic you can directly attract. Can only say. Tianyao Holy Dragon is still the same Tianyao Holy Dragon. This little opportunity can be grasped by him. In the last life, it was the Eternal Guild that I took refuge in. In this life, I became myself. And at this moment, Liu Feng suddenly had a brilliant idea. If Tianyao Guild becomes its affiliated guild, after that, he can use the crowbar of Tianyao Guild to overthrow the entire Guanzhou group in one fell swoop. True. Even if Liu Feng does nothing now. When the strength is fully developed and the laws are understood, things like the Guanzhou group can be destroyed by themselves. But The result that made them so happy, could this be Liu Feng's character? How could I let this old guy Shen Guanjiao go so easily? You are so worthless, it's better to break up. These were the last words Shen Menjiu said before breaking up with herself. Shen Guanjiao, I wish I could trample myself to nothing. Shen Menjiu, for a whole year, she has been wooing herself and wanting to marry her into the Shen family. To the end. One sentence that is too unpromising means that all your efforts are useless. Therefore, if the father and daughter Shen Guanjiao and Shen Menjiu were allowed to die so easily, it would be a shame for their blind feelings back then. But nevertheless, Liu Feng still asked calmly, it's okay, but, what price do you have to pay? If you want me to put my name on it, it's very expensive. Liu Feng deliberately revealed a flaw of greed for money and said seductively. Really? Hearing his price, Tianyao Shenglong was immediately moved. In this way, you will directly occupy 10% of the sovereignty in Tianyao Guild from now on. That is to say, within the guild, you can directly take 10% of any public income. Do you think, is this okay? Although Tianyao Shenglong said so, he also knew that Liu Feng would basically not agree to this price. But, as long as Liu Feng is willing to raise a price, then he has to leave some room for bargaining, right? His psychological expectation is 30%. If there are any more, I won't be able to bear it. As for the guild's sovereignty, it's just like the actual company equity. When any major changes occur within the guild, all sovereign people in the guild have enough say. In other words, if the sovereignty exceeds 51%, then you will have absolute say in all actions. Even, including big things like disbanding the guild. The current situation is that Tianyao Shenglong occupies 70%, Tianyao Yunfen 20%, and the remaining 10% is in the hands of other guild members. However, Liu Feng said directly and domineeringly, at least 51%, otherwise no discussion. Hey? This doesn't seem to work. 51% sovereignty is the absolute sovereignty that directly controls our guild. Tianyao Shenglong hesitated and said, look, can it be lowered a little? How about 20%? Chapter 46. No. Liu Feng said nonchalantly, either agree or avoid negotiating. 51% is the bottom line. This. Tianyao Shenglong feels uncomfortable. He didn't expect that Shuo Feng's opening would directly exceed his expectations. Master Shuo Feng, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask my boss for instructions. After thinking for a while, Tianyao Shenglong spoke. Your boss? Liu Feng pretended to be curious, who is your boss? General Manager of Guanjiao Game Company, Li Xing. Tianyao Shenglong said. Guanjiao? Is it the Guanjiao from the Guanjiao Group in Dongshan Province? Liu Feng asked deliberately. Tianyao Shenglong suddenly became excited, yes. Do you know our chairman? Do not know. Liu Feng said deliberately, but, if you put it this way, isn't your boss Shen Guanjiao, can Li Xing be in charge of this kind of thing? Okay. Tianyao Shenglong affirmed, actually, the Transcendent World is just a project of our company, and I am the main person in charge. If the income is less than 30%, I can make the decision myself, and I can just report it directly to Manager Li afterwards. But, you want 51% now, so I have to ask for permission. Tianyao Shenglong was helpless and could only take the opportunity to reveal his bottom line. Pity. Liu Feng didn't agree with him at all, then it's up to you to decide this matter, but 51% is my bottom line. All right. Tianyao Shenglong said disappointedly. If Liu Feng really gets 51% of the guild sovereignty, what is the difference between him as the nominal president and the real president? But this is normal. If someone doesn't ask for 100% sovereignty, then that's good. After all, that old boy Tianyao Yunfan has tricked people so many times, overtly and covertly. Now that he can look back and forgive himself, Tianyao Shenglong is already quite grateful. Finished. Tianyao Yunfan didn't waste Liu Feng's time anymore and left directly. But after leaving, Tianyao Shenglong suddenly felt that something was not right. Recalling that before, when Shuo Feng triggered the hidden mission and got the bronze-level weapon, he was invited by some big guilds. As a result, he didn't move at all. After his first bronze-level kill, hundreds of strong guilds extended an olive branch to him. Shuo Feng didn't agree either. Now, suddenly agreed to such an unknown small guild? This shouldn't be the case. Maybe, he just doesn't want to work and wants to control a guild by himself. If this is the case, then it makes sense that he wants 51% sovereignty. However, this is not a trivial matter and must be carefully considered. What's more, Manager Li may not be able to agree to this 51% sovereignty. Starting from the publicity in the months before the launch of the Extraordinary World server, Tianyao Shenglong and the General Manager Li Xing had a premonition that this Extraordinary World would definitely be a huge project for Guanzhou Game Company. So, in Tianyao Guild, Li Xing invested at least 50 million in startup capital. By the way, I even got my younger brother, who is keen on online games, to join the guild. However, what Li Xing didn't know was that his brother spent almost half of the 50 million startup capital on the first day of opening the server. However, these things are things for later. Now, under normal circumstances, Li Xing would not agree to the conditions proposed by Liu Feng. However, Tianyao Shenglong also has a way to make Li Xing agree. Now Shuo Feng has become famous after all. Kill the bronze boss for the first time. Suppress the rampage of the undead. Just these two names gave him a premonition that Shuo Feng was likely to be one of the top players. If only he could be brought in. From now on, the Tianyao Guild will surely prosper. Therefore, if you take this as an excuse and try to persuade Li Xing, it might be enough. Then, the wait got too long. Invite Shuo Feng into Guanzhou Game Company with a high salary in reality, give him money and shares. He didn't believe it. Couldn't these things eat away at a gamer's mind? Once he joins Guanzhou Game Company, it won't matter if he has the sovereignty of Tianyao Guild. It's just, if Liu Feng knew these thoughts of his, he would probably laugh to death. Join Guanzhou Games Company? What a joke! In less than a day or two, Liu Feng's wealth could even directly absorb Guanzhou Game Company, which has a market value of about 20 billion. After fighting a few more bosses with a few girls, Liu Feng stopped. Your current experience bar is almost there, right? At this time, Liu Feng asked directly. Almost. I already have 92% of the experience. Night Voice Rose said directly. Several other girls also echoed. Yayu said coldly, hee, I'm almost there. I contributed a lot and got almost 90% now. Yayu said softly, well, I'm already 95%. Yayu Strawberry, I'm only 88%, so miserable. Obviously I only have a little less experience than Sister Qiang Gui at the beginning. Who told you not to contribute more? Liu Feng smiled faintly, okay, in that case, I will go to the main city first. For the rest of the experience, you can only fight one boss at most. Remember to practice teamwork. Hearing this, Yayu Strawberry asked curiously, hey? Master Shuo Feng, haven't you never participated in the boss battle? Why are you full of experience now? Liu Feng gave her a puzzled expression, you think I killed the boss in the monster siege for nothing? My experience has already been 400 to 500%. Ah! Hearing this, several girls were immediately shocked. You great God Shuo Feng, you are really, I cry to death. Even though I have enough experience, you still want to accompany us. Master Shuo Feng, thank you so much. Yu Wenruan's face was red with shame. He took the more than 30 gold coins he had just received and handed them to Lu Feng. Shuo, great Master Shuo Feng, this is a little bit of my thoughts. I'm sorry, it took you so long. It's okay. Lu Feng was polite, but he took the gold coins in his hand without mercy. In this case, I will wait for you in the main city. Good. Say it. Several girls went to find the last boss with great interest. Now, it's finally my turn to harvest. Watched a few girls leave. Lu Feng directly opened the trading house and looked at the price of skill source stones at this time. Chapter 47. Skill source stone, 23 silver and 50 copper coins. Hiss. I didn't expect that the price of the skill source stone in this life could be so low. Seeing the price of the skill source stone at this time, Lu Feng was moved. Previous life. The skill source stone has only dropped to 35 silver coins. But now, it has dropped directly to 23 silver coins. More than half the difference. Adieu. Lu Feng was frantically harvesting all the skill source stones in the trading house. It took more than 10 minutes to finally spend all the nearly 12,000 gold coins. More than 48,300 in total. That's it. The remaining fraction of more than 500 gold coins should be treated as actual pocket money. Although in 5 years, the real-world economic system will completely collapse. But now, it's far from that time yet. Lu Feng still needs a lot of money for food, clothing, housing, and transportation in reality. Then, he came directly to Silena. Chief Silena, I have met the requirements to go to the main city. Please excuse me and open the exclusive teleportation channel directly to the main city for me. No need to bother, I will open it for you now. With that said, Silena began to wave his staff, opening an exclusive teleportation channel to the main city for Lu Feng. It is worth mentioning that players can actually teleport directly to the main city through the resurrection circle. Only the teleportation location is random. It may be a safe area in the city, or it may be in the wild. If you accidentally teleport to the wild boss, you will be in trouble. Soon, a deep and dark oval space-time tunnel appeared in front of Lu Feng. Shuo Feng warriors, I hope you have a safe journey on your next adventure. This moment, Silena, Bals, Olemo, and others solemnly paid attention to Lu Feng. Looking at him deeply, he walked step by step into the space tunnel. Buzz. When Lu Feng entered the time and space tunnel, a familiar feeling of dizziness suddenly came over him. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt also appeared in front of him. Ding! You are about to be teleported to the current city, Oracle Empire, Oracle City, Hidden Dragon City, Black Blood City, Boulder City. It's still this familiar city. City of the Frontier, Boulder City. The main city in the extraordinary world is divided into 4 levels. Take the system prompt of Lu Feng as an example. Of course, there is no need to say much about the Oracle Empire. The highest level city is the city in the front courtyard, Oracle City. Next, Qianlong City, one of the core cities surrounding Oracle City. Then, it is one of the cities outside Qianlong City. Known as the Guarded City, Black Blood City. At last, it is the outermost frontier city, the City of Boulders. Once a monster invasion occurs, frontier cities such as the City of Stone will be one of the first places to be affected. Only, there are at least a dozen cities like Oracle City in the entire Oracle Empire. Such as Hidden Dragon City, Black Blood City, Boulder City, etc. There are countless more. And this moment, when Lu Feng finally passed through the time and space tunnel, he saw everything familiar again. Finally come. Looking at the familiar things in Boulder City in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Different from those ordinary games. At least, no matter how realistic and magnificent the graphics of those games are, they can't compete with the magnificence and majesty of the stone city. The huge stone slab streets with people coming and going. Countless Aboriginal people are constantly coming and going. At the gate of the stone city not far away, several Aboriginal warriors wearing silver-grey armor and solemn expressions stood on both sides of the gate. The other side. The middle-aged ranger with a black wooden longbow on his shoulder carefully looked at the grocery stalls on both sides of the road. It seems that he is looking for something. Finally, his figure stopped at a stall. "Madam, do you sell any soul-restoring potion here? I need a bottle." "I am so sorry." The female stall owner sitting on the ground shrugged helplessly, "I don't have these things here, but you can go and have a look. I remember that he knows a very powerful pharmacist." "Thank you so much. You are such a good person." The middle-aged ranger walked to the other side with gratitude. And this time, listening to the conversation between the ranger carrying a long bow and the female stall owner, the strong sense of reality constantly impacts the landing wind. Turn your head and look in other directions. There are even many Aboriginal jugglers performing on the streets of Boulder City. A man with his upper body exposed and only a strip of tiger skin around his lower body took a big gulp of strong drink and sprayed it hard on the wooden stick in his hand. Puff! A ball of fierce flames spurted out of his mouth in an instant. This moment, the people watching around cheered wildly. Many people even took out extremely dull copper coins and generously threw them into the copper basin at the feet of the tiger-skinned man. "Oh! Siripal, you are really the most powerful juggler in our Boulder City. Quick, quick! I've already started your next show. If I remember correctly, it was a fire ring, right? Hey! Little Lily! You're being naughty again. Stop running around. Thank you. Thank you everyone." The tiger-skinned man bowed, put the copper coins in the copper basin into his pocket, and introduced to the surrounding audience, "The next show is walking through a fire ring. See you step by step. One step at a time." Looking around at everything that was so real that it could no longer be real, Lu Feng let out a deep breath. Even though several years have passed since he came to Boulder City in his previous life, even now, he is still deeply shocked by these extremely realistic scenes and objects. This, where is a game? This is clearly, the most real world. Also at this time, a series of system prompts appeared in front of Lu Feng. Ding, you have entered the city of Boulders. Ding, you have been cut off from all contact with the novice village, including but not limited to private chats with friends, team growth, chat channels, extraordinary trading lines, and so on. Ding, your current level has reached level 10 with 100% experience, and you have met the advanced task requirements of Bronze level Advanced Road, and you will receive it automatically. Ding, when the number of players entering the main city reaches 100,000, the Extraordinary Tower will be officially opened. Ding, you have completed the first level 10 player achievement, and your current achievement rating is Supreme Level. You got. Chapter 48. Ding, you have completed the first level 10 player achievement, and entered the main city world as the first player in the entire server. The current achievement rating is Supreme Level. Ding, you have obtained the Supreme Level achievement reward, free attribute points plus 100 points. Gold coins plus 100. Bronze level Magic Energy Crystal Spirit. Bronze level Advanced Crystal Essence. Bronze level Spirit of Law X10. Bronze level Heart of Law X5. Bronze level Soul of Law X1. Title Supreme Adventurer. I'm CIO. The achievement reward for the first level 10 player is so outrageous. Lu Feng was surprised when he saw this dazzling array of rewards. First of all, there are these 100 gold coins, and 100 free attribute points that Lu Feng directly added to intelligence. Just these two are already rich enough. Bronze level Magic Crystal Essence, used below level 20, you can directly upgrade to 1 level regardless of current experience. Bronze level equipment advancement crystal. A piece of equipment of any level below level 20 can be directly evolved into a silver level equipment. It will expire after 3,600 seconds. These 2 rewards alone are already a bit outrageous. Don't dare to hesitate. Liu Feng directly took out the advanced crystal essence and used it on his mask. If it is used on jewelry, it will destroy the effect of the set, and the gain outweighs the loss. If it is simply used on weapons, the price/performance ratio is too low. A mask, an extremely rare special equipment, is the best way to use this advanced crystal essence. Ding! You used the bronze level equipment advanced crystal essence, and your soul-searching magic eye was successfully upgraded to a silver level soul-searching magic eye. Next moment, Liu Feng couldn't wait to open the properties of this silver level mask and check it out. Silver level soul-searching magic eye, LV10. Category: Special General Equipment. Spell Attack, plus 17%. Spell Critical Strike, plus 6%. Special Soul Search. Your eyes have the ability to see through all things hidden in the shadows, ignoring all invisibility effects at silver level and below. Description: Searching for souls, whales are heard, evil eyes are like lightning, piercing through the netherworld. This feels a little comfortable. The attack increase has increased by 7%. It's just the critical strike attribute of this spell, it's of no use to me. The silver level mask equipment not only has one more attribute item than the bronze level one, but also has many more attributes. But the previously bronze level soul searching demonic eye already had a very strong attack increase. So this time, it didn't increase much. But even so, it's not bad to be able to get an extra 7% attack increase for free. As for the magical explosion attribute that is of no use to Liu Feng, you can go to the craftsman's shop to buy some refined source stones and directly wash them into other attributes. The best solution is to change it into a magic explosion damage attribute. Either, it can be transformed into a spell attack. Spell explosion damage generally increases by a relatively large proportion. Compared with the attack increase, the cost-effectiveness of the explosion damage increase is definitely higher now. Therefore, if you want to increase the damage even more, spell explosion damage is undoubtedly the best choice. Correct. I have to go to the skill shop later and buy some skill crystal essences to expand my skill slots. Learn Destroying Impact and Star Wrath. Liu Feng silently kept this idea in his mind. Then, Liu Feng looked at the title reward. Supreme Adventurer. Category: Title. Description: After wearing this title, your damage to all players will be increased by 100%. Not bad. PvP damage plus 100%. Although it has no effect on spawning monsters, it is better than nothing. Liu Feng was slightly satisfied and directly wore this title on his body. Then, he looked at the highlight of this achievement reward, the Lore reward. Bronze level Spirit of Law, X10 used at level 10 and below, converts 1 attribute point into reality, sleeps for 1 hour. Bronze level Heart of Law, X5 used at level 10 and below, transform 1 piece of equipment into reality, cool down for 2 hours. Bronze level Soul of Law, X1 used at level 10 and below, transforming 1 skill into reality, cool down 5 hours. The penetration of the law is finally here. After seeing the rewards of these 3 laws, Liu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Spirit of Law, convert 1 attribute point. Heart of Law, transform a piece of equipment. Soul of Law, transform a skill. No matter which one of these 3 rewards is seen by others, they will probably go crazy for it. And now, Liu Feng has obtained them all directly. The spirits of the 10 laws, just convert 10 points of intelligence attribute. At that time, my ultimate reaction speed will increase from 0.04 seconds to 0.028 seconds. That's 28 milliseconds. Well, although it's still not enough. When the time comes, we can wait for a wave of extraordinary towers to open and then reap a wave of lore rewards. Moreover, it can also transform a wave of equipment, which can be regarded as a temporary supplement. The first time the extraordinary tower is opened, 24 hours after the number of players in the main city reaches 100,000. It's still early. Lu Feng was not too anxious. Anyway, now is not the time to transform attributes. And to fight bronze level boss, the reaction speed of 28 milliseconds is completely enough. Silver level, just barely. It's just a bit strenuous. But as long as the attributes are strong enough, it's actually possible. Lu Feng analyzed it for a while and was not in a hurry anymore. At last, Lu Feng looked at the advanced mission he had just triggered, Bronze Level Advanced Path. Bronze Level Road to Advancement. Category, Advanced Tasks. Description, it will be automatically opened when you reach level 10 and your experience reaches 100%, after accumulating 0/100 reputation points. You can open the bronze level advancement and obtain a more powerful bronze level attribute template. Note, if you kill a boss whose level and rank are higher than your own, you can get a reputation reward. Well, after entering the main city, it's troublesome to advance to the bronze level. Finding a boss with a minimum bronze level of 11 is simply too difficult. Generally speaking, bronze level bosses are below level 10, silver level bosses are below level 20, and so on. There are also high-level bronze bosses, but they are too rare. Moreover, most of the bosses in the extraordinary world are in a wandering state. So even if Lu Feng has memories of his past life, it's not easy to find them. Unless it is a lord-level boss with a fixed territory, which is equivalent to the player's hero level, you can search for it in a fixed location by searching for the memory. Correct. There are also many bronze-level bosses among the territorial groups of lord-level boss. Maybe go there and try your luck, maybe you can find a high-level bronze boss. Lu Feng suddenly felt relieved. And his goal this time? They are the family of snow demon monsters closest to Boulder City. Chapter 49. However, with my current strength, it would not be easy if I were besieged by more than 5 or 6 bronze-level bosses at the same time. It's best to be careful. Wai Wei thought. Lu Feng came to the Boulder City craftsman's shop and spent 120 gold coins to directly purchase 110 skill crystal essences and 1 forgotten origin stone. I went to the skill shop again and bought 10 refined source stones. Immediately afterwards, Lu Feng began to directly refine the soul-searching demonic eye. Ding! Do you want to consume 10 refining source stones to refine the attributes of silver-level soul-searching demonic eye? The current refining success rate is 10%. Confirm. Refining, second attribute entry. Lu Feng confirmed directly. Bronze level mask only requires 1 source stone to refine attributes, with a 100% success rate. Silver level directly became 10. The success rate plummeted to 10%. And so on. Every time you advance to a higher level, the amount of source stones consumed will increase tenfold. And the success rate will also drop tenfold. Not to mention the consumption of refining the source stone. Just because of this unbelievable success rate, those big guys in the previous life would have spent an incredible amount of money to refine a piece of equipment. Fortunately, you can choose to refine the attribute items independently. Otherwise, this thing will be tricked to death. Ding! Training successful. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Silver level soul searching magic eye, LV10. Spell attack, plus 17%. Base life, plus 25%. Increase life? This attribute is even more rubbish than magic explosion. Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. Helpless, he could only spend another 10 gold coins to practice again. Ding! Training successful. Spell blood sucking plus 13%. Oh, Keep going. Ding, training successful. Spell penetration? It's okay, but it's not very effective. Liu Feng shook his head. Continue. Ding, ding, ding. Practiced 3 more times in a row. After spending 30 gold coins, Liu Feng finally stopped. Silver level soul searching magic eye, LV10. Spell attack, plus 17%. Casting distance, plus 14%. What about the casting distance? Well, that's all it can do. Anyway, after the casting distance is increased, at least you can stand in a safer place when outputting. Not too bad. But I have to say that refining the attributes of this equipment is really expensive. This is because Liu Feng has the 100% success rate brought by Supreme European Emperor. It took him 60 gold coins to barely wash it once and he was satisfied with it. If an ordinary person, if you don't spend a few $1,000,000, you won't be able to fight for nothing. Subsequently, Liu Feng no longer hesitated and went directly along the northwest gate of Boulder City to the Snow Demon Forest, the territory of the Snow Demon clan. On the way, Liu Feng first used the Forgotten Origin Stone to forget Frostthorn into a skill book. It is worth mentioning that after the skill is forgotten, the skill source stone will be returned directly. Of course, not all the skill source stones are returned. Instead, the skill source stones consumed for each star level will be returned. For example, a 5-star bronze level skill will return 170 skill source stones. That is, 10 2-star stars, 23 star stars, 54 star stars, and 100 5-star stars. Certainly. For Liu Feng, this is all returned. For the average player, it's almost useless. However, after getting this skill, Liu Feng had not risen to a star level at all, so he only returned a skill book at this time. Later, Liu Feng used the skill crystal essence to expand his skill slots. Ding! You used 10 skill crystal essences and spent 100 gold coins to successfully open the second additional skill slot. Seeing this prompt, he directly learned the destruction impact without even thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng was ready to see the star-raising effects of these 2 skills. Although the skill source stone will be kept and sold later. But the bronze level skill only requires 10 skill source stones to upgrade for the first time, and the 2 skills are only 20 skill source stones. Liu Feng didn't care about this little material. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Wrath of the Stars to 2-star Wrath of the Stars. Bronze level Wrath of the Stars, LV10. Star rating. Category, Active Skills, Rare. Effect, consume 200 points of magic to detonate the power of stars. Instantly causes, attack power. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Source stone, 10 pieces. Success rate, 1%. 1 star, increased attack bonus by 30%, and a paralysis effect of 1 second. This increase in star level is quite impressive. To know. The paralysis effect is not affected by boss control adaptability. This 4-second paralysis will always be effective on the boss. Moreover, the cooldown of this skill is only 20 seconds. It's simply not too comfortable. Then, comes the devastating impact. Ding! You have consumed 10 skill source stones and successfully upgraded Destructive Impact to 2 stars Destructive Impact. Bronze level Destructive Impact, LV10. Star rating. Category, Active Skills, Rare. Effect, release a bright beam of destruction, continuously impacting all enemies in front, causing, attack power x 120%, damage every second. Magic, 20 points per second. Source stone, 20 pieces. Success rate, 1%. Hey! Added a 20% attack bonus. The star-raising effect is twice as high as that of elemental missiles. Okay. With these 2 skills, it will be much more comfortable to fight the boss," Liu Feng said with satisfaction. Then, he rushed straight to the snow demon forest. Soon, Liu Feng arrived at his destination, the forest of snow demon. At a glance, this forest is full of densely packed snow-white giant trees. The map of this main city is so big, it took more than an hour to get there. Look at the mountain and run to death. Although Liu Feng knew these terrain areas well, he still couldn't help but complain. The entire extraordinary world is very vast. Just a small boulder city is equivalent to the area of a real province. If it were Oracle City, it would be comparable to half the Dragon Kingdom. And the area of the entire extraordinary continent is even more immeasurable. At this time, when Liu Feng stepped on the thick snow and entered the vast white forest, he soon saw several snow demon monsters that were 2 to 3 meters in size, covered with white hair, and looked like an upright brown bear. Bronze level boss snow demon. Level 12. Life 180,000. Attack 650. Defense 620. Movement speed 30. Skills: Snow Demon Roar, Snow Demon Hammer, Blizzard Fist. Description: the border guardian of the Snow Demon clan. The snow monster responsible for guarding the outside of the Snow Demon forest. Finally found. But, there are a lot of bosses here. It's better to lure out a lone one, it's easier to fight. Liu Feng thought of a good idea. Then, after covering his whole body with the snow on the ground, he quietly followed those snow demons. Chapter 50. At this time, these 7 or 8 snow demons gathered together and patrolled the surrounding area constantly. From time to time, he would pick up a few silver-white, fist-sized fruits on the ground and put them in his mouth to chew. Number yuan, percent at percent. So cold. So delicious. A snow devil at the end of the team couldn't help but sigh as he chewed the fruit in his hand. That's when a heat that made him extremely disgusted suddenly hit him from behind. At number yuan, and yuan percent asterisk yuan. Be careful. There is an intruder. This moment, the snow demon immediately tightened his grip on the wooden spear in his hand and became nervous. Percent number yuan number. I gonna go see. After not seeing any movement for a long time, the snow demon threw away the fruit in his hand and suggested. Several other snow demon monsters also nodded and watched his back leave. That's when Liu Feng, who was hidden in the thick snow, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As expected of a bronze-level boss. Have IQ, but not much. Too lazy to waste time with them. The moment the snow devil decides to walk alone, it's time to die. Soon. After watching the guy leave far away, Liu Feng, who had been following it, made a sudden attack. Brilliant Light. Attack power plus 110 points. 5 seconds. Ice Shield. The Wrath of the Stars. Thunderstorm. Elemental Missile. Moment. Just as Liu Feng's figure appeared, 5 or 6 skills were thrown out at the same time. Minus 2019. Dharma Explosion. Paralysis. 4 seconds. Minus 3192. Dharma Explosion. Minus 1579. Dharma Explosion. Minus 1579. Dharma Explosion. This moment, when the damage figures skyrocketed, they sprayed out crazily from the body of the snow demon. Its blood volume suddenly began to plummet. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, he was directly knocked out of about 5% of his health. Yuan percent asterisk yuan. Intruder. After being bombarded continuously, this strong snow demon only staggered a few times. The moment he reacted, it directly held the silver-white wooden gun in its hand and charged towards Liu Feng. Boom! With one blow, large snowflakes were stirred up. Unfortunately, the snow demon is too slow. With that pitiful attack speed, Liu Feng couldn't be touched at all. Liu Feng dodged it before it attacked. Then, he directly distanced himself from the snow demon and started operating like crazy. Elemental Missile! Elemental Missile! Boom boom boom! -1579. Dharma Explosion! -1579. Dharma Explosion! -1579. Dharma Explosion! Soon, in less than 2 minutes, the snow demon was easily killed by Liu Feng. No injuries at all. This moment, a series of long-lost system prompts appeared directly in front of Liu Feng. Ding! You killed the bronze boss, LV12 Snow Demon, and you received a reward, 33,500 experience points, 22 silver coins. Ding! Your battle is being rated. The rating is successful. Your current battle rating is SSS level. Ding! You have received the SSS level reward, 100 reputation points. Ding! You have completed the bronze level road to advancement mission requirement, reputation value 100/100. Ding! It is detected that you meet the bronze level advancement criteria. Do you want to start the bronze level advancement? Note, the current SSS rating advancement success rate is 100%. It's done. After first bypassing the few snow demons that were still patrolling, and leaving the snow demon forest, Liu Feng was in the mood to check out this harvest. First of all, the battle rating this time, SSS level. In the advanced missions of the extraordinary world, there are a total of 5 major combat ratings. From the lowest level of B level to the highest level of SSS level. Depending on your own combat rating, the rewards you get and the success rate of advancement are also different. B-level rating, in a team of up to 10 people, after obtaining at least 10% personal combat contribution, 10 reputation points will be awarded, and when the reputation value is met, the advancement success rate is only 1%. A-level rating, after the team obtains 20% personal contribution, 20 reputation points will be awarded, and the advancement success rate is 10%. S-level rating, after the team achieves 50% contribution, 50 reputation points will be awarded, and the advancement success rate is 20%. SS level rating, if you kill the boss individually and get 100% contribution, you will be directly rewarded with 100 reputation points, and the advancement success rate is 50%. At last, SSS level rating, if you kill the boss alone and take no damage throughout the process, you will be rewarded with 100 reputation points after receiving 100% contribution. Advanced success rate, 99%. To be honest, Liu Feng didn't know why the SSS level also had a 99% success rate. Maybe, the extraordinary world system is looking for that unlucky guy. Ding! Advanced successfully. You have obtained SSS level, bronze level attribute template. Professional attribute template. Rank, bronze. Level, 10. Effect, after each upgrade, 4-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, intelligence plus 5 points, free attributes plus 10 points. Features, elemental mastery, power of bronze. Information, the attribute template generated after Shuo Feng is promoted to bronze level. Element control. Category, template properties. Effect, after countless battles, you have an extraordinary understanding of your own skills. Every time you release a skill, the gas gathering time is reduced by 100%. Power of bronze. Category, basic features. Effect, becoming a bronze level professional, you have the power to suppress mortal forces. When you are subject to any negative status below bronze level, the control time will be reduced by 90%. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 11. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 12. Ding! you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attributes plus 4, intelligence plus 10, free attributes plus 20. Hey! I didn't get the SSS level attribute template in my previous life. I finally made up for this shortcoming in this life. As expected. This SSS level attribute template is so powerful. After sighing, Lu Feng took a look at his current attribute panel. Attack, 1160, plus 68. Just a level improvement. The attack power alone has increased by 68 points. It is equivalent to nearly twice the attack of a level 10 bronze weapon. This is the terrifying growth effect of the SSS level attribute template. This is just the growth in attack. If you include the overall increase, it will be even more terrifying. With such incredible template growth effects, who wouldn't want to level up like crazy? But, if you only get the B-level template, it will be almost the same as the previous ordinary template. And the special feature of the template, that is, element control, is a reward unique to SSS level templates. I took a look at the time, and it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly felt sleepy. No way! Whose game opens the server at 0 o'clock in the morning? Just in time, I'll convert a wave of attributes and equipment skills. Taking advantage of this forced sleep, I can also take a rest. Lu Feng glanced at the 3 major lore rewards that he had already obtained and murmured. Then, ding, you used bronze level Spirit of Law X10. Chapter 51. Ding, you used bronze level Spirit of Law X10, and you successfully converted 10 intelligence attributes. Ding, you used bronze level Heart of Law. Ding, you used the bronze level Soul of Law, and you successfully transformed Brilliant Light. Ding, you have converted 10 attribute points. After 10 minutes, you will be forced offline, and reality will be forced to sleep for 10 hours. My extraordinary warrior, please pay attention to your safety during the dormant period. Ding, your Heart of Law has entered a 10-hour cooldown, your Soul of Law has entered a 5-hour cooldown. Phew, I can finally transform. With 10 minutes of buffer time left, Lu Feng casually glanced at his backpack. At last. There is still one thing left that can allow people to advance directly to the next level, bronze level magic crystal essence. However, now is not the time to use this thing. Lu Feng knew from his previous life experience. If this thing is used at level 19 with 0% experience, it will instantly increase to level 20 with 100% experience. Jump 2 levels directly. It's simply not that exciting. Then, there is the letter of recommendation from the village chief. Recommendation letter from Silena. Category, Special Props. Description, when you enter the main city and hand it over to the city lord of the main city, you will receive a considerable reward. A reward for free whoring. It seems pretty good. But let's wait until this time it goes online. Lu Feng can hardly concentrate now. I stayed up all night. No one can bear it. If Lu Feng doesn't take a break, Lu Feng won't be able to do anything else. Moreover, if it weren't for his lack of energy, it wouldn't have taken more than 2 minutes for Lu Feng to fight the snow demon just now. You can fix it in less than a minute. Think no more. Lu Feng went offline immediately and went to sleep. Tianhe Community, Dongshan Province. Room 703, Bedroom. After Lu Feng went offline, he found that Su Yuking was still sleeping, so he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Now there is only 1 minute of buffer time left. If you don't lie down on the bed, you will lie on the floor. Subsequently, he glanced at the time out of habit, 6:02. Well, when I wake up, it will be almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Have a meal, and this time we will work all night. By that time, Wangqiang players and T1 players should be at almost level 10 and can enter the main city. T2 players, as well as most ordinary players, should at least get 24 hours after the server opens. After going online, Lu Feng was lying on the bed, still making arrangements for the future in his mind. But just halfway through the thought, my consciousness began to blur. After an hour. Awu. Lu Feng, what did you eat in the morning? Hey? Why did you sleep without closing the door? Su Yuking got up, stretched out, hung up a cute lavender nightgown, and then went to Lu Feng's bedroom. Seeing that he was still sleeping, she felt evil in her heart. He, don't blame me this time. With a secret smile in her heart, Su Yuking quietly came to Lu Feng's bedside. Then, she gently stretched out a finger and carefully touched Lu Feng's abdominal muscles. Ah, it feels so good. Love it so much. Su Yuking covered her mouth and shouted crazily in her heart. Alas! Lu Feng, how great it would be if you were my boyfriend. The moment she touched Lu Feng's abdominal muscles, Su Yuking felt like she was electrocuted. This was the first time she touched a man's body. And they are the ABS that all girls dream of. Keek, feel good, feel good. Humming a little song, Su Yuking flushed and washed herself, getting ready to go to work. Lu Feng said before that he wanted her to enter the extraordinary world? Joke. Is it easy to find a job now? Although her monthly salary is 3,500, she can't give up. Besides, the boss said that as long as he becomes a regular employee, his salary can be increased to 4,000 yuan. Don't you have to work hard? Finished washing. Seeing that Lu Feng still showed no sign of waking up, Su Yuking picked up the space quilt on one side and covered Lu Feng's body. He's so handsome. In the future, I will definitely become a rich woman. Then I will raise a little puppy like this at home, feed him delicious food every day, and wait for me to pamper him after get off work every day. Lean against the wall. Su Yuking held her face and admired Lu Feng's handsome appearance for a few seconds while sleeping. Subsequently, she habitually prepared breakfast and dry clothes for Lu Feng, and then went directly to work. Lu Feng was still motionless, lying on the bed sleeping. He converted 10 attribute points this time, which means he needs to be forced to sleep for 10 hours before he wakes up. At the same time, in the extraordinary world, after killing another boss, the experience of several girls has also reached 100%. Phew! I finally have enough experience. Let's enter the main city together. Night Whispering Rose made arrangements and prepared to take her sisters directly to the main city. Several other girls also echoed. Subsequently, she just said something to her brother and then went directly to the resurrection circle. Ding! You have entered the city of boulders. Ding, ding, ding. Ding! As the first 10 players to enter the main city, you have obtained the Overlord level achievement reward, free attribute points plus 10 points. Gold coins plus 10. Bronze level Spirit of Law x5. Overlord level title. Good guy. This reward is too generous. After entering the main city, before they had time to sigh, they were shocked by the huge stone city. Then I saw that series of dazzling system announcements. But, after seeing the so-called Overlord level player achievement reward at the end, the girls were shocked at the same time. 10 free attributes for free? This is so cool. However, they don't know. Lu Feng's supreme level reward is more than 100 times better than theirs. Hey! Bronze level Spirit of Law. What is this? At this time, when I saw the extremely unfamiliar, but very tall-looking Spirit of Law, all the girls' attention was attracted. But the next moment, Night Whispering Rose suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god! The properties of this game, can actually be transformed into reality. Chapter 52. Everyone's scalp went numb for a while. Isn't this just a game? Can it actually affect reality? How can this be? Subconsciously, they wanted to contact Chuo Feng. But in the friend list, Shuo Feng's profile picture has long been black. What to do? Several girls panicked. At this time, Yaowen, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly suggested. Sisters, why don't I use one first and see what effect it will have? If there are no side effects, how about you continue using it? Hearing this, several other girls hesitated. Is nothing going to happen? Yes. Game attributes transform reality? How is this possible? It's so outrageous. This is even more outrageous than the silly movies I watched. Wen Ruan, have you thought about it? Different from others. Although Night Whispering Rose looked nervous at this time, she was still relatively calm. Anyway, let's try it. It's a blessing, not a curse. Yayu Wenruan knew that there would definitely be no results if he hesitated. Only by trying it yourself can you know what's going on. And if you don't use it, others will too. At that time, others will improve their attributes, but I will still be stuck in the same place. One step behind, every step behind. As game experts, they know this truth. If not, just let me do it. At this time, Yayu Qiangwei stopped him. Let me do it. Yayu smiled softly, I have a good physique. Even if there is an accident, I will definitely be able to resist it better than you. Then, without waiting for her to continue speaking, Yayu Wenruan directly used a spirit of law. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. How about it? What's your reaction? Any tips? Several girls gathered around Yayu's gentle body and asked anxiously. The system reminded me that after 10 minutes, I will be forced to sleep for an hour. Yayu replied softly. Forced sleep? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is the game sleeping, or? I don't know, the system prompt didn't say it. But I think, it should be reality. Yayu said with a gentle frown. Hear this. Yayu Qiangwei thought for a while and asked, Xia Ruan, where are you in reality? We will go find you right away. I'm at home, lying on the bed in the bedroom. If you come, then come directly. Well, I feel a little tired now and want to sleep. Yayu Wenruan has already felt that her real body has begun to gradually become tired. After giving instructions, he immediately logged off. Just wait. We'll go right away. After saying that, Night Whispering Rose's figure disappeared directly. Immediately afterwards. Cold-hearted, the two strawberry girls have also gone offline. This thing is so evil. They were really worried that something unexpected might happen to Yayu Wenruan. But, by the time they arrived at Yayu's gentle home, she had already fallen asleep. No matter how I screamed, I couldn't wake him up. Cold-hearted, the two strawberry girls suddenly became worried. However, Yayu Qiangwei was very calm and thought about what Yayu Wenruan said to them before. Xia Ruan said she will sleep for an hour. It's 8:35 now, wait until 9:35, if Xia Ruan can't be woken up, we will call the police directly and call an ambulance. Night Whispering Rose frowned and analyzed. The other girls also nodded. Soon. Before 9:35, Yayu Wenruan was woken up by Lang Xin. Sister Ruan, are you okay? Seeing Wen Ruan open her eyes, Yayu asked anxiously. It's okay. I'm just still a little sleepy. Yayu said softly and a little sleepily. At this time, she suddenly felt that her body seemed to be really different. Wait a minute. My power seems to have really increased. Moreover, a property panel was called out. It seems, it's a panel of my real-life attributes. When Yayu Wenruan discovered the abnormality in his body, he subconsciously wanted to call out his attribute panel just like in the game. Just when she felt a little ridiculous, the attribute panel actually appeared in front of her eyes. Name, Chuzhen Ruan. Strength, 8, +1. Intelligence, 12. Constitution, 8. Agility, 9. Yayu Wenruan, that is, Chu Zhenruan took a look at his attributes. In the strength column, it is clearly marked that he has gained a little strength. And now, she can really feel that her strength seems to have really increased. No way, my power has really increased. Chu Zhenruan was immediately shocked. This game can really affect reality. Sisters, quick! Log into the game and use all the spirit of law we obtained. By the way, Wei, tell your brother about this too and ask him to enter the main city as soon as possible. The reward for this spirit of law must be that the faster players enter the main city, the greater the reward will be. Chu Zhenruan immediately said to several people. Hear these words. Lin Wei, Yayu Qiangwei, Yayu is cold-hearted, and Yayu Strawberry finds it incredible, but she doesn't dare to hesitate. I logged into the game with Chu Zhenruan, Yayu Wenruan, and directly used all 5 spirits. While buffering, Lin Wei also gave her younger brother solemn instructions and then went offline. Yayu Wushan was confused when he saw the news about his elder sister. What? The faster players enter the main city, the more special rewards they can get for free? Moreover, this game attribute can be translated into reality? No, what kind of international joke is this? Isn't this extraordinary world just an ordinary virtual reality game? At best, it's just a bit more realistic than other games. However, the elder sister's panicked and solemn tone was a bit numb in the silent night. But it is definitely impossible for his sister to trick him. Moreover, not to mention whether the attributes of this game can really transform reality, at least the information that players who enter the main city sooner will be rewarded for free is definitely correct. Brothers, hurry up and level up. The sooner you enter the main city, the more special rewards you will get. Strive to enter the main city as quickly as possible. Yayu silently gave the order on the guild channel on the spot. For a moment, the entire Yayu guild went crazy and started killing monsters to level up like crazy. 5 hours later, most players have already reached level 7 or 8. And those T1 players, almost all have reached level 9. 7 hours later, a small number of T0 players who were the top 10,000 players in the Dragon Kingdom in their previous lives were the first to reach level 10. But when they found out that they still needed 100% experience to enter the main city, they started to continue killing monsters. 9 hours later, the president of the Eternal Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life, Eternal World, also brought a small number of core members of his guild to the main city. As the president of the 3 major guilds, the Eastern Divine Sword Guild, Dongfang Zhanlong was not to be outdone and led dozens of his elites into the main city. In addition, the president of the Forbidden Guild, the Forbidden King, also entered the main city. At the same time, the few people from Eternal World who were the first to enter the main city also saw this bizarre announcement. Ding! You have entered the city of Split Light. Ding! 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 As the first 10 players to enter the main city, you have obtained the Overlord level achievement reward, free attribute points plus 10 points. Gold coins plus 10. Bronze level Spirit of Law x5. Overlord level title. Hey! Overlord player. Not bad, it fits my identity very well. Spirit of Law? What is this? Wait, this thing can actually transform the properties of the game into reality. Seeing the Spirit of Law, Eternal World was stunned. He immediately pulled the Vice President Eternal Sky to his side and said seriously, "Go find someone and try it." What is this Spirit of Law? Transforming game properties into reality? Why do I not believe it so much? Chapter 53. Good. Eternal Sky did not dare to hesitate and directly called a core member to start testing. Soon, the core members fell into slumber. After an hour, he woke up again in the real world and immediately reported the results of his test to the Eternal World. This moment, the scalp of Eternal World is numb. It seems that the old man is right. This game is indeed a bit evil. Quick! Let everyone in our Eternal Guild help me level up quickly now. As long as they can get the reward of the law, everyone can go to the finance department to receive 10,000 yuan. No, directly receive the 100,000 bonus. Give an order. The Eternal Guild, with a scale of tens of thousands of people, driven by the powerful power of money, started to run like crazy. An Eternal World itself also directly used the 5 spirits of law to go to sleep in reality. But just before the Eternal World fell into a deep sleep, he suddenly thought of something. Correct. That Shuo Feng, we must bring him to the guild. Thinking of Shuo Feng, Eternal World's heart sank. Transform a few attributes and it's already so strong. What about Shuo Feng? You know, this guy was the first top player to kill the bronze level boss, and was the first to break into the main city and get the first level 10 player achievement. If such a strong person cannot win over the guild, it will be too dangerous. Not just the Eternal World. The Eastern Divine Sword Guild also felt the terror of this spirit of law. It seems that the chief really wasn't joking with us at that time. The extraordinary world can really affect reality. This is too scary. The Eastern War Dragon was a little frightened. Although in reality, as a veteran of the Eastern Divine Sword, he has experienced hundreds of battles and experienced countless dangers of life and death. But now, after seeing the effect of this spirit of law, I was still shocked. Terrible. No wonder the leader gave a fatal order to send one of the most elite troops from the Dragon Kingdom to the extraordinary world. It turns out that this game is really more outrageous than the legend. Although, as the top 100 pioneer players, they only obtained 2 spirits of law. But this is quite perverted. To know. No matter how much human beings exercise, their physical strength has limits. But, as long as the number of law spirits is sufficient, it can completely transform an ordinary person into a Superman. This moment, Dongfang Zhanlong seems to have seen that in the not-too-distant future, the entire blue star will be filled with monsters that tear apart tanks with their hands and crash planes with one punch. This is too outrageous. So what exactly is the meaning of physical exercise? Is it just for exercise? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Dongfang Zhanlong's mind. Shuo Feng. By the way, have you heard any real-life news about Shuo Feng recently? Dongfang Zhanlong asked Dongfang Zhanlang, the vice president on the side and his life and death comrade in arms. No. Dongfang warrior shook his head. Brother Long, you also know that this extraordinary world is isolated from all information in reality. How can it be so simple to inquire about this thing? All right. Dongfang Zhanlong sighed. In this case, let's try to see if we can get Shuo Feng into the guild. If we can get the bronze level first kill, and kill the bronze level boss alone. This is not an ordinary person. I see. Warwolf nodded, and then gave an order to his subordinates, asking them to inquire about Shuo Feng's current coordinates. The other side. As the largest arms dealer in his previous life, the Forbidden King was also the craziest pioneer. After seeing the effect of this spirit of law, he instantly discovered business opportunities. Future. This game will be a huge hit. We must develop in this game and master all the pioneer resources. The Forbidden King narrowed his eyes slightly. Invisibly, the motivation to make money has filled the whole body. It's not just him. The entire Forbidden Dynasty Guild is composed of super elites or top players gathered together in real life. Without any exaggeration, there are at least more than 2,000 players in the Forbidden Dynasty Guild, all of whom were T0 players ranked among the top 10,000 in the Dragon Kingdom in their previous lives. He didn't even need to give an order. At this moment, most people had already noticed the huge business opportunities hidden in this extraordinary world. As long as we can grasp this trend, the future will be bright. Only What they don't know yet is, in a few years, the entire world of Transcendent Continent will merge with Blue Star. A bright future. Then you must at least stand at the top of the extraordinary world. But it's worth mentioning. Among the top 10 demigod-level players in the previous life, except for Lu Feng and 5 other Sanren from other countries, Eastern War Dragon, Eastern War Wolf, Forbidden King, and the presidents of the 3 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, Eternal World, are all among the top 10 demigod players. Needless to say, strength. Even the skills of each of them are not much inferior to Lu Feng. Certainly. At this stage, compared to the reborn Lu Feng, their operations are still 100 million points behind. Another hour passed quietly. A large number of guild elite players and Sanren Gandhi players also rushed into the main city. And they all got a spirit of law. This moment, all players were immediately shocked. Here I go, is this fake? The properties of the game can actually transform reality. That's it. How is this possible? At first glance, it's a stunt made by the officials of the extraordinary world, just to fool children. Sigh. With this useless thing, it's better to be rewarded with more attributes. Yet, what's the use of this thing? Everyone, wait. I just tested it myself. This spirit of law is really useful. What? This is impossible. Really? I converted some strength attributes. After the conversion was successful, my grip strength increased directly from the previous limit of 50 kg to 55 kg. What the FK? Is this really true? Brother, you didn't eat too much today, did you? Brothers, it's true. I just completed the transformation. My strength has really improved. Yes. I was also transformed successfully. Me too. I also succeeded. The properties of this game can really be translated into reality. Nima, this is too weird, isn't it? Where's the basis? Where's the science? I don't believe it anyway. The World Channel has gone crazy. But after hearing that the transformation was successful, more people began to have the courage to try and follow the trend and transform. Not long after, when more people translated the properties of the game into reality, everyone went crazy. For a while. More than just an extraordinary forum. Qiandu, Dousheng, Slow Hands, Taiba. Countless other forums have been dominated by topics such as number transcendent world, number spirit and number game attribute transform reality. Regardless of whether they are already players of the extraordinary world, these topics have attracted their attention. That's when, in the bedroom of room 703, Tianhe Community, Dongshan Province, Lu Feng finally slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 54. Well, the familiar feeling is back. The moment he woke up, Lu Feng felt that his mind was suddenly clearer countless times. He stood up. With a thought, he summoned all the equipment that directly transformed him into reality. Buzz buzz. With slight fluctuations in the air, pieces of equipment appeared one after another on Lu Feng's fingers, neck, wrists, feet, and palms. The ring of the dark moon, the chain of the dark moon. Green cloth wristbands, green cloth boots. Also, the crystal wood staff with the top shining like a gem. This moment, a large number of attributes once again strengthened Landing Wind's body. Even, he couldn't help but moan comfortably at this moment. Name, Lu Feng. Strength, 58, plus 40. Spirit, 147, plus 122. Constitution, 95, plus 80. Agility, 77, plus 60. If purely based on real attributes. After this wave of transformation, Lu Feng's spirit, or intelligence attribute, at this time was nearly 15 times higher than that of ordinary people. The strength, physique, and agility attributes are also many times higher than those of ordinary people. This has nothing to do with the attribute transformation of the spirit of law. Most of the attributes are the terrifying increases that the set of dark moon jewelry brings to me. After a few minutes, Liu Feng became familiar with his current body. 1 year. This feeling is finally slowly coming back. However, for ordinary people, the most intuitive way to improve is definitely the increase in physical fitness, strength, and agility. These 3 attributes have an impact on the body. Strength increases the explosive power of physical aggression. Physique increase the body's ability to resist blows and endurance. Agility increase body flexibility and reaction speed. As for mental attributes, thinking speed, logical thinking ability, imagination, memory, spatial perception, etc., they are all increased by mental attributes. Liu Feng closed his eyes gently. Feel the surrounding environment. Standing on the 7th floor, he could even clearly hear the whispers of other people on the ground. Able to sense every move of all living creatures within a radius of 14 to 5 meters. Even if a mosquito flies next to him, Liu Feng can even predict its next trajectory. Not only that. My downstairs is a rough room. There's no one upstairs either. The residents on the 4th floor just opened the door and went home. The girl on the 3rd floor is struggling to go out and play. Open your eyes. Liu Feng suddenly felt clear-headed. This familiar feeling is so refreshing. But, it's not over yet. The next second. Brilliant light. With a thought in his mind, Liu Feng spent some mental energy and teleported to the living room a few meters away. Comfortable. With this skill and my current attributes, I am no longer afraid of sneak attacks. Then, Liu Feng picked up a steel knife at hand and lightly scratched his skin. I saw a tiny blood-red mark flashing across the skin of my wrist. In a few seconds, the blood-red mark gradually disappeared. Good. With a physical constitution of 95, not to mention being able to withstand bullets, at least he can be invulnerable to swords. If you want to be able to withstand ordinary pistol bullets, you need to have at least 1000 points of physical fitness. Liu Feng analyzed it briefly. Tested my speed again. 77 meters per second. This speed is equivalent to 277 kilometers per hour. Well enough. The maximum speed of an ordinary family car should be beyond the reach of me. If you want to catch up with me, at least you have to buy a luxury car like a supercar. Thinking of this, Liu Feng smiled slightly. If my speed were higher, I could even catch up with the high-speed train. But, even at its current speed, it is considered very powerful. What? Olympic champion? Feel sorry. After completing the attribute transformation, Liu Feng now can't even challenge for an Olympic championship. One hand can easily defeat hundreds of special forces kings. Have a meal, it's time to play games. Liu Feng turned around and found that a glass of milk and some simple breakfast had already been placed on the table. And, there was a little note. Breakfast and clothes have been prepared for you. Remember to close the door when you go to bed. This girl is quite a considerate person. Liu Feng smiled lightly. However, this little rice is not enough for Liu Feng to eat now. After eating what Su Yuking had prepared for him, Liu Feng went directly to a nearby restaurant. After an hour or two. After all the dishes on that table worth more than 2,000 yuan were wiped clean by Liu Feng, he left with satisfaction. No way. Now that the physical attributes are stronger, the appetite will naturally be larger. Didn't think much about it. After he got home, he logged into the game directly. Ding, welcome back to the extraordinary world. It's time to deal with this letter of recommendation. Let's go to the city Lord Ike first. Enter the game. Liu Feng had a clear goal and went directly to the palace of the city lord of Boulder City. On the way, he didn't forget to open the trading house and take a look. Well, the price of the skill source stone is only 2 gold coins now. It can continue to rise. The maximum price of skill source stones in this life must be higher than in the previous life. Liu Feng was very sure of his thoughts, and then walked towards the city lord's palace. At this time, stop! This is the stone city and the palace of the city lord. No other people are allowed to enter. At the entrance of the palace, the spears in the hands of the two guards were crossed, blocking Liu Feng's way. But this is not difficult for Liu Feng. Baihu twice. Liu Feng flicked 2 gold coins into their hands and said, "Please tell me that I am an adventurer recommended by Archmage Silena." "Oh. Is it the person recommended by Archmage Silena? Wait a moment. Report immediately." Seeing the gold coins, the 2 guards immediately became respectful. A few minutes later, the guard who entered the palace to report also returned to Liu Feng. "Adventurer, you need to show a letter of recommendation from Archmage Silena." Hearing this, Liu Feng took out the recommendation letter. After looking at it, the guard bent down and stretched out his arms, making a please gesture to Liu Feng. "Dear warrior, please come in. Lord Ike is waiting for you in the palace." Smile slightly. Liu Feng walked in directly. Soon, he saw Ike, the lord of Boulder City, sitting on the throne in the palace hall. "Are you the adventurer recommended by Master Silena?" Seeing Liu Feng, Ai slightly said in surprise. "Yes." Liu Feng nodded. "Ding, you have received a special reward, Ike's favorability plus 20 points. Good." Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction. "In the past life, I don't know how many people wanted to gain NPC favorability, especially the city lords of major cities. Because, the higher the favorability, the greater the chance of triggering the hidden mission. Pity. After thinking of countless ways, it is difficult for ordinary players to gain the favorability of the city lord. But now, I got 20 points so easily." At this time, Ike nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, in that case, go to the Legion station and find the Legion commander Gus. He will give you the next task." "Good." Liu Feng nodded. After leaving the city lord's palace, he was led by 2 guards and went directly to the Legion station at the north gate of Boulder City. Really? After being escorted by the city lord, Liu Feng was no longer blocked like this time and directly met the Legion commander Gus. "Oh? An adventurer introduced by Archmage Silena." Gus was attending to military matters. After hearing the introduction from the guard, he couldn't help but glance at Liu Feng. "In that case, we happen to have a few soldiers who are trapped in the snow demon forest. Go look for it." Chapter 55. Ding, you triggered the special mission, the missing soldier. Mission requirement, find the Boulder City core, 0/3 of the missing soldiers outside the snow demon forest. Whether to accept. There is really a mission. Liu Feng felt happy. It seemed that the old village chief treated him well. "I just don't know how much reward this mission can bring." At that moment, Liu Feng accepted the mission directly and prepared to go directly to the snow demon forest. But the moment he saw him leaving, Gus raised his eyelids slightly. "Young man, the snow demon forest is quite dangerous. Are you going to go there alone?" Liu Feng snorted lightly. "What if it's not? Let's form a team." Gus made a suggestion, then took out a bottle of potion and asked the guard beside him to pass it into Liu Feng's hand. "This potion can have a good effect when you form a team. Things are easy to do when there are many people, but the snow demon forest is quite dangerous." Ding, you have gained the favorability plus 5 of Boulder City Legion Commander Gus, and you have received a special reward, bronze level concentric potion. This thing again. The effect of the last bottle has not expired yet. Liu Feng subconsciously glanced at the bottle of potion Gus gave him. Bronze level concentric elixir, only available to players of level 10 and bronze level. Every time a team member is added to the team, experience gain plus 20%, attack power plus 50 points, defense power plus 100 points, up to 5 levels. Duration, 24 hours. It seems to be more effective than the bottle Bals gave me. Without thinking, Lu Feng used it directly. As the previous effect was overwritten, it was replaced by a new concentric state, attack plus 50 points, defense plus 100 points. Layer. Good. Lu Feng said with satisfaction. At this moment, a private chat message suddenly came. Night Whispering Rose, Master, are you there? What's wrong? Lu Feng asked directly. That's right. Someone named Yongheng Huia came to me just now, saying that he was their president and wanted to invite you to come over. Night Whispering Rose replied immediately. Eternity. Eternal, Guild. Hearing this name, Lu Feng smiled faintly and thought to himself, as expected of you, Eternal World, you came to our door so quickly. In his previous life, he was one of the 3 strongest guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. The hegemony of the Eternal Guild can be said to have spread to every corner of the extraordinary world Dragon Country server. However, in his previous life, Lu Feng didn't attract the attention of the Eternal World until he killed the first boss, the gold level boss. I didn't expect that this life would come to my door so quickly. It seems that the 2 server-wide announcements, first kill of bronze level boss and first level 10, put a lot of pressure on him. But tell that person I'm not going. Lu Feng had rejected him in his previous life. In this life, of course he won't choose to join. Good. Yao Qianggui replied softly, and then said, well, there is also a person named Dongfang War Wolf, and a person named Forbidden Dragon Teng, who also found you through us, just like the Eternal Endlessness, they all told you to find their president. Are they all going to reject it too? I refuse them all and won't go. Lu Feng chuckled. Really? These 3 major guilds all have a very sensitive sense of smell. It's just that Lu Feng just wants to develop stably and he doesn't want to be restricted by any guild. Join Tianyao? Feel sorry. That's just for my own other purposes. I see. Night Whispering Rose nodded, and then added, by the way, my brother's guild said they found a bronze level Space Rift Source Stone. They have been working on it for more than an hour, and it seems they can't get through it. Master Shuo Feng, are you interested? Bronze level Space Rift Source Stone. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly became energetic. This is good stuff. Once the Space Rift Source Stone is used, a copy will appear directly. Although the difficulty of the monsters there is high, the rewards are much better than those in the wild. But soon. He calmed down. Yes, but how will the rewards be distributed? Night Whispering Rose replied, he said that if you can bring him in with you, the rewards can be distributed according to contribution. No. Lu Feng refused directly, tell your brother that you can take him, but each person needs to pay 100 gold coins, and the rewards will be distributed according to contribution. If you don't want to, then forget it. Joke. He has the talent of the Supreme European Emperor, blessed with a 100% incredible explosion rate. If the rewards are distributed according to combat contribution, even if they are allowed to PRSTU 10% for free, the rewards will be far greater than what they can get by clearing the level alone. Not to mention, in the Space Rift, there are not only equipment rewards, but also explosive experience rewards. Coupled with the bronze level concentric potion that I just obtained, this experience reward is even more outrageous. Without any exaggeration. If you fight with yourself in the space cracks, you can easily defeat them who have been fighting monsters for a long time outside. Are rewards distributed according to contribution? What beautiful things are you thinking about? Although they don't know their talent. But no matter what, Lu Feng would never agree to letting others have S*X for free. If it comes with a fee, it's still acceptable. Moreover, even if these 100 gold coins are purely for joining the team to gain experience, with the blessing of the concentric potion, it is still a huge profit. But after hearing this, Yaoyu's fell silent. After all, 100 gold coins is not small money. According to the current exchange rate, it is equivalent to more than 1.3 million dragon coins. Anyone should think about it. But soon, she replied, yes. Then 100 gold coins. Night Whispering Rose is not worried about Chuo Feng's strength. After all, if even Chuo Feng can't pass it, then no one can pass this thing at this stage. At this time, Lu Feng also replied directly, okay, when you get to the place, just send me the coordinates. I will go there after completing the mission. Night Whisper Rose was stunned for a moment. Hey? Great God Chuo Feng, how long will it take you to complete the task? I am right next to the Space Rift Source Stone. At least 3 hours, that place is a bit far. Lu Feng thought for a while and replied. In the Snow Demon Forest, the round trip alone takes about 2 hours. Coupled with the tasks, I couldn't get off the job within 3 hours. Then, how about we go together? I have nothing to do now. After you complete the mission, let's open the Space Rift Source Stone together. Night Whispering Rose suggested. Okay, but I would like to remind you that the money you paid to learn skills has now expired. Lu Feng replied ruthlessly. Yao Qiangwei said a little aggrievedly, then, how much will it cost to form a team in the future? Well, below level 20, 20 gold coins per hour, level 30, 30 gold coins, and so on, no bargaining. Lu Feng said mercilessly. That's okay. This price is acceptable to Night Whispering Rose. After all, by staying with Lu Feng, you can not only learn techniques, but also gain a lot of experience. Upgrade quickly. Didn't you see, apart from Lu Feng, the girls from Night Whispering Rose were the first to enter the main city. Moreover, you can also directly obtain first-hand top resources. It's simply not that exciting. So, it seems that more than 200,000 dragon coins per hour is very expensive. In fact, the price is quite affordable. Certainly. You may not lose money, but Lu Feng will definitely make a profit. Ding, Yaoyu Rose, Yaoyu Wenruan, Yaoyu Strawberry, Yaoyu Lengzin have joined your team. Ding, you have triggered the concentric state. In the team state, personal experience gain is fixed at 100% within 24 hours, additional experience gain plus 100%, attack power plus 250 points, defense power plus 500 points. FK. This state is really cool. Seeing this incredible effect, Lu Feng couldn't help but curse. Please be sure to give me more of this potion in the future. Chapter 56. Alas, failed again. At this time, Yaoyu Lengzin, who had been following the team, suddenly sighed. Leng Xin, have you upgraded your skills to stars again? Yaoyu Strawberry asked subconsciously. Yes. Yaoyu sighed coldly, it's just that I've leveled up this basic slashing skill more than a dozen times, and I haven't succeeded yet. It's too tricky to level up this skill. It's really a scam. I was promoted 3 times to reach 2 stars. Yaoyu Strawberry covered her mouth lightly and laughed softly. Strawberry. You're mocking me again. Woo. Yaoyu Lengzin was so angry that she almost cried. Okay, Strawberry, stop teasing her. Yaoyu Wenruan also said, at that time, my thrust seemed to have to be upgraded 7 or 8 times before it was successful. It was really a scam. It cost me almost 200,000 dragon coins. Yes. Night Whispering Rose couldn't help but sigh. Before entering the main city, the sisters defeated several bosses under the guidance of Lu Feng. It's better not to fight. After some skill source stones were exploded from the boss, someone, Lengzin, took over. Up to now, a basic skill with a 10% success rate has been upgraded more than 10 times in a row without success. It's simply not too miserable. Hearing their discussion, Liu Feng couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Fortunately, I now have the Supreme European Emperor talent. Skill star upgrade. Direct 100% chance, 1 success. But when I, as a super African chieftain, upgraded my skills to stars, I was even worse than them. The first time I upgraded an elemental missile to a star, I spent nearly 30 skill source stones, but I barely succeeded. That is, a 10% chance, allowing Liu Feng to be promoted more than 30 times. Liu Feng is not the worst. Some unlucky ones even got promoted 50 or 60 times. Master, how many stars do your basic skills have? Subconsciously, Yao Qiangwei couldn't help but ask. You guess. Liu Feng's lips curled up slightly. He originally just said it casually, but he didn't expect these girls to actually guess it. I think that Master Shuo Feng is so confident that his basic skills should be at least 3 stars, or even 4 stars. Isn't it possible? I read the information on the official website. If you want to upgrade to a 3-star skill, there is only a 1% success rate. A 4-star skill is even more outrageous. Only 0.1%. That's 1 in 1,000. Odds. How could it rise so quickly? Yes. I think it's a bit outrageous, but 3-star ratings may be more believable. If your character breaks out, it's still easy to do. I'm envious. I don't even have a 2-star skill now, but someone already has a 3-star skill. Although Liu Feng didn't say anything. But these girls are very enthusiastic about guessing. But 3-star? 4-star? Feel sorry. My current basic skills are already 6-star. No matter what they think. When he was about to arrive at the Snow Demon Forest, Liu Feng opened the trading shop and took a look at the price of the skill source stone. At this time, the unit price of skill source stones has skyrocketed from the previous 2.3 gold to the current 3.9 gold. Really? At this time, it has already started to skyrocket. It seems that it should have stabilized just in time for my mission last night. I just don't know how high it will rise. Liu Feng glanced at the 48,300 skill source stones in his backpack and thought to himself. Ho, it's so cold here. At this time, when everyone finally arrived at the Snow Demon Forest, several girls curled up in the cold. The City of Stone is located in the frontier city in the northern district of Oracle City. It is already very cold. Liu Feng explained casually, however, there are also cities next to the crater. Don't you like this? Farewell, farewell. Beside the volcano, it's better to let me be cold. Yu Lengzin couldn't help but complain. Then, several people followed Liu Feng and entered the Snow Demon Forest. But when I was outside before, it just felt cold. Not long after entering the Snow Demon Forest, these girls were even shivering from the cold. No, this place is too cold, isn't it? It's true. I just realized that I'm so cold that I'm starting to bleed. Sister Qiangwei, I'm so frozen that I only have half of my blood left. Please give me more blood. Me too. Qiangwei, bye-bye, please. Not to mention Lang Xin and Strawberry, Yayu's gentleness is a bit unbearable. But after seeing the appearance of these girls, Liu Feng, who was looking for the soldiers at this time, suddenly thought of something. Correct. Next, players who have been teleported to the City of Stone will then move to the 3 maps of Snow Demon Forest, Icewind Valley and Frost Mountains, which will be the main strategy points. If you want to be in such an extremely cold map, the average player will inevitably be affected by the Icewind Bone corrosion state from these 3 major regions, suffering 10 points of damage every minute. I have the blocking attribute of Ice Shield, so I can be immune. But if the average player can't find a way to overcome it, it's simply impossible to open up these 3 major maps. And this requires Fire Horse Liquor. Fire Horse Spirits. This is a spirit prop made by Fire Horse Boulder, a master mixologist in Boulder City. It was originally just for me to drink some wine to warm up when I went out hunting. Later, the sales in Boulder City were good, so I switched to this profession specifically. But the previous life. When some players discovered that Fire Horse Spirits could be completely immune to the damage of ice-sealed bone corrosion within 1 hour, this gadget immediately became a must-have product for players who want to conquer the 3 major regions. In a very short period of time, the cheap liquor that originally only cost 50 copper coins was instantly sold to a sky-high price of 10 gold coins by players. Don't be too outrageous. Even if it stabilizes, it still costs about 3 gold. This prop was discovered by the Forbidden Guild in the previous life on the 2nd day after entering the main city. And now, they have just entered the main city. It's still early. Just in time, when I finish this task, it will be the right time to release the skill Origin Stone. At that time, I will be able to sweep away a wave of Fire Horse Liquor. Think of this. Lu Feng is in a good mood. There are actually many props similar to this. Those hot cities close to volcanoes also have Ice Creek water props that can be immune to some scorching damage. But Lu Feng has nothing to do with other cities. But the Fire Horse Liquor in Boulder City will definitely make him happy in this life. At this time, after walking around the Snow Demon Forest with Lu Feng for more than half an hour, the girls are not only cold now, but also a little scared. Chapter 57. Master Shuo Feng, what kind of place is this? Why are there so many bronze-level bosses? Yeah, this is too scary. Seeing the bronze-level snow demon boss all around them, several girls were so scared that they huddled together to gain courage. If they were discovered by those bronze-level bosses, their lives would not be enough to kill them. However, are you scared? Lu Feng chuckled. We are only on the outskirts of the snow demon forest now. If we go further in, there will be silver level or even gold level snow demon boss. Ah! Hearing this, the girls turned pale. Well, then, Master Shuo Feng, what are we looking for here? Finding a few missing soldiers is what my mission requires. Lu Feng replied. At this time, he suddenly discovered that there was an injured human being in front of him, crawling on his hands and knees. Could it be a missing soldier? Think of this. Lu Feng hurried over. Brother, are you a soldier of the Boulder City Legion? Arriving in front of the figure, Lu Feng asked. Warrior, how do you know my identity? The soldier said in surprise. Don't worry so much. It was Commander Gus who asked me to come to you. Lu Feng asked directly, where are the others? Are you the only one here? No. Speaking of this, the soldier gritted his teeth and said angrily, there are 3 of us who were left here, and they were all captured by the giant snow demon. It was the 2 of them who sacrificed their lives to save me. I must return to the Legion and let Commander Gus help us take revenge. No need to go back. Lu Feng said bluntly, I am the reinforcement sent by Commander Gus. What? Warrior, then, can you rescue my 2 brothers as well? There was a glimmer of hope in the soldier's eyes and he asked for help. Sure. That's what I'm here for. Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said directly, then let's take a rest now, and then you can lead us directly. Good. The soldier nodded heavily. However, rescuing people is more important. I don't need to rest. Let's set off now. Can. Lu Feng nodded, then followed the soldiers and moved forward. Soon. 10 minutes later, a few people quietly arrived near a snow demon camp. At a glance, a dozen bronze-level snow demons were surrounding a tent-like building, patrolling the surrounding area. There is also a giant snow devil 3 or 4 times larger than the ordinary snow devil, lying leisurely at the entrance of the camp. Silver level boss giant snow demon. Level, 15. Life, 550,000. Attack, 1630. Defense, 1350. Movement speed, 85. Skills, Giant Charge, Giant Hammer, Snow Demon Straight Punch. Description: the border guardian of the Snow Demon clan. Responsible for commanding some snow demons to guard the snow demon monsters outside the snow demon forest. Warrior, that is the giant snow demon. Are you sure you can defeat him? At this time, the soldier asked softly. Can? Lu Feng nodded. If it were before, Lu Feng would not be sure. If you were to challenge a silver-level snow demon alone, you would be able to do it. If you still have to deal with those dozen bronze-level boss, it will be quite difficult. However, the concentric potion Gus gave him was so effective. It directly increased his defense by 500 points. Coupled with his own attributes, those bronze-level snow demon boss can hardly break his defense when they fight him. So, what else is there to think about? Do you need my help? Warrior. The soldier felt a little guilty and said, if I can save them, I can die. Don't die. Lu Feng was shocked by his words. Although this fearless spirit is quite touching. But if you die, I won't be able to complete this mission. Just stay here and take care of yourself. With just a few words, Lu Feng appeared directly in front of the giant snow demon and a dozen other bronze-level snow demons. And Yuan *** Yuan. There is an intruder. The moment he saw Lu Feng, more than a dozen snow demon monsters were obviously stunned for a moment. After reacting, more than a dozen bronze-level snow demons charged straight at him. Pity. -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. -0. Damage blocked. As a series of 0 damage numbers appeared, Lu Feng's health bar remained completely motionless after being attacked by more than a dozen bronze-level bosses. This concentric potion given by Gus is really good. Lu Feng said with satisfaction. The next moment, he no longer hesitated. As he waved his staff repeatedly, Lu Feng directly released his skills. Brilliant Light. Attack power plus 110 points. 5 seconds. Starfire Falls. Destroying Impact. With a flash, he opened a distance of 30 or 40 meters from those snow demons. The next second, Lu Feng did not hesitate to point the tip of his staff at the snow monsters gathered together. Yes. This is the reason why Lu Feng was able to avoid the attacks of more than a dozen snow demons and deliberately stood there to be beaten. Just wanted to bring them all together. This moment. Not waiting for the flaming meteorite to fall from mid-air. The beam of destruction that erupted from the top of the staff had already hit the dozens of snow demons hard. -5257. Dharma Explosion. -5791. Dharma Explosion. -5791. Dharma Explosion. -5791. Dharma Explosion. This moment, a large amount of horrific damage was sprayed out from the bodies of the snow demons in an instant. Although, they want to struggle. But Lu Feng dodged and easily avoided all their attacks. Then, Lu Feng continued to raise his staff and used the beam of destruction to kill them alive. Ding! You killed the bronze boss, LV-12 Snow Demon. Ding comma. Ding comma. After a while, a large number of equipment and skill rewards are everywhere. See this scene. The soldier was stunned. Is this warrior actually so strong? One person can destroy more than a dozen snow demon monsters. To know. Even if they were soldiers, at least a dozen of them would be able to surround and kill a snow monster. Just like that, you have to risk your life and death. But now, the mage in front of him could easily kill more than a dozen bronze-level snow demons by himself. This is too fierce. That's when the giant snow demon is also angry. Percent Yuan, at number Yuan and intruder. I want you dead. Picking up the 3 to 4 meter long spear in his hand, the giant snow demon charged and came directly in front of Liu Feng. Only at this time, the speed of this giant snow demon was simply too slow in front of Liu Feng's eyes. After a wave of attribute strengthening, Liu Feng's current limit reaction speed has increased from 0.04 seconds to 0.0068 seconds. That is the ultimate response speed of 6.8 milliseconds. Even though the silver level snow demon boss's basic attack was only moved forward for 0.1 seconds, in front of Liu Feng at this time, it was like slow motion. With just a slight sideways movement, Liu Feng dodged its spear attack. Then the figure flashes again. The distance between the two has once again increased by tens of meters. Brilliant light. Destroying impact. Boom boom boom. Minus 4460. Dharma explosion. Minus 4460. Dharma explosion. Minus 4460. Dharma explosion. Along with the series of terrifying magic explosion damage, they continued to spray out on the head of the giant snow demon. Just 2 minutes. This silver-level boss was directly teased to death by Liu Feng. Chapter 58. Ding, you killed the silver-level boss, LV-15 giant snow demon, and you gained 550,000, plus 100%, experience points. Ding, your level has been improved, currently, level 13. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attributes plus 2, intelligence plus 5, free attributes plus 10. Immediately afterwards, when the huge corpse of this giant snow demon instantly exploded with a large reward, a familiar system prompt also appeared in front of Liu Feng. Ding, you killed the silver level boss, LV-15 giant snow demon, the silver level boss first kill server-wide announcement will be made soon. Hide game name? Don't hide. Joke. How could Liu Feng miss the achievement reward announced for the first kill of this level boss across the server? Ding, server-wide announcement, number 888 novice village player Shuo Feng successfully killed the silver level boss, LV-15 giant snow demon, completing the silver level boss first kill achievement. Obtain achievement rewards, free attribute points plus 100, gold coins plus 100. All players in Boulder City can select this server-wide announcement and worship the player Shuo Feng to receive a worship reward of 1 free attribute point. Ding comma. Ding comma. Very cool. Another 100 points of free attributes were wasted, and there are still 100 gold coins. And this moment, after seeing this first kill announcement again, all the players were shocked by the name Shuo Feng. What the FK? Is it Shuo Feng again? Worship. It's too exaggerated. Isn't it enough to get the first kill of a bronze level boss? The first kill of this silver level boss was also his? Worship. Marred. This strength is incredible. I haven't even defeated a bronze level boss yet. Worship. Worship the boss. This is so scary. Worship. Too strong. Worship. Not just ordinary players. The presidents of the major guilds were also frantically sending invitations to Liu Feng on the World Channel. However, these invitations were ignored by Liu Feng again. Not only that, the presidents of the 3 major guilds also saw this announcement of the first kill in the server at the same time. Eastern Excalibur Guild. Is this Shuo Feng? The front foot is the bronze level first kill. The back foot is the silver level first kill. Oh my god, let him take down the first kill of this boss by himself. Does this allow other people to live? The Eastern War Dragon is confused. Isn't this Shuo Feng too outrageous? Can't you give others a chance to breathe? They have just entered the main city and haven't beaten the bronze level yet. Are you telling me that someone has achieved the first kill with the silver level? By the way, didn't you say that you sent an invitation to Lu Feng? Why don't you see him joining our guild? Suddenly, Dongfang Zhanlong asked. However, Dongfang warrior looked helpless and said, Brother Long, do you think there is any reason for people to join our guild for nothing? Our invitation has been rejected a long time ago. Dongfang warrior seemed to have expected that Chuo Feng would not agree to the invitation, so he didn't take it seriously. All right. The Eastern War Dragon sighed. Really? Such a strong and fierce man probably wouldn't be willing to come if he didn't get some benefits. Pity. He is a retired Special Forces soldier with 2 sleeves, Qing Feng, and has no money at all except for the development funds approved by the superiors for Eastern Divine Sword. War Wolf, I think we should report to the chief and see if we can allocate more funds to seduce this Chuo Feng with money. What do you think? Dongfang Zhanlong suddenly suggested. Pity. Dongfang warrior looked at him as if he were a fool. Brother Long, have you been in the army for a long time and lost your brain? With the time we have spent approving funds, I don't know how many big guilds have taken action. Not to mention anything else, as for the Eternal Guild, do you think he will just sit back and ignore Shuo Feng? Makes sense. Dongfang Zhanlong sighed, in this case, let's take it one step at a time. I just hope that this Shuo Feng is not the kind of person who brings trouble to everyone. The properties of this game can be translated into reality. Once such a ruthless person has any evil intentions, let alone the game, who can stop him in reality in the future? Of course I know that. The Eastern Warwolf nodded. Eternal Guild. When Eternal World saw this server-wide announcement, he went out to invite Lu Feng's men, who had just come back to report to him. What? This Shuo Feng didn't even see me. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Eternal World was a little surprised. Didn't you tell him that as long as he is willing to join the Eternal Guild, I can directly give him a monthly salary of 200 million? Boss, I actually haven't seen anyone else at all. Yang Hongwei said with a guilty conscience. These words were told to me by the women who often team up with him. You loser! Go find him in person. No one has seen it. What nonsense are you talking to me about? Eternal World was angry. If you continue to waste my time, you won't have to stay in the Eternal Guild anymore. No, no, no. Boss, I'm going now. The slave statue with an eternal face, after apologizing repeatedly, went to find Shuo Feng without stopping. But you can't blame him for being servile. Originally, Eternal Limitless was just a wage earner with a monthly salary of 5,000 in reality. After coming to the extraordinary world, because I awakened an epic talent, I was invited to the Eternal Guild, with a direct monthly salary of 100,000. Mud. Such an outrageous salary, let alone being a slave. You can let him be your father. After saying that, Eternal Wheel was busy looking for Shuo Feng. But Eternal World is about to be PD off. This Shuo Feng's strength is really too strong. First kill at bronze level. First kill at silver level. The undead are on a rampage and must be suppressed by one person. For a person with such terrifying strength, if he cannot win the Eternal Guild, he will not be able to sleep well. That's when the Vice President of Eternal Guild, Eternal Sky, also came to Eternal Tianxia. Afterwards, he reported directly to Eternal World, President, preliminary statistics, our Eternal Guild has more than 12,000 people, distributed in more than 200 cities in the Oracle Empire, and it is now expanding. And most of the small and medium-sized guilds in this Greystone city have been annexed by us. The progress is not bad. Keep working hard. After saying that, Eternal World suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is no movement on the Eastern Divine Sword, right? They are causing us a lot of trouble in Novice Village. Actually, it's not bad. Eternal Sky frowned slightly, although it was a little disturbed. It's generally fine. That's okay, keep working hard. Eternal World snorted, you have to remember that my goal is to bring all Dragon Kingdom servers in the extraordinary world under my rule. Yes. The Eternal Sky responded solemnly, and at the same time was deeply infected by the grand ambition of its boss. Man! It should be like this in the Eternal World, that would be great enough. On the other side, when the Forbidden King saw this server-wide announcement, he couldn't help but squinted his eyes. This Shuo Feng just rejected my invitation, and then backhand got the first kill of a silver-level boss. Are you mocking me? Or are you mocking the strength of our Forbidden Guild? The Forbidden King felt insulted. But he has no intention of wasting time with this Shuo Feng. Being able to get the first kill on the silver-level boss in the entire server is certainly awesome. But their Forbidden Guild is not bad either. Walk. Brothers, let's defeat the bronze-level boss immediately. Give an order. The Forbidden King immediately took the elites from his guild and started heading towards the bronze-level boss. Only taunt them? Feel sorry. Lu Feng didn't even take the Forbidden Guild into his heart, so how could he talk about ridicule? Everything about Forbidden King is good. It's just that there are too many evil minds. Instead of taunting them in his spare time, Lu Feng might as well take care of himself now and get the reward for his blockbuster movie. Ding! You have obtained the silver-level shadow leather armor. Ding, comma. Chapter 59. At the same time Lu Feng put all the rewards into his backpack. The soldier who had been following him before quickly ran into the snow demon camp, looking for his two companions. Well, just leave it to him. Anyway, the snow demons in this camp have been wiped out by him. By the time he finished collecting the rewards, he should have found his companions. By the way, it can also help you complete the task. Then Lu Feng looked at his reward. First of all, there is the reward for the silver-level boss, the giant snow demon. Ranger equipment, silver-level shadow leather armor. Priest equipment, silver-level holy sphere. Mage equipment, silver-level glow staff. Warrior skills, silver-level destructive slash. Assassin skill, silver-level dark escape. Skill source stone, 38. Have to say, the rewards released this time are quite balanced. The rewards for the 5 major professions are the same. Lu Feng first opened the attributes of the mage weapon and took a look. Silver-level glow staff, LV15. Occupation, Mage. Attacks, 284. Intelligence, 35. Range, 12. The range attribute is finally here. Seeing the attributes of this silver-level staff, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. The biggest change in silver-level equipment is not the huge jump in attribute values. Instead, a new attribute entry has been added. This alone is enough to completely crush bronze-level equipment. Unfortunately, Lu Feng's current level is not enough. He needs to be 2 levels short before he can switch to this weapon. Then there are the rewards for the skill source stones, 38 in total. Well, these skill source stones will be sold together later. At that time, after the price of this skill source stone drops to 2 gold, let's upgrade the skill again. Lu Feng took a look at the price of the skill source stone at this time. Just over an hour. It soared directly to 6.4 gold. And the prices are slowly rising. Although the rate of increase has slowed down, it is still increasing. It can be seen that those rich people who are stupid and have a lot of money have gone crazy in order to improve their skills and strength. Maybe I was stimulated by myself in this life? After all, the first silver-level kill in the previous life did not appear until almost the 3rd day after the server was launched. And this life? In less than 24 hours, Lu Feng captured him. However, when I return to the main city, the price should reach the limit. After Lu Feng made some calculations, he looked at what the dozen bronze-level bosses had exploded. There are a total of 12 bronze bosses. Lu Feng was given 36 pieces of equipment and 24 skills. There is no doubt that they are all bronze level equipment skills. Lu Feng took a look and saw that they were not much better than what he had on him, so he planned to sell them all together with the silver level equipment. Take a look at these equipment. There are also these silver level equipment and skills. Make a price together and I will sell them to you in a package. Walked up to Night Whispering Rose. Lu Feng showed everything to her. Although she couldn't eat this batch herself, the size of the Night Whispering Guild behind her was just waiting to be fed. To know. The Yayu Guild in the previous life was also one of the top 100 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it is not as good as the super guilds such as Eternity, Forbidden City, and Eastern Divine Sword. But their scale is quite large. Really? When Night Whispering Rose saw the large piece of equipment, she was dumbfounded. Master Shuo Feng, these equipments you just exploded from those dozen bosses. If not. Lu Feng shrugged and said doubtfully. No. It's okay. Although Night Whispering Rose said it didn't matter, she was completely shocked in her heart. They had been following Shuo Feng before, but they didn't feel anything. But after killing several bosses with the sisters in Novice Village, they finally discovered how outrageous the explosion rate in the extraordinary world is. There are 6 bosses before and after. Adding them all together, they only have 5 pieces of equipment and a pitiful set of skills. It's simply not too miserable. After seeing this scene, not to mention Night Whispering Rose, several other girls were also frightened. Master Shuo Feng, your explosion rate is too outrageous. That's right. We used to kill 5 or 6 bosses in the Novice Village, and only 1 skill was revealed. Now, you're going to reveal more than 20 skills this time. It's too exaggerated. This character is simply incredible. Chun Chun is the Ou Huang himself. Is Ou Huang worthy of being called the great god Shuo Feng? He should be called Oud. Do you understand Oud? He is the emperor of Ou Huang. More than 100. Several girls were completely confused. Is this the living European emperor? The gap between people is too big. No. Do you want to buy it? At this time, Lu Feng also said a little impatiently. Buy. Night Whispering Rose immediately agreed, but, there are too many of these things. I may need to contact my brother. Can you wait a moment? 1 hour at most. Can. Lu Feng nodded. His target was originally the Night Whispering Guild. Can Night Whispering Rose survive alone? How is that possible? She just had to free up all the space in her stomach that the stomach acid took up, so she might not even be able to eat. To know. Although the price of ordinary bronze level equipment is falling, these equipment are of high level. They are all level 11 and level 1 equipment. Those elite players who can now enter the main city can use it immediately as long as they complete the advancement. Moreover, it has past life experience. Lu Feng doesn't know much about prices. The items he has in his hands now, if they are armor-type equipment, the unit price must be at least about 3 gold. Not to mention weapons, at least 5 gold. If it is a skill, it will cost at least 25 to 30 gold. The price of silver-level equipment is even more outrageous. The armor category costs at least 30 gold, the weapons also cost more than 50 gold, and for skills, the minimum is 200-300 gold. After total calculation, this wave of harvest is guaranteed to be about 1,300 to 1,400 gold. Converted according to the current gold price of 1:1.2, the price of this wave of equipment is more than 16 million dragon coins. How can Night Whisper Rose eat alone? That's when the soldier who went out to look for his companions just now came back with 2 people. Warrior. Thank you very much for saving our lives. As soon as these soldiers came out, they kowtowed to Lu Feng and thanked him. fortunately. Seeing that they were not injured, Liu Feng was relieved. I didn't think so much. After he asked a few people to get up, he walked back to Boulder City and delivered the mission. On the way, Liu Feng has been observing the price trends of skill source stones. After seeing that the skill source stone had stayed at 6.7 gold for more than 10 minutes without moving at all, Liu Feng also changed his mind. It seems that it is now. Taking a deep breath, Liu Feng began to frantically add skill source stones. Ding! You have listed 999 skill source stones in the extraordinary trading house. Ding, comma. Ding, comma. Chapter 60. 2 minutes later. Liu Feng has successively put 48,000 skill source stones directly on the shelves of trading houses. Immediately afterwards, massive purchase tips began to be refreshed crazily in Lu Feng's system channel. Ding! You were purchased 100 skill source stones, and you received 663 gold and 30 silver coins. Tax rate 1%. Ding, comma. Ding, comma. After half an hour, the more than 48,000 skill source stones were also bought one after another. A large amount of gold coins also began to be received crazily. But as we get further back, the sales slow down. After all, Liu Feng is just a person. It seems that 40,000 to 50,000 skill source stones are a lot. But compared with the total volume of extraordinary trading house, it is almost a drop in the bucket. Just after Liu Feng put these tens of thousands of trading origin stones on the shelves, someone soon put the skill origin stones on the shelves at a lower price, which pushed down the priority of displaying his goods by a lot. Don't think too much. Where there are peaks, there must be troughs. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Liu Feng did not expect that the skill source stone in this life would rise to 6.7 gold. You know, the maximum price in the previous life was only 5.2 gold. A full 1.5 gold difference. Sure enough, not long after Liu Feng sold it, the price of skill source stones started to go crazy. It fell to 6.3 gold for a while, and rose to 6.5 gold for a while. But no matter what, the skill source stones in Liu Feng's hand were already at the peak of 6.7 gold, so he got rid of them all. Gold coins, 324,951 gold, 56 silver and 78 copper coins. Haha, comfortable. In this wave, I will directly earn more than 300,000 gold coins. Liu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down his mind. Have to say, it feels good to be able to grasp first-hand information. With a capital of only 12,000 gold coins, he directly earned 320,000 gold coins. A total of 27 times the huge profit. Soon, with those 3 soldiers, Liu Feng returned to Boulder City and delivered the mission. Captain Gus. I didn't expect that I would see you again. After seeing the regiment commander Gus, the 3 soldiers cried with joy. It's not just them. Gus himself was extremely happy. Warrior, thank you for retrieving them for me. This time, you have made a great contribution. This is my opinion, please accept it. Ding, you have completed the special mission, Missing Soldier. Ding, you have received the mission reward, 1.5 million experience points, 200 gold coins, 100 skill source stones, and a silver level glow robe. Silver level mage skill treasure chest. Ding, your level has been improved, currently, level 14. Ding, you have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attributes plus 2, intelligence plus 5, free attributes plus 10. Alas! The rewards from the mission are still delicious. Seeing this generous reward, Liu Feng was secretly satisfied. Immediately afterwards, he first asked Night Whispering Rose to find her brother and contact him about the purchase of equipment and the Space Rift Source Stone, and then he started to check the rewards. Silver level glow robe, LV14. Occupation, Mage. Life, 1500. Magic, 2100. Defense, 185. This attribute is good. Anyway, I can finally wear this level restriction. Silver level robes have an additional defense attribute entry. Don't think too much. Liu Feng wore it directly on his body. Life, 3145, plus 1300. Magic, 7690, plus 1820. Defense, 360, plus 185. The moment I put on this silver grade radiant robe, Liu Feng's health and defense attributes nearly doubled in an instant. It can be seen how powerful the attributes of this silver level equipment are. Then, he directly opened the mage skill treasure box. Ding! You have opened the mage skill reward treasure box. You have obtained the mage skill, silver level thunder electric field. It turns out it's this skill. Seeing this thunder and lightning power, Liu Feng's mood fluctuated slightly. Silver level thunder electric field, LV14. Occupation, Mage. Star rating. Category, Active skills. Effect, instantly expands a force field that continuously releases the power of thunder and lightning within a range of 50 meters around itself, causing huge damage, attack power x 200%, to all enemies within the range every second. Note, this lightning field can be turned on/off freely. When the magic value is insufficient, it will automatically turn off. Consumption, 100 points per second. Source stone, 100 pieces. Success rate, 10%. I have to say this is also a very powerful group attack skill. But there is a limitation, that is, it cannot be used for long-range attacks and can only be used for close defense. If someone wants to get close, perhaps after encountering those invisible assassins, opening this lightning field will be a good countermeasure. Only, Liu Feng's current defense power has soared to 860 points after acquiring Gus Concentric Potion. Coupled with the 60-point blocking effect of the Ice Shield, ordinary people can't do much damage to themselves. There is another embarrassing thing. Liu Feng now has no skill slot. If you want to learn this skill, you must either replace the skill with the Forgotten Origin Stone, or spend money to buy the skill crystal essence and directly open the skill slot. However, if you are at the current T1 level or above, and there are players at the top 10,000 level of the Dragon Kingdom, they can easily break through my defense. It's not bad to have such a self-defense group attack skill. Besides, with these 999 bottles of magic suppressing potions, I won't be short of mana. After careful analysis, Liu Feng decided to open a skill slot and learn it directly. There are many skills but not too much. Anyway, the skill slot will not disappear after it is opened. If you encounter a good skill in the future, just replace it. The most comfortable thing is that even if Liu Feng upgrades it to a star, according to the forgotten return mechanism of the extraordinary world, Liu Feng can still get 100% of the skill source stones returned. No matter how you calculate it, it's not a loss. In that case, let's learn. He glanced at Gus and the soldiers, as if they were still analyzing something. Liu Feng was too lazy to bother, so he went to the skill shop and bought 100 skill crystal essences. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng directly used the skill crystal essence. Ding! You are about to expand the third additional skill slot. It currently requires 100 skill crystals and 1000 gold coins. The success rate is 1%. Do you confirm the expansion? Confirm expansion. Liu Feng confirmed directly. Ding! You used 100 skill crystal essences and spent 1000 gold coins to successfully open the third additional skill slot. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng then learned about the lightning field. There are still 100 skill source stones left. Liu Feng looked at his backpack, then at the high price of 5.6 gold for the skill source stone, and hesitated. Finally, I decided to upgrade the lightning field to a star and see the effect. Ding! You have consumed 100 skill source stones and successfully upgraded the Thunder Electric Field to a 2-star Thunder Electric Field. Silver level Thunder Electric Field, LV14. Star rating. Category, Active Skills. Effect, within a range of 55 meters around itself, a Thunder field is instantly launched, causing huge damage, attack power x 210%, to all enemies within the range every second. Consumption, 110 points per second. Source Stone, 200 pieces. Success rate, 1%. The range has been increased by 5 meters. The attack bonus has been increased by 10%. The mana consumption per second has indeed increased by 10 points. Correct as I remember. The main direction of this lightning field is a range, not damage. However, the radius of 55 meters is quite exaggerated compared to Liu Feng's other skills. According to his current attributes, even the Starfire Pendant's maximum attack range of 13 meters and his own casting distance of 35.5 meters only add up to a maximum range of 48.5 meters. Just this, it's not even as large as the attack range of this 1-star lightning field. In fact, even the damage is less than half. It seems it's time to gradually retire bronze level skills. Liu Feng sighed slightly. Seeing that there was still no movement from the Legion Commander Gus, he started his next move. Chapter 61. Adventurer, are you here to buy some wine? The fire horse liquor I have here can withstand the severe cold, right? As soon as he arrived at the small hotel, Bold greeted Liu Feng warmly. Yes. Liu Feng looked around and replied. Here, this is my unique fire horse liquor, you can try it first. Bold was not stingy and took out a wine bottle and placed it in front of Liu Feng. No. Liu Feng shook his head, I don't want a bottle, but all of your fire horse liquor. You want, wait, what did you say? Just when Bold was about to give him a few more bottles, he suddenly paused, you mean, you want all my fire horse spirits? Yes. Liu Feng said solemnly. No, no, no. Bold shook his head repeatedly, this is a small business, please don't lie to me. Of course I won't lie to you. Liu Feng smiled slightly, if I guess correctly, although you often sell fire horse spirits to various shops and hunters, your current inventory has produced at least 100,000 bottles and cannot be sold, right? How did you know? Bold was shocked. It's not hard to guess. Liu Feng smiled slightly, I just want to say, if you are willing to sell it, I can give you 60 copper coins for a bottle. This. Hearing the price, Bold hesitated. He believed that the adventurer could guess that his wine could not be sold, but he did not expect that he could guess that he still had 100,000 bottles in stock. Boulder is already cold. Now that the frosty autumn is approaching and the cold winter is coming, the number of hunters out of the city has dropped sharply, and the number of people buying wine has become very few. In one day, the most I can sell is 30 or 50 bottles. At this time, the wine in stock would have gone bad long ago. 70 copper coins. At this time, Liu Feng continued to increase the price, and then added, this is my highest price. If you are not willing, then forget it. Said. He was about to get up and leave. Don't go. Bold was originally an honest wine merchant, but when Liu Feng said this, he was immediately frightened, but you have to pay with one hand to deliver the goods. Haha, of course there is no problem. The corners of Liu Feng's mouth raised slightly. Although the NPCs in this extraordinary world also have their own wisdom, in the final analysis they are still too simple. Just a few tricks to bluff people, and they were immediately frightened. More than an hour later, Liu Feng spent 700 gold coins to put all 100,000 bottles of fire horse liquor into his backpack. Adventurer, thank you for your willingness to buy my fire horse spirits. Do you need it again in the future? After tiring for a long time, Nabald asked Liu Feng with a look of joy on his face. Of course. Liu Feng knew that Bold was quite hard-working. I used to go hungry while hunting, but since the invention of fire horse liquor, I have become relatively well off. Now that he has made a huge sum of 700 gold coins, how can he not be excited? Liu Feng also asked directly, approximately how many bottles can you produce in a day? Well, now because of the frosty autumn, fermentation is slow, and there may only be less than 2,000 bottles at most. Bold thought for a while and said. That's it. Liu Feng nodded and suggested, however, you can expand your production scale. It is best to invite your wife and several sons to increase production in the past few days. I will ask you how much you can produce. How many? Really? Bold was shocked. Yes. The corner of Liu Feng's lips raised, however, you have to issue me a sole contract, and you can only sell this fire horse liquor to me. Of course, I will always provide you with a high price of 70 copper coins. The validity period of this contract can be set to 5 days. As the name suggests. Soul contract, it is a contract in which both parties have injected the power of their souls. Once one party breaches the contract, before the contract is restored, the soul of the violator will be subjected to endless blows, and life will be worse than death. Although it sounds terrible. But as long as you don't break the promise, nothing will happen. Moreover, this is also one of the contracts often used by the aborigines of the extraordinary world. Because, there is supernormal power of law added to it. No one can disobey it. As for the reason for setting it to 5 days, it is also very simple. After this period of time, most players have also improved in strength. At the very least, skills with damage blocking attributes can be put together. By then, the demand for the fire horse liquor will be greatly reduced. Although this is a very short-lived opportunity. But as long as you can catch it, you can still make a lot of money. Of course. I'm going to prepare a contract for you now. Then, after we finish signing the contract, I will prepare the materials right away. Tomorrow night at the most, I can get you at least 5,000 bottles of fire horse liquor. Bold said cheerfully while preparing the materials for the soul contract. Soon. In less than 10 minutes, after both parties injected a bit of soul, spiritual, power into the contract began to take effect. Soul contract, Bold Kenley produces at least 3,000 bottles of fire horse spirits for Shuo Feng every day, and sells them to Shuo Feng only. Shuo Feng needs to purchase at least 70 copper coins per day. Board Kennel 3,000 bottles of fire horse spirits. Limitation period, 5 days. Signed Soul, Bold Kenley. Signed Soul, Shuo Feng. Signature, means signature. It's nothing more than turning a written signature into an infused soul. Putting this soul contract into his backpack, Liu Feng felt at ease. He glanced at the time. It should be 4 or 5 hours before those players start to open up the 3 major regions. That is, the time when fire horse spirits are sold. In the previous life, a bottle of fire horse liquor was sold for up to 10 gold coins. However, as a businessman, the Forbidden King also used some tricks. But even for daily needs, the unit price is at least 3 to 5 gold. In other words, these 100,000 bottles of fire horse liquor can allow me to earn another 3 to 5 million gold coins without any thought. Thinking of this, Liu Feng was a little surprised. The feeling of mastering the cutting-edge air outlet is so exciting. That's when Liu Feng suddenly saw that Yayuqiang Gui also sent him a private message a few minutes ago. Night Whispering Rose, Master, have you completed your mission? My brother has prepared the funds to buy your equipment, and the Space Rift Source Stone. Do you have time to buy it now? I'll go now if I have time. Liu Feng nodded. After asking Yayuqiang Gui for information about the coordinates, she rushed over. But at this time, some conflicts occurred in the Yayu Guild. They discovered that this thing actually has a number of challenges. Regardless of success or failure, challenge up to 10 times. And once successful, it will disappear immediately. Right now, there are only 3 times left for this crack, and no one dares to act rashly. The most outrageous thing is, although death in this rift will not cause much loss, it will directly and permanently lose some of all attributes. This wave. Let their few attributes suffer another blow. No one wants to enter and suffer again. Brother Wushan, only 10 people can enter this rift at most. You can find other elite members. I really don't want to go. Yayu Feng, who had died 9 times in a row, was dumbfounded when the president asked him to wait until Feng came before entering together, and he quickly refused. You really don't want to go? Yayu frowned silently and confirmed. I really don't want to go. Not to mention I have to give him 100 gold coins, I won't even give him the money. Yayu is really scared of the cold wind. Lose 1 point of all attributes at once. He has lost 7 points of all attributes. This is equivalent to 7 levels of his attribute growth, leaving only 5 free attribute rewards. It's simply not too miserable. Who dares to go here? Okay, then I'll go call Yu and her team later. If you pass the level, don't regret it. Yayu pursed her lips silently and said with disdain. Chapter 62. Whoever regrets it will have a grandson. Yayu Feng rolled his eyes and thought to himself, don't lose a few points of all attributes after entering. At this time, Night Whispering Rose suddenly saw Feng's figure gradually approaching. The great god Feng is here. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to look at him. Sure enough, they saw a figure not far away, walking towards them. Let's trade the equipment first. After Feng came here, he didn't waste much time and said directly. Okay. Yayu nodded silently and said directly, Brother Feng, the appraiser in our guild calculated the batch of your equipment and packaged the whole batch for a total of 1,500 gold coins. What do you think? 1,500 gold coins. Feng curled his lips, showing a hint of reluctance. Although, the price is 200 gold coins more than the 1,300 gold he estimated. However, this guy is so direct. It seems that the price can still be negotiated. Really? Seeing Feng's hesitation, Yayu Wushan immediately smiled and said, of course. The price I just told outsiders was that. Brother Feng, you are one of our own, let's buy it at the same price. 2,000 gold coins. What do you think? Tisk. This is. Feng pursed his lips, still thinking about it. 2,500. Yayu gritted her teeth silently, brother, dear brother. There really can't be any more. No matter how much we take, we can't bear it. Fine. Feng smiled with satisfaction. 2,500 gold, the price was more than twice as high as he expected. This guy and Yayu Qianggui are indeed siblings. I didn't say anything, but the price doubled. But, although this batch of equipment looks very strong now, after all, it is only early stage equipment and will be transitioned soon. If they change hands later, they will lose at least 2,000 gold coins. Therefore, the wool cannot be gathered too hard in one wave. That's almost it. A few minutes later. Ding! Your private transaction with Yayu Silent is completed, and you received 3,400 gold coins. Comfortable. Feng nodded with satisfaction. But, when he saw the transaction amount, he suddenly paused. Didn't we agree on 2,500 gold? Why did you give me 3,400 gold? Wrong order. No. Yayu silently explained, the extra 900 gold is the price of joining your team. Up to 10 people can enter this space rift, so, in addition to my sister's best friends, I want to bring a few more people. Come in, do you think it's okay? Can. Liu Feng smiled faintly, you've already given me the money, what else can't you do? Of course he knew the rules of the space rift, so he didn't care much about it. Earn 500 gold for free. Why not? By the way, you have to pay the team expansion fee yourself, and then just leave the captain to me. Liu Feng added. Ordinary teams only have 5 positions. If you want to open additional positions, you need to pay the price of 1 gold coin. But at most it can only open to a team of 100 people. Usually those big guilds clear up wasteland boss, which often happens in wild areas. Okay. Yayu smiled silently. However, when he passed by Yayu Lengfeng, he just glanced at her with disdain and called for someone to go directly. Taking advantage of this time, Liu Feng also took a look at the price of the trading skill source stone. Tisk. It's still 4 gold. This is a bit expensive. Reduce the price and upgrade the skill source stone. Liu Feng already had a quite terrifying plan in mind. Once the price of skill source stones drops, use all your skills to reach full stars. But if you want to wait until it drops to 1 gold, it will definitely not work within 2 or 3 days. So, wait a few more hours, and as long as it can drop to about 2 gold, you can start. No way. If you wait until 2 or 3 days later, the daylily will be cold. 300,000 gold coins is a lot. But for Lu Feng's grand goals in the future, it's not too much. You know, Liu Feng just took advantage of such a business opportunity. There are many places where you can make money in the future. Just the next wave of Fire Horse liquor alone brought in another 5 to 6 million gold coins. And 300,000 gold coins can almost buy 150,000 skill source stones. Don't say anything else. Anyway, it's more than enough to hit the current bronze level skills to full stars. If you are at silver level, it will be a bit stretched. After all, if a basic elemental missile is upgraded to full stars, according to Liu Feng's estimation, there should be 888 skill source stones. And the bronze level is 8,880. If it's silver level, that's 88,800 skill source stones. This is still the case where Liu Feng has a 100% success rate. In the previous life, with these hundreds of thousands of skill source stones, if you could hit an elemental missile to 5 or 6 stars, you would be considered lucky. And this is just an estimate. You know, Liu Feng had never seen a full star skill in his previous life. At most, it's 7 or 8 stars. The full star rating estimated by Liu Feng was only 10 stars. But the real situation behind it is actually unknown. However, even if all your money is used to upgrade stars, you can still get it all back when you forget about it. So there is no loss at all. If you were an ordinary person, you might not dare to be so cool. Who knows how many trillions of skill source stones they need to reach full star. At this time, Yaya Wusheng also brought someone over. Brother Shuo Feng, these are some of the elites of our guild, Yayu Yuyu is in their team. Let me tell you secretly, Yuyu is a great beauty, hehe. After arriving at Liu Feng's side, Yayu silently smiled evilly. If this Shuo Feng boss can be seduced by the beauty of their guild, then in the future, their Yayu guild will become a super guild with eternity under its feet and a divine sword in its fists. Pity. Liu Feng doesn't care whether she's beautiful or not. Just give me money. If you don't give me money, I, the King of Heaven, don't even think about having S*X for free. Just open the cracks, don't talk so much. Liu Feng said with his usual expressionless expression. Okay. Yayu silently said a little disappointed. It seems like this boss Shuo Feng has no interest in beautiful women at all. But, this is true. Although Yayuyu's appearance is very good in my own eyes, it may not be able to catch the eye of Mr. Shuo Feng. To know. My elder sister is quite good looking, and those best friends are even more stunning. Being influenced by such beauties every day will make anyone have a higher vision. The most important is, Boss Shuo Feng is also very powerful. If I really want a girl, I don't know how many girls are waiting in line to kneel and lick her. Shaking his head, he didn't bother to think about it anymore. After directly pulling Liu Feng into the team and giving him the captain, he directly opened the Space Rift Source Stone. Next moment, a strange dark black circular entrance appeared in front of several people. Liu Feng didn't think much and walked in with the 9 people. After feeling dizzy for a while, Liu Feng also saw the eerie and strange environment around him. At a glance, a few scattered black deadwood branches were stuck on the ground, looking half dead. The moon in midair, covered in thick black mist, was even more suffocating. The scariest. Or the tombstones swaying around. It's the land of skulls. Liu Feng murmured in his heart and led a few people forward. However, that's when Yu suddenly screamed, "Oh my god, what Shuo Feng opened is actually Shura level difficulty." What? Hearing this, several other people subconsciously looked at their own system channels. Chapter 63. Ding! You have entered the Azura level skeleton land, and all monsters will receive plus 100% all attributes Shura level increase. What the hell? Everyone was confused. Big Boss, did you set the wrong difficulty level? This is Shura level difficulty. Yu silently turned pale. If you open the Shura level difficulty, isn't this looking for death? There are 5 levels of difficulty in the Space Rift: Easy level, Difficult level, Nightmare level, Hell level, and Shura level. Simple level monsters, equivalent to double the attributes of external monsters. Difficulty level, there is an additional difficulty halo effect that increases all attributes by 10%. Nightmare level, plus 20% all attribute aura. Hell level, plus 50%. As for the Shura level, not only does it have an aura that increases all attributes by 100%, but there are also extremely abnormal attack formations that appear in the cracks. This attack array has the characteristics of invincibility and invulnerability. Once it launches an attack, it will shoot an extremely dense beam barrage attack nearby. You can only avoid it by moving. But, they still don't know the mechanism of this attack circle. I've only seen this plus 100% all attribute halo at Shura level difficulty. However, Liu Feng was surprised and said, "You can't fight this thing once. If you don't open the Shura difficulty, how can you maximize the benefits? Is it possible to spawn mobs again and again?" Liu Feng doesn't have the spare time to waste time. He is still very busy. Not to mention that there is a chance that Legion Commander Gus will trigger subsequent missions. There are countless hidden missions that Liu Feng knows about in Boulder City. Moreover, this Boulder City is only the lowest level of Frontier City, with no development prospects at all. Only by reaching the Atrium City as quickly as possible can Liu Feng truly show off his skills. No, it's not. Yu was a little timid silently. Well, then we can't do the Shura level difficulty, right? Is this acceptable? The group has been destroyed several times, and he is really scared now. Isn't this boss Shuo Feng too brave? Come up and directly start the Shura level difficulty? You know, they can't even beat the easy difficulty. Don't think so much. There's no need for you to fight anyway. Just follow behind. Liu Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and just moved forward. But, Yu Wuxian was dumbfounded. What's the meaning? No need for them to take action? This means, Boss Shuo Feng wants to challenge this Shura level rift alone? How is this possible? Their team of 10 elite members couldn't even pass the easy difficulty level. Shuo Feng alone can clear Shura level difficulty alone? But, just at this moment, Yu silently suddenly noticed the change in his state. FK. What kind of perverted buff is this? Increase defense by 500, attack by 250. And a 100% experience increase. This special cat is incredible. After seeing that concentric state, Yayu's eyes widened silently. This state is too exaggerated. With this defense, those little monsters can't even cut down their own. However, he calmed down quickly. Just having high defense is of no use. If the output is not enough, you will not be able to pass. You know, there is a 30-minute time limit for each challenge in this space rift. They had managed to kill a lot of skeleton soldiers many times before, and were about to see the boss, but when the time came, they were forced to kick out of the rift. Fall short. Subconsciously, he followed Liu Feng, ready to see what was going on. Anyway, Boss Shuo Feng said, there is no need for them to do anything. He wanted to see how strong this person who was praised by his elder sister every day was. At this time, Liu Feng also came to those messy tombstones. Countless skeleton monsters swaying forward also appeared in front of everyone. Shura level skeleton soldier. Level 10. Life 4500. Attack 210. Defense 180. Speed 30. Shura aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skill, skeleton sword technique, increase own attack power by 10%. Description: skeleton soldiers who have been buried for a long time will crawl out of the grave once they feel the breath of the living. Liu Feng glanced at it. Even with the Shura aura boost that increases all attributes by 100%, they can't break through their own defenses at all. But Liu Feng would not waste time with them. As the staff waved, a burst of lightning energy suddenly surged out crazily. Thunder electric field. This moment, a huge dark blue semicircular barrier instantly unfolded around Liu Feng's body. Also in the dark blue barrier, thousands of electric lightning snakes are constantly traveling crazily. Sizzle. Minus 11,040. Dharma explosion. Minus 11,040. Dharma explosion. Minus 11,040. Dharma explosion. Just for a moment, the terrifying damage exceeding 10,000 points instantly exploded on the bodies of those skeleton soldiers. Just 1 second. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers were instantly blown to pieces by the thousands of lightnings. Immediately afterwards, massive reward tips are also being refreshed crazily in everyone's system channels. Ding! You killed Shura level, LV10 skeleton soldier, and you gained 5,000 experience points. Ding comma. Ding comma. What happened just now? In just 1 second, hundreds of skeleton monsters all died. Oh my god! Is this the strength of Mr. Shuo Feng? This is too terrifying. I would like to ask, what skill did Mr. Shuo Feng show off just now? It's so cool. This damage is simply explosive. Clear the field directly with one skill. This is the real destructive power of Master. Woohoo! So strong. So handsome. I love it so much. Everyone was shocked when they saw Shuo Feng clearing the field instantly with one skill. Terrible. This is a Shura level monster. To know. Even if they faced simple monsters without any increase, it would take them a long time to kill one. By contrast, there is a world of difference between me and Shuo Feng. Is this really a game? Why is it so difficult to kill a monster by yourself? As soon as someone takes action, everything is instantly destroyed. Sister Qiangwei, you usually follow Mr. Shuo Feng, is this how you kill monsters? At this time, the beauty Yuyu couldn't help but ask Yayu Qiangwei. Well, although it's a bit different from now. But that's about right. To be honest, Yayu Qiangwei was also shocked just now. Although I don't know when Shuo Feng got the skill just now. Only. Even without this skill, their efficiency in killing monsters seems to be about the same as now. But no matter what, that skill just now was too cool, right? Full screen lightning, clear the scene instantly. Everyone would envy the damage caused by this explosion. However, after hearing Yao Qianggui's words, Yao Yuya was almost jealous to death. Why? They are all beauties, why should I be angry with those losers in the guild? Sometimes, if I make a slight mistake, I will be ridiculed by my teammates. And Night Whispering Rose and her sisters, can they level up monsters so easily? But, it's just her pretentious character. Even if Liu Feng is given 10 times the team fee, he won't tolerate it. If you join the team, you will come in and learn skills. I'm not here to make you suffer from princess disease. Liu Feng was able to let Night Whisper Rose and the others stay in his team just because they were relatively quiet. As for the function of a cash cow, that is just incidental. In addition, Liu Feng was also very satisfied with his current damage. I didn't expect that I would have over 10,000 points of damage so quickly. However, most of this reason is due to the 23% increase in attack power of soul-searching demonic eye and solar light. Otherwise, with the same lightning field, Liu Feng could only do more than 9,100 points of damage at most. A big difference. At this time, Liu Feng also started to check his rewards. Have to say, although the difficulty of this space rift is high, the rewards are also extremely generous. Chapter 64. Ding, you have obtained the ordinary level spiritual energy ball. Ding, comma. Ding, comma. Ding, you have obtained skill source stones, 256. This wave of hundreds of mobs directly caused him to explode more than 100 pieces of level 10 whiteboard equipment. Although current whiteboard equipment is not valuable, but a level 10 whiteboard costs about 200 yuan. For weapons, it might cost about 300 yuan. Convert it. Just this wave of monsters made Liu Feng earn more than 30,000 yuan. You can earn 30,000 yuan just by moving your hands. Is there anything more exciting than this? But, the big head is not here yet, but the skill source stone exploded by the mob. Yes. In the wild, only boss can explode the skill source stone. In the crack, even the mobs can explode it with a high probability. If you're lucky, one mob can even explode too. Moreover, it has the blessing of Supreme European Emperor. Every monster Liu Feng killed had 2 skill source stones exploded. From these 128 mobs, he exploded 256. Not only that, the experience of this wave of monsters is also quite explosive. It directly increased his experience bar by a lot. There are still more than 10 percentage points of experience left, and you can directly upgrade again. According to the current market price, these 256 skill source stones can earn thousands of gold coins. Liu Feng sighed and moved on. However, when he saw the skill source stones all over the ground, they were all swept away by Liu Feng. The people of Yao Guild are envious. Let me go, what kind of character is Mr. Shuo Feng? In this wave, 1 or 200 skill source stones will be exploded, right? Too powerful. Damn, this is simply the European Emperor. Wow, this explosion rate is so exciting. A wave of skills cleared the area in an instant, and blockbuster rewards instantly exploded all over the place. This is just a game. Yes. Compared with Mr. Shuo Feng, how can we play games? This Miao is simply in jail. When I think about being tortured to death by the easy difficulty, I still can't explode a few things. Seeing Boss Shuo Feng again, now that he can clear the field directly with just one skill on the Shura level difficulty, and after he has also exploded all the rewards, everyone in the Night Whisper Guild is almost envious. This is too jealous. Although I didn't have time to count how many skill source stones were exploded just now, at first glance, I saw that there were at least more than 200. Hiss! 200 skill source stones. At the current market price, wouldn't it cost 8 to 900, or thousands of gold coins. God! The speed at which this boss makes money is too fast. You can make tens of millions in just 1 or 2 minutes. Why don't you let others live? That's when Liu Feng also led a few people to an area surrounded by dark purple miasma. Before anyone else could get scared, waves of slight earthquake sounds were heard immediately. Not long after, a giant skeleton, nearly 3 meters in size, crawled out of the ground. Shura-level skeleton giant. Rank, Bronze Boss. Level, 10. Life, 220,000. Attack, 750. Defense, 820. Movement speed, 50. Shura Aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, Skeleton Corpse Poison, Skeleton Knife Skills, Skeleton Shock. Description: the skeleton giant that guards the skeleton land. Possessing extremely destructive power. Is this the first boss of this space rift? More than 400,000 HP. This attribute is too perverted, isn't it? After seeing the blood volume of this giant skeleton, the elite members of Yayu Silent were suddenly frightened and took a breath of air. It took so long to enter the main city. They also saw a lot of bronze-level bosses. But at most, it only has a health volume of over 100,000. And now, the blood volume of this skeleton giant is not only twice as high as those of Wild Boss, but it even has a 100% increase in all attributes. The blood volume directly soared to more than 400,000. How to fight this? Not to mention offensive and defensive attributes. With this amount of blood alone, even if you stand there and beat them, they won't be able to kill them for half an hour. Boss Shuo Feng, this attribute is too exaggerated. How about we, Where's Mr. Shuo Feng? Yayawushan was just about to persuade Shuo Feng that he could not exit this space rift and switch to hell or nightmare difficulty, but he suddenly couldn't find Shuo Feng. Boss Shuo Feng, the fight has begun. At this time, that Yayu exclaimed. What? Yayu was silently startled and turned to look in the direction of the boss. Really? Boss Shuo Feng is now standing 30 or 40 meters in front of the boss. He's crazy. With more than 400,000 HP, how can you beat this? Yayu silently exclaimed instantly. But the next moment, only then did he realize how ignorant he was. Boom! As Liu Feng appeared in front of the boss, the long knife in its hand also slashed at Liu Feng. Only Liu Feng just used glory light and dodged directly. Then, the wrath of the stars. Boom! With a bright light, it exploded in boss's body. An extremely high damage figure also exploded from its body. Minus 7,977. Dharma explosion. Paralysis. 4 seconds. This moment, the boss fell directly into a paralyzed state where he could not move or use skills for 4 seconds. At the same time, Liu Feng also poured out his skills. Thunder Electric Field. Thunderstorm. Elemental Missile. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh. Minus 12,251. Dharma Explosion. Minus 9,580. Dharma Explosion. Minus 9,580. Dharma Explosion. Minus 6,908. Dharma Explosion. Minus 6,908. Dharma Explosion. In an instant, thousands of electric lightning snakes. Exploding silver light thunder group. There are also countless elemental missiles, and at the same time, the giant skeleton bombards the boss. Just 4 seconds. The skeleton giant's health dropped by 15%. Just then, it also woke up from its paralysis. Then, the giant skeleton picked up the long knife in his hand and slashed at Liu Feng crazily. However, in front of Liu Feng, whose attributes have been strengthened, his limit reaction has reached 6.8 milliseconds. This bronze level boss, even if it is a Shura level rift boss, makes Liu Feng completely uninterested. Swish, swish, swish. Several swords and lights flashed in front of Liu Feng's eyes. He didn't even bother to use the radiant light, he simply dodged these attacks easily. Oh, has the attack speed of this bronze level boss reached the human limit of 0.1 seconds? It's a pity, my current reaction speed is 14 to 5 times your attack speed. Following Liu Feng's figure jumping back and forth. In that dark blue barrier filled with countless electric lightning snakes, the skeleton giant was constantly suffering double huge damage from thunder electric field and elemental missile. But its attacks were easily dodged by Liu Feng. Brothers, we can't let Mr. Shuo Feng fight the boss alone. We have to go too. At this time, Yu silently ordered. Seeing the crazy operations of Liu Feng and the boss, the people in Yu Guild were itching all over and wanted to rush forward to fight. However, but Liu Feng sternly stopped him, "Don't even come." Yu Wuxian and the others were stunned. Don't let them fight? What does this mean? They also want to strive for some combat contribution. Otherwise, how to get the reward? But soon, Yu Wuxian and others understood. This moment, when the skeleton giant's health dropped to 50%. In midair, a dark disk formation suddenly appeared. Chapter 65. Coming. Feeling the attacking formation covering his head, Liu Feng subconsciously looked up. Attack Dark Array. Category: Special Magic Circle. Effect: launch an average of 10 dark beam barrage attacks per second, causing 100 points of dark element damage to all targets on the ground with boss hatred value. Note: when the boss is killed, the circle will automatically disappear. Dark Attack Array. Throw barrage beams 10 times per second, attacking all players with boss hatred. The most outrageous thing is, the damage caused by this attacking array is all dark element damage. This kind of damage cannot be resisted by ordinary defense. Only more advanced damage-free attributes, blocking attributes, and elemental resistance attributes can reduce this kind of damage. At this stage, even Liu Feng only has the pitiful 60 damage blocking attribute of Ice Shield technique. Not to mention them. And the average attack frequency of 10 times per second, or attack speed, is equivalent to once in 0.1 seconds, 100 milliseconds. Ordinary people can't react at all. Once caught in the barrage of magic circle attacks, the terrifying high-frequency damage can wipe them all out in an instant. People like Yu Guild. Although Liu Feng didn't know much about them in his previous life, he also knew that they were definitely not the top players in the Dragon Kingdom's 10,000 ranks. At most, it's just a T1 level high-level player. Before strengthening, the maximum reaction is 0.30.2 seconds. At this level, you still want to fight the Shura level boss and attract the boss's hatred? Isn't this seeking death? Without any exaggeration. They can persist in the dark attack circle for 3 to 5 seconds, which is considered quite powerful. In the previous life, it was impossible to get past this level without a lot of attribute strengthening. But this attacking formation is quite easy for Liu Feng now. The ultimate reaction speed of 6.8 milliseconds is equivalent to more than 10 times the attack speed of this array. You can easily avoid the past. Just after seeing the effect of this dark attack circle, everyone's hearts suddenly beat wildly. God! It turns out that when Boss Shuo Feng didn't let him fight the boss just now, it wasn't because he was worried about how much contribution he had taken away. That's because they are afraid of being destroyed. Is this, the space rift in the extraordinary world? Is this difficulty too exaggerated? At this time, the moment the dark magic circle appeared, it had already locked onto Liu Feng. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, thousands of dark beams of light poured towards Liu Feng like a downpour. These densely packed dark beams made it impossible for them to find any escape point just by watching the battle from a distance. Terrible. Is this a game that humans can play? However. Roll. Move. Jump. Flash. As Liu Feng's heaven-defying movements continued to unfold, he also dodged all the attacks from countless dark beams. Seeing this scene, those elites were dumbfounded. It's too strong. It's been 10 seconds now. Boss Shuo Feng hasn't even been attacked by those beam barrages yet. Oh my god! Boss Shuo Feng's movement is really invincible. Left left. Roll forward. Jump back. Damn it. No. I can't even react to this magic circle-covered barrage attack. How can Mr. Shuo Feng be able to dodge it? Here, is this Mr. Shuo Feng still a human being? I can't believe, this is actually something humans can do. The people in Yayu Guild are already numb. Boss Shuo Feng is simply not a human being. Such extreme operations again and again seem to be very easy in his eyes. Even, let the elites like them feel that they can do it too. But, can they really do it? Even if they think about it with their toes, they know that it is impossible for them to do it. A few seconds later. Ding! You killed the Shura level bronze level boss, LV10 skeleton giant, and you gained 1.25 million experience points, plus 100%, 2.6 gold coins. Ding! The current progress of Shura level skeleton land has been increased to 1/3. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 15. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attributes plus 2, intelligence plus 5, free attributes plus 10. Crash! When the giant skeleton fell to the ground, countless bonus light groups exploded instantly. Ding! You have obtained the bronze level gun silver great sword. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding! You have obtained the bronze level splitting shadow. Ding! You have obtained 323 skill source stones and 45 skill crystal essences. Comfortable. Seeing these rewards, Liu Feng put them all in his backpack with satisfaction. In addition to skill source stones and skill crystal essences. This boss directly revealed 5 pieces of equipment and 3 skill books to Liu Feng. Pity. As for bronze level equipment, Liu Feng doesn't need it now. Take a look at the skills. Well, no mage skills either. There are 2 books for assassins and 1 for warriors. Liu Feng put everything in his backpack and continued moving forward with the team. Boss Shuo Feng, why are we still going forward? Yayu was silently stunned for a moment, then followed Liu Feng and asked. Liu Feng's eyes looked like he was looking at a fool. Didn't you see the system prompt? What system prompt? Yayu was stunned silently. Subconsciously, he glanced at the system prompt. Result. What the hell? Have you just completed the first stage of this space rift? Seeing the progress prompt, Yayu was silently stunned. This special space rift is too exaggerated. This is only the first stage. Boss Shuo Feng. Does this mean, there are still 2 stages to come? Yayu couldn't help but ask silently. You're quite smart. Liu Feng smiled. But. Regarding what he just said, Liu Feng slightly refuted, to be specific, there are still 3 stages. Because, after beating the first 3 stages, there is still a final boss stage. There is also a final boss stage. Yayu was silently stunned. This is too difficult. At that time, they thought that if they worked harder and defeated the wave of mobs, they would be able to pass the level by killing the boss. Result. Did you tell me that this is the first stage? What a joke. The most outrageous thing is that after beating those 3 stages, there is still a final boss stage? God! This first stage is so outrageous. How difficult does the final boss stage have to be? But. At the same time as the group of them were complaining, Liu Feng also brought them to the second stage. Click, click, Click. At this time, when they just stepped into this area, the teeth-breaking sound of bones rubbing slowly came from far to near. It didn't take long. Everyone saw a large circle of skeleton monsters coming from all directions, attacking them. FK, FK. There are so many monsters, where can we hide? Chapter 66. This moment, everyone in the Yaya Guild was startled and gathered together in fear. Qiang Gui, go take command. Don't keep making this mess. Liu Feng frowned when he saw how frightened they were. Okay. Night Whispering Rose is also familiar with the road. After all, she is not only the nominal president of Yayu, but also responsible for the management of Liu Feng's team. Soon, she organized several people together and hid in a safe corner. At this time, those skeleton armies also surrounded Liu Feng. Shura class skeleton warrior. Level 15. Life 5800. Attack 260. Defense 245. Speed 35. Shura aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, skeleton sword technique, skeleton heavy smash. Description: the skeleton warrior who has been buried for a long time will climb out of the grave at all costs after feeling the breath of the living. Compared to the skeleton soldier, this skeleton warrior just charges more mindlessly. For Liu Feng, not only is this not a bad thing, it is actually a good thing. The harder you push, the more Liu Feng likes it. The other side. Gathered in a safe corner, the people from the Night Whispering Guild also started to eat. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Quick! Boss Shuo Feng, discharge the electricity quickly. Haha! Electrocute those sons of B. Crush the darkness with thunder. No, you are safe. These people's mentality will relax. It was even like watching a good show, thinking that he was the commander of the spring water. At this time, when those skeleton warriors all entered Liu Feng's attack range. Thunder electric field. In an instant, the dark blue barrier unfolds at this moment. Countless lightning snakes were tumbling and jumping again. Zhyla. Zhyla. Minus 13,769. Dharma explosion. Minus 13,769. Dharma explosion. Minus 13,769. Dharma explosion. This moment, along with that large area of terrifying magic explosion damage, it sprayed out crazily. Large swaths of skeleton warriors were instantly blasted into dust and ashes. Immediately afterwards, massive reward tips are refreshed crazily in everyone's system channel. Ding! You killed Shura level, LV15 skeleton warrior, and you gained 7500 experience points. Ding comma. Ding comma. A full wave of seconds. I'm the best. It's great. This is killing monsters. This is the game. This is how fun it is. Woo. This damage is so damn explosive. Crush the darkness. Crush them all for me. Haha. When Liu Feng finally released the lightning field as he wished, blasting away the large group of skeleton monsters, the members of the Naya Guild suddenly became excited. Madu, this is called spawning monsters. Clear the place instantly. A wave of full seconds. It's simply not that exciting. Certainly. Although the large wave of equipment and skill source stone rewards that Liu Feng exploded have nothing to do with them. But no matter what, this experience alone is enough to explode. Don't say anything else. Just these two waves of monsters plus a boss, the experience bar of these people is almost pierced. Help! I have 912% experience now. The system told me that I can only save up to 1000%. What should I do now? Why panic? With you, I have 956% experience now, I don't panic. you. Why are you so anxious? Look, I'm 1000% ready now. Am I anxious? Hey! Damn it! This is the first time I have to worry about so much experience. They are so experienced now that they almost cry. Right now, there are still 1.5 stages to come, and there is also a final boss stage that has yet to be cleared. Now that the experience bar is almost full, what else is there to do next? Just watching a show? No. You bastards, haven't you advanced yet? While putting all the rewards into his backpack, Liu Feng was also surprised. Hearing this, the people of Yayu Guild broke through their defense instantly. Boss Shuo Feng, not everyone is as strong as you. That's right. This bronze level boss is too difficult to defeat. Why don't you lead us? Boss Shuo Feng, as long as you lead us to advance, how about I give you 100 more gold coins each? Yes. We really need it. In our guild, only Yayu has successfully advanced. What kind of B-level template has he obtained? And the advancement rate is only 1%. This is an explosion of character. While breaking their defenses and crying, they kept pleading. However, Liu Feng, shook his head as if he was looking at a group of unsatisfactory children. It's not that I won't help you advance, it's just that you can't bring this thing with you. Think about it. The attributes of this bronze level template are not very important information. After all, top players will soon get high-rated templates. By the time this information will be displayed to everyone. Simply, Liu Feng hid it and directly showed his attribute template to them. This moment, after seeing Liu Feng's attribute template, those people were shocked and their mouths all opened in an O shape. Oh my god! What kind of rating template is this? Is the growth rate so exaggerated? Then after Yu advances, the template will have one more free attribute and one more strength attribute at each level. Boss Shuo Feng, the director of the template factory, is so perverted. Family members, who knows? There are 2 points of all attributes, 5 points of intelligence attributes, and 10 points of free attributes at each level. The growth rate of this attribute makes people jealous to death. Damn it! Wait a minute. What does that element control? Reduce energy gathering by 100%? This effect is so incredible, isn't it? Everyone was shocked when they saw Liu Feng's template. They are also bronze level templates. That Yayu only added 1 point of free attribute, and an additional 1 point of strength attribute. And what about Boss Shuo Feng? It makes people envious and jealous. However, Liu Feng just walked forward calmly and explained to them, this is an SSS level template. If you want to get a template with this kind of growth rate, you must achieve the personal achievement of killing the boss without taking any damage. Furthermore, if you are more careful, you will know that in the boss battle, the higher the average contribution an individual receives, the higher the template rating will be, the stronger the attribute growth will be, and the success rate of advancement will also be higher. Hi! By the way, what's that? What's it called? Although I don't mean to knock you, to be honest, your B-level template is the worst rating. So, although it is true that we need to advance quickly, we should not be too hasty and try our best to strive for higher rated templates. Suddenly thinking of that beautiful woman, Liu Feng subconsciously reminded her. Hear this. Yayuyu's mentality suddenly collapsed. I originally thought that it would be a relatively superior thing for me to successfully advance and enjoy the additional experience of this space rift. What Shuo Feng said. Have you become a piece of shit instead? At this moment, Yayu wanted to die. If she hadn't been reluctant to give up the experience, she would have quit the team right now. Pfft. Others in the Night Whisper Guild couldn't help but laugh. I originally thought Yayu was so powerful. I didn't expect it to be a piece of shit. But, after being reminded by Liu Feng, others suddenly realized it. Originally, they only wanted to protect their capital and advance. That is to say, strive for a 10% contribution and get 10 reputation points. Now it seems, we still need to improve our strength. That's when. With a loud bang, a huge skeleton boss wearing armor suddenly appeared in front of everyone. What the hell? This attribute. Seeing this skeletal boss, everyone in the Night Whispering Guild suddenly stopped breathing. This special cat is so fierce. Chapter 67. Shura Level Skeleton Warlord. Rank, Bronze Boss. Level, 15. Life, 280,000. Attack, 900. Defense, 950. Movement speed, 70. Shura Aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, Refined Bone Knife, Skeleton Charge. Description, the skeleton warrior who guards the land of skeletons. Possessing very terrifying strength. At a glance. Although those players who spoke silently at night could not see the other attributes of this skeleton warrior. But just from the fact that its blood volume has directly exceeded 500,000, it has been proved that this guy is much stronger than the skeleton giant. Kill. Liu Feng didn't bother to think so much, he just flashed to the vicinity of the skeleton warrior and started a crazy attack. Brilliant Light. Thunder Electric Field. Thunderstorm. Elemental Missile. Sizzle. Boom boom boom. This moment, when the dark blue barrier unfolds, countless lightning snakes and elemental light groups were once again intertwined with the long knife in the hand of the skeleton warrior. That series of terrifying magic explosion damage also continued to appear on the skeleton warrior's body. Unfortunately, Liu Feng's damage was fully absorbed. But the skeleton warrior's sword couldn't touch Liu Feng at all. The attack speed is only 0.08 seconds, but it's still too slow. At this time, Liu Feng, facing a mere bronze level boss, couldn't be too simple. If it weren't for some special skills, there would be no threat to him at all. The most outrageous thing is, even with the skeleton charging skill that has 10 times the speed, Liu Feng can occasionally dodge to the extreme. And even if it can't be avoided, with the blessing of the concentric potion and his current health value of more than 3,000 points, he can easily resist the boss's blow. Good. After replacing the silver level staff, the attack has been greatly improved. Seeing his current damage, Liu Feng was quite satisfied. Compared with before, the damage is almost 40% higher. But, the damage is too high. The boss's magic circle stage will come even faster. Not long after, the skeleton warrior's health had dropped below 50%. Attack the magic circle. It's coming. When everyone saw that the boss's blood volume was more than half, their hearts suddenly tightened. At this time, in mid-air, 2 dark magic formations slowly appeared. Attack Dark Array, X2. Damn it. 2 of them came. Isn't it? 1 dark magic circle is difficult enough, but 2 of them came out this time. How can we fight? Boss Shuo Feng, can you resist? No, it's unlikely, right? A magic circle has an attack speed of 0.1 seconds. Aren't these 2 0.05 seconds? Damn! Who can react to this? The members of Yao were immediately frightened. For them, an attack circle can basically wipe out all of them instantly. 2 at a time now? This makes me unable to live. However, the moment these 2 dark magic circles appeared, they began to rotate and attack Lu Feng crazily. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a dense barrage of dark beams descended from directly above him. Only after feeling these dark beams, not only did Liu Feng not show any panic, but he just smiled contemptuously. Joke. An attack speed of 0.05 seconds is just an attack speed of 50 milliseconds. My current reaction speed is 7 to 8 times that. As Liu Feng's figure kept flickering and jumping, he could still dodge the countless dense dark beams. Gilu! What kind of incredible movement is this? Too powerful! Can two attacking arrays be so easy? Oh my god, where is the limit of Mr. Shuo Feng? The members of Yao were completely stunned. After all, they were also top players in major games before. But now, my proud skills are like a little kid who just learned to walk in front of Liu Feng. This is too shocking. Soon. This skeleton general wasn't even out for long before he was directly killed by Liu Feng. Ding! You killed the Shura level bronze level boss, LV10 skeleton warlord, and you gained 2 million experience points, plus 100%, 3.5 gold coins. Ding! The current progress of Shura level skeleton land has been increased to 2/3. Good. With 2 magic circles, it's still very easy. Seeing this system prompt, Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction at his current state. After all, it had just been strengthened recently. Although these are familiar feelings, after all, this feeling has been parting for more than a year, and he still has to get used to it. It is clear. Liu Feng is able to perfectly control his current physical condition. Ding! You have obtained the bronze level bronze crown. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding! You have obtained bronze level pyroblast. Ding! You have obtained 568 skill source stones and 71 skill crystal essences. A boss directly caused Liu Feng to explode more than 500 skill source stones. There are even 71 skill crystals. Not only that. Even the number of skill source stones has reached nearly 900. You can't buy this skill source stone for much money, so let's upgrade it in advance. Liu Feng took a look at the price of the skill source stone. With this embarrassing price of 3.8 gold, Liu Feng wouldn't be able to sell it, and he would lose money even if he gets a star. If you continue to cut off, you will be subject to chaos. Simply. Liu Feng didn't hesitate and directly used it to upgrade the star. Otherwise, the damage now is really not enough. Well, if other people heard this, they would be furious to death. Good guy. You alone can easily do as much damage as a group of hundreds of others. He even said the damage wasn't enough. If you don't do enough damage, who else can do it now? Ahem, sorry. For Liu Feng, this is indeed not enough damage. Think no more. Liu Feng directly opened the skill panel of the thunder field and started to raise stars. Ding! You consumed 200 skill source stones and successfully upgraded the thunder electric field to a 3-star thunder electric field. Ding! You consumed 500 pills. After consuming 700 skill source stones in one wave, Liu Feng upgraded the lightning field to 4 stars. The range has been increased to 65 meters. The attack bonus has been increased to 230%. Well, the magic consumption has also been increased to 130 points. After taking a look at the current attribute effects of the lightning field, Liu Feng nodded slightly. To be honest, after having this skill, Liu Feng doesn't like other skills very much. To know. Silver level is not just for looking good. This skill is a group attack skill that has no cooldown at all and can be released continuously to cause massive damage. It's simply not that exciting. This pyrotechnic explosion that just exploded is useless. Take a look at this harvest. Among the 5 pieces of equipment and 3 skills, a mage's skill was revealed. But it is a group attack skill that is more effective than others. Speaking of human language, if you learn it, you will occupy the grid in vain. Besides, he has no grid now. Opening the 4th additional skill slot will give you 1000 skill crystal essences and 10,000 gold coins. If there are high-level replacement skills, let's update and iterate with the forgetting skill for the time being. Wai Wei thought. Liu Feng continued to move forward with his other teammates. Ding! You killed Shura level, LV19 skeleton elite, and you gained 9,000 experience points. Ding comma. Ding, comma. Soon. When everyone came to a foggy area, a group of level 19 skeleton elite monsters came towards Lu Feng like they were crazy. But even before these monsters could rush to their side, they were already taken away by Lu Feng's lightning field. Chapter 68. So hot. Let me tell you, staying by Shuo Feng's side makes you feel extremely safe, okay? Yes. When can I find a boyfriend like this? Feeling the sense of security brought by Lu Feng, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became relaxed. A few girls also started chatting. Only before they could chat for a few words, there was a noisy and crisp sound of horse hooves, quickly approaching from far away. Look up and look ahead. From the strange fog, dozens of knights on tall horses were already rushing towards their direction. Coming. Although they can't be seen clearly. But just feeling this momentum made Lu Feng perk up. Don't even think about it. He stood directly in front of everyone, facing the approaching skeleton knights. The next second, when they are less than 100 meters away from the land breeze. Thunder electric field. Sizzle. Minus 14,781. Dharma explosion. Minus 14,781. Dharma explosion. Minus 14,781. Dharma explosion. Ding, you killed Shura level, LV-19 skeleton guard, and you gained 10,000 experience points. Ding, comma. Ding, comma. At the moment when dozens of skeleton knights, oh no, I should say skeleton guards, rushed into the lightning field. A large amount of horrific damage suddenly erupted. Less than a second. Dozens of skeletons instantly turned into powder and became experience points for Lu Feng and others. There are also a lot of equipment rewards and skill source stone rewards. One man is in charge, and 10,000 men can't stop him. Damn, this is so handsome. Nice. Boss Shuo Feng, you will always be a god. I love it. Boss Shuo Feng, you are my idol. If Lu Feng, who had crushed the skeleton warrior before, had become the idol in the hearts of the girls in the Night Whisper Guild. At this time, standing alone in front of everyone, he has become a myth in the hearts of all men. Too strong. Just standing there alone. Even thousands of troops and horses cannot break through this layer of defense. This is the mage. This is what they dream of becoming. But after those skeleton guards were taken away in a wave. At this time, there is only one skeleton knight boss left in the field. Shura level skeleton commander. Rank, bronze boss. Level, 15. Life, 350,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 1,500. Movement speed, 100. Shura aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, secret bone knife, skeleton spearmanship, skeleton knight charge. Description, the commander-in-chief who protects the land of skeletons. He is always accompanied by hundreds of personal guards. When he noticed that the skeleton guards around him were all killed instantly by the human in front of him. Not only does this skeleton commander not have any sadness or anger, he doesn't even have any emotional fluctuations. But, the next second, following the soul fire in its two pupils, after a slight beat, it instantly drove the skeleton warhorse under it to rush towards Lu Feng again. However, this speed is too slow. Move. Lu Feng just dodged slightly and directly avoided the charge of the skeleton commander. Elemental missile. Elemental missile. This moment, along with the thousands of thunder and lightning snakes in the lightning electric field, Lu Feng's elemental missiles also bombarded the skeleton commander crazily at the same time. Minus 8,335. Dharma explosion. Minus 8,335. Dharma explosion. Minus 8,335. Dharma explosion. In an instant, the continuous damage numbers intertwined with the elemental missiles and the lightning field continued to explode on the body of the handsome skull. In just 10 seconds, the skeleton commander's health instantly dropped to less than half. I'm coming. The third stage of the attack circle. At this time, the members of the Night Language Guild suddenly became nervous. It was as if they themselves were about to face an attacking array. However, they don't have to go to the battlefield in person. But in the first 2 stages of the battle, they were almost nervous to death just by watching. However, when the third stage of attack array arrives, everyone was stunned instantly. Attack Dark Array, X5. 5 attack formations. This horse riding will not allow anyone to live. This moment, the members of Yahu Guild were confused. With just 1 magic circle, they were already pushed to the limit. 2 magic circles can wipe them out instantly. This third stage turned into 5 attack formations. Boss Shuo Feng, can you withstand it? However, finally, I can get a little more excited. Yes. Facing these 5 attack formations, Lu Feng not only showed no fear, but was even slightly excited. The attack speed of a single magic circle is 0.1 seconds, and for 5 magic circles, it is 0.02 seconds. However, Lu Feng's reaction speed is still able to crush him. Even with the addition of this skeleton commander, he is completely fearless. Boom boom boom. This moment, 5 dark attack formations instantly launched a beam barrage attack like a downpour. Facing these dense beam barrages, Lu Feng not only had to react in advance, but he also had to find a safe place to evade. But nevertheless, 10 seconds later, Lu Feng was still at ease. Even still unscathed. Oh my god! Isn't this Mr. Shuo Feng no longer a human being? Is this okay? Damn it, I can't help it. With such a terrifying attack speed, I can't even see clearly. Let alone let me hide. 1 magic circle 0.1 seconds, 5 magic circles 0.02 seconds. Plus this skeleton commander who is still interfering. Where is the limit of this big man Shuo Feng? It's too exaggerated. It's completely impossible for this to be a body movement that humans can accomplish. The members of the Night Whispering Guild were already stunned. Not to mention those ordinary elites. Even the girls at Yahu Qiangwei are completely dumbfounded now. Is this Shuo Feng's true strength? Is this Shuo Feng's gaming talent? Oh my god! Compared with him, the skills that I have worked so hard to cultivate are almost useless. Where is the mage here? Now, Lu Feng, who was constantly moving through the 5 magic circles, was more agile than a catfish. Just then. Ding! You killed the Shura level bronze level boss, LV-19 skeleton commander, and you gained 3.5 million experience points, plus 100%, 5.2 gold coins. Ding! The current progress of Shura level skeleton land has been increased to 3/3. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 16. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attributes plus 2, intelligence plus 5, free attributes plus 10. Good. There's a little bit of pressure, but not much. After facing countless attacking arrays, he beheaded the skeleton commander off his horse. Lu Feng lightly patted the dust on his body and murmured to himself. Chapter 69. Damn, he's so handsome. So strong. Woohoo, so strong. Boss Shuo Feng, do you still need a girlfriend? If not, I can be a maid. Xiao. Don't fight with me. I want to be the puppy next to brother Shuo Feng. Master Shuo Feng, is really amazing. Seeing Lu Feng's calm look now, the elites couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the boss. Ding! You have obtained 813 skill source stones and 126 skill crystal essences. Good. Seeing the harvest, Lu Feng was also very satisfied. In the past life, the Space Rift was known as the dividing line between advanced players and rookies. If you can easily overcome a magic circle without strengthening your attributes, you are already a very powerful player. But only the top 10,000 players in the Dragon Kingdom can achieve this level. Even, it has to be the most elite existence among the 10,000 strong level. Because, not only do you have to react within 0.1 seconds, but you also have to find your next step in a shorter time. Otherwise, or he will die suddenly. That's when. After Liu Feng just saw his harvest, a strange and powerful sense of oppression suddenly came. Coming. Final boss. Feeling this sense of oppression, Liu Feng suddenly became serious. This Shura level space rift is nothing to him. Now, the real difficulty begins. However, it is simply impossible for him to give up the Shura level difficulty and challenge the Hell level difficulty. To know. It seems that there is only one level of difficulty difference between Shura level and Hell level. But the final reward was not even half as good. Buzz. At this time, not far away, a skeleton monster floating in mid-air, wearing a black robe, appeared in front of everyone. A Shura level skeleton archmage. Rank, Bronze Boss. Level, 20. Life, 500,000. Attack, 2,100. Defense, 800. Movement speed, 60. Shura Aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, Soul Impact, Dark Burst, Skeleton Summoning. Description, the Archmage who guards the Land of Skulls. This skeleton mage is not easy to beat. After seeing the attributes of the final boss, the skeleton archmage, Liu Feng frowned slightly. Although this guy's defense is not high, his damage is outrageous. A soul impact that has no cooldown and can be cast continuously, with a huge damage of 500% attack bonus. The explosion of darkness is even more outrageous. Up to 1200% attack bonus. It's also a group attack with a 50-meter explosion range. Even the cooling time is only a short 10 seconds. But, fortunately, these two skills require energy gathering and guidance, and the forward swing is relatively large. As long as you have control skills, you can directly interrupt. As for the skeleton summoning, it's relatively simple. Although it will be triggered every 1% of the health, summoning 10 skeleton soldiers in a wave, but it doesn't matter to me. After recalling the skills of this skeleton mage, Liu Feng stepped forward and started fighting. Be honest. This is the first stage of the final boss. There is no pressure on Liu Feng. Although the skill range is very large, as long as you use the radiant light, you can easily avoid it. To know. The maximum displacement distance of the current shining light has reached more than 70 meters. Current intelligence, 599. Therefore, he didn't even need the second stage, he could just dodge it in one go. Only. What's more fatal is that although the flash of brilliant light seems to be instantaneous, it also moves forward by 0.01 seconds. This forward swing doesn't matter now. In the middle and later stages, it will be more deadly. Thunder Electric Field. Starfire Falls. Thunderstorm. Elemental Missile. Under Liu Feng's indiscriminate bombardment, the boss's HP quickly dropped to 50%. This moment, everyone present immediately held their breath. It was as if they had a premonition of what would happen next. However, when countless attack formations appeared, everyone's breath was still stagnant. Attack Dark Array, X10. FK. 10 Magic Circles. At this moment, everyone in Yayu Guild was frightened. What kind of devilish difficulty is this? The attack speed of one magic circle is 0.1 seconds. If there are 10 magic circles, isn't that 0.01 seconds? Who can react to this special meow? It's over, it's over. When Mr. Shuo Feng fought 5 magic circles, he felt that he was already struggling. Now there are 10 magic circles, isn't this an instant loss? Boss Shuo Feng, why don't we stop fighting? Just quit. Yes. We don't ask you to refund your money. It's pretty good to be able to fight here. Shuo. Damn it. Boss Shuo Feng has already begun to compete with 10 magic circles. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that Liu Feng had begun to compete with those attacking formations. This is too reckless. 10 magic circles, how can this be passable? 0.01 seconds, which is 10 milliseconds. My ultimate reaction is 6.8 milliseconds. Although it's a bit difficult, but you can still try. At this moment, Liu Feng was fully focused. No way. These 10 attack formations have an attack speed of 0.01 seconds. Even if Liu Feng has been strengthened, he can't be too careless. Not to mention, there is also a skeleton archmage, one staring at his own flaws. It's not difficult for Liu Feng to face 10 magic circles that can only attack dully. It's not difficult for him to challenge the skeleton archmage alone. But if the two merge, that's a bit outrageous. We must get serious. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the beam attack like a torrential rain also covered Lu Feng. At the same time, Liu Feng also unleashed his greatest mental strength and evaded like crazy. At this time, the skeleton archmage seemed to sense that Liu Feng had relaxed his vigilance towards him. Immediately afterwards, it directly raised the bone staff and aimed at Liu Feng. Dead Soul Impact. While gathering energy, 10%, 38%, 56%. Sneak Attack. Although it only took a moment to gather energy, Liu Feng still caught the flaw. This moment. The Wrath of the Stars. Boom. With a bright light, the boss exploded. The skeleton archmage also fell into paralysis for a full 4 seconds. At the same time, the impact of the dead souls was also interrupted instantly. 4 seconds later, the boss's blood volume also plummeted by 10% again, with less than 20% of his blood volume left. Soon, Liu Feng did not dare to relax and concentrated on avoiding the indiscriminate bombardment of the magic circle. But, facing these 10 attack formations, even Liu Feng now cannot achieve perfect positioning. Less than 10 seconds. There have been 20 or 30 dark beam attacks, falling on various parts of his body. But Liu Feng, who has more than 3,100 health points, can still handle it. To know. Although the shield value of Ice Shield technique cannot resist dark elemental damage, it still has a blocking attribute of at least 60 points. So, the damage of this dark beam to him is actually only 40 points. Chapter 70. However, although at this time Liu Feng could no longer dodge all attacks perfectly, but when those Yaya members saw this scene, they were also completely impressed by his current operation. FK, FK. Boss Shuo Feng, what kind of monster is this? Can you handle this? At this moment, they finally understood. It turns out that the continuous attacks of 5 magic circles are not the limit of Boss Shuo Feng at all. At this time, even if he was bombarded by 10 magic circles, he could still escape death. Powerful. Too strong. Finally, less than 10 seconds passed. After the skeleton mage's last trace of blood was cleared by Liu Feng, a massive system prompt suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Ding! You killed the Shura level bronze level boss, LV19 skeleton archmage, and you gained 5 million experience points, plus 100%, 13 gold coins. Ding! The current progress of Shura level land of skeletons has been increased to max. Ding! You successfully cleared Shura level skeleton land, your personal combat contribution is 100%, and you received the clearance reward, Bronze level equipment treasure box X100. Bronze level skill treasure chest X10, skill source stone reward treasure chest X1, experience 10 million, plus 100%. Ding, your level has been improved, current level, 17. Ding, your level has been improved, current level, 18. Ding, your level has been improved, current level, 19. Ding, you have received a reward, 4-dimensional attribute plus 6 points, intelligence plus 15 points, free attribute plus 30 points. Ding, you have obtained the equipment, bronze level evil dagger. Ding comma. Ding comma. Ding, you have obtained 1358 skill source stones, 360 skill crystal essences, and 5 forgotten source stones. Is this considered completed? Everyone was stunned when they saw the full screen of reward prompts flashing in front of their eyes. Although the reward they received for completing the level was only a guaranteed bronze level equipment treasure chest. But it's cool enough. At the very least, the experience bars of everyone present, except for Yu, have now been maxed out to 1000%. Too strong, is this boss Feng? He was able to kill even 10 attack formations. Oh my god, this is what you call a real master. It's outrageous. I can't believe this is actually something a human can accomplish. After a long time, those Yayu members were still deeply trapped in the terror of those 10 attack circles. This time, they really saw what it means to be a master. But even if the 6.8 millisecond reaction was given to them, they would not be able to do those extreme operations one by one. To know the limit reaction of ordinary people is generally about 0.3 seconds. But who can guarantee that he will maintain a high concentration of energy at all times? Don't talk for 1 minute. At this level of intensity, even 10 seconds is quite tiring. But Lu Feng can. During his 5-year extraordinary journey in his previous life, he experienced countless dangers of life and death. If not these, he may not be so powerful now. People can't stimulate their true potential unless they are pushed to a certain level. Hey! Now, you can collect the rewards. After clearing the space rift, Lu Feng was finally able to relax. Leftover. Just organize your own rewards. At this time, after Lu Feng collected all the rewards from the final boss, he opened his backpack and took a look. The defensive boss in the previous 3 stages gave me a total of 15 pieces of equipment and 9 skills. The rewards from the final boss are also quite impressive. 10 pieces of equipment and 5 skills were directly released to him. Including the rewards for clearing the Shura level rift, the total is 125 pieces of equipment and 24 skills. At last, it is the harvest of skill source stones and skill crystal essences. The defensive boss in the previous 3 stages gave Lu Feng a total of 2,762 skill source stones and 242 skill crystal essences. Coupled with the reward from this final boss, there are a total of 4,120 skill source stones and 602 skill crystal essences. Of course, there are also 5 forgotten origin stones. However, as for the skill source stones, Lu Feng had previously used 700 to upgrade the lightning field. Now, there are only 3,420 left. Don't say anything else. Just such a wave of skill source stones is a big harvest. But this is not over yet. Skill source stone reward treasure box. Category: Special treasure chest. Effect: after opening, there is a 100% chance of getting 100 skill source stones, a 10% chance of getting 1000 skill source stones, a 1% chance of getting 10,000 skill source stones. Note: there is a slight probability of getting 10 forgotten origin stones. Seeing this reward treasure chest, Lu Feng was in a great mood. Probability? What are the odds? Didn't this treasure box just give Lu Feng 10,000 skill source stones for free? Oh yes! There are still 10 forgotten source stones, haha. Open it directly. Ding! you opened the Skill Source Stone reward treasure box, you got 10,000 Skill Source Stones, and you were lucky enough to get 10 Forgotten Source Stones. Really not bad. Seeing this system prompt, Liu Feng's nervousness just disappeared immediately. 10,000 Skill Source Stones. According to the current price, that is a gain of 35,000 gold coins. But, this amount would be quite embarrassing. Now, there are two options. First, upgrade the lightning field. This benefit is definitely the biggest. But these 10,000 skill source stones will definitely not reach full stars. Second, helicopter elemental missile. Although the benefits of this skill are not great. But with the blessing of Supreme European Emperor, 10,000 skill source stones can raise it to full star. Wai Wei thought. Liu Feng made a decision directly. Upgrade elemental missiles. Let me see if the extraordinary world has the mechanism of full star rating. Confirm your thoughts. Liu Feng no longer hesitated and led everyone out of the spatial rift. And at the same time, outside the space rift, Yayu Lengfeng and some of the guild members who were scared to death are now stunned. No. What are these people doing inside now? It's been almost 20 minutes and you haven't come out yet. Seeing the entrance to the fissure, almost 20 minutes had passed and there was no movement at all. Yayu Lengfeng felt panicked. You know, when they used to conquer it, the explosion group was completely wiped out in less than 6 or 7 minutes. Just once, occasionally I lasted for half an hour. Brother Lengfeng, these guys, shouldn't they have passed the level? At this time, a member named Yayu Feiyang said subconsciously. Impossible. Don't even think about how difficult this space rift is. Yayu Lengfeng chuckled, if they can survive, I will directly. At this time, before he could finish his words, the entrance to the rift suddenly experienced a wave of fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, Liu Feng, Yaya Wushan and others walked out one after another. Brother Wushan, how is the situation? After staying up for so long, have you cleared the level? At this moment, Yayu Feiyang came directly in front of Yayu silently and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 71. Hearing this, Yayu Lengfeng quietly moved his body towards this side, cocked his ears and listened. But Yayu was silent but just raised the corner of his mouth, raised his arm, and pointed with his thumb at the entrance of the space rift behind him. Have you passed? Can't you just look at the entrance at the back? Look at the entrance, what do you mean? Hearing this, Yayu Feiyang subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the rift. And this moment, Yayu Feiyang was surprised to see that the entrance to the crack was gradually disappearing. See this scene. Before Yayu Feiyang opened his mouth, Yayu Lengfeng suddenly exclaimed, Yayu Lengfeng, what's going on? Why did the entrance to the rift disappear? Don't we still have three? Midway through speaking, Yayu Lengfeng suddenly paused. Immediately afterwards, I felt my scalp numb for a while. The entrance to the rift disappears. In other words, this space rift has been cleared by them. It's not just him. Yayu Feiyang and other guild members who were scared to death also ran to Yayu's silent side and started asking questions. Brother Wushan, have you really cleared the level? I'm surprised, you guys are so fierce. Tell me, how did you pass the level? I'm so sorry. I actually didn't enter the rift this time. President. Brother Wushan. What is the reward for clearing the level? At this time, being surrounded by more than a dozen people, Yayu was a little tired of being silent. Sighing slightly, he also said regretfully, Oh, who makes you not believe in Mr. Shuo Feng? To tell you the truth, we didn't have to do anything during this rift. Mr. Shuo Feng took us to lie down directly. FK. So cool. Lie down the whole time? Damn. Why didn't I join the team? Yes. I regret it so much. Hearing this, the members of Yayu suddenly cried and howled with regret. This is a whole rift experience. To know. Just by killing less than one wave of mobs, their experience gained by dozens of %. How much experience does this Miao gain from clearing the entire rift? But Yayawushan didn't seem to be pretending enough, so he continued, you really didn't see how fierce Shuo Feng was in the secret realm at that time. The barrage attacks of those magic circles were more powerful than Miao's heavy rain. But Mr. Shuo Feng just solved the boss with 3 strikes, 5 divisions, and 2 strikes? Can you believe it? And, when it comes to the final boss, Yayu said silently while gesticulating with dancing gestures. The guild members were stunned into silence. At this time, seeing how excited he was, a mage named Yayu Xianming who was in the team at that time also stood up and said, come and see me, come and see me. I used the extraordinary built-in recording function to record the screen directly, ha 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 ha. When you finish watching this video, I will post it directly to the extraordinary forum. Hear this. The other members suddenly became excited. Send me a copy. Brother Xianming, you are my biological father. Send me a private message. Beg for video. Feeling the feeling of being surrounded, Yayu Xuanming's face was filled with pride. It was as if the person who just led everyone through the level was not Mr. Shuo Feng, but himself. That's enough. Seeing this scene, the girls from Yaihokyongui were speechless for a while. A younger brother is still a younger brother. When can I become calmer like the great Shuo Feng? But after coming out of the rift, then Shuo Feng, the great god, just walked aside and didn't know what he was doing now. Ding! Upgrading elemental missile requires 50 skill source stones, and the success rate is 0.0001%. Do you confirm the upgrade? At this time, Liu Feng also directly opened the skill panel of elemental missiles and began to prepare for his star-filled cause. Confirm star promotion. With his mind slightly tense, Liu Feng also directly confirmed. He is not worried that rising to the star will fail. But I am looking forward to whether the skills will be full of stars. Ding! You have consumed 50 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 7-star elemental missile. Ding comma. Ding comma. Improved 3 times in a row. The star rating of the elemental missile was directly upgraded to 9 stars. The attack bonus has been increased to 180%. But the star isn't full yet. Next time you upgrade your star, you'll get 500 skill source stones. The success rate is 0.000001%. That's 1 in a billion. Seeing the large series of zeros, Liu Feng couldn't help feeling dizzy. I can't imagine who can succeed in the challenge with a 1 in a billion chance. Could it be that this extraordinary world is really a bottomless pit? Continue to rise to the stars. After calming down for a while, Liu Feng continued to improve. Ding! You consumed 500 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to 10-star elemental missile. Can we continue to rise? The next time you raise a star, the success rate is 1 in 10 billion. At this moment, Liu Feng was a little frightened. 10 stars haven't been reached yet? When will this end? Keep improving. Not in the mood to think too much, Liu Feng once again raised the star of the elemental missile. Ding! You consumed 1000 skill source stones and successfully upgraded elemental missile to max elemental missile. Max. Is this full of stars? I don't know what effect this full star skill will have. Taking a deep breath, Liu Feng looked at the effect of the elemental missiles little by little. Don't blame him for being nervous. After all, this was something he had never seen before in his previous life. Holy Elemental Missile, Max. Rank, Origin Level. Category, Active Skills. Basics, Condensate an Elemental Missile, causing, Attack Power x 200%, points of damage to an enemy target. Origin: after becoming an origin skill, the skill will be integrated with itself and will not occupy the skill slot. Divine Power: after this skill reaches the max star level, it will become a sacred skill with divine power. It will produce absolute suppression on creatures below the mythical sequence. It will ignore all ordinary resistance methods and cause 10 times the damage effect. Divinity: each time you use the divine power feature, 1 divinity point will be consumed. The current divinity value of elemental missile is 100/100 points, which is refreshed every morning. Holy power, holy damage, etc. Isn't this something that only those who have reached the demigod level or above can have it? Liu Feng narrowed his eyes. How can this be? When a skill reaches full star level, it will produce divine characteristics. Chapter 72. Have to say. When Liu Feng saw this effect, he was still a little shocked. To know. Damage in the extraordinary world is divided into strict sequence levels. Basic damage, that is, physical and magic damage. This type of damage will be resisted by defense, damage avoidance, blocking and any other means of resistance. High-level damage, it is elemental damage and true damage. Although this type of damage can ignore basic attributes such as defense and shield, it can still take effect if it has special attributes such as damage avoidance, blocking, invincibility, and inability to select. Finally, it's holy damage. Holy damage can not only ignore defense, shield, block, damage avoidance and other resistance attributes. Even special effects such as invincibility, inability to be selected, nothingness, and blur can be ignored directly. But, the full name of holy damage should be called holy sequence damage. Because, except for the damage, there are also sacred sequence effects such as sacred negative status, sacred gain status. Simply put, facing all the attributes and states in the holy sequence, any means in the ordinary sequence will be useless. Only the same holy sequence can compete with it. However, things of the sacred sequence are generally encountered only after reaching the demigod level. What Liu Feng didn't expect was, this skill would appear directly after it reached the max star level. This surprised him a little. Wait. I seem to understand. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes narrowed. No wonder, after reaching a high star level, the cost-effectiveness of skill star upgrades is obviously so low. In the previous life, there were still people who were crazy about skill star upgrades. Perhaps, just to impact this sacred characteristic. The improvement of the first 10 stars is to pave the way for sacred skills. Only by truly reaching the max star level can we grasp the true meaning of this skill. Thinking of this, Liu Feng smiled bitterly. This is obviously a principle of digging for treasure underground. For those who do not persist to the end, everything is in vain. Compared with divine power, the little increase brought by skill star upgrade is completely insignificant. Therefore, only those who persist to the end can clear away all the fog and get endless treasures. In the previous life, someone must have changed their destiny, raised their skills to max stars, and then announced the news to a small number of people, which made countless top experts flock to the skill star upgrades. Only, I just don't know this news. So, we are the same 10 demigods, and I am being ignored. What a hatred! Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. But, it's too late to think about this now. After all, it was all in the past life. But anyway, even if no one really knows the real secret of Max Star, it is possible for those top players to work alone behind closed doors and pursue higher stars like crazy. And after you truly reach the demigod level, if you want to use holy power, it will be much easier than upgrading your skills. It is different from skill star upgrade. Demigod level players only need to consume divinity value to activate holy power. As long as you have divine value, everything about you can directly possess divine characteristics. Without any exaggeration. Once you enter the demigod level, you enter the mythical sequence. Even a pig will have absolute suppression over any creature that is not a sacred creature. But, I also obtained several sacred skills back then. They can also rise to the stars. So, what changes will happen to these mythical sequence skills after they reach full stars? Thinking of this, Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Correct. Superlative. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to open his talent panel. Supreme High Level Supreme European Emperor. The most advanced. Could it be, that after the myth sequence, it's you? Suddenly, Lu Feng felt a little dreamy. If it's true, then my level of talent is a bit too scary. Never mind. It's better not to think about it so much. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng put these thoughts aside for the time being. Anyway, these things are still too far away. But, with this supreme talent, Lu Feng could clearly see his future path. The road to Super God. In other words, the highest road. But, now we still need to be down to earth and take it step by step. Lu Feng is not the kind of person who aims too high. No matter how things will develop in the future. Now, we still have to follow suit and develop steadily. Anyway, after the elemental missile reaches full stars, in addition to the 10 times damage increase after turning on the divine power characteristic, the first benefit it brings to me is no need to occupy skill slots. It's just that this basic skill doesn't occupy the skill slot to begin with. Lu Feng suddenly felt a little short-changed. Fortunately, the elemental missile's full stars not only do not occupy the skill slot. There is still one. It was to let him know exactly how many skill source stones are needed to upgrade a skill to full star rating. Have to say, this information is still quite important. Total calculation. When the elemental missile reaches full star level, a total of 1,888 skill source stones are consumed. It's 1,000 more than I expected. Of course, this is also because I missed 1 star. In this case, then the full star consumption of bronze level skills is 18,880 stars, while silver level skills are 188,800 stars. This time, Lu Feng's mind is clear. Naturally, he wants to raise the thunder electric field to full stars first. At this stage, this skill is very useful. The lightning field barrier is opened. Come 1, 1 will die, come 1,000, 1,000 will be destroyed. It's simply not that exciting. However, to meet the demand for these 188,800 skill source stones, Lu Feng's money on hand is a bit insufficient. 320,000 gold coins, when the unit price of skill source stones is now 3.4 gold, is only enough to buy more than 90,000 gold coins. That's half the difference. Chapter 73. Let's keep making money. Without money, how can I upgrade these skills to full stars? Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He now has a head start and a goal to make money. If other people heard what Lu Feng said now, they would be furious. To know. At this stage, even the presidents of the Eternal Guild or the Forbidden Guild, their skills are only 4 or 5 stars. And now, you are about to start attacking Mangsing? Does this allow others to live? There are still 320,000 gold coins left. And these rewards just burst out from the cracks. Well, if all these equipment skills are added up, they are worth about 1,100 gold. Let's see how much money this wave of, Yayu and the others can earn. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. But, before he could speak, Yayu silently ran over. Boss Shuo Feng, you also exploded a lot of equipment in the space rift this time, right? How about it? Are you interested in selling it to us? Don't worry. Because of my sister's relationship, I will definitely charge you the highest price. At this time, Yayu rubbed her hands in silent excitement and came to Lu Feng to flatter him. To know. The equipment in Liu Feng's hands can be considered the top resources in the extraordinary world now. If we can capture this batch of goods from him, the growth rate of our Night Whisper Guild will definitely reach a higher level. Even if you charge a high price now, you will naturally suffer a bit of a loss when you sell it later. But as long as these resources can be obtained, what their Night Whisper Guild can master, is far greater than his current premium. After hearing his words, Liu Feng also smiled slightly and said, "A lot has indeed been revealed, a total of 125 pieces of equipment and 24 skills. You make a price, and if it's right, I'll sell it to you." What the hell? More than 100 pieces of equipment and more than 20 skills. Hearing this, Yu was stunned silently, and hurriedly invited his appraiser over, frantically calculating the value of these resources. Soon, 5 or 6 appraisers finally calculated the price. "Brother Shuo Feng, look at the price of this batch of equipment, how about 1,500 gold coins?" What do you think?" Liu Feng did not answer his question, but asked instead. "Forget it, don't say anything anymore. Boss Shuo Feng, let's give you a fixed price of 2,000 gold coins." Yu said silently and without any trace of ink, he spoke directly. Hear this. Liu Feng was finally satisfied. "Okay, then 2,000 gold coins." The previous batch of equipment was able to make a lot of noise in the night because of the existence of silver-level equipment skills. But now, these are all bronze-level resources, so there is naturally not much room for price negotiation. However, even these 2,000 gold coins are far beyond Liu Feng's psychological estimation of value. Ding! Your private transaction with Yu Silent is completed, and you received 2,000 gold coins. This moment, Liu Feng's number of gold coins also soared to as much as 330,000. 330,000 gold coins, at the current price, is 100,000 skill source stones. It seems that we have to wait. After the transaction was completed, Liu Feng took a look at the current price of skill source stones in the trading house. After discovering that the price is still fluctuating between 3.3 and 3.5 gold, I gave up temporarily. But after 3 or 4 hours at most, the skill source stone will stabilize at the price of 2 gold for a long time. If you want to fall to a stable level of about 1 gold, it will take at least 2 or 3 days. Subsequently, Liu Feng also directly put his batch of skill source stones on the shelves. Anyway, keep it. The money earned from selling 10,000 stones now will be able to buy nearly 20,000 skill source stones in a few hours. Isn't this cool? A full star bronze level skill appeared immediately. It didn't take long. Liu Feng's more than 13,000 skill source stones on the shelves were swept away, and he once again earned 45,000 gold coins. Now, it's this magic crystal essence. After processing these harvests, Liu Feng also looked at his backpack. Bronze level magic crystal essence, used below level 20, you can directly upgrade to 1 level regardless of current experience. After coming out of this space rift, a wave of rift clearance rewards directly boosted Liu Feng's level to level 19 in an instant. And with experience in his previous life, Liu Feng knew that if this magic crystal essence was used at level 19, it would instantly increase his level to 100% experience of level 20. It directly saves the effort of gathering experience later. Without thinking too much, Liu Feng just used it. Ding! You used bronze level magic crystal essence. Ding! Your level has been improved, current level, 20. Ding! You have received a reward, 4-dimensional attribute plus 2 points, intelligence plus 5 points, free attribute plus 10 points. This moment, Liu Feng's level was also directly upgraded to level 20 with 100% experience as he wished. Just then, ding! Your current level has reached level 20 with 100% experience, and you have met the advanced task requirements of Silver Level Advanced Road, and you will receive it automatically. Silver Level Road to Advancement. Category: Advanced Tasks. Description: it will be automatically activated when you reach level 20 and your experience reaches 100%. After you have accumulated 100 reputation points, you can activate the silver level advancement and obtain a more powerful silver level attribute template. Note: if you kill a boss whose level and rank are higher than your own, you can get a reputation reward. It's the same as the bronze level advanced mission. Silver level tasks also gain 100 reputation points. Only. Just after Lu Feng triggered this mission. Then there was another system prompt, appearing directly in front of him. Ding! It's been detected that you meet the silver level advancement criteria. Do you want to start the silver level advancement? Note: the current SSS rating advancement success rate is 100%. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw this prompt that suddenly appeared. Why, I haven't even waited to kill the silver level boss, but I've already completed the mission. Correct. When I went on the mission to find the missing soldiers, I killed a silver level giant snow demon boss. Moreover, the level of the giant snow demon boss at that time happened to be higher than mine. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel happy. This time, I saved myself a lot of trouble. In this case, Lu Feng no longer hesitated and started the silver level advancement directly. Ding! You have obtained SSS level, silver level attribute template. Chapter 74. Professional attribute template. Rank: silver level. Level: 20. Effect: after each upgrade, 4-dimensional attributes plus 5 points, basic attack plus 100 points, intelligence plus 10 points, free attributes plus 25 points. Features: elemental mastery. Focused. The power of silver. Information: the attribute template generated after Shuo Feng is promoted to bronze level. Focused. Category: template properties. Effect: each time you enter combat status, you will immediately gain an absolute hit effect that lasts for 100 seconds, built-in cooldown is 1 hour. Power of silver. Category: basic features. Effect: after becoming a silver level professional, when you are subject to any negative status below the silver level, the effect will be reduced by 90%. Ding! Your level has been improved, currently, level 21. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 4-dimensional attribute plus 5 points, basic attack plus 100 points, intelligence plus 10 points, free attribute plus 25 points. As expected of an SSS level template. This growth rate is truly incredible. At this time, Lu Feng was a little surprised when he officially saw the attribute template of his SSS silver level. Not only is the growth effect of the original 3 basics greatly improved, there is even an additional attribute growth entry with plus 100 basic attack points per level. This is so cool. Don't say anything else. Just relying on this SSS silver level template, Lu Feng directly gained 180 points of attack growth with just 1 level upgrade. Name: Shuo Feng. Level: 21. Status: HP: 3370, Magic: 8940. Attack: 1843 plus 250, plus 23%. Defense: 375 plus 500. Movement speed: 37. Range: 54, plus 14%. Attributes: Strength 98, Intelligence 707, Constitution 138, Agility 117. At a glance, Lu Feng's attribute panel at this time has undergone drastic changes again. The basic attack power alone has now reached more than 1,800 points. If the concentric potion, the light of the sun, and the silver level soul-searching demonic eyes are heavily increased, the ultimate attack power has even reached more than 2,500 points. Even the mage's defense, which has always been relatively weak, Lu Feng's defense has now reached over 800 points. not to mention attributes. After completing the silver level advancement, Liu Feng also gained an even more abnormal template feature, mental concentration. Once you enter the combat state, you will immediately get the absolute hit effect for 100 seconds. This time. But it saved him a lot of trouble. To know. Facing attacks, not only players can dodge, but monsters can also. But with this absolute hit effect, then you don't have to worry about your skills being empty. Comfortable. Not to mention anything else, just these two templates. Even the top 10 demigod players in the previous life are probably far behind me in terms of attributes. Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction, and was ready to kill monsters and upgrade. Right now, that Legion Commander Gus doesn't know what he's busy with yet. Anyway, up to now, the follow-up mission that Liu Feng was looking forward to has not been triggered yet. But Liu Feng would not wait for him. To know. The special hidden tasks Liu Feng mastered in Boulder City can also support him to continue to upgrade quickly. It's just that, the requirements for successfully entering the next level of Guard City, Black Blood City, are to reach the silver level, plus 50 points of favorability with the City Lord. My current level and rank are naturally enough. But there is still a gap of 30 points in favorability with the City Lord. In the past life, I don't know how many people were so attracted by the City Lord's favor when they entered the City of Guard. If there is no recommendation letter from the City Lord, even if you sneak into the guarded city, you will be treated as a refugee and a rioter and be forcibly expelled from the city. In fact, it is actually very simple to gain the favorability of the City Lord. As long as you can trigger some hidden tasks about him, you can improve. That's when a Boulder City patrolman wrapped in a fur coat and holding a spear came to Liu Feng. "Excuse me, are you the adventurer Shuo Feng warrior?" Liu Feng responded, "Is something wrong?" "Yes. Legion Commander Sir Gus has invited you to come with me," the patrolman said. "Live up to my expectations. This follow-up mission has indeed come." Liu Feng smiled and said, "Lead the way." On the other side, Boulder City Legion Station. About an hour ago. When Gus heard the reports from the 3 scouts, he was slightly shocked. So, the current situation in the Snow Demon Forest is that the 5 Lord-level Snow Demon monsters are all fighting for this thing called Ice and Snow Essence, right? Yes. The few scouts who were rescued by Liu Feng nodded, and then added again, "Moreover, we also found that as long as the Ice and Snow Essence can be destroyed, the strength of all the monsters in the Snow Demon Forest will be greatly reduced. At that time, we will conquer them again, and the difficulty will be much reduced. Of course, there is another possibility. When the Ice and Snow Essence is destroyed, all the monsters in the Snow Demon Forest will also sense this and launch attacks on us. It goes without saying." Gus took a deep breath, "Go and report to City Lord Ike. As people from Boulder City, we naturally have to obey the instructions of City Lord Ike." "Okay. Commander Gus." The scout nodded and reported directly to the City Lord's palace. Half an hour later, one of the scouts returned to the Legion Station. "Captain Gus. The order from Lord Ike is, destroy the source of ice and snow as quickly as possible, and then conquer the Snow Demon clan." "Good." Gus nodded, and after careful consideration, he said directly, "The only ones who can accomplish this are the Shuo Feng warriors. Send someone to call him." "Yes." After the scout responded, he directly found a patrolman and went to summon Liu Feng. It didn't take long. Liu Feng also arrived at the Legion Station under the leadership of the patrol. "Shuo Feng warrior, nice to see you again." As soon as they met, Gus greeted him politely. "You're welcome, Commander Gus. Do you have any mission?" Liu Feng didn't want to talk nonsense and asked directly. "Yes." Gus relayed the information he had obtained to Liu Feng, and then said, "So, we need you now to destroy this ice and snow essence." "Of course, this mission is very dangerous. According to our intelligence, the source of ice and snow is surrounded by gold level or even dark gold level snow demon monsters guarding it. However, you don't have to fight those guys desperately. You only need to destroy the ice and snow essence, and then the mission is completed. After that, if you are willing, Shuo Feng warrior, you can follow us to defeat the Snow Demon clan. Ding! You triggered a series of special missions, the secret of the Snow Demon Forest. Task requirement, go to the Snow Demon Forest and destroy the ice and snow essence 0/1. Whether to accept. Chapter 75. After seeing this mission, Liu Feng couldn't help but smile. Hee. Crusade against the Snow Demon clan? In his previous life, he clearly remembered that the 5 Lord-level bosses of the Snow Demon clan went crazy and launched a monster war against Boulder City. At the time he didn't know why. Now, I finally understand. But accept the mission. After Liu Feng accepted the mission without hesitation, he said directly to Gus, Commander Gus, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Let's take a step back. Anyway, there is no need to fight those gold level and dark gold level snow demon boss. So, although Liu Feng is only at the silver level now, this task is actually not difficult. And he wished this monster would attack the city as soon as possible. In this way, you can once again grab a wave of massive rewards and let your strength skyrocket again. Of course, he would definitely not express this idea. Warrior, I wish you a safe journey. Seeing Liu Feng take over the task so decisively, Gus was surprised. He saluted deeply. Watch Liu Feng off until he leaves the gate of the Legion station. Well, these people don't even know that Liu Feng is harboring bad intentions. It just so happens that the requirements of this mission are relatively leisurely. In this case, let's collect some hidden tasks that can be completed along the way. Besides, when we get back from this mission, it's almost time to sell fire horse liquor. After leaving the Legion station, Liu Feng was thinking about some hidden tasks in Boulder City. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Shuo Feng, great god! That's enough for me to find you. The man called Liu Feng's name and ran towards Liu Feng in a hurry. Tianyao, holy dragon! Seeing this guy, Liu Feng suddenly became interested. Why, has your boss agreed to the request for 51% of the guild's sovereignty? Right. Tianyao, holy dragon solemnly nodded. Master Shuo Feng, I wonder if you can join our Tianyao guild now. Can. Liu Feng responded, however, it's still the original request. I'm just in name, but I still want to share the guild's public rewards. Certainly. A smile appeared on Tianyao Zhenglong's face, and then he said flatteringly, well, great god Shuo Feng, we are members of a guild now anyway. Do you know any inside information about the extraordinary world? Or, a little business opportunity? Speaking of this, Tianyao Zhenglong also added, you also know that as soon as you came in, you directly took 51% of the sovereignty. The current guild elites must also be a little, that way towards you. You understand? In the eyes of Tianyao Zhenglong, Liu Feng must not be that kind of ordinary player. He must have some inside information. Otherwise, there is no way he can be so strong. First bronze kill. First kill of silver. He was even the first player to reach level 10. This kind of strength is so strong that it goes beyond what ordinary people can do. Are you saying that there is no inside information? Only a ghost can believe it. Hee. It's that simple, you want to get inside information from me. Liu Feng sneered, however, I do have some gossip, but I just don't know if you dare to do it. According to his initial thoughts, he naturally didn't want Tianyao Guild to get any benefits at all. Only, he suddenly remembered that Tianyao Zhenglong's character was originally quite suspicious. If you don't bring out something to seduce him into surrender, or if you believe in yourself, it would be impossible to use Tianyao Guild to overthrow the Guanzhou group in one fell swoop. Just. Liu Feng thought of a good thing. At this time, Tianyao Shenglong also had a look of surprise on his face and said, Master Shuo Feng, you can just give your orders directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water. Okay. Liu Feng nodded. Recently, players who enter Boulder City will be troubled by the unique negative state of the core areas of the Snow Demon Forest, ice wind and bone erosion. But, there is an item called Fire Horse Liquor, which can be immune to this negative status. Bang bang! Liu Feng patted Tianyao Shenglong on the shoulder a few times, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, Go, this thing can make you a small profit. Yes. The news about Liu Feng is Fire Horse Liquor. Even though he had Boulder rounded out. But if you search carefully, it is still possible to find about 2,000 to 3,000 bottles in the hands of other aborigines in Boulder City. Original. Liu Feng felt that it was too much trouble to repurchase these things, so he didn't bother to do it. Now Tianyao Yunfen is coming. Instead, Liu Feng became interested in this batch of goods. Fire Horse Liquor. Hearing this, Tianyao Shenglong's eyes shone with light. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shuo Feng. I'll go take a look now. Just as Liu Feng thought. After getting this inside information so easily. Although Tianyao Shenglong still has a flattering look on his face, he is still a little wary in his heart. After all, if you can make money so easily, why doesn't Shuo Feng do it himself? But, adhering to a dubious attitude, Tianyao Shenglong is still looking for those fire horse spirits scattered throughout Boulder City. Seeing the non-stop appearance of Tianyao Shenglong, Liu Feng also smiled slightly. Just in time, now is also the time for those T0 and T1 level players to start to open up the 3 major regions. When this guy sells out the Fire Horse Liquor, the price will definitely go up. It will also save me a lot of trouble. Besides, by the time I finish the mission this time, the skill source stone will be reduced to about 2 gold. At that time, not only will I be able to get rid of the hundreds of thousands of bottles of Fire Horse Liquor in my backpack, but I will also be able to sweep away a wave of low-priced skill source stones, and directly give myself these skills, all of which will reach full stars. Without thinking any more, Liu Feng set off directly for the Snow Demon Forest. The task of destroying the ice and snow essence is not complicated, and it is not difficult at all. Just pay attention to your own safety. But it was just when Liu Feng set off. A striking server-wide announcement suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The number of players currently entering major cities has reached 100,000. The extraordinary tower is about to open. After 24 hours of countdown, the extraordinary tower will be officially opened. All players who have reached level 10 or above and completed the bronze level advancement can participate in the Transcendent Tower and compete for a large number of lore rewards. Chapter 76. I saw this system prompt. Not only Liu Feng, but all the players in the main city were stunned. Supernatural Tower? What is this? You don't care what he is, haven't you seen that as long as you participate in the Extraordinary Tower, you can get the rewards of the law? I'm guessing, lore rewards? Are they the spirit of laws or something like those in the screenshots on the forum? That's for sure. Otherwise, what else could it be? Oh my god! I haven't completed the bronze level advancement yet. What should I do? What should I do? Level up. Advance. Why are you still standing there? At this moment, after discovering the lore reward in the Extraordinary Tower, all the players were excited to know. Of the 100,000 players who entered the main city, only the first 10,000 received the rule rewards. Most players are still half convinced about this thing. However, I can't stand the amount of information exposed on the Extraordinary Forum, it's too realistic. As time goes by, other people can't help but believe it. And when those players truly accepted the reward of this law, they realized how terrifying this thing is. Before, they had already missed it when they entered the main city. Now, another extraordinary tower is here? Then this time, they can't miss it no matter what. Finally come. Depending on the situation, it's 3 or 4 hours earlier than in the previous life. It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. After taking a look at the server-wide announcement, Feng murmured. Compared with attribute templates, skill star upgrades. This extraordinary tower is when everyone really widens the gap. The other side. It took more than an hour. Tianyao Shenglong and dozens of his guild cronies have finally collected more than 3,600 bottles of fire horse liquor scattered all over the place. No wonder that Chuo Feng doesn't make money on his own. It turns out that the trouble is right here. What the hell, it took me more than an hour just to collect this batch of goods. Looking at the fire horse spirits in his backpack, Tianyao Shenglong felt a little tired. He originally thought it was something easy to find, but he didn't expect it to be all in the nooks and crannies. It's so troublesome to find. After struggling for a long time, I only found more than 3,000 bottles. Forget it. Don't worry about it so much. Now, let me see how much money this thing can make. Anyway, the recycling price of Tianyao Shenglong is different from that of Lu Feng. When he collected it from the NPCs, they all bought it and drank it themselves. So, on average, Tianyao Shenglong spent 3 silver coins to repurchase 1 bottle. The price is 4 to 5 times higher than that of Land Wind. But Tianyao Shenglong doesn't know these things. Why Wei thought. Tianyao Shenglong came directly to the gate of Boulder City and set up a stall. Yes. This fire horse liquor is actually only effective for players in Boulder City. If it were listed on a trading house, not many people would buy this thing. Certainly. Tianyao Shenglong would not tell others. He only realized this truth after it was put on the trading store for a long time and no one bought it. Therefore, only by setting up a stall in Boulder City can we get more trading volume. Take a walk. Take a look. The fire horse liquor, which is immune to the bone-corroding state of ice wind, will take action within 1 hour. A bottle only costs 10 silver coins. After setting up the stall, Tianyao Shenglong called some of his younger brothers and started shouting at him. Setting up a stall and shouting, the price is really low. After holding it in for a long time, Tianyao Shenglong couldn't even shout out the first sentence. No way. He could only let his cronies call him. Fortunately, not long after the little brother shouted, several players came over. Immune to the damage caused by ice wind and bone erosion? What a joke! It's just a lie, right? Haha, only a fool would believe it. Several players passed by the stall to take a look, left a few trash talk, and left directly. Tianyao Shenglong has a black line on his face. Mud. You can mock my little brother, but can you please stop mocking me? It's not me who shouted. However, just when Tianyao Shenglong was depressed, another lone wolf player suddenly appeared. Brother, are you really immune to the bone-corroding state? The lone wolf ranger glanced at the stall and asked in surprise. Hear this. Tianyao Shenglong suddenly became excited, that's for sure. Brother. If you don't believe it, I can give you a bottle for free now. If it doesn't work, you don't have to buy it at all. A bottle for free. That's not bad. Can only say. Tianyao Shenglong knows how to do business. When the lone wolf ranger heard this, he was immediately tempted to take advantage. Well, give me a bottle. I have a friend who happens to be doing a mission in Icewind Dale. I'll email him and see if it has any effect. The friend of the lone wolf ranger is a warrior. He accidentally opened a lost treasure chest and obtained a skill with a 200-point blocking attribute before he dared to step into Icewind Dale. Only That skill costs too much mana. If he keeps it on, he will soon run out of mana. So, either you need to buy a lot of mana pills, or you will be forced to quit Icewind Dale when you run out of mana, and wait until the mana regeneration is full before continuing with the collection mission. Hear this. Tianyao Shenglong also took out a bottle without any ink and handed it to the Lone Wolf Ranger. Thank you, boss. I will email it to my friend now to see if it works. If it works, then I will take them all. The Lone Wolf Ranger said as he sent an attachment email to his warrior friend. Soon. Less than 5 minutes. His friend replied excitedly, damn it. Lao Wang, where did you get this potion? It can actually be immune to bone erosion damage. Real. Nonsense. Why did I lie to you? The soldier was a little anxious. Tell me where you got it. I'll go get some more right away. This thing is very likely to make us a fortune. Get rich. FK. Get rich. After hearing what his friend said, the Lone Wolf Ranger just reacted. Yes. Now everyone has begun to open up the 3 major areas of Snow Demon Forest, Icewind Valley, and Frost Mountains. Coincidentally, these 3 major areas all have Icewind bone erosion damage. If I could buy this fire horse liquor that could withstand the damage caused by Icewind and bone erosion, wouldn't I be rich? Think of this. The Lone Wolf Ranger immediately turned around and swept away the 10 pieces of fire horse liquor on Tianyao Shenglong's stall, and then asked directly, brother, how much of this fire horse liquor do you have? I want them all. You want them all. This sentence immediately made Tianyao Shenglong understand. It seems, this guy got the results from the test. Ahem. Yes, there is, but unfortunately, it's not at this price anymore. With a smile, Tianyao Shenglong once again put 10 bottles of fire horse liquor on the shelves. Price, 20 silver coins.